Okay, what's going on? We're coming to you from the simulated weight room. Inside joke, right? So it's not a real weight room. It's a simulated one.
Hanging around with Justin for the last couple of days has made me realize, well, first off, Danny and Justin, thank you for joining us here at the Table Talk. I have never felt so small and so dumb in the at the same time. You guys are absolute fucking powerhouses. Danny, this is your first time on the podcast, correct?
Yes, sir.
How's it feel? How's it feel to be here?
I mean, this is a simulation, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So you can feel however you want.
Not really here.
Click the button. Pick your emoji.
Justin, you're a veteran at this point. Is this your third time, second time?
He was doing it before it was a table talk.
Yeah, we used to. Yeah, this used to be on the end of a bench in the S2 compound. With, I don't even think we had a microphone. No, we did. We might have actually handed a microphone back.
Yeah.
So you'd hold the microphone, and then I'd try to grab it from your hand and talk.
And Dave just went to the dentist, so that's perfect. So
Yeah.
we're all here, locked and loaded. We've been able to shoot a ton of awesome videos the last couple of days. I think all of the content that we made so far is absolutely awesome. I'm really, really excited to share that. Justin, we went over a lot with nutrition. We went over a lot with just training intensity. Danny, same thing. We kind of locked in on, the clinical side of things, but also how that training can be, the clinical side or the performance side, right? So I think what are the big rocks do you think that you've taken away from some of the stuff that we've been working on over the last couple days?
It's always really interesting to me when you look at a guy like Justin, who's been training for how many years now? Many?
Oh, well, like 27.
Yeah.
Like 5 times a week, but probably 35 from when I first did my first bench press.
I mean, you think about that, and a lot of people listening to this podcast may not even be 27 years old. So he's literally been training longer than some of these people have been alive. And, looking at some of his movement patterns and when he has a hard time developing certain muscle groups, things like that, you think about what a textbook says should happen. And he's a great example of how you can just tweak a couple of things. And even if in movement doesn't look how it should, there are a lot of ways that we can improve movement, performance, control.
Like we were working on that movement with your upper back.
Yeah,
right?
I found out why my traps suck.
Yeah, do you want to explain that? Because we talked about weak points a little bit too.
Well, yeah. Well, I have a general thought, and this ties in perfectly. My general thought on weak point is I think people just bring up weak points, approach it all wrong. The standard approach is, my lats are weak. I'll train them twice a week. I'll train them more often. And no one ever seems to stop and think, why are my lats weak?
Yeah.
I'm training them, and I'm training them the same frequency as everything else. If they're not growing from that, why is doing more of the same thing that's not working going to suddenly work? And so you need to really think it. Are my lats weak? Sometimes there's structural components. There's not as many fibers there. You see that a lot in arms. A lot of people have like short biceps, or their triceps, the way they're formed, just aren't met. They don't have the ability to get very large. But typically, it's because you're not targeting that muscle. So just doing the same bad workouts more often isn't going to improve anything. You need to start from scratch and find new movements that actually work. And that's what Danny did, show me finally how to activate my traps in my upper back on a row movement. A little late. I mean, 17 years too late,
But I think that's the level of knowledge and care. And we spoke a lot about coaching, about how to be a better coach, how to be assist your clients, your athletes, or your own training. How to get that to the best possible place it can be. And as much knowledge and information that we have in the stuff that we shot, in the videos that we shot, it came down to a lot of very basic things. It's like giving a shit, paying attention, asking more questions, right? Like I was watching Danny and Justin training, and they were just constantly asking each other questions back and forth. It's like, how does that feel? Like, what are the sensations that you're feeling with this? And it was just cool to see, because as a clinical side, right? Like that's what you would expect a doctor or a PT or someone to, kind of do with somebody in person, which is kind of funny to say out loud because it doesn't happen all the time. And then from the bodybuilding, the higher intensity realm as well, is like that's the same language. You guys are using the same language to talk about the same thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think the minute you stop asking questions or you assume how something is feeling for someone, that's probably when you might be at your dumbest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was just cool to see, and I got to sit back. And I mean, watched videos of Justin on Elite FTS for years and years and years, and just conversations between you two, even on older table talks, to be in the room, to be able to, you know, participate in that and ask those questions and to be part of that was just really, really cool for me personally as a total fucking fanboy moment here. But we ended up getting a lot of questions from the audience, from our social medias that I kind of want to direct the conversation to, and specifically towards bodybuilding, powerlifting, right? Intensity, the things that we kind of talked about over the last few days. Justin has had a history with DC training, dog crap training, higher intensity training. Danny uses some of those principles as well, and not only in your performance or your bodybuilding training or powerlifting training, but also your rehab, like that intensifying the rehab process. And I kind of want to start the conversation with like intensity, right? We kind of had a conversation about high intensity training today.
Yeah, I think high intensity training is kind of interesting because I think something gets lost between the proponents, the way they use it, from when they explain how they use it to the other people who use it. You know, and it feels like, so for me, high intensity or DC training or anything like that, the reason I like it is the clear marker of progress. You know, because there's a lot of confusing things. It's hard to tell whether you're getting better in the gym. And so with like DC training, beating the logbook, progressive overload, if I did 315 for 10 on bench last week, if I repeat the exact same parameters, same rest time, same bench, same weight, and now I do 11 reps, I can be confident that I've progressed. And that, you know, but I think it just gets so, people try to take, you know, most people are here and the truth is here. And so people say, well, when I move that direction, I get closer to the truth. And so people always want to just take it all the way. And I joked, you know, like by the end, I felt like Menser, you know, like he'd start writing articles, and I was like, I think the joke I made was like, you know, like all you need is one set of 20 on squats in May and one set to failure of dips in December. Any more than that and you're overtraining. Because they always just try to take it too far. You know, like you take it as far as it needs to go. Just because you went that direction and you were getting better doesn't mean you're always going to get better in that direction. Another example I used was like Dorian Yates. Everyone uses him as the high intensity guy, and he was a low volume high intensity guy. But watch Blood and Guts. He does 7 exercises on back day. He does bent over rows and deadlifts on the same workout. You know, yes, he only does one all out set, you know, one set to failure, but that's still 7 movements. You know, and so it's not like a low volume. It's not like he's going in and just doing one set of deadlifts and a set of pull downs and that's his back workout.
Well, he's working up to that weight too.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
If it's a 455 Yates row, how did he get that?
He didn't walk in at 455. Yeah. And so the difference then is that someone else counts their warm-up sets. And so they do a set number of reps. They might do I'm sure he did 405 on the way working up. Someone else would do 405 for 10 and count that as a set. He might have only done 405 for 4 or 3 or 6 reps to just do however it was until he felt he got warmed up enough. So the volume really isn't that different. The standard higher volume guys typically just spend, the difference isn't as dramatic as the HIIT believers think it is. The difference is that the high intensity guys, they're just doing much lower workload on the warm-ups. They're still doing them. It's not quite as intense, and their heaviest set is just a little more intense. The volume guys are just doing a slightly higher intensity or workload on the warm-up sets, and their main set is a little less intense. The overall workload volume isn't really that much different. It's not like high intensity is low volume and that it's low workload. It's not. It's just the way that the total workload is spread out a little bit different, and it's more focused on those heavy sets. But they still do the warm-ups. Those warm-ups aren't useless. You know, like you get as strong as Dorian, you know, he probably did 405 as a warm-up on bent over rows. That's still taxing on the body.
I think what's important to think about with regards to intensity too is you have to define it, right? So we're going to talk about intensity in terms of proximity to failure. What type of failure? Are you looking at pure concentric muscle failure? Are you looking at, technique failure or some variation of a more mechanical failure as well? And if you're not willing to define that, you can't necessarily say that you're training with a certain intensity, especially because a lot of literature now, everyone wants to talk about, you know, how close you have to get to failure for hypertrophy is a really hot topic. So if you're thinking about some of the guys that just did sets of 2 to 4 on some of their feeder sets compared to the high volume guys, it's a question of which of those sets are actually productive from the standpoint of hypertrophy.
Yeah, and I think Justin mentioned this with a conversation we had with nutrition of trying to just aim in the general area of the target. You don't have to hit a bullseye every single time. And you guys had mentioned that you're just trying to cross a threshold, right? Do we kind of want to go into that just a little bit more?
Yeah, well, This isn't an exact science, you know, nutrition and lifting. I mean, there's hard science involved, you know, like with nutrition and calories, thermodynamics and law of conservation of energy holds true, but there's a lot more going on than just, it's not like the way it holds true with, you know, filling up your car with gas. You know, that's one. Nutrition is at its core the same thing, but there's more variation. And so what we were talking about, like with the diet, people will think my diet's, because I'll use macros, and a lot of times I'll adjust my macros by only 5 grams. Like I don't adjust protein per meal closer than 5 grams of chunks. And then I have multiple foods that list. So if I give someone 50 grams of protein in a meal, they can pick that 50 grams of protein from chicken or 96.4 ground beef or extra lean ground turkey or turkey breast, and I count them all the same. And so some people will say, well, how does this work? Because 96.4 beef has different calories than chicken. How, you know, if I eat that 6 times a day, you know, my numbers are going to be way off. And what the problem is people don't understand how accurate they can really be with things. And so they look at a food label and they see, you know, for every 25 grams of protein, chicken breast has 2 grams of fat. For every 25 grams of protein, 96.4 ground beef has 4 grams of fat. And that's true roughly on the averages. But if you ate human meat, you know, ground human meat would it'd have to be listed as 85-15 because the average human is 15% body fat. It doesn't mean every human is 15% body fat. And just the same with chicken. Every chicken isn't 2 grams of fat per 25 grams of protein. So a particularly fat chicken might be 4 grams per 25 grams of protein, 4 grams of fat. And a particularly lean, you know, like these 96.4 ground beef, it's not made in a pharmacy. You know, it's not that precise. So they're trying to get about 4% fat in it, but it's not to the milligram. So a particularly lean pound or chunk of 96.4 ground beef might be only 2 grams of fat per 4 grams of 25 grams of protein. So if you're counting it exactly so precise to that, you're thinking you're getting more accuracy, but what you're actually doing is creating inaccuracies because you're saying if you eat 6 meals, you know, that's 2 extra grams of fat for the 96.4 per meal. So that's, you know, 12 grams of fat difference. That's well over 100 calories difference, you think, if you're counting it according to the food label. But the truth is, if you take the bell curve and where those things lie, you're actually getting inaccurate in the wrong direction because the truth is that the average chicken is 2 grams, the average 96.4 is 4, but there's crossover. And trying to get too precise with it actually creates more variance in the diet that you aren't able to adjust around.
Yeah, and Dave, you've obviously worked with Justin. Was that a more of a helpful situation to have, or were you the type that needed to kind of lock in on very specific things?
I don't know. No. I didn't need to lock in. No. I mean, the whole thing was, when we started working together, one of the first conversations was, I don't want to do this last 6 week shit. Yeah. Right. I mean, I've been around it my whole life. It's like peaking for a powerlifting meet. You know, if you want to stay relatively safe, don't do the last 6 weeks before a show. Don't do the last 6 weeks before a meet. I mean, that's when things are brutal. So we removed that from the get-go. So then for him, it's like, okay, this can be more lax. So yes, I had a food list like what he's talking about. And obviously he wasn't going to be as strict with me because the end goal is not the same. Now I had to lose 70 pounds or whatever ridiculous amount of weight it was. And the discipline wasn't going to be a problem either. But it's like you said, if I didn't want chicken, then I had chicken and steak. I'd have both. You know, I'd mix it up, you know, because chicken's gross to me, especially if you're eating like 8 ounces. And he's right, the protein never really changed that much. And the other thing too, and it may have changed since then, is I wasn't supposed to count the fat in the protein. The only fat I was supposed to count was the fat that was from the fats that were on that list. So that makes it all easier, right?
And that's where people get, that fat is getting counted. It's just that my food list is, the foods you'll be giving in your food list are such that for the portions you have per meal, the fat of each of the protein sources will be roughly the same. And it's like that 96.4. They're not exact, but the natural variation between the meats for the amount that you're going to get in your diet, is going to mean we don't need to count the fat. The fat is there and it's implicit in the diet, but I know that each meal is about 4 to 6 grams of fat or whatever from your protein sources. So we're not going to count that because trying to count that when we can't know the exact amount is actually going to make us less accurate.
So it's, from my perspective, when I bodybuilt before, when I was in college, this was completely different. Before it's like, here's your meal plan. There's 5 meals. You eat egg whites in the morning, you have oatmeal, and it was like you said, precise, and you never broke, and that's what it was. And I was like, man, I don't want it. So this was like, oh, I can pick from this stuff. This is cool. This works, and it all plays out fine. It's just the carb cycling took a little bit to get used to, because I don't think people, unless they do it, they don't understand after you get through the fugly phase, right? So you're fat, right? So I'm just going to be honest here. Somebody that starts dieting, maybe they actually think they look better than they do. So in a shirt or hoodie, they look good. And then they start dieting, and maybe they drop about 5 or 6%. And I'm talking if you're 18, 19, 20% type range. And then it's like, you look and you're like, oh, fuck. Because you're losing muscle glycogen, you're losing all this other stuff, and you're in this fucking ugly phase. And you're like, this is horrible. Once you get through that, and that was hard, that he kind of had to explain to me a little bit, because I'm like, what the fuck, man? I'm losing muscle, I'm getting fatter, and it's like, just let it roll. Too low. Where my point is when you start putting 2 low days together, or if things are a little behind, you might get 3 low. People don't understand what that 3rd low day is like. It fucking sucks. That took a little getting used to, because when you think that you got your mind and your discipline wrapped around what you're doing, it gets challenged with that. But then after a few times, you kind of know. Then you realize that, because when that happens, you're like, man, I got a high day coming up. This is going to be great. Then you realize you're farting all day. It's not as great as you thought it was going to be. So yeah,
the fugly phase, or I call it the skinny fat phase. Look, that's why so many perma-bulkers never get lean, because the worse you're going to look is the early stages of a diet, and so you can kind of analyze what happens. What are you in the off season? You're stuffed with glycogen. There's so much water and fullness in the muscles, and that looks like muscle. Because how can you tell the difference? If I cut my bicep out of my arm and I inject it with a bunch of fluid and it plumps up, how does that not muscle? There's not contractile tissue in there, but that muscle is bigger. And like, you can think of a steak versus beef jerky. If you dehydrate steak down to beef jerky, that beef jerky is the muscle. Everything else that plumps up to form the steak isn't actual muscle. It's all the other stuff in there, water and things like that. So when you first start dieting, you lose that. You lose that glycogen in the muscle. So you're a smaller, softer version of yourself, but you haven't had the time to burn the fat yet. So, and that's a mind fuck for people. A lot of people can never get past that phase. Once you get past that phase and you start getting leaner, because that phase only lasts until you get depleted. You can't get past depleted, And then even better, once you get past that phase, then that's your new baseline. Depleted is your new baseline. And then you start doing the high carb days and you fill back out. And so it actually kind of reverses. And then you'll have points where you're getting leaner body fat wise, and then you get filled out a little bit on those high days. And so you get a dramatic reversal in the opposite direction, where now you look bigger and leaner. But it's hard to get to that point, especially if you've never dieted before.
If I ever needed a coach for anything in my life, it was probably then, right? Because because you're like, well, fuck this, just turn it the other way, kind of go that way. But committing to the process, I guess, was kind of part of it too. But yeah, I'm not going to sit here and lie and say that this is, I'm like, this is bullshit, man. I just flip this back around, start carving back up and fill back up, and it'll be better. But
yeah, Danny, did you have sort of those moments in time?
Oh man, so many. And like, if you don't trust your coach and you don't know that
you
he's
weren't
awesome,
that fat though. I
mean, I started.
I guess everybody's going to go through it though, no matter where you're starting.
Right. Well, and especially, so I started with Justin, probably the most detrained I've ever been. It was so I tore the adductor, and then I had the year of like the seizures and the weird, like, couldn't really do much of anything. And like, I remember taking my first check-in pictures and being like, oh my God, I don't look like I've ever touched a weight in my life. And if you're someone who's trained for an appreciable amount of time, it's a pride point to not be normal, right? Like you're kind of like, I'm atypical. This is great. I don't want to be normal. And sending those first set of check-in pictures, it was tough. But then like, as you go through the prep process and even like the fluctuations, once you do get past that skinny fat, this feels awful phase, just seeing how much your body like cycles throughout the week from the flatness, the fullness, and everything else, and like the leaner you get, the cooler it gets too. And everyone always says it, but you don't appreciate it until you've been in it. Yeah,
it's a little ridiculous. Like when I tell people when they look at the wall up there, I'm like, you gotta understand those jacked pictures. That was like one day.
Yeah.
The other the other week is like the really skinny fucking things that you see up there. That was that.
Yeah, my favorite is when you get pictures taken, like in a photo shoot or something like that, and someone sees that, and they're like, "Oh my god, you look amazing." You're like, "Well, now I'm in the off season." So.
Yeah, and so then it's like you have no idea how much like shit I felt when that photo shoot.
Look like Tarzan, feel like Jane. That's the
I remember, so at university, I didn't really have a great routine together. I didn't know how I was going to do, and ended up winning my class, which is great, but I didn't really have like a night routine plan. And so I was backstage, like trying to figure out like what to do. I was like, oh, I have a song picked out. That's good. And I was just backstage trying not to tear something, like going through some poses, and, but being that depleted and that dry, it's unlike anything that I think most people will ever feel.
Yeah.
It's interesting if you've never done it before to see how much your body changes, because those changes are going on all the time. You just typically have enough fluff that you don't notice it. And that's actually one of the gauges, because I always tell people to like a certain level of body fat, but you can't measure body fat, and whether you do calipers or hydrostatic or in-body scan, they all give different numbers. And so like for an off-season body fat, a good range is when you're dieting and you notice how some days you're more bloated or holding water or flat, and you can see all those things, you should still be able to see that in the off season. If you can't tell days you're holding water versus not holding water, that means there's too much body fat covering them. So that's really the best gauge. But it's really like when all that fat's gone and you can see the water fluctuations in full effect, it's really insane how much the body changes every day, all day, that we're not even noticing because, we got fluff going on.
Yeah. Now, how long would it take someone to deplete themselves of glycogen enough to kind of start?
It's hard to know because you're never going to go zero carb, and even if you go zero carb, you're not going zero carb because most of the protein we eat gets used as a carb eventually. It gets converted to that. So you can kind of you could do a mathematical formula like we said yesterday. Like a larger male that trains hard might be able to store 1,000 grams of glycogen. So you can kind of take the calories from that, how big of a calorie deficit they're in, and say maybe they're losing 50% fat, 50% glycogen, and kind of estimate it. But I never do that because I'm not trying to get you depleted. We're actually trying to do the opposite, keep you from getting depleted. There's just no way to be in a deficit and not lose glycogen. We want to maximize how many of the calories that we're deficient of that comes from stored body fat, but your body's always going to lose glycogen, and it wants to lose glycogen first. So you're actually not trying to get depleted, but by week 4 or 6, there's no way to avoid. You're going to be depleted. Will you do the high carb days to try to bring you back to life? But you're going to spend much of your time depleted by that point.
I circle back to the carbohydrates and protein being, protein sparing, because when I talk to people about protein intake and stuff like that, I'll ask them, what's your carbs? And if I have 600 grams, okay, then you only need like 15 grams. So expand on that a little bit. So you can explain it better than what I do.
Well, you can just do we did the math yesterday. You can do the math. So, we know what a pound is. It's like roughly 500 grams. So you could say, that's it. I start every sentence with so, and the way I realize is my 6-year-old comes up and she says anything. She goes, so, and then starts, and I thought, like, where's she getting that from? And
I write it.
Yeah. Do you? So it turns out I realized.
I'll start sentences with it.
Yeah.
Comma.
Yep. And I now that I notice it, I start every sentence with so. So anyways, if you take that out and you say, I want to gain 20 pounds of muscle in a year, and you break that 20 pounds, put it into grams, or that 10,000 grams, and you divide that by 365, and doing this quickly in my head, so I might be off.
Yeah.
It's like 25 grams a day. That's it. So to gain 20 pounds of muscle a year, it is like 25 or 30 grams of protein per day. That's like a gram per hour. That's it. So any more than that, that protein is not getting turned to muscle. At best, you're turning 1 gram of protein per hour to muscle. So if you eat 50 grams every 3 hours, what happens to the rest of that? It's not turning to muscle, and you think, screw that, I'm turning it to muscle. Well, calculate it out. Do 500 grams is a pound. If you're eating 500 grams of protein a day and gaining less than 365 pounds of muscle a year, you're not using, no one ever does the numbers on it. So that's really all it is. So what happens to the rest of it? Well, gluconeogenesis, which is just, a descriptive term. Glucose, new, genesis, create. So you're creating glucose from the protein you eat. And most of the protein we eat goes through that. So that's why when you ask how many carbs we're eating, why? Because the carbs, if there's carbs available, it's more likely that protein is not going to go through that, and there's it's more likely that that 1 gram is going to be able to be converted to muscle.
Yes.
And even more so, carbs, So carbs raise insulin, and people say insulin's the most anabolic hormone. It's really not. Insulin doesn't create anabolism, but it facilitates it. One, it's anti-catabolic. If insulin's bound to a cell, that cell can't catabolize calories. It can't. It can't go the other way. But more than that, when insulin's bound to a receptor on a cell, it kind of opens up a gate, like a floodgate, where it drives more amino acids. The amino acid uptake increases into that cell. So even more so than meaning you don't need to use that protein for carbs, it also increases the likelihood that those amino acids are going to flood into the muscle cell and get used to actually build muscle. So like that gets missed. And people say it like, carbs are muscle sparing or protein sparing, and but no one ever really thinks how or why, and that's why.
Now, if the carbs are low, then essentially you're going to be using the protein as a very expensive energy source.
Yep, and you're going to smell it too if you smell like ammonia.
Yeah, it pops the nitrogen off, converts. That's that glycogenesis or glucogenesis. So that's.
Now, one of the things that we talked about as well is that just sounds to me like you're just trying to create the environment where your body is making the choice to kind of go this direction, right? So every day you're just trying to do whatever it needs to do to make that body the state. It's almost like fertilize the ground for this growth to happen, right? The same thing with training, right? Like we were talking about how to like go on every set to failure, going crazy all the time in the gym, and then it's like what you're really trying to do is just cross that threshold into, okay, now your body's doing this process, and now you get the fuck out, right?
Okay. Well, exactly. I mean, and what you're saying there is I'm going to jump in here and kind of hijack it for a minute, but what you're saying here is what we're saying is nutrition is important, right? I mean, if you really want to make it simplified. But what people I don't think understand if they're always overweight, just heavy or whatever it is, they're eating so much shit, right? That within the shit, they're covering their bases with the protein and everything else. So they can sit there and say, powerlifters, for example, strongman, oh, it's not that important. I've never worried about it. Well, you're eating 4,000 calories. You're covering these bases with the crap that you have. Strip that away and get close to a calorie maintenance or a calorie deficit. And now you don't have those extra padded calories. So now it becomes way more important on what your nutritional density is. Right? But it's still important, even for the super heavyweight powerlifter, it's still important. Maybe not all of it, right? But they got to cover those minimum bases of the carbohydrate, the fats, and the protein.
You can think of like filling up a cup of water. If you put a cup of water out in the rain, it'll eventually get filled up. But the rain's dumping 1 million pounds of water on this, in the city. So if you have 1 million pounds of water, we can fill that cup up with not worrying about anything. But if you only have 6 ounces of water and you need to fill that cup up, you need to make sure it's pouring right into the cup.
That's perfect.
That like the lower weight classes, it's really, and as a general rule, training and nutrition you really need to define what I'm doing it for. I always say training is for performance primarily. And I'll use an example of Daniel Cormier in the UFC, former UFC heavyweight champion and light heavyweight champion, and Tyson Fury, boxing champion. You can look like that and be the best boxer in the world because the training is performance. Now, nutrition is involved in performance, but like you said, at his size, he can pour the rainwater on it and he'll cover the nutrition bases. But it's how you look is nutrition. The training obviously is involved, but that's why you can get a Tyson Fury as a heavyweight champion. You're not going to get a Tyson Fury as a middleweight champion, though, because at that point, there's no room for that extra body fat. There's no room to pour the rain.
Now, for all the trolls, we do understand there are food allergies and there's other things that can impact this. And we're talking very broad here, so.
I think it's always really interesting, too. You get these guys that think that if they really want to get big or put on size, like the powerlifter or strongman that's going through a hypertrophy phase, right? They think they need to eat so much. When, like, Justin, what's the actual scientific, like if you had to put a number on the grams of muscle gain?
Well, we did 20. So we want to gain 20 pounds of muscle a year. We said that was like 25 grams
Which is,
per day.
For most people, like very aggressive,
A little bit.
Well, let's think about it. That means if you train for 10 years, you gain 200 pounds of muscle, And there's not many people walking around at 420 pounds shredded. So no one even gains that fast. But if theoretically someone could gain that fast long term, so this is like, even this is out of what's going to happen. Well, 25 grams of protein is 100 calories. If you can be, so you're not, this goes back to that dumping the rainwater thing, because you can't be precise to the calorie. But if you could, that's all you need is 100 extra calories of protein synthesis a day to gain faster than anyone's ever gained muscle long term.
It's shocked me in the off season between myself and my husband. Obviously, very different. He's what, 270, 275 now.
Right now, yeah.
I'm not, thank God. But like we always joked about, even in the off season, like we're yet. Give me some Twinkies. We'll see what happens. Cake goes a long way too. We always joke in the off season, like right now, especially when the post show rebound's done, we're both deep in the off season. We're still hungry. Like we want to be able to eat more. So you see these powerlifters and strongmen thinking they're like, oh yeah, I'm going to get real big and go through this 10-week hypertrophy phase. I'm like, you're going to put on 1.5 pounds muscle?
Maybe.
That's why I don't like short, like Paul Borenson used to do those short things. Muscle growth is muscle growth is such a slow, difficult process. What you want to do is stay in that process as safely, healthy, and long as possible. Because that's the way to make large gains. It's like the stock market. You can go out and try to, like, I don't know what. Like those meme stops, you're like, you can try to nail the GameStop purchase and become a millionaire.
Oh God!
To the moon.
Yeah, there's like 2 people who did that. Everyone else fails at that.
Yeah.
All the rich people invested over 20 years and let that grow, and that's what you need to do. And so like and so people listening to this, especially clients of mine, are gonna be like, what's he talking about? Not eat a lot. I eat some because I do push a lot of food, and that's for kind of a separate reason. Because because we can't be that precise, that 100-calorie super precision. So what's the best way around it? And I always say, adding muscle is a 2-step process. If you want to just break it down to what can't not work, there's 2 steps. 1, teach the body to eat more and more good, clean food without getting fat. So we're constantly trying to find what your limit is of calories of good food, clean food that we can eat without getting fat. And we're always looking to increase it. And then step 2 is in the gym, get stronger in a bodybuilding rep range. Now there's more involved, there's sarcoplasmic growth, there's pump, but we can't, we just want to simplify what can we guarantee is going to keep us moving in the right direction. And so do those 2 things. And you say, well, how do I know that's going to work? Well, if you're eating 7,000 calories a day, not fat and strong as fuck, you're going to be jacked. You are. You're not going to find someone who's eating 7,000 calories a day of chicken and rice, lean and strong as hell, who's small. It just doesn't happen. So that's the easiest path. Those 2 things that removes, then all the guesswork is out.
It was fun thinking about training. Just again, I think having worked with you now for 2 years, Dave and Dave have both taken on your training philosophy of like, just get really strong, work really hard, eat what you're told kind of thing. And it was fun prepping for this meet that I did in December because I prepped really unconventionally from what a lot of people would do for meet prep. I'd say it was pretty effective, but I stayed in that bodybuilding rep range and like, did I get stronger? Yes. Did I maximize my potential for a meet? Probably not, but was I able to kind of play the card or both, 2 sides of the coin there? And I would say it was pretty effective.
Yeah, how'd the meet go? I mean,
I did
9 for 9 won. Yeah, I did pretty.
Yeah, I was a little conservative on a couple of attempts, but 9 for 9 was good.
And the win was also good.
Yeah, just getting back on the platform was awesome.
Now, in terms of you said bodybuilding rep ranges, I think if we can kind of break that down even as dumb as possible for people, it's like, what threshold do you need to cross over in the gym to make sure you're doing the right thing?
Yeah, and that's something I don't know that anyone knows. I don't know. I mean, I know there's, you know what happens, like how mTOR is involved in the process that stimulates, muscle protein synthesis, leucine is the amino acid trigger for that. So it's somewhere more. 1 rep's not doing it, or very much. And 50 reps isn't doing it. It's probably it's probably stimulating the highest level of muscle protein synthesis in like the 8 to 12 rep range, probably. But time under tension is involved in that. Are you pausing between each rep? From my not really science backed, although there is some evidence in EMG analysis of this type of training, I think the best training is essentially what Ronnie Coleman did, which if you watch the way he trained, it was bad form. We talked about this yesterday too. Bad form because he never locked out and he lifted explosively. But it appears, and there's some data to correlate with this, it appears that explosive concentric motion, not a lot of worry about the eccentric other than avoiding injury, and then constant tension on the muscle, which is how we train. You watch them do like shoulder press, it's this. Explosives up, not all the way lock out, and then somewhere in that, whether it's the reps or time under tension, that range, but for most people, it's probably in that 8 to 12 rep range primarily, although you're gonna wanna spread it out overall. You're gonna wanna go down to 5 to 6 reps sometimes. Certainly on certain movements like a deadlift, you're gonna wanna go down, but probably somewhere in that range.
It's really going to depend on the body part too. I think different body parts very much respond differently to different types of training, different stimuli, different rep ranges just based on how what actually makes up the muscle. So like we've talked about this before too, something like delts or your arms. They're not used, for one or two heavy, hard contractions. We use them all the time. And so there are certain muscle groups that I find tend to respond well to more of that kind of high rep range. And you'll see people take like rear delts into the 20, 30, 40, even 50 rep range. And I think that at the end of the day, it's not that it doesn't matter, but are you doing something hard? Are you doing something that's hard on the muscle?
Yeah. But let's circle back to Ronnie just for all the people that are going to be making comments saying that's all bullshit, right? Because Stan and I talked about Ronnie just a little bit. I may be wrong on what I'm going to say here, but I don't think I am. How healthy are his shoulders? I don't think he's ever had a shoulder surgery.
No.
What about his elbows?
Same.
Never had an elbow surgery. What about his knees?
Same.
Never had knee surgery, right? So we're talking about low back is the biggest culprit, which probably played a lot into his hips.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
No, the
sure.
low back, if you look at the history, was kind of a botched surgery to begin with. Now, when people are like, oh, his training's all fucked up, they're usually talking about the dumbbell presses, the bench presses, the incline presses. So I'm going to circle back and say, how many pec tears? How many tricep tears? What's his shoulders look like? What's his elbows look like? Because how come you're going to use him as the example of that training's all fucked up, but you're only talking about his back?
Yeah, and which all started from a heavy squat where he felt a pop and then like didn't treat it properly.
You see what I'm saying though? It's because it's like, oh, look at him, look at him, look at him. Or they'll say, well, look at Branch. And okay, let's look at Branch. Let's look at Johnny Jackson.
Well, Jay Cutler is an even better example because he lifted explosively, partial reps, and trained a totally different style, much higher volume, but he still did that core of what I believe is the best, which is not locking out, explosive concentric motion, not a lot of care or of the eccentric other than avoiding injury. And he's like the textbook example of how you can work your way through extreme bodybuilding and come out healthy on the other side.
But it totally makes sense if you think about it. I mean, in order to have that kind of force production for explosiveness, there has to be coordination on a small scale level, right? So you think about something like a shoulder joint where there are a whole bunch of small muscles that have to work together to coordinate to stabilize the ball in the socket. If you're going to be able to produce force quickly and explosively, there has to be a prerequisite level of coordination across the joint, not just that joint, but probably below it for the stabilizing structures. So of course it makes sense that, if he's not locking out all the way when he's relying on, joints to hold the weight, but he's actually putting that tension through the muscle to support the joints, absolutely makes sense.
And I think the form thing, I think is the worst debate because it's the wrong things are being argued. Because if you go on the internet and good form on the internet is 2 seconds up, lock out, 4 seconds down. And you're not going to get hurt doing that form. You're not, but it's good form meaning like pretty much you're not going to get hurt because you can't use any weight.
Yeah, you're not going to really get stronger either.
So is good form just mean like very low risk of injury, or is good form what's creating hypertrophy? And if you go on the internet, all the really, really huge dudes, if you go to the comments, are apparently using terrible form.
Yeah.
And all the people using good form are all really, really small dudes or chicks. So I think it's the wrong argument. Like, what is good? Are we doing it for hypertrophy? Because that's what good form is to me. Or and you have to also, if I'm doing it for powerlifting, good form is I move the weight from A to B within the rules of that federation
With
or that lift.
efficiency.
Yeah.
And that, what you had mentioned, Danny, about the coordination, right? Like, I think something that's important too is in terms of technique is there is a prerequisite of skill that they need, like within the movement, right? The technique and whatnot. But we had a conversation based on like, your body is fucking way smarter than, everybody's body is way smarter than we are, right? It's like, you can try to outthink your body, but if you put your body in a position, it, for the most part, for most people, will do the thing it needs to do to stabilize that position.
Well, Justin's a great example. I mean, he was doing a row movement, and the first thing that came on for him was his anterior delt. Now, if you look at a textbook, of course, they're like, oh, well, that shouldn't happen. He's rowing. It should be his upper back. But the fact of the matter is he has a long history of being a very strong presser. He sits at a computer most of the day. He has a neurogenic amount of tension where, like, this is his body's reference center. And your brain is always going to look to keep you safe, and it's always going to look to produce force from a neurologic reference center from which it feels stable and good to go. So if you're constantly referencing on a kind of, again, neurological level here, your brain will consistently choose that.
And it's like the idea that those motion capture suits, right? It's like all these little balls all over your body, and it kind of it puts all that information back into the system to show the picture of what's going on.
Right.
You're always trying to understand where you are in space. You're always trying to understand like where the danger is coming from, right?
Right. Well, I think the big thing with that is, as an athlete, as a coach, you can't assume. You really can't assume very much. You can't assume much about a movement pattern. You can't assume that an athlete is going to feel something where they should be. It can look like they will, or they should, but proprioception can be very, very important. Again, I talk to a lot of people who don't work like textbooks. So someone might look like they should be getting a glute working, doesn't mean it is. And that proprioception can be hugely important in continuing to drive the rest of the training. And if you extrapolate that over time, that's going to culminate in, again, hypertrophy. So hypertrophy tells us use more than anything.
So what would be the environment that hypertrophy needs to have to happen? Like, what are the key factors of that people need to kind of focus in on when they're training? I
think if we were going to take a movement and ask the question of like what makes a movement a good hypertrophy movement, there are pillars, right? And Joe Bennett's talked about this a lot. But I'll talk about joint alignment. He'll talk about making sure that the actual loading profile in the movement is appropriate for where you're trying to overload the muscle within the range, right? He'll talk about stability and bracing, meaning how stable you are is going to obviously allow you to produce more force. But the element that I would add on are anthropometrics, because your individual makeup, someone who's got super long femurs isn't going to be able to benefit from something, or not benefit well anyway, from something like a back squat for someone who's got short femurs, where they're going to have different range of motion. So you even look at guys like, Mike Israetel, and he can press super, super deep on the leg press. But I take his leg press and I put it up next to my husband's, totally different anthropometrics. If my husband tries to go to that deep in his press, he's borrowing motion from somewhere, or he's cranking on his hip joint. So I think when it comes down to creating an environment for hypertrophy, those pillars have to be absolutely maximized. And the thing is, you can't make yours look just like someone else's. And in fact, that was probably how my big adductor injury happened, was I was trying to squat like someone else, which is dumb, but I think you'd know better.
I think people don't realize how involved and complicated movements really are.
Yeah.
And so I always try to explain it as, I don't describe a movement as describing the mechanical motion, because it's too hard to get that correct. So like we were saying yesterday, like working the lateral delts, the medial head of the deltoid, there's no one correct form for a lateral raise. If you're trying to create tension on that muscle, the correct form is whatever puts tension on that muscle. And so that's really what you need to be focused on. This is different than if you're training for a movement. Like the best movement for a squat is what keeps you within the rules of what a squat is in a in powerlifting. If you're training squats for quads, it's different. But if you want to know like how complicated it is and why it's so difficult to explain as far as biomechanical movement patterns, you remember like in physics class when you try to find the torque on like a bar of length L? That's one bar of length L with one torque, and people got that wrong. All that. Well, now how many muscles are in the legs? And so when you're doing a squat, how many bars are there of different lengths and thicknesses, and they're all different for each person. So you got all the muscles of the quads, the adductors, the sartorius, the hips, the hip flexors, your glutes, your lower back, and all of those have different lengths for each person, and probably even each leg on you. And so you're to try to call just one movement that's correct for all those and is going to be correct for all people is impossible.
Well, I think even beyond that too, if you take that a step further and think about all those muscles, if we actually stop and fully appreciate the fact that none of these muscles run in just a straight, point A to point B line. They're three-dimensional. And if we don't stop and actually appreciate that, in addition to something like some of the joint kinematics. So, as you go through a squat, the head of your femur, the hip has to rotate within the socket, which is going to change some of the relative rotational demand. And so you really can't isolate all these variables like you were saying. And I think, the more people are exposed to different thought processes on social media, the more confounded and muddy the waters become. And I really, really hope that at the end of the day, people can start to take a little bit of ownership of learning what works for them and recognize that it's probably not going to be what's popular on social media. And that's fine.
You have to make sure you're asking the right question too,
ask one more question. Yeah. Once you ask the right one, ask another.
Because people say, the best form on squat. Well, what are you doing the squat for? Are you a rugby player? Are you a power lifter? Are you lifting in triple ply gear? Are you raw? Are you wearing knee reps? Are you doing squats to train your quads? Because all of those are different. If I'm trying to build really big quads, my squat is different than if I'm wearing a triple ply suit in a powerlifting meet, which is different than if I'm doing a raw squat with knee reps. That's different than if I'm doing a raw squat without knee reps. They're all different. They're different questions because they're looking for a different answer. And people don't do that. They just say, what's the best squat form?
Right.
I think if you take powerlifting out of the discussion, because that can muddy the waters of what I'm going to say right here. I've always told people, going back to when I was still personal training people, is I wanted my clients to do isolation movements, which everybody is like, what the hell are you doing that for? Like, I want them to do a concentration curl so they feel what their bicep feels like when it's burning and it has, that feel. Like, they're not going to get a pump. They're not going to know what a pump is. I just want them to feel what that feels like. And I think that with most of the people that are going to be listening to this, if I tell you, or even if I tell Sam, who's you guys been, well, you've been doing this for a long fucking time too. So he's like 40 years.
Yeah, well, yeah.
But if I tell him like, hey, here's this chest exercise over here, and say it's some cable machine, you know, when he starts doing that, he's going to start manipulating things to be able to flex his chest harder, to find the right end range where he has that stretch that he's looking for. And then he'll determine what tempo he needs based upon how that, because he knows what the chest feels like when it's going through movement. Most people that are going to be listening to this don't even know that. So if we take the movements and say the squat and the quads is a great one. Let's just take the squat out of the program for a while. Just do some fucking leg extensions and feel your quads burn, right? So if you're going to squat and you're going to focus on your quads, it's not going to feel that same way, but try to at least feel the tension in your quads, right? Because they don't even know, right? Now, powerlifting wise, I don't want them to know. I want it to move as a unit, right? Not independently, but as a unit. And I think that the compound lifts, it's going to sound really weird, man. The compound lifts get overemphasized with the beginners and the intermediates.
Actually, that's really,
right?
I never thought about that, but yeah, that's how training is presented to beginners, is all compound movement. Yeah, and you're probably working with someone who has so little body awareness, unless they were a gymnast or a high level athlete, which if they're a gymnast or high level athlete, they've already been training. They're not a beginner. So any beginner has no kinesthetic awareness.
Yes.
I've never even thought
So
about
take
that
a bent over barbell row, right? Say you at your strongest, you can find you 405, 455, right? And just crank them out.
I have a video of 495.
495 there. So 500 pounds.
Why not
right?
500?
Yes. Well, because it's 5 plates.
Was that
I get
yesterday,
that.
Justin?
I get that.
Did you just row 495 yesterday when we were deadlifting?
Yeah, pretty sure.
He knew where his hands went.
They're working on the Photoshop.
But let's say that you do that 1 week, then a couple weeks later you're thrown back in your program and your back just don't feel right. You're like, fuck it, I'm just going to use 225. You're going to change things. You're going to change the tempo. You're going to change the speed. You're going to flex harder. You're going to hold it harder. And you can find a way to get maybe not as much, but a lot more out of that because you know what it's supposed to feel like. Where if it's a chest supported row, for instance, a lot of people that will come out, I can see immediately, especially the people that come out with Meadows, it's so rear delt dominated. It's like but I can tell them, get it here. And then just one shift, bam, there it is. You bring somebody out that's an intermediate or a beginner, you can't do that. It's like, okay, let's go do one arm lat pull down, or let's go do a dumbbell row and just focus on squeezing those lats. Then we can get into that conversation that we're talking about. Are you actually doing that? Because when you start pushing the weights heavier and heavier at that level, they will start compensating with muscles that are going to take over, that are stronger.
I think, I think a good tie-in with that is even for advanced lifters, if you want, I think a good technique to know whether you know how to work the correct muscles is take whatever movement you're doing, like a bent over row, reduce the weight by 10 or 20%, and find a way to make it as hard, because you can if you're
making it harder.
Yeah, but because if you're rowing 405, you're involving other muscle groups. So,
of course,
whatever your main muscle isn't doing all 405 pounds of it. So you should be able to drop it down to 365 and make it at least as hard by reducing the output from the muscles you're not intending to work. And Jay Cutler used to do that all the time. He would never put the whole stack on any cable machine. He would always go down one and make it as hard as the whole stack, which I always thought was like a really clever way of forcing load on the correct muscles.
So now with that in mind, go back and look at some of those training videos of Ronnie when he's doing the dumbbell presses, and you can see, because he's got such insane muscle bellies, you can see this is his pecs jamming this up. And there's some tricep and there's some delt movement, but you can definitely see what's doing the majority of that work with that, just on that nature.
Yeah, and I think, and Danny, I'm going to want you to dig a little deeper on this subject matter, but you need to, if you're working with a beginner, if you're working with somebody who's less advanced, you need to expose them to that language, right? If a compound movement is an example of, if I'm trying to learn Spanish, right? A compound movement may be like a sentence. If I'm brand new to that, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Like, I don't even know what each individual word means on its own. Right? So you almost need to break it down to its most basic parts. And that's why I really like that. The perception of starting with an isolation movement to give them that feeling, to that sensation, or that language that they can then communicate with, to create, a more complex movement, right?
Yeah, I was just sitting here thinking and listening to you talk, Dave, and thinking about Ronnie too. I had a clinical mentor of mine who gave me the phrase that you can't strengthen what you can't find.
That's a good point.
And I love that. Right. And so if you think about, the spectrum of lifters, you've got the beginners who really just need to learn their basic vocabulary, but you also have the really advanced lifters. And I tend to find that people who actually have a harder time finding things are typically one or the other. People who are kind of in the middle of the spectrum, they can find what they need to find. But you take a really advanced lifter who's trained for a very long time in very different patterns. Yeah, and you see where I'm going with that.
Yeah, that's harder.
Oh, it's so hard.
It's harder than the beginner.
That's where I get a lot of those. And so that's where you start to even use things like isometrics, and you get these guys who've been training for a long time, and they're like, yeah, what do you mean this is all you want me to do?
Yeah, palpitations help, isometrics help, anything. It's crazy, man.
Well, the analogy that I use a lot is like if you walk into a room full of people talking, let's say there are like 15 people in a room talking, right? And your wife, your best friend, someone is in there that you talk to all the time. You can walk into that room with all those conversations going on, you can pick out their voice quickly. And our brain is very much the same way, and these motor patterns that we have, our prefrontal cortex loves to choose the things we're good at. And so if you've communicated with a group of muscles a ton or not at all, you need to change that communication and bring up the vocabulary, at least get them speaking the same language before you can really start to develop. So even with bodybuilding, you look at people who have very, very underdeveloped regions and you ask them when's the last time they felt that, and this, they're going to say never. But they might be a really advanced lifter. And sometimes peeling off some of those layers and asking the question of why, even for a very advanced lifter, you have to come back to a lot of the basics.
I've had luck with, in that case, in that situation, taking from the powerlifting side, say if it's a squat or something, just removing it from the program for an insane amount of time, like 3 or 4 months. And so they almost forget what the hell they're doing. So they come back and it's so foreign, then you can address it. I'm not going to say this always works. I mean, it's like 40% of the time it will work. But I mean, what are you going to do though? Because that's a tough one, man. It's a really, really tough one, especially if you don't see the person all the time.
Right. Well, I'll use myself as an example just because I can talk about it from both the third person as well as first person component with something like the squat for powerlifting and having transitioned to bodybuilding. I can't remember the last time I actually felt my legs in a squat with powerlifting.
You shouldn't.
Right.
I mean, I'll argue you should.
I'm like, oh, cool.
You should feel
right.
Nailed it.
My back feels tight as fuck. But
Yeah.
And transitioning into bodybuilding, I felt like I had massive weaknesses in my quads, and it was like because I never used them. But being able to not squat, having to not squat, not by choice, and using different implements to actually improve that proprioception, along with structuring my sessions in a way that permitted more force production with some post-activation potentiation, for the first time ever, I actually felt my quads. Squatting. Yeah. But it was always in a higher rep range. It was still heavy. It's just fascinating to me where you get these advanced lifters who really have no idea how to use certain muscles, or they don't know if it's important to.
Yeah. I mean, if it's a former powerlifter and say they want to convert into bodybuilder, you've had tons of those, right? I probably wouldn't even have them squat.
I don't. I think 100%. And I think that's a perfect example because anyone who's a powerlifter, because the squat, this is a more generalized thing, but you look at powerlifters, and I think I talked about this in the last table talk even, they almost always have big chests and thick backs. And why? Well, on a deadlift, other muscles are involved. The hamstrings work, the glutes work. But if you're using the hamstrings as a prime mover, you're not going to get as strong as you can possibly get on a deadlift. So the only way to get as strong as possible on the deadlift and continue getting stronger is to use your back as the primary torque tool. Same with bench. Your triceps and delts are involved, but you're not going to be the best bencher you could be. The only way to continue to get stronger is to optimally use your chest. Squat's different. The way to get stronger on squat is to use less quads and spread it out over more muscles. And if you get really good at that and be a top powerlifter, it's going to be hard to come back and change that squat into a quad movement, because the only way you could get good at squatting from a powerlifting standpoint is to not be quad dominant.
One of the biggest things that I saw when John Meadows was out here and the guys were working on deadlifts, it was like you kept saying you deadlift like a bodybuilder, and you do too.
We had that. Yeah. That was so fun to see yesterday because we did. So we took Justin through. Hopefully, this will go up on film too. But
absolutely.
We took Justin through a pull down movement. I'm watching Justin literally use his lats to extend his spine. I'm like, and no wonder his lats are enormous. Like, but you watch him deadlift, and he actually finishes his deadlift like he's doing the end range of a pull down, leaning back.
Yeah.
Like he finishes his deadlift.
I call it the bodybuilding deadlift. They're flexing their lats.
Ben
man.
Pollock used to say I look like a bodybuilder too. I was like, what does that mean?
And one of the things that when we were working together that I think is really, really helpful is how you cued things to me, right? So you would just say, find your oblique or find your abs or find your, and you didn't say, do this to make this happen. You allowed me to take a second and to kind of organize myself in a way to find that outcome. And you would be just kind of facilitating that.
Well, it's partially self-serving because I want to see how you do it.
Right.
I mean, I could give you a cue to execute something, but that's going to be totally inorganic to how you may otherwise choose to do the movement. And I'm very interested in what happens before you get that muscle group working. If I say, hey, give me a little bit of left ab wall, and I see a whole bunch of this happening, I'm like, okay, he can't find his abs without this other program happening. And I think, again, we as coaches, it's like we want to cue. And I can do that with you because you're an advanced athlete, right? Like I can't do that with everybody.
No, for sure. But I appreciate, I just as someone who is very aware of like how my body feels, or I thought I was aware of how my body felt, to be given that space to organize, I think is really, really important. And as a cue, I'll be using more as I work with the people I work with as well, because the result was a sensation that I was learning and I was feeling and that I will not forget, right? Because you allowed that growth in that, space to figure it out. And that was all it was, right? I was just trying to figure it out. Yeah.
And I think that goes for a lot of things too, whether it's PT or training or, nutrition and diet. If you're told how to do something, you're so concerned about doing it right. There's not a lot of ownership in the process, right?
There needs to be ownership.
Yeah,
and that's what I mean. You may do it, but when we were working together, I had ownership of making the fucking meal. Here were the 7 macronutrient profiles, right? Here's meal 1, here's meal 2, here's meal 3, and then here's the carbs, protein, whatever it was for that week. Here's the foods. Figure it out. I like that, right? Because it gives me the freedom of that choice. But the other thing that does is it's educating me or re-educating me, because I knew this before, but when you're a fat powerlifter for 20 years, you forget it. Then you start then it's like, oh, okay, a chicken breast is, 4 ounces of chicken breast is 10 grams of protein or whatever the fuck it was. Now I've forgotten it all again. But you start to learn and internalize and remember, or when I was create a mental food bank, right? So then if you don't have the stuff and you got to wing it, this is equal to this, this is equal to this.
And I'll try to jump in, but that's 100% why I do it. And because the people who give only foods will say, well, they're being more precise because I'm telling them exactly what to eat, and that they think they are. And I think Patrick Tour said this, but you have to understand your clients will lie to you, and they will. And I can think of several examples. Actually, a person who lives in Michigan, who I did a workout with, who was working with a coach who gave them exact meals. And whatever their post-workout meal was supposed to be, he didn't have those foods available to him. So what did he do? He ordered pizza. Yeah. And same
thing.
Exact opposite.
Same thing.
Well, he didn't know. And so I was like, well, what are you supposed to eat? And he's like, well, a banana and a cup of oats. And I was like, well, that's this many carbs in this. He's like, well, I don't know. How do you know that? He didn't, because he doesn't know anything about nutrition. And so you think you're being more precise. So even if that only happens once in off season, one time, the difference in calories from that pizza that varied from what his plan was supposed to be is going to be way bigger than the entire off season of the way I do it, where you think it's less precise. Yeah. It's just not, because humans aren't robots. If you were feeding a robot, you could say that, because they don't have taste buds, the food is there when you supply it to them, but humans aren't robots. You have to find something that what actually increases precision is not what you think it is at first glance, because it's the edge cases like that really throw things off. So no matter how precise everything was, that 2,000 calories off plan is way more than the calorie here that mine might not account for.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And it's funny because in the sporting world, right, there's an example I know everybody here is big golfers, but when you're learning to putt, one of the biggest things that you want to do is not stare directly at the hole. Is you want to pretend like, okay, the hole's this big and you just want to get it relatively close, right? And if you can get it relatively close for longer periods of time, you're going to get better at doing that thing, right? You're going to get better at putting, or you're going to get better at picking the meals or picking, you know what I mean? Making those decisions. If you make the target this super tiny, aim small, miss small, you know what I mean? Like there's all these variables that happen in life because you said humans aren't robots, right? But you both allow for the discovery process, like the internal discovery process. If you said chicken breast or go fuck yourself, and then someone's like, yeah, but I like had the same 96.4 beef and I love it and I get excited to eat. It's like, that's a better outcome.
And the consistency is what matters anyways. You know, most people stick to the same foods. They're going to stick to the foods they like. So even this variation that I talk about by allowing them different foods, that's not what happens. They eat the same foods. You know, it might sound like, well, now they don't. They stick to the same foods. So what ends up happening is now we are super precise because they're sticking to the same foods, and the only time they differ, rather than differing by a pizza, they're differing by switching 96.4 ground beef to chicken, you know, in one meal because they didn't have 96.4. But because there's that consistency, now we don't even need to worry about calories really because they're eating the same thing every day. So now I know if they're not dropping fat, whatever calorie count they're at, if I take their diet minus X amount of macros, I know I get that X amount of macros now linear differentiation. That's you know, so it's the consistency that matters, and so you don't even need you get the worst thing with nutrition is people try to be so precise they get to make the precision higher than the natural variation in the foods already, and then that increases the variation.
Well, and I think the other component to that too with nutrition, but can be lateralized to so many other things, is there's a fine line between ownership and decision fatigue. And I think we as coaches and whatever it is we're doing need to do a really good job of walking that line. And I think that's part of why, at least as one of your athletes, I've loved the way that you set things up, because there's that ownership, but because there's some structure to it, I'm not sitting there staring at my fridge trying to macro Tetris and saying, oh my God, I'm over by 5 protein at the end of the day, which doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and to clarify, things have changed since we worked together. I do now include full meal plan. And so it's what I tell people is I have formulas like an Excel program that pulls data from the internet. Like it takes chicken and it whatever the data is, which could be wrong because I'm using Calorie King or whatever, but it normalizes for the macronutrient. It normalizes to how many ounces it takes to get 1 gram of protein, and then it multiplies that by however many protein you get in each meal, and it outputs a full meal plan. But I tell you, you can start with this, but these foods aren't going to change very often, if at all. You know, and you need to know what to do if I have you eating chicken and oatmeal after a workout. What happens if you don't have chicken and oatmeal? You need to know how to do that, and that's why the macros come in.
Yeah, and it's fascinating to see because I mean, I've done this. I've worked with nutrition coaches in the past, and at the end of the day, I was like, all right, I have 4 protein and 27 grams of fat. It's like, oh, fuck. Like,
and the random 13 carbs.
Yeah, right. It's like, all right, well, I guess I'm eating olive oil now. You know, like there's just to give, right? But I've done that shit. I'm just like, I got to be exact. So I know exactly what you mean with that because you start to obsess about the minutia, let alone without looking at the big picture.
And the thing is, we like we just said, there isn't that minutia. Because you weren't as accurate as you thought you were. So you thought you can't get 13 grams. Yeah, right. 13 grams of what? Of rice? What was the climate when that rice was harvested? Was the air moisture? Because
you talked about the husks on the brown rice yesterday, and I was like, it blew my mind that you actually thought about how all the different ways that these foods can have variances.
Yeah, so you have oats, so a tin of oats. Well, what's the humidity of your home? Is it 60%? Because some of that moisture is going to get absorbed in the oats. So when you weigh 100 grams of oats on a humid day, it's different than 100 grams of oats when it's 10% humidity in the winter. You know, and that difference is more than a calorie, which is what you're trying to be precise to. You can't be precise to the calorie.
God, it blows my mind. I've spent so much time worrying about stupid shit.
Yeah.
Stupid shit.
And it's
just take the protein. How are you going to cook it?
Well,
where are you going to weigh it? Before you cook it or after? I mean, there's a lot of shit.
Well, worrying about stupid shit. I have a theory. So meat, the dumb meathead idea, and I think that's the stereotype for a reason. It's because the only people who succeed are the people who can get through this without overanalyzing and ruining it for themselves. I mean, that's really true. paralysis by analysis.
100%
Yeah,
true.
that's why that's the dumb meat hug thing. It's because they're the only ones smart enough to get through without overthinking.
Well, it's funny. I mean, even seeing some of the questions that came in is the detail-oriented questions. It's like this one specific time in this one specific situation, what should I do? And it's like, well, step one, avoid that situation.
Yeah, yeah, doctor,
Right?
it hurts when I do this. Don't do that.
Yeah, don't do
Yeah.
that thing, right? It's as someone who has gone through like multiple nutrition coaches, multiple like training coaches, and you know had worked with my own athletes. It's very reaffirming to hear. It's like, yep, it's the big rock still. Like it's still the big stuff, right?
Well, I mean, if you're talking athletes, so let's get out of the strength realm, right? You just got you're dealing with high school kids. You're dealing
Right.
with, you know,
Right.
non-scholarship college kids. I mean, they don't know shit, you know, so you just got to start with, here's a complete protein, you know, it's just better food choices, because obviously we know the food guide pyramids for shit, right? And the emphasis put on health in this country, especially, has been horrid for God knows how long. Maybe it's changing. You know, I hope it changes because of the C thing, right? Because, well, people are more aware now that the healthier you are, the better your immune system, you know. And I do think that that's an opportunity for the industry it's gonna pop, it's gonna grow. Because on the back end of this, people are now thinking, oh, no, wait a minute. Most of the people that had bad issues here were obese. I don't want to be obese. And while we complain, there's been a lot of people over the last 2 years, lots of people that have lost hundreds of pounds, and, you know, out of fear, whatever the fuck it was, but it's changing, which creates that, which means we'll start being approached more and more by the athletes, like you're talking about, the high school kids, and they're going to want to start training, they want to start being healthy. And the big rocks, like you said, that's where we need to focus, is on those big rocks and explaining to them what is a protein. You know, what don't eat shit in wrappers. You know, just, you know,
Right.
stuff like that. You
And
know,
the nice thing is, you get the biggest bang for your buck is the basics.
Yes.
Things. Like I always say, because I'm a proponent of intra-workout nutrition, you know,
Yeah.
and they say, like, how much of a difference does it make? And I don't know what it is, 1%, 5%, but I do know that if it is even 5%, unless you're doing the other 95% perfect, that 5% doesn't matter, because that 95% is way bigger than 5%. And if you're doing that other 95% correct, you're not going to need to do the other 5% correct, because you got the big part correct.
yeah, but the way that our industry works for the kids that I'm speaking about, and the beginners and stuff like that, the only thing that they're looking at from that nutritional perspective is probably a pre-workout with a tons of stim.
Oh, yeah.
Like 1,000 milligrams of caffeine pre-workout, let's bust ass go. That's their supplement. You see what I'm saying? And I mean, we all do
We're
the
all
same.
fucking
I mean,
buzzing
we all
right
do
here.
the same thing, right? But you understand what I'm saying, though. That's where the emphasis now is. That's where they all want to fall. Even my kid, who doesn't train that often at all, was taking pre-workouts for gaming. You know, it's like, okay, well, fuck, you know, wait a minute here, you know, and that conversation needs to pivot and say, well, maybe you don't need the pre-workout. Maybe what you need, you know, if you want to spend the money, is the intro. The intro to me is going to be more important than the pre-workout.
Oh, for sure. Well, you could even make an argument that the pre-workout is counterproductive.
We have.
If it gives you a better workout, great. But a lot of times it doesn't. And all it does is give you this external stimulus, which is going to increase your body's likelihood to burn muscle for energy. You know, you put yourself in a fight or flight response when it doesn't need to be. You know, if you're dragging ass, tired after the work day, and aren't going to get a good workout without a little kick, you know, then it's useful. But if you're already ready to train and you're just doing it just to get high, you know, it could be counterproductive.
It is. We did a whole video on this. It was one of the table talks that we did, one of the earlier ones. It was like 10 minutes of just taking the other side. Like, here's why pre-workouts suck. And it's exactly what he's saying right here. Yes, everything's got its place and its time, but it can be detrimental too. Because if you're from the strength world, getting out of the bodybuilding world, from the strength world, if you're pushing the end of that peak phase, and you have to have that to be able to get that training in, well, then the first thing I'm wondering is your recovery's off. And now you're going to do something that's going to put you even at more risk and pain pills would be the same way, you know, so you have the pain pills, you have this. So now you have a very poor gauge as you're going through the heaviest time of your training, your gauge of pain has been numbed. Your gauge of mental adrenaline, or whatever you want to call it, is enhanced. So how do you know? Are you ahead of progress, on progress, behind progress? And this matters for that powerlifter that's trying to peak. Because if you're behind, you got to kick your ass to get caught up, which is normally, that's not, from my experience, that's not the case. The case is they get ahead. And if they get ahead, you got to back it off, because then they get ahead, then you're just running into a problem. And they'll think, oh shit, I'm way stronger than I thought I was going to be. And then they just keep pumping.
Well, I think it goes back to, are you asking the right question?
Yeah.
Because, what am I using the pre-workout for? Now, if it's meet day and it's going to let you to be stronger. Well, that's we don't care if we lose muscle on meet day, because all we care about is the numbers on the platform. But, if I'm training, my goal is the future, not just this workout. I can have a great, and so I do that with diet all the time. Like, people say it because I'll put my highest carb day on the day of a heavy workout. And people will be like, but I'll get a better leg workout if I have it the day before my leg workout. And I say, I know you will, but we're not doing it to have a good workout. We're doing it to maximize glycogen storage and protein synthesis from the workout. And as an example, I always use, this is an example in reverse, but if you were doing cardio to burn fat, you'd want to probably do it on an empty stomach. You wouldn't be drinking like those gel, like sugar drinks, or drinking Gatorade while you do your cardio, because it's going to blunt the fat burning.
Yeah.
But if you are running a marathon for a time, which is essentially cardio, you want that because you're trying to maximize how fast you can do the cardio. So what is your goal? If your goal from training is to build muscle or get stronger, then we want to make sure we're not doing anything that's going to inhibit that. And like the pre-workout could do that. Now, if your goal is for this day hit a number, then that's where it comes in.
And that's breaking the record book, like you're talking about, or a max effort day and stuff like that.
That's always a question of keeping the goal. But if you don't stop long enough to actually ask yourself what that is, it's really hard to take that, bird's eye view of, are we actually going that direction? I think you have to do pretty consistent temperature checks with whatever it is you're training for. And a lot of people don't.
The pre-workout and stuff like should all be phasic anyhow.
Right.
There's going to be certain periods you're going to use it, certain periods. I mean, if you're off season and you're just doing conditioning work after a show or whatever.
And sometimes just taking a break just so you can get resensitized.
Oh, hell yeah.
Actually works
You're going to need 9,000 milligrams of caffeine after a while.
So what would you say is a very basic intra-workout that someone could take?
Preferably a high molecular weight carbohydrate, and it's not required, but the reason is that it doesn't pool water in your stomach. Now, if you're in prep and dieting, your gastric emptying rate is going to be so high, nothing sits in your stomach. Then it probably doesn't matter. You could probably use like a maltodextrin or a dextrose. But in the off season, when you're already kind of bloated, if you drink a dextrose, it's going to pool in your stomach. You're going to get bloated, and so you want a high molecular weight carbohydrate and then essential amino acids. Those two ingredients, bare bones, that's I think probably 90% of the effectiveness of the intra-workout is covered right there. The amino acids cover any protein synthesis that may be created by the workout in the immediate future while those amino acids are in the bloodstream. All the amino acids necessary for protein synthesis are there. And then the high molecular weight carbohydrate gives you a carbohydrate that gets to the small intestine really quickly, where it can start breaking off glucose molecules to keep blood sugar levels stable, so you're not breaking down liver glycogen to fuel your workout. And then also it's going to have that glucose in the bloodstream after the workout immediately to replenish the lost glycogen that you did lose. And those two things are 90% of it. On top of that, creatine is always a good product to add. I really don't even add much more onto that. There's lots of things that you can make an argument for about 20 other ingredients that all have kind of the same minimal improvement.
Now, Danny, do you use any sort of intra?
I do what boss tells me to do.
She just does I think like 10 grams of EAAs.
Yeah, and we get the super cheap Amazon brand and a little Gatorade powder mixed in, diluted.
Beautiful. Perfect.
Diluted is important with the Gatorade powder, because Gatorade at full strength. So when Gatorade was first, it's called Gatorade because it was developed by the Florida Gators sports science program. Gatorade. Well, the original Gatorade was much lower sugar. It's kind of like what the G2 Gatorade is right now.
Right.
Yeah, it didn't taste good.
Yeah, so they added sugar when they brought it to market because it tastes better. But when the sugar actually gets as high as the concentration in regular Gatorade at the dilution it's the molecular weight is too low, the osmolarity is too high. It doesn't create a pull of the fluid into the small intestine. Now you can get the reverse effect with high molecular weight carbohydrates are too diluted. You get actually too low of an osmolarity, you get something called dumping syndrome, which is exactly what it sounds like. All that water floods into the small intestine and colon, and you dump it.
Dumping.
Had that. Been there, done that.
So one of the other questions that we've seen quite a bit, and Danny, this one's going to be for you specifically, is you do such a good job bridging the gap between the clinical world and the performance world, right? How can someone find a clinician in their area or someone like you or you, right, to work with when it comes to an injury or a rehab or something? Because you always see that, right? Like for me personally, I had some pretty good PTs back in Rhode Island that I worked with, but other places aren't so fortunate to have that performance-minded person to help them, right? They'll just say, do 3 sets of 10 of this and call me in the morning, right?
Yeah. And there's a time and a place. We've done a lot better. There's a resource called theclinicalathlete.com that a lot of times will let you find a PT. But truthfully, I think the best thing that you can do for yourself as an athlete is learn your body. And that's kind of why I take the pedagogy that I do and teaching people not only to learn, but then to continue to teach. Because at some point, anything that we learn is going to trickle onto someone else. So I really honestly think that you can start with a couple different things. Is number one, you need to be able to ask a question about, okay, well, squat hurts, why? Overhead pressing hurts, why? And just quite frankly, start exploring. And rather than looking for the quickest route from point A to point B, kind of take a step back approach and really let yourself kind of meander through that gray area. It's not comfortable. It's not fun. But you need to be able to, even if you don't end up trying to fix yourself, the more you can articulate what it is that you're sensing, what you're feeling, where you're having issues, where you're struggling, the better someone else like myself will be able to help you. One of the first places that I like to start with people is really, really basic. I started there, was it you or Justin yesterday with range of motion?
Oh, that was me.
Super basic. You're like, yeah, I have some, limited range of motion. I was like, great, let's see how far you go. And we were able to take a lat movement, which should have been, a training stimulus, but we used that to actually improve your shoulder range of motion. So I don't think it's nearly as complicated as people, I don't think it's as complicated as it is often created to be. It's as simple or complex as we make it. But the first step is always going to be identifying, number one, biggest problem, and then finding a way to allow training to be the thing that actually rebuilds you and makes you better. Because any problem you have is probably indicative of, we talked about weak points, from either hypertrophy or functional standpoint. A lot of times they coincide.
Yeah, I think, well, that's you're very good at this because you always start with questions, right? A lot of the times, in your world, you can probably speak to this more so than anybody, is they have a playbook, right? It's like a rotator cuff playbook or a low back playbook where it's like, this is this, A, B, C, D, grade this, cool, whatever. But if you're a strength athlete and you're in that realm, it's like, do you look for another PT or do you just ask that PT more questions and try to get that information?
Yeah,
what would you say?
Let me make sure I understand the question the best so I can answer whoever asked. Is it more, how do I find help from someone, or how can I approach this myself?
How do I find help from somebody?
How do they reach you?
Let me hijack it while you're thinking.
Please do.
Okay. I'm going to preface this or preface this, however you're supposed to say it. Me and my learning disabilities. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a physical therapist. I'm not qualified to do any of this, but I have been hurt a lot and I've had to seek that attention a lot. And if I'm to give broad I can't say recommendations. If I'm to give personal anecdotal advice, if they accept insurance, I'm walking away. That's one of the big red flags that I have.
Absolutely.
Because if they're taking insurance, they're being paid for by the insurance company, not me. They don't work for me. They work for the insurance company. They're also restricted on the number of visits they're allowed to work with me with. They're also got to work with very, very specific billing codes. So if we have an issue that I'm contending with and the actual issue is upstream or downstream, they're running into an issue on how do I code this? How do I bill this? Because maybe I'm in there for the shoulder and the doctor wrote it for the shoulder. And then they go in there and they realize, okay, this is the elbow or whatever it's going to be. It's someplace else. So I'm so sick with all that. I'm just done with it. I just fucking no. I want, if I'm speaking to somebody, the first thing I want to hear out of their mouth is just to let you know, I don't accept insurance. Like, cool. How much is it? That way it gives me a ballpark, because the price can range greatly. That's kind of the first, for strength athletes. I'm not talking, I guess I could say for everybody, but for strength athletes, that's the first thing. The second thing you already tapped on a little bit, take ownership of what your problem is. Look it up. And granted, doctors are notorious for telling you not to Google things, right? I think that's the dumbest advice that you can have, because if you, fuck Google, if you DuckDuckGo it, right? So if you DuckDuckGo it, and then you're able to ask better questions, you're not doing this to be able to self-diagnose. You're doing this to be able to kind of get in the ballpark, kind of like you were talking about with the putting, right? Get in the ballpark. So then when you're having the conversation with Danny or somebody else, and then you can ask better questions, right? Just going in there like, oh, my arm hurts or my shoulder hurts. You're already, she's not a mind reader. You know,
Wow.
she can't.
As far as you know.
Exactly. I mean, she can't get in the joint and all this other kind of stuff. You got to kind of have some of that in there. And once, I mean, those are two big ones, right? And then the other one would be, is this going to require any type of manual solution?
Manual work, yeah.
Yes, manual solution, right? Because sometimes it will, sometimes it won't. And then that's, I mean, that's a whole different, because you're dealing into, you know, dozens of, probably hundreds of different modalities that could be used for treatment or whatnot. Most of the time, I don't think that's the case. Most of the time, it's just, let's just zero in on the diagnosis, because if anything, maybe, and the imaging doesn't tell the whole story either. I'll let you touch on that a little bit more. But the imaging, yes, it's a good place, but it doesn't tell the whole story with that. Then the other thing you have to watch is wherever you go, whatever that practitioner is, not everybody, but most of them have very strong biases. Go to a chiropractor, there's their bias. You go to a, you know, an orthopedic, there's their bias. They all can be right, because there's a lot of different roads to get, you know, to the same outcome. But what you want to find is somebody that kind of has a broad overview of all of them. So then you have like the quarterback, and it says, okay, here's what I am. I know these things. This is a little bit out of my realm. Go here, right? And then they can say, go do dry needling or stem cells, or, you know, whatever that area is going to be. And if it's a one-stop shop, leave, because they suck at everything, you know. And that's, so I gave you enough time to think.
No, I mean, I'm just sitting here listening, and I agree with everything. And I think the hard thing about this is that the best clinicians and the people who are best at getting you, I don't want to say like fixed up, because I truly don't believe that we're broken. I think we have accommodations. The people who are best at getting you fixed up are probably so busy actually helping people that they're not going to have the loudest voices on social media. And so we get on social media, and these people come out with these very, very broad, you know.
So, let me jump in there real quick.
Yeah.
How do I want to say this?
Did he just get kind of triggered?
Yeah, a little bit.
Jacob, clip this.
A little bit. If they have real patients, they don't have the time to be posting 8,000 times a day and being all over the place.
Yeah.
They're in a fucking office working on people.
I don't think people realize, I say this all the time, I don't think people realize, so if you, well, I checked one day last week, and this is standard, I'm anywhere from like 40 to 70 emails a day. I had 67 emails one day last week. I don't think people, you know, these are check-in emails, assuming even if the total time from opening an email, reading it, thinking about the response, making diet changes, even if that's only 10 minutes, that's 670 minutes. What is that? 10, 11 hours, 11, a little over 11 hours. That's not counting peeing. That's not counting eating. You know, so if you like, these type of things where you're working in a customized process with people is incredibly time consuming.
Yes. People do not understand how much time this actually takes. Like the actual dollar per hour to actually go, I shouldn't be talking about this on the, you know, the business side of things, but the actual dollar per hour that goes into when you're really working with someone to get them better, to get them from point A to point B, and not just get them there, but teach them. It is so time consuming. So I think where you were going, I think we were talking about this at one point, where you hear these coaches who say they've helped thousands of people over the year, and you're like, do you have a way to stop?
Yeah, well, do the math on that. If you worked with, you know, like
I have.
Yeah. So if you have 200 clients, you're going to get, that's 200 emails per week. So you're like, what is that? 25 emails a day. But you get follow-up emails and question emails. So right away, that's 50 emails a day minimum, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, including Christmas, including when you go on vacation, including while you're doing a table talk. Those are coming in every 15 minutes. You don't get a break from them. I got to drive back to Michigan for 5 hours. Those 5 hours, I'm getting an email every 15 minutes. That doesn't go away. And that's set, that like so if you run that to the number of people who work 2,000 clients, that would that's like 40 hours of work a day.
I think I have a blog post where I did it on 3,000 because I read somewhere somebody said they worked with 3,000 athletes, and it happened to be the week before we had a seminar, and Buddy Morris came out here, and he's the second. Boyd Epley was the first strength coach ever hired. Buddy Epley was the second. So the second strength coach ever hired. How many athletes do you think that you've worked with? And he's like, I'm like, hey, we're thinking it through, and it's not even close to 1,000, right? Because it's football team. How many's on a football team, right? So if you work at a university, you have a football team.
And that's not even individualized. That's,
yeah. So let's say 120, and then 3/4 of them return each year.
Yeah.
So there's only another. So you do the math. It's like it's nowhere close to 3,000. And they're like, how in the fuck does this person who's been doing it
each individually, also not even as a team coach?
Yeah, been in the industry for 5 years and has worked with thousands of clients. I'm like, okay, so you've either you're a great salesperson and you've sold 1,000 clients, but obviously they all sucked because nobody re-upped. You know what I'm saying? Like most people that are in the personal training sphere that are training people in person and stuff like that, they're if they're good, they keep clients forever. I mean, you just said you've been working with him for 2 years, right?
And he's stuck with me as long as he's coaching.
Yeah, but you see what I'm saying though. There's only so many people a person can hold.
Yeah. You can almost make an argument that if you're a good coach, you have
you don't have open spots
because you don't have turnover.
You don't. You
don't have 3 spots left.
You never.
For a limited time. Yeah.
No, you'd have a waiting list or whatever. And the same things with what we're talking about here, and. So the referral, that would be probably something to consider if you're looking for somebody, is find other people that have had the same problem and gotten around it, and then contact them and say who helped you.
Yeah.
Right, then there's that referral, which is the best base, to build a business is through the referrals anyhow. And then you might find that person is going to have to help you get in with whoever that you want to work with.
And they may even tell you to go see someone else instead.
Yes, because it may be a waiting process. So unfortunately, the good people are really good, and they're really hard to get their time unless you have a way in. And then I'm going to run this into a little caveat, another rant. Don't ask somebody as a favor to get in with somebody else unless you, and if you're that, like, so people will ask me, hey, can you get me in with Justin? I'm like, dude, I got to figure out if you're even going to be worth and you're going to be compliant. And because if I refer anyone to him or to her or to you, to anybody, and then there's some slapdick that's a waste of time, then I just lost my credibility for somebody that I really want to refer. Right? So you kind of want to be in that position that if I get somebody that really needs help, and then I can reach out, they're going to say, okay, this is cool. It's going to be a good client. He wouldn't waste my time if it wasn't going to be a good client. So that's the other end of it. If you're a person that's going to give somebody referrals that is busy, granted, you're not making any money on it, but do the footwork and make sure that this person's going to at least have a 60%. Granted, most people aren't going to be compliant, right?
Can I real quick, because you said me, I don't want anyone to get anyone that's listening to this that might think about asking me for a position. I just want to make sure I don't care. Like when he says like referral a good person, it doesn't mean that they're advanced enough or a good enough competitor. I don't care about that at all. I care that you want to work with me and you're willing to work hard. And honestly, I'd almost prefer typically the worst clients are the high level people. They're easy, and it's nice you get to claim, look what I did. This guy won these shows when he was already winning shows. The best clients are the ones who you get to that level. That's the most rewarding. And so I don't care if you even lift. Because I started out as a nutritionist for cardiology group. I still have some cardiology patients. I have a lot of IBS, Candida, SIBO type patients, Crohn's patient clients. And so that's all I care about is that you, one, are willing to work hard, and two, you want to work with me because then it means you're going to value my advice. And that's what Dave meant, not that you're not you're skilled enough.
Well, there's another thing too that I don't want to not be mentioned here is don't not reach out to somebody like Danny or Justin just because you think they're busy. Always, you're stupid to not reach out.
Those are always the best clients.
Yeah.
The ones that don't don't appreciate your time. They're the ones who don't care. Even if you say, it's always the ones who would be the best clients. You're like, well, I don't know if I have room, so I'm not going to. Those are always, if you're that person, reach out because you're always the best client.
Well, the other side of the online stuff, then I'll let you go, is the side that people don't see is you never lose like one client in a week. You lose like 8. It isn't just like this gradual, it's just like, boom. Right. So that's why I'm saying don't not ask, because you could happen to land that DM or that email during one of those times where you just you had one of those days like the fuck just happened.
I just had 5 payments not go through.
Exactly. So there's your way in, right? Because they're like, then anyhow. So I don't want people to feel, you get what I'm saying? Like, oh, I can't waste. And then they feel like they need to. I don't want to. There are different tier coaches. They shouldn't go to like a lower tier because they don't think this person is going to be available. That's
completely.
Those are usually the best clients, the ones that are considerate like that. Because they will appreciate your time.
And like from the client side too, I think that it's important to know that like any coach that you want to work with is going to be more than a coach. They're going to have a deeply, deeply rooted why behind what they do. Period. Full stop. I think everyone at this table can articulate their why. And if there's an alignment between where you want to go and where you are right now, and you need someone to fill that gap, if you speak with a coach who has enough conviction to live in that why, I don't care how full my roster is. I'm probably going to be making room for you. And I think Justin would say the same too. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Like I said, there'll be times where you're booked and you think, okay, this I can't keep.
I can't possibly do one more.
But someone will reach out and and it's almost never the competitor. It's always someone will reach out that's got like just a story, and it's like, wow, like I know this person's, would die for this, and they're the person you want to work with. You'll make room for them.
I have some of my favorite clients are these like middle-aged dudes who are like, well, I know you only work with like really, really strong people and like competitors, and I'm so like,
bullshit.
And I'm like, homie, like, can we just get on a call real quick? Can I just talk to you and tell you I think it's badass that you want to get better? And like, my favorite is when you get a client who thinks their best is behind them, and you're like, hang on, let's break that ceiling real quick. And you see this evolution happen, and all of a sudden they start to think about themselves differently. And if you look back at it, there's a trajectory changer when they chose to reach out. And again, anytime you're looking for help from someone, you can tell, which coaches are out there to be, Sam and I talked about this a lot yesterday. You can tell when coaches are out there because they want to be important versus when coaches are there because they genuinely want to see you get to wherever it is you want to go. Someone comes to me and they say, I just want to be able to pick up my dog. I'm like, great. That's
like a generalized thing. I always notice that with people that don't with business. There's like 2 business owners. There's the people who want to build a successful business, and there's the people who want everyone to know they own a business. And it's like really distinct personalities. And whoever you're doing business with, for me, I always want to do the business with the person who wants to build a business, not the person who wants everyone to know they own a business.
Yeah, I heard something the other day that I can't remember where I heard this, so it could be bullshit too. So that a short-term business plan in Japan, guess what that is? It's 20 years.
I was going to say, I know
where
it's
here,
crazy,
here a short-term business plan is like 3 months.
Yeah.
I mean, 20 years is a long-term business plan. To them, it's no. The short-term's 20, long-term, it's 50. So think about that, because it's when it comes to, if I'm helping somebody with training, I want them to think. Personally, I want 4 years out, but I'll take 2. I want 2 years, and let's work back from the 2 years. So there's more. The decisions are better. The templating for the training's better. If there's nutrition that's involved in that, now you can distinctly see here we can risk getting probably a little bit too fat. If you can risk getting a little bit too fat, it gives you more room to play and not more room to play. You can take some bigger risks because you have time to mitigate if they end up a bloated pig. So it gives you more time. Where if they come in, it's 6 months, or you're like, well, fuck, what can we do here? There's not a whole lot.
Yeah, you can make wrong decisions because you don't
learn them.
Yeah, well, and the way to get the best long-term progress. Well, we were talking about this yesterday. Just as a general rule in life, the way to have your best future is almost always to be doing the thing you don't want to do right now. Right now, absolutely. I'd love, let's all get drunk. That's what's fun right now, but that doesn't improve. That's not what improves the future. You work now, and you're going to, in the future, you're still going to be doing the thing you don't want to do. It's just going to be such an improved future for you that even thing you don't want to do then is much better than the thing you would be wanting to do if you hadn't done that your whole life.
I think anytime you're working with a coach too, and this is my very best friend in the entire world is so vision oriented, and she has challenged me so much, even the last couple months, where she's had me sit down and say, Danny, when was the last time you sat down with a client and said, where are we going in 3 years? Not where do you want to be in 3 years, but assumed that you are going to help them in that duration of time. And I think in coaching too, like,
I like that.
We don't think enough about, maybe this is just me, having a little bit more of a scarcity mindset that I should, but I'm so worried about keeping my clients sometimes that I don't want to have that conversation of assuming that I get to be in their corner for this long. I mean, it's a privilege. Coaching really is a privilege. And I think we as coaches probably need to do a little bit better job of stepping up and kind of assuming like, hey, where are we going in this time?
Well, think of how much better of a coach you could be. Like, and granted, I know this is like pretty much an impossible situation. If you had a 2-year buy-in, like, for a fact they're staying for 2 years. Now, they're going to have times where it's up, down, compliance, non-compliance, and all that. But think of how much better you could be if you had that.
I think Danny's husband's a perfect example. If all we had was his first off season with me, not like it was a bad off season, but after learning about him and learning his body compared to the year he's had this year.
Oh my God!
If we didn't have that, and if he started over with someone else, and even it could have been even a better coach, and it would have been maybe even better first year progress, but it still wouldn't have been what it is for him this year because we knew from day one post show exactly how to treat everything.
I can't wait to see him on stage this year because of the amount of change that he's had in this. I mean, you saw him here in August. I mean, he's enormous right now, absolute tank. And it's been really, really cool too, because I think the longer you work with a coach, we talked about the decision fatigue and just doing kind of what you're told and being like the dumb bodybuilder that just, executes. And really the longer you work with a coach, whether it's nutrition, training, rehab, whatever, the amount of learning that we do about how you respond to things. I mean, I've got some clients that have been with me for like 2.5, 3 years now. And I already know, I can tell just looking at their movement, I'm like, they've got something going on, whether it's psychologically or, physically, whatever. The amount of help we can give you it's astronomically more.
I have a really good example, actually, if anyone wants to find him on Instagram, Paul Barnett. I'm not sure his Instagram handle, but Paul Barnett, I'm sure he'll bring it up. He came to me, we worked together, and we prepped him for a show. And I don't think I nailed it for the show. He did well, and he was shredded, but I think I over-dieted him, and I think we pushed a little too hard at the end because I was worried he wasn't going to be ready in time, and I thought he was smaller than he could have been. And so would have been perfectly acceptable if he switched coaches, I mean, he did well, but I don't think we nailed it 100%. But what we learned from that allowed us for him to have what I think is possibly the best off-season in the history of the sport. He's added 90 pounds.
Oh my God, that's a human.
Yeah.
And in good condition. And because, and the reason we did it is because we learned some things about what how his metabolism just took off to the end of the diet. And we learned some things about how he processes carbs, how he handles the high carb days that we were able to use in the off-season to our advantage that we didn't know until we used them to the disadvantage in prep.
Yeah.
But and so I hope people are looking. I think Dave's going to find him. I don't think I've ever seen an off season like he had, and we wouldn't have had that if we didn't have what I hate calling them mistakes because he was in shape for a show, but it wasn't optimal.
Wasn't as good as it could have been.
And if we didn't have those mistakes, and if he didn't stick with me through those mistakes, he wouldn't have had like I said, I think might be the best off season in the history of the sport. I
love that you actually just admitted that like it could have been better, because I think so many coaches want to go out there and be like, oh, look at this person that I absolutely shredded and so jacked. I mean, nailed their peak, and you're like, okay, how do you know?
Yeah.
How do you know it couldn't have been a little bit better? Like, are you that egotistical?
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but that's really what it comes down to.
Well, it's also that relationship, right? Like that's one of the coolest things about being able to work with you guys over the last few days is your commitment to the relationship that you have with your clients and with your athletes and with your patients or whatever, right? Like you're committed to their success above all else, right? Like you're committed to them succeeding in finding new goals that are even better than what they want to hit now, right?
Right.
And it's one of those things where like you do not develop that skill. And as a coach, that's a skill. Like to build those relationships, that's a skill. And that's something that I think that we've talked about is like that ability to build those relationships it just needs to be better with most people.
Especially, I think, I know you work with quite a few people who have pain, right? And I think that anytime there's pain involved, there's a special level of vulnerability. And I think that's where I get a lot of buy-in with my clients too, is like they really genuinely want to be helped. I mean, you think about the times you've been down in life and someone really wants to help you, right? And it's, I think our physical body is very much the same to where when someone, that is absurd. He literally added another human being on there, just in width.
He's a fucking cartoon character. That's incredible. Yeah. Holy shit.
But yeah, in dealing with people who are in pain, you have to be able to speak to them where they're at, and you have to build that relationship, because otherwise there's nothing worse than being in a dark place alone. Right?
And that's usually when you're the most alone.
Absolutely.
Because people don't reach out for help. And
right.
People, you don't look like you want help because
and that cycle just keeps going. I think there really is an art as a coach of making yourself available and being vulnerable and letting people know your story. And I mean, when you're hurting, not when you're hurting, but when you're working with people who hurt. Yeah.
Where did they hurt you?
Where? But you know that when you're working with people who hurt, there's a lot more that comes into it. And they almost don't want to tell you if something is continuing to bother them, because they want to just hope that things are going to get better, right? Like, oh, I was doing this movement and it really hurt, but I just figured it was okay. And it's like, okay, you're not in this alone. You don't have to be.
Yeah,
and that's a hard thing to get them to believe.
And there's also times, and I'm sure you've seen this, where they think their pain is a burden to you.
Oh man, coach. Yeah, right? And it's. I'm like, homie, this is why I'm here. Like, you are literally paying me to help you not hurt.
I'm so intrigued with what you're saying right now, because I would think it would be the opposite. That people would be bitching and complaining about little things.
It's both.
Okay,
it's both.
There is both.
Yeah. Sure. And I think, you know, pain is such an interesting thing. We could have a whole talk on pain science. I won't go down that route, but
next time you're here.
You know, pain is one of those really interesting things where people deal with it one of two ways. They either completely ignore it and think everything is fine, and they're super bullheaded. I don't know if you know anything about that, Dave.
Well, I mean, in Roadhouse, didn't he say pain don't hurt?
Yeah.
Or they sense like the tiniest little thing, and they think that you need to like duct tape them together. And so much of, I think, what you and I do is kind of understand, okay, what's their reality, right? And what's their perception? Because their perception will always drive their reality of where they are. And coaching through pain is a very different art than coaching like the programming side of things, right? And I think that's where a lot of this multifactorial, multidisciplinary stuff that you were talking about with finding a clinician, where if they're a one-stop shop, that's a problem.
Yeah, that's where the higher level competitors become the problem to work with.
Right.
Because to them, that's the necessary, you know, and so they won't, that's what I think you're seeing. They're not going to tell you. It's like, it's just my elbow. It's no big deal. Go away in 2 weeks. But maybe it is, you know, so.
And I think you both work with very similar situations where your short-term goal is to make somebody potentially uncomfortable, right? Like not necessarily in an injury state, but the rehab process for a physical injury isn't comfortable.
Well,
you know.
So again, I feel like I have people always ask me like, who's your niche? What's your avatar? And I'm like, literally everyone, because I don't know that there are many clinicians that compete in multi-sports, looked at the science of programming for multiple sports and the pain science behind things, and like can blend all of that. But it really depends. Some people, have to be okay with a little bit of uncomfortable. They need to know that they're not going to, you know, burst into flames. And other people need to be told this shouldn't hurt. Like that actually is a problem. Like, I'm sure you've had some injuries in the past. You're like, it's fine. I'm just going to rub some dirt on it and keep going. And then, you know, 3 weeks later, you're like, now I'm T-Rexing trying to like use my shoulder.
Yeah, but just like what we were talking about. Even
for me, it's discomfort. I mean, because what you're here to change. You're here to not stay the same. And
right.
Staying the same is comfortable. I mean, that's you know, that's what the body wants to do. So it's a hard. I mean, for competitors, it's not, but that's the hard, like the lay person I work with, that they don't, because they're fed kind of a lie by the diet people on TV and the internet, you know, where it's like, you know, the painless, easy diet, you know, where like they think you can't beats science. You know, the only way to lose stored energy from the body, you want to lose fat, but the only way to do that is to eat less calories than you burn. It doesn't matter how many calories you burn. Even if you only burn 500 calories a day, if you have the worst metabolism in the world, the only way to lose calories from your body is to eat less than that. And that's uncomfortable. And it's uncomfortable from an evolutionary standpoint, because, you know, you have to think, you know, we didn't always have refrigerators and food everywhere. So we needed a really strong system to keep us alive. And what that is when you have like stretch receptors on your stomach. Your stomach gets empty. That's the first signal. It sends out a mild, you know, pain, basically, that you're hungry, you know, and then you get deeper. And most people have never felt hunger past that level in first world country. People in contest prep have felt the next level of hunger, which is depletion hunger. And if you ever watch like Survivor Man or something, they'll talk about that kind of hunger. And it's always interesting how they describe it, because if you've competed, you know that hunger. They're talking about, like, you know, I just need protein energy, or where you just, like normal people, energy comes from, you know, an energy drink. That's a different kind of energy. The real energy, like survival energy, is when you don't have nutrients in your body and you're living off stored nutrients in your body and you're so depleted, then energy actually does come from food. And you get so low energy without it. And so and it goes in both ways. If you're dieting, you're eating less calories than you burn. Your body isn't a scientist. Your body only knows that we're not finding enough food to kill, or we're not a good hunter, you know? And then eventually you get deeper into that and you get the next level of discomfort, which is low energy and lethargy. And why is that? Well, if there are no animals to kill, what's the best way to survive? To move as little as possible, to sit in your cave and burn no. So you sit there incredibly food focused. In case any food does come across you, you're not going to miss it. Or, you know, a rat in the corner, or a little leaf or something.
Dog kibble that falls on the ground.
Yeah, anything, and then to have very, very low energy, so you don't move. You know, and so you have to fight through all of that.
When you're scraping the last grain of rice off the plate.
Yep, and licking the bottom. Yeah.
Licking your sugar-free ketchup off the plate.
Yeah.
Definitely haven't been there.
Yeah, drinking pickle juice and, you know, anything.
Yeah.
But, you know, and then it goes the other way, you know, to add size. Adding good size, because adding weight is easy, because that's comfort weight, because that's survival weight, that's fat. Adding fat is easy, because from that same standpoint, in the cases where food is plentiful, your body, what's comfortable is overeating the stuff that'll add fat, because that helps you survive the next famine. So to get muscularly big, you got to do the opposite. You don't get to eat the good food. You have to fight the signals that your body says, I don't want to eat more chicken and rice because I don't need that. It's not adding fat to my body right now. It's adding muscle, which doesn't help my survival. So yeah, my whole existence is discomfort.
Well, it's everything. It's training, it's nutrition, it's business, it's everything. You know, I've always said through adversity comes prosperity, right? And through obsession comes progression. So there's those two things, you know, the obsession and the adversity are things you have to lean into no matter what you're doing. If you're constantly leaning away from those things, don't bitch about what you don't get.
Yeah.
You know, because you're not willing to pay the price to get it.
Yeah, the easy path has a lot of people along it. Because if you want to stand out, you can't.
Well, that's what's sold, especially in the industry we're in.
Yeah,
that's all it's about. You know, pain-free powerlifting. What the fuck is that? Just think about that. You're going to put a maximum weight on your back. There's nothing pain-free about that.
1,000 pounds on your back hurts. There's no way
well, even if you're
the only way to avoid that is to not have a lot of weight on your back.
Yeah, even if you're a 300-pound max squatter, 275 on your back is not going to be comfortable. It's not going to be pain-free. What the fuck is pain-free? But no, I'll stop.
So we're running up just about 2 hours. Do we want to bring this in for a minute?
Any questions that?
Yeah, actually, we did just get a super chat that came in. Michael Means, 5 months out from my meet and accumulating volume and working on my weaknesses. Assuming I start my my peak 3 weeks out, what is the ideal length for transmutation block where I raise intensity and drop volume? So essentially switching from volume to that peak. Like what length of time would you say would be a good general rule for this guy? Because obviously we don't know exactly who he is, what he is.
Give me the question again.
Transitioning from volume to his peak.
Yes.
Right? How long of that should that phase be?
Before the peak?
Before the peak.
It's
a 3-week peak.
He's only got a 3-week peak. So this is all blocked.
Yeah, 5 months.
Fuck it, 8 weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a general question. I'm going to give a general answer. Fucking 8 weeks.
Beautiful.
2 blocks.
Anything there? Anything you want to add?
It's a hard question to answer because
right.
I don't know what the blocks are that are going to be stacked into this, and I don't know how long the blocks are. I don't know what kind of health and condition he's in right now. Is he even in is even at the starting gate, like I talk about, you can't train for meat until you're relatively healthy enough to start training for the meat. So 8 weeks, there you go. You know, that's 9 times 3 week peak there. Fine. That's assuming he's at the starting gate and there's going to be 2 stacked strength blocks.
Beautiful. That was easy. A couple other questions that we got. Just very, again, a lot of these questions are just wildly specific. So I'm going to try to take a more general kind of focus in on them. If someone is struggling with their bench press as their squat's real good, their deadlift is monumentally bigger, and they just keep running into roadblocks with their bench, right? What should they do focusing in on their training, right?
What do you
think, Danny?
What weight class are they?
Let's go 198.
Because I think, and I don't want to speak on powerlifting because I'm not a powerlifting expert, but just from dieting people, I noticed that it seems that pressing is so joint compression related, meaning that someone gets leaner and a lot of times their deadlift goes up and their squat usually holds strength, but they always lose pressing strength. So I was going to say, if it's a heavier weight class, get more bloated on bench day. But
Yeah, it's funny actually that you say that, because that's something that I've definitely noticed in the off season too. Is like pressing is just so body weight dependent.
and even bloat dependent, because you think about it, you got all these small joints. Now, the squat, like wearing knee sleeves helps, but
your knee sleeves are your bloat, basically.
Yeah. So, but it helps, but not a dramatic. But like elbow sleeves and stuff, or a bench shirt really helps on bench. So if you can get more bloat around your shoulder and elbow joints, you create that natural compression. It makes a bigger difference, because the X amount of bloat on a small joint is going to be a higher percentage increase, because the weights on bench are just lower. Mm-hmm. But don't let me answer, because I'm not the powerlifting expert. Don't listen.
Any tips for someone that is going to be going, and this is for Danny, to go from powerlifting into bodybuilding for the first time?
Oh, so many.
Yeah.
Male or female?
I imagine this is a male.
Oh man, there are a lot. I think you're going to need to learn to train. I think training is a skill, right? Mm-hmm. Like there's a difference between training for strength and training for hypertrophy. And we talked on that a little bit earlier, but training for strength is very much efficiency. It's very neurally driven. Mm-hmm. Training for hypertrophy, again, is so much a skill. Number one, you need to actually learn how to perform a movement in and of itself, like standardize every rep. And then from there, you need to be able to take that rep and actually maintain that technique to whatever proximity to failure you're looking for. I think training for bodybuilding is an entirely different skill set altogether, and learning how to actually contract the muscles like we talked about. You can't strengthen what you can't find.
Yep.
I like that she asked male or female, and we just talked about this actually. I think women have a easier transition, and I think women respond better in bodybuilding by training for powerlifting than men do, because of the way their bodies are built. Women on average have about 2/3 of the muscle mass naturally in their legs as men do, but they only have about 1/3 of the mass in their upper body. And then they also have wider hip structure, and the way their knees, the angle from the hip to their knee is different also. And so if you look at powerlifters, they'll be very muscular. You look like a Larry Wheels. He looks like a bodybuilder, except for his legs. And that's very common. But with women, it's different, because they have that higher muscle mass, compared to their upper body than men do. They respond better to squats. One, because they have more contractile tissue to respond to, even if it's, even if they're squatting like a powerlifter to spread it out. But two, because of their hip structure. If you look at, and I don't want to say this as an expert because I'm not, and I could be wrong on this, but if you look at the way female powerlifters squat, their stance, bar position, where it's on their back, it tends to be much more quad dominant of a squat position than the men do. I don't really see the really, really wide stance squat.
I disagree with that a little bit, because I think that a lot of females in particular, if you take the low bar squat, right, like where you're going to be able to handle a little bit more weight, you're going to get more neural overflow from multiple muscle groups. And at the end of the day, as long as you're not taking a 1 rep, like let's say you're doing sets of 6, something that's like reasonable, right? Like I think any more than 6, it's really hard to maintain every rep standardized, to be honest. More than 6 is kind of dumb at times. But if you're actually contracting that tissue and you're able to load a little bit more weight and get more co-activation across the joints, again, the co-activation will almost always permit greater force production. Mm-hmm. And that force production, especially if you can move both explosively when it's appropriate and or when you can work on something like a hack squat, the actual tension and placing that where you need to. I mean, it's all about intent, right? But I do think that I think the bigger reason that women respond to powerlifting training is that. It's co-activation, because we're not really taught growing up how to move heavy weight. And there's something about putting a barbell in our hands that actually encourages us to kind of raise that strength ceiling. And anytime you're raising the strength ceiling in one movement, you're probably going to get at least a little bit of carryover to other movements. So depending on if it's male or female, big difference. Me and Dave train totally differently. He trains totally like a bodybuilder, and he's done great with it. He's had an awesome off season. I went power building, for lack of a better word. And I feel like off season so far has been productive, but I do think that training style makes a huge difference. But overall, I think that they'll need to learn to figure out how to manipulate their variables between frequency, intensity, volume. You have to know where you're at with that, and you need to be comfortable doing the minimum, because all you're trying to do is move the bar just a little bit every session. And the biggest mistake I see people make when they get into a hypertrophy block is they think that it's a bunch of volume, right? They think 4x10 on everything. And how much of that is actually meaningful, rather than just accumulating a whole bunch of systemic fatigue that you're going to have to recover from anyway, and you might not even be getting as much neural output and force production as really needed to generate hypertrophy.
3 things I'll put out there, assuming that you said it's a male, is first is commit to at least 6 months, right? Don't jump around. Don't get in there and after a month think, oh shit, my bench max is going to be under, and you're going to jump off and start training more strength oriented. Realize your bench is probably going to go down, but the rep strength is going to go up. Second thing, understand that nutrition is extremely important every day, not 5 days and then 2 days for shit. Or this is a bigger thing than people realize, right? So they'll be kind of on point for 5 days and they just eat one meal. On the 6th day, they're busy, they're working. I'm sure you guys hear it all the time.
You think that's, because most of the days you're doing the right thing, but that's 20% of
that's right.
the week.
So that washes
80% of the athlete you could be. You're a pretty terrible athlete.
And you washed out the surplus that you just created. So that's the third thing. This is the biggest thing. You're not as big as you think you are.
Yeah.
Right.
It's funny too. You get these guys that think that they're underdeveloped and like, oh, I need an arm day. And it's like, oh, dude, you just got to get bigger.
Well, I'm more along the lines of, you might know, how much did Ronnie Coleman weigh when he won the Olympics?
His first Olympia was 246 pounds.
Okay.
Yet every local guy thinks they're going to be a super heavyweight in their first show. Newsflash, you are not going to be 240 pounds in shape. You're not.
Yes.
No one is. Ronnie Coleman was. I mean, now guys are getting bigger, but you're not, and I went through that too, because I was 280 pounds. I had some ab outlines. Of course, I'm going to be 250 shredded, right? 213 when I stepped on stage.
Yeah.
I was just about to ask, what's like the average amount of weight that you think your male heavies or supers lose in the off season not in the off season, in prep to be stage ready?
The big guys, it's more than you'd think because there's so much fullness in water.
Right.
But it's 30 pounds minimum, 40, 50 pounds, and that's not 50 pounds of fat. There's probably at least 20 pounds of water and glycogen.
Well, take the power lifter that's converting though, right?
Yeah.
So you got the power lifter that's converting. I'll just hypothetically say it weighs 280 pounds. In their mind, they think they're going to be shredded at 240.
Yeah.
Right? No, you might weigh under 200 pounds. You might end up being 205 pounds. So going into it, this is the advice I have for him, wrap your head around that. You may end up being 205 pounds.
And then, which makes people panic, but go look at Flex Wheeler 1993 Arnold. He was like 5'11", 5'10", 5'11". He weighed 213 or 218. Go look at those pictures of the 1993 Arnold Classic and tell me Flex Wheeler looks small. But we worry too much about the weight. If Flex Wheeler's walking around, he looked freaking huge. No one saw him and said, hey, what do you weigh? And he says 213. And they're like, oh, you're small, never mind. You got 22-inch arms. So look, the scale's the worst thing for physique, period, because the scale's all water. It's all water. And anyone who's cut weight for meat knows how much the scale's water. You can lose 30 pounds and then have the gate weight back the next day. How much did you? Yeah. So you didn't lose 30 pounds of fat, gain 30 pounds of muscle in that 36 hours. You changed nothing. And so, like we talk about adding 20 pounds of muscle a year doesn't happen. But assuming it does, that's less than a half a pound a week. Well, half a pound of water, you can change a half a pound of water. This is a half a pound of fluid. Whether or not I drank this, this is the difference of muscle mass for the whole week. So now if I don't drink this today, I didn't gain that half a pound on the scale. Now I think I gained no muscle mass. I did. It's just that water, So the scale is always water. So worrying about the scale ruins for bodybuilding ruins everything.
It's interesting coming from a powerlifting background and going into bodybuilding, because if you've competed for an appreciable amount of time, you're trying to stay within a weight class, or you're trying to make weight or whatever. Maybe you're smart and you don't, and you just go where your body wants to go. But it was really interesting transition into bodybuilding, because I never really understood when people could say that the scale didn't matter to them, because I identified for so long with trying to make weight someplace. And now it really is. It's a really interesting kind of phenomenon. You hear about it all the time, but when you experience it, it's kind of like anything else in prep, You hear about what it feels like to get that lean, but then you actually do it, and you're like, oh, I'm still made of water. This is weird. Yeah, people always think that, like, when you get shredded, you're going to feel super hard. Yeah. But you can probably speak to this, too. You're like, I'm still kind of soft
squishy,
and jello-y.
Yeah,
squishy.
Like it's the same squish.
Just a little jellyfish.
Yeah.
So we got one more question here, and I want both of your opinions on this. Justin, I noticed you performed a lot of weighted stretching in your documentary. Any updated thoughts on the subject?
I was not consistent with weighted stretch. I don't have a deep scientific statement on that. I don't know. I don't know whether there's value in fascia stretching. I think there's probably some, because there's stretch receptors. There are like stronger muscle fibers will contract more strongly after a mild, like what they call it, like a myostatic stretch reflex or whatever. So there are cases like there's correlations between a stretched tissue and the contractility of that tissue, and I think there's more involved with muscle mass than just the contractile tissue, the muscle fibers, and we call it myofibril muscle growth. There's sarcoplasmic muscle growth, and I would argue that the potential for that is much higher than the potential for myofibril growth. And the clearest example is who we have right here. Powerlifters are going to have like a much higher percentage of myofibril growth because they don't do any of the blood volume sarcoplasmic growth. But a bodybuilder is going to look much more round and muscular, and that's from that sarcoplasmic growth. And I think there's probably is some potential improvement to that sarcoplasmic growth from stretching that tissue out while it's filled with blood and nutrients training. I don't know whether the weighted stretch helps, and I don't know that I noticed a dramatic improvement in things while I was doing that, and I didn't. It wasn't something that became a long-term permanent part of my routine. Although it is a part of my routine on body parts I was trying to bring up to stretch them frequently during training. And we talk about lats. We did DC rows yesterday, and I credit that with completely changing my back from my lats being like a weak body part to one of my best body parts. And during that time, I was also pretty obsessive about stretching my lats during back workouts. Between every set, it was just like, it just kind of became like almost like a tick, almost like a habit. I would, really stretch while there was blood in that muscle. I don't know if that played a role in anything, but my back did improve quite a bit while I was doing that. But again, that is something I do. Like when I'm really focused on a muscle group, I tend to stretch it during the workout. So I can't really say more than that.
A couple of thoughts there. I think that the sarcoplasmic growth is a little bit easier than the myofibrillar because it's not metabolically demanding tissue, right? Mm-hmm. Like that's not active tissue so much as it is like a storage area, right? So by adding that, you're not increasing your body's need or really like the daily energy needs. I think the interesting thing about stretching mid-workout too is especially you think about muscle groups and how well people can actually sense or feel them. And when you can feel a stretch on a muscle, you're probably going to have improved proprioception. And when you have that proprioception, you're probably going to have a better time actually contracting using that muscle.
That's a good point. I could easily agree with if the idea was presented that the reason my lats grew was because I got so much better at feeling them from stretching them. That would make perfect, I'm sure that played a role in it.
I think the other thing with the loaded stretching too is setup, right? Just like any other movement, setup is going to be a big part of execution and the overall intent and outcome. So something like if you think about a loaded lat stretch like you're hanging, right? Versus like the DC or the Dante quad stretch, right? Where the quad stretch actually has a little bit more occlusion, which is way different than just the loaded stretch. And so you're kind of looking at the chemical changes in the area of what's actually occurring. So is the loaded stretch truly the mechanical force, or is it more the chemical component of the occlusion that happens with the quad stretch?
Very interesting.
Yeah, I even just seeing it yesterday, and obviously Danny can speak more to this. the fact that you're bringing awareness to that area, but if you're also increasing your range of motion, like between sets, like you're then able to put more of that muscular tension or the mechanical tension into that muscle too, right?
Well, that's what, I mean, you think about every powerlifter wants to say they're immobile, and you think about the role of mobility in bodybuilding, not just posing, but in bodybuilding training, right? So if you think about just the actual structure of a muscle and its resting length tension and its ability to actually lengthen or contract, you're going to generate more force when you provide greater overlap between those cross bridges to contract. And if mechanical tension is the main driver of that mTOR pathway, of course, you're going to set yourself up for success by being able to maintain greater range of motion. And I think that's one of the things that people always think they're using full range of motion, but how often have you trained someone? I mean, even here, when we were here in August and I was doing that chest press, and you're like, Danny, come on. And let me increase my range a little bit. And I was like, all right, well, that was humbling.
Well, when I heard you ask the question, I'm going a different route. I'm going the guy that's got fucked up joints, right? So there's three things that I do to maintain my joint integrity. Now, it's not good. I don't want it to get worse, right? It's probably not going to get better. I just don't want it. I want to maintain it. That's how I've put off the shoulder replacement since 2004. Three things that I swear by personally for me. One of them is the loaded stretching, right? Now, I need to be clear on what I'm talking about here. I'm not talking about the loaded stretching on like a dumbbell fly, like dog crap. I'm going to do the loaded stretching on a cable where I'm taking gravity out of it, so I'm putting my joint in the best, safest position I can be in. And then go to where the muscle, I mean, this is the last set, last rep type thing, and probably even lighter weight. Go to where the muscle tightens, hold it for just a couple seconds, and then PNF it, basically what I'm going to do. So I'm just going to flex against it, let it come back. And then I know just from doing this for so long where my end range is. When I'm in that end range, maybe I do a 20 count or something like that. But I don't even think that's the relevant part. The relevant part is this is where it's going to start, right? Then I could PNF it to get it there. That maintains that joint range of motion. Now, the exercises are always going to be the safest possible. That's going to remove gravity and all this other kind of stuff. That's where I see the value in that loaded stretching is, do I need a lot of weight? No, because essentially all I'm doing is loaded PNF stretching because I don't have somebody here to take me through that. And then even you have somebody there to take you through that, it's really hard to manipulate where you want my thumb, my arm to be with that. The second thing is ultra high reps, 75, 100 reps, something where I'm not really contracting. It's just reverse band presses, 5-pound tricep extensions, and I don't count. I just do it for a song, just the movement to get that range. The third is concentric only work. Sled dragging, backward sled dragging, forward shoulder raises, the ski erg, for the shoulders. Just I want the eccentric taken out just so I can just pump the concentric in there. Those three things, I feel, for me, have maintained having worse joint integrity, right?
Well, it comes down to, I think what you're hitting at is like, where's the motion coming from, right? And what support are you providing to the structure? Because a PNF is basically what I took you through yesterday. I just didn't call it that. And people assume the range of motion, all range of motions is created equal, but it's not. Is it coming from, if you think about all the structures involved in a joint, right? Like you've got active and passive structures on a joint. Active structures, things like muscle, it contracts. Passive structures, joint itself, capsule, ligaments, things that don't contract. And oftentimes, and probably you can speak to this too, a lot of injury is going to happen, not acutely, but more kind of the chronic aches and pains that we get happen when we start demanding those passive structures to do what they're not designed to do.
Yes, because it's being arthritic, it builds, so you're trying to not let that build and build and build over time, because what happens is, say my main strength, range of motion, slowly gets chipped away, right? For a long time, I couldn't even get the bar to touch when I benched for many, many years. It was Ted Tolson just forcing me to start doing it with a broomstick and pushing down on it to be able to get it to where I can now certain loads I got to pull, I can't do it. But that's kind of what happens is I don't want to say aging, but say as a washed up meathead, you're already starting to lose a little bit of that range of motion. So a lot of people will just, like we talked earlier, they're just going to Ronnie Coleman in. They're just going to keep doing it, and they just keep chipping away. So you end up seeing these 60, 70-year-old dudes in the gym doing these half reps. They're not doing the half reps because they want to lift bigger weight. They can't fucking go in the other ranges. I don't want to be that dude.
Right.
Like, I'll be the half squatter always. You know, I have no problem squatting high. I'll do that the rest of my life. But so these are the mechanisms that I'm trying to use to not be that guy. So that loaded stretching falls in there, but it's not like DC loaded stretching, and it's not even Pavlov loaded stretching. Yeah. It's just P&F, you know, is simply what it is.
Providing, if I'm going to simplify that a little bit, anything we do, anything is input that our brain is going to receive. Yeah. And so you're either going to have input that tells the brain, cool, we're good here, or you're going to have input that tells the brain, not so much. And when we think about all of this, it really comes down to, okay, is the blockage or the reduced range of motion, is that mechanical because the joint truly has decreased joint space? Has there been a histological change in the area, whether it's tissue or the joint itself, or is this more neurogenically oriented? Now, we can use some of the neurogenic, or I should clarify that. What I mean by that is what the brain decides is okay for us to use, right? And that's really what PNF is affecting, is those kind of neural permissive pathways. Are we using those in a way that can, at the same time, maybe influence the joint space? And there's a lot that I think we could say about that. I had something else I was going with, but I lost it there.
Well, I think for me, I think that, you know, certain things like this can become important, especially I come from this big conjugate background, right? So a lot of the things we're doing, board presses, floor presses, pin presses, high box squats, pulls off pins, pulls off blocks, they're all restricted range of motion, overload type movements where there has to be a balance, you know? So we always try to strive for, if we're going to do this, how many repetitions are we going to end range? And then what are we trying to do to actually strengthen that end range, where that's boring, right? So it's easily skipped, but it's important because your acute injuries, I don't think are going to be avoided because of this, right? Because most acute injuries are not happening at the stretch point. They're happening when the max contraction and the muscle contracts so hard, it rips the tendon off the bone. So that's a whole different conversation that I don't know how to answer that. You know, hydration's all the fuck I know there. You know, be careful on how strong you get, how fast. And there's other things that Danny could probably expand on. But I forgot where I know it's contagious.
Well, I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting too. Just thinking about conjugate, I just had this thought where you're training specifically in a range of motion, or a decreased range, and a lot of times we'll use that for rehab and things like that. But one of the biggest things that I see with these lifters who are super strong, right, is we talked about this a little bit yesterday. Our kind of, I hate the word posture because we always think about it as like how we sit and how we stand, and it's more than that. It's really like, what's our brain's most efficient way to navigate this thing called gravity that's pulling down on us, right? It's just, all it is our most efficient way of navigating gravity. And anytime we train, we're training into that specific range, right? And so this is something I talked a lot about with Casey, who's really big in his hard arch and ended up getting all the low back pumps, which is something that I know a lot of people really struggle with. But it's because you train into a range, you tell your brain, this is the input where we're strongest, and you never access the other range. And so I don't think that necessarily it's a mobility issue so much as it is just every now and then, make sure you're accessing a different range of motion. And I think that's what's interesting in transitioning from powerlifting to bodybuilding too, and some of the conjugate things that you've done where you've really focused on so much tightness and tension management, pressure generation. And we think about the net effect of that is, if I had to give one word, it's compression. And so many of the orthopedic issues and so many of even some of the muscular patterns that contribute to the maintenance of these issues are still compression oriented. And so at some point you have to open up and you have to decompress. That doesn't have to be anything fancy though. And I think so many people look for fancy solutions, and really it is just as simple as like, can you go on a cable station and maintain a row where your scapulas actually move forward? Yeah. And it's not coming from, you know, your shoulder hunching forward, but like, where's the motion coming from?
Well, it's funny because even with Adam, our training partner, is like after his meet, like we lived in this extended position. And it's like one of the first things I wanted him to do is just hold something in front of him.
Yes. And that's one of the biggest things that I use in treating people too. And I was on a podcast maybe a month ago now, and we talked about, you know, timing and periodization of some of these rehab movements. And then the coach I was on the podcast with basically said, I don't believe in GPP. And I don't think it's a GPP phase.
Like a Santa Claus thing? Like it just doesn't exist? Like
No,
what?
just that he didn't see the point in it. Like if you want to powerlift year round. If you want to be the best powerlift year round. You look at someone like John Hack who squats, benches, and deadlifts, and that's basically what he does. I'm like, yes, from the efficiency standpoint, sure. But the question is always A, the cost, and B, at what point is staying in that one pattern actually prohibiting you from sensitizing to what that is, right? Like you don't know what 80 degrees and sunny feels like until you've lived in Columbus where it's like 20 and cold right now.
Thank you for reminding me.
You're welcome. And I think that as coaches too, it's always important to have, I don't think there's one right or wrong way, but we need to at least understand why and have a rationale for why we choose these things. But that front loaded position, God, we could talk about the influence of the rib cage and the front load on the rib cage, especially posterior rib cage for someone who's been so extended with a flat T spine for, months on end, loading bars. And if you never come out of this, you can't re-find it. Like if you never come out of a hard arch, you can't feel that anymore because you're that's just your baseline. You're totally desensitized to it.
Fuck yeah. So I think we're going to wrap this one up. Justin, Danny, any last words? Where can people find you, I should say?
CaponeNutrition.com. It's a long word. So if you just Google Justin Harris bodybuilding or large penis club.
Go image search that one.
You're going to start using that in your hashtags, right? Perfect.
Danny, what about you?
You can find me at mergeperformancept.com.
Easy enough. All right, cool. Thank you guys for checking out this episode. As always, we appreciate you stopping by. Make sure you like, subscribe, do all the things. And on behalf of myself, Dave, and everybody here at Elite FTS, thank you very much. And we will.
People who get locked into a vision, all right, that's it, man. That's their drive. That's their passion. Critics don't matter. This don't matter. They're going to do whatever it fucking takes to be the best at what they do.
This is Dave Tate with another edition of Table Talk. We are back to being live, so my vacation time is over. And my guest today is Justin Harris. Justin and I go back, God, we're probably to a point now where we don't want to tell people how long it's been. Probably over a decade, where it
15 almost.
15,
yeah.
15 years. Basically, trying to say this without sounding like we had this intimate relationship. Basically, Justin came into my life, shortly after I retired from powerlifting. And some of this he knows, some of it he doesn't know. He was brought on to the team because one of my advisors at the time saw Justin lifting a powerlifting meet. And it was shortly after, I think within a year after winning the Junior USAs. You were in off season, getting ready to prep for North Americans or the USAs? The USAs. And basically just jumped into a meet. He had some metal gear, but he had no idea what the hell he was doing. So everything was loose, didn't really help so much, but ended up totaling well over his elite. So it kind of put it on the radar. And then Mike Sedair got a hold of me and said, hey, you might want to check this guy out. And looked him up and saw that, he was a prep coach at the time before there were even people called prep coaches, helping people with prepping for shows, old school way with probably a landline telephone.
Oh yeah, we used to mail photos in the mail.
Kicking back on the couch. And right around that time is, like I said, it was the time that I retired from the sport of powerlifting because of multiple reasons, but injuries, let's just put it that way. And I guess you could say I was going through a meathead identity crisis at the time, and I needed something. It's like, man, I need something to do that's challenging and hard. So we were talking when I was actually probably the second conversation I had with Justin, was something with pro bodybuilding, and it was happening more back then than I see today. People would turn pro and within the first year put on like 15, 20, some people even 30 pounds of lean body mass in a year. And I was trying, for those that don't understand bodybuilding, but you understand powerlifting, that would be like getting your elite total and then within the next year putting 40% on that elite total. I mean, it's like ridiculous. Like, you're already at the top. And I knew it couldn't be drugs because they had to take everything possible to turn pro.
They were already pro.
You know, they're already pro. So, and I'm sure the people who are trying to be pro are doing more drastic things than the people who are pro. You know, so I couldn't figure out, you know, what it was. And I asked him, and his reply was something along the lines, well, it's easier for me just to kind of show you than, you know, to actually explain it all. Like, fine, fuck it, I'll do it. And then so we spent the next, God, it was about a year, because I was as fat as I am now. Maybe not so fat, but close. I mean, I had a lot of body fat to lose, but I also had a lot of muscle that was in there. So by the time, and I did tell him from the start, I did not want to be any closer than 4 weeks away from a show, because I've done shows before and I knew it, that sucks. And so we managed to do that, and, you know, brought him on the team at the time. So while this was all going on, kind of just between him and I, me learning, and it wasn't a pharmaceutical thing. So I want to put it out there. It wasn't a pharmaceutical thing. Actually, it was a carb cycling thing. It was habits, really, is diligent habits and almost becoming a robot to where everything is regulated. I can remember not going into Columbus because I didn't want to pack a cooler and it would take me too long to get there and back before my next meal. And then under a certain body fat percentage, and I remember this because I dieted down 4 or 5 times, once I got under 8% calipered, my brain quit working.
Oh, yeah.
You know, well, it would work after I ate for a half hour. Yeah. Then I would stare at a wall for an hour and a half. And meanwhile, he's on our Q&A answering questions about nutrition, and carb cycling was a really big thing back then. And even intra was, but it wasn't called intra, you know, because it was the waxy maize was, you know, the high molecular weight carbohydrates were basically the talk of the town at the time. And God, you probably got more questions on that than anything else. Yeah. But I do remember, you know, there were some funny ones too. And then we'll start getting into some of the actual content. But there was one that somebody asked him, like, we got these blender bottles now, and I'm not trying to sell the blender bottles, even though we do sell the blender bottles. But if you look at the blender bottles now, they're kind of rounded in the bottom of all the blender bottles. That's so your protein doesn't get stuck in the bottom corners. And I remember Justin telling me that he had a client, actually several clients, that asked him what to do with the little bit of protein that was stuck in the blender bottle, because it had to be like 1/4 gram of protein. And it's so I was never to that extent. I was compliant to my way of being compliant. So I would come up with my own ways to do things, but that's kind of how we met, and then progressed forward where the powerlifting community actually started to pivot a little bit and to think a little bit more about nutrition. And I think they were thinking, and you were educating in a realistic manner. It wasn't like you were saying you have to eat X, Y, Z. It's like you just need to eat food. Yeah. You know, you need to get enough calories. You just need to eat food. You took what everybody already knew and said it in a way that they understood, because you were strong, big, jacked, and could say it intelligently, where everybody else is just saying, dude, if you're trying to gain weight, you really don't need to fucking worry about any of this crap. You're covering everything. Now, if you're trying to cut a weight class, things are different, you know, and kind of going on from there. and then started to get an influx of, what do we want to call them? Powerlifting transformation specialists. You know, people like myself that would diet down, get lean, then get fat, and never get lean again. So you went through those phases, and then you decided to step out of the industry, kind of.
No, I did. Yeah,
And it was,
regretfully, but yeah, I did.
Yeah, and that was was for your education.
Yeah, I went back to grad school.
So you went back to grad school you already had your master's though, right?
No, I have a lot of college. I never finished a master's at that point.
Yeah.
It was all nutrition and exercise science at that point. And so I decided to completely change course and do math and physics. And so at that point I was starting over from scratch, having never even taken a college physics course. So I guess I didn't really start back in grad school. I started back, took a bunch of math and physics classes, and then took the physics GRE and applied to grad school. And so, I didn't go through the full undergrad, but I did a couple years of basically a second undergrad also.
Now, when you were competing, you were working as...
echocardiographer.
Yes, so reading echoes
Yeah.
and the heart. So I want to put that out there because, you know, one of the rants that I've been on for the past couple months is that if you competed at a high level, you can still fucking work and earn it and get a degree and build a profession. And, you know, here you're reading echoes, you know, which is, you know, now you just don't go into the hospital and say, here's my job application, let me do this, you know. So he was, did you have to get certification? I mean, license?
Yes. I've never actually worked in a field that I have a degree in.
But you needed a license to.
You were supposed to.
Yeah.
Hopefully, Beaumont Hospital is not paying attention to this. Yeah. But I never did that. I took I took a 4-day course in Philadelphia. It was continuing education for people who already had the degree, and was lucky enough to, I guess, not get noticed when on my application, or I think actually when I first hired on, you didn't quite have to be officially certified. I don't remember how it worked, and so I got lucky to get in without actually having the degree. I mean, I had the degree in exercise science, but I did not have a degree in echocardiography. So,
well, a point I should probably put out there so people understand this is, we've already established that I've known Justin for 15 years. He's not an idiot. He's very extremely intelligent, where he can self-teach himself probably better than you would learn. Let's say you wanted to get your MBA. You could probably self-teach yourself. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if that's unique. I mean, I appreciate the comment. But yeah, I mean, I think when you're self-teaching, it's something that you're obsessed with. And so you'll sit and read it for 8 hours a day, where if you're forced to learn it in a school setting, it feels like a chore rather than an interest. So when it was going back for mathematics and physics, what was your intent? What was the desire? What was the outcome that you were hoping?
I was kind of frustrated with, at the time it was all forums, you know, there wasn't really social media. I was kind of frustrated that arguments on nutrition and science and things in regarding to bodybuilding and powerlifting would basically boil down to who was willing to argue the long enough, who was willing to type in all capitals, you know. And most of the people listening or reading weren't experts in the field. And so it would be very frustrating that, you know, you'd discuss something that was, you know, not disputable. The science, not even the science is 150 years old, something like thermodynamics, that net total calories dictate how body mass is stored in the body. And someone would argue that, and the people reading it aren't nutritionists. And so they just eventually agree with whoever's willing to argue the longest. And I kind of thought, you know, well, geez, what field doesn't have that? And I thought, you know, I guess the purest science there is math and physics. And I was getting out of bodybuilding and powerlifting, and I was kind of looking for a new challenge. And I didn't really, at the time, I thought I could do it and go to grad school and get a PhD in physics or math and still continue with, you know, the bodybuilding and everything. And it didn't quite work out that way. But that was the thinking. It was short-sighted in that there was no long-term hope, like, oh, I want to be a professor. It was, oh, this is really interesting. As I tend to do, I'm completely obsessed with this. This is all I want to do all day long is read about this. Maybe rather than just read about it and have nothing to show for it, maybe I should get a degree. And that's really what it stemmed from. Just kind of I tend to get obsessed on weird tangents, and that was one of them.
And right before that, it was, you were having like a muscle wasting. I want to say fibromyalgia, but it wasn't that. But you couldn't train.
No, I was having the weirdest thing. It ended up. We can go into this deeper because I just had another recent issue, possibly an autoimmune type thing. But it seems to have been celiac, which I'm hesitant to comment on because everyone loves to make fun of the gluten-free crowd. But it turned out I have celiac disease, and so all the food I was eating was just, I was running a fever for, almost 2 years straight, a low-grade fever, and all these aches and pains, and it got to where I couldn't work out because I would just be crippled. I'd had to have the flu immediately after every workout, and it was, so I was, it's like, since I got my first weight set when I was 7, so the only thing I really remember my whole life was wanting to lift weights, and so having that taken away was really tough, I guess. And I think, I don't know if it was the math and physics kind of grabbed me as much as I was looking for something else to become obsessed with when my baby was taken away from me, basically. Yeah, so I was having weird autoimmune stuff that I don't know if it's completely only the celiac, but that's what, I got diagnosed as having lupus at one point, a bunch of weird things, but it seemed like completely removing gluten from my diet removed the inflammation enough where now I don't run low-grade fevers.
How long did you have to remove it before you noticed a difference in your training?
Oh, pretty cool. I don't know, maybe not the training, but as far as like daily life was almost immediately. And I can even say exactly what happened. I was having all these issues. They didn't know what was going on. Like I said, one doctor said I had lupus, and another doctor said, no, you can't have lupus. We went out and did something with my wife's family or something, and I had like 3 beers. And the next morning I was completely hungover, and I thought, God, what's wrong with me? 3 beers, and something clicked in my wife's head, and she thought she thought celiac. My wife's a dentist, so she has a medical background, strong medical background. And so I was like, well, I'll try anything. And it was almost immediate as far as feeling better. The fever started going away. And then training, I don't remember, I feel like it was pretty much immediate. Like within, I was able to work out again and more or less be normal almost immediately. Maybe a week or 2.
Really?
Yeah.
So it came back.
Yeah. It was 10 years ago now, so it's hard to remember exactly how.
But I remember the struggle, because the struggle was, a couple years.
At least it was 2 years of every day having a low-grade fever, and it was, because I did my last powerlifting meet in 2008, and there was a while there where I was trying things that I thought might be causing inflammation. Like I was trying to do no supplements for a while, and that wasn't working. And 2008 was my last powerlifting meet where, I had a great meet, but my training was terrible before that. And that was in the spring, and it was probably late 2010 before I finally got it figured out. So it was 2.5 years of, for a while I completely stopped training, which was really, really rough to do. And I was completely lost, and I had it was, looking back, it's like, I'm sure I was depressed. I don't think I realized as much at the time, but looking back, it's really depressing to even think about, because I feel like there was like a period of my life where I was a different person. I wasn't me. And I think largely it's because the only period of my life where the gym wasn't a cornerstone of my life was that, that period of probably 1.5 years or more where there was really no training at all. And I was just lost as a person.
So what's going to happen if that day comes and you can't train?
That's like every meathead. I just think you'll deal with it when it happens. It's like, it's like, am I going to need to be on hormone therapy the rest of my life? We'll deal with that when it's what happens like with hip replacements, or we'll just grind this one until I can't grind it anymore, and then so I guess I don't know what'll happen. But I think about that a lot, because I can't imagine being 70 years old and still, stay, because when you're really excited about training, it's like the night before a big workout, you have trouble sleeping. It's like Christmas morning, and that's a cool thing to have in your life, because I don't think most people have it. So I think about it at some point in the future when that's going to happen, I don't know. I'll probably try to latch on to some dumb hobby that I'm not really interested in and convince myself that I am.
Yeah.
I mean, I really don't know.
Yeah. It is, it's, for me, it was an identity crisis. Like I said, and then it was, jumping in and working with you. Then it was, going to Shelby and then going to John. And then, after the hips, and all of a sudden it was like, you know what, maybe this isn't actually me. Maybe it's just like J.M. Blakely, when I did the podcast with him, came straight out and said, "Nah, it's what you do. It's not you."
Mm-hmm.
And it resonates, and you think about it, and it's true, but it's a big part, of what you do. And when it's a big part of what you do,
I mean, for me, it's just, I don't even know how to describe it. It's just a total personality regulator. I'm not like a mean person, or I don't get upset, but if I'm ever having a bad day, feel like shit, I don't know, feel down, feel stressed, no matter what, no matter how terrible I feel, I know that if I go and train, that after the workout, it's going to be completely reversed. And that's for me. I mean, most people don't have anything like that in their life, and I can think of multiple times just in the last month or two where just, I don't know, you felt like crap, feel sick, maybe, the kids are screaming, you're just in a shitty mood, and you don't want to train, you're tired, you just want to take a nap, you drag yourself to the gym, and by the end of the workout, it's like I took a drug. I mean, I feel like stoned with happiness. And so, yeah, I don't
Yeah, so it's I'll throw it back again, is what happens when it's taken away. It's because it's I can make suggestions because I've been through it, but I don't know what your competitive are you and one of the questions that I did see is, are you planning on competing again?
I don't think my wife would want me to. I mean, I know she wouldn't. I don't know. I don't want to say no because I've competed my whole life. I remember the first things I remember was playing t-ball.
Yeah. I'm talking bodybuilding.
I know. It's what it's hard for me. I don't want to think of a future that might be 40 years of future without a competition.
Yeah.
And so I don't think I'll compete again, but I don't like to say that because to me that was, I don't know, that's how you affirm yourself in life, is that there's this thing that I'm passionate about, and to prove I'm more passionate about it than other people, I go and beat them in some competition.
Yeah.
And to not have that it's hard for me to say. I don't think I'll compete again, but I really don't like saying that because I like the idea of, now I'm 40. I like the idea of saying, well, there's lots of 40-year-olds who work out. Let me prove that I do it better than them, or I do it harder than them, or I care about it more. And the only really way to do that is in a competition. But I don't think I'll compete again. I just don't like to say that.
When are the Masters Nationals?
They just happen.
Okay.
I know right when they are every year. Yeah.
All right.
Mid-July.
All right. So because I know what shows, I know which ones, because John went through all that.
Yeah.
To try to get his pro card.
Fairly close to my hometown it's not like Vegas or Miami. Yeah.
Yeah. But the bodybuilding is different from a time management standpoint than powerlifting. So when you're talking straight competing, bodybuilding is a 100% pivot in lifestyle.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is you put everything on hold for not just weeks or days, or it's months.
Yeah, it's completely, and it's every day. It's work. Everything gets put on hold. Which the better question would be, are you willing to put everything on hold for 4 months?
I don't. Right now, I have too many great things in my life. It's work with my kids and family, and everything's that we're building a home. Right now, I'm not willing to. It doesn't mean I'd never be willing to. But right now, but again, there's never a good time. So I like to think that right now isn't the perfect time. Maybe there will be a time. There might not ever be a time. But I don't. The idea of completely shutting it off is hard for me to do, even though it's likely.
Yeah, some of the. Just a couple of things I'll throw out there that kind of helped me with not having training becoming or not being my complete identity. It's kind of the opposite of what a lot of people that you've already done. Like, how many times have you walked in the gym and just not trained? Probably never.
No.
No. Even with my hip, when I couldn't train, I'd walk in the gym, I would grab the barbell just to feel the knurling and then walk back out. Because my fear was, if I'm out of here, for more than 4 weeks in a row, I might not come back.
Yeah.
But sometimes, if it's somebody that is using training as, and I don't think you're using it as your only coping mechanism. So I'm framing this as somebody who only uses training as their coping mechanism. Sometimes it might be better for them when they have that night where they're, man, I can't wait to train. I can't wait to train. I can't wait. That next day, don't train. Go find something else to do. And then slowly they learned how to cope without having to deal, to use that with that. Or it's a different type. You just go for a walk.
Yeah.
You don't go in the gym. But
it sounds like an addiction, like an AA meeting. Like
it is. Well, it is.
Yeah,
I mean, it actually is. But like I said, I know you well enough that I know it's not your only coping mechanism. It can't be, because you're running a business. You got kids. You got a family. You got all these things going on. If it was your only coping mechanism, you'd be training 8 hours a day. There's too much shit going on throughout the whole day. Or it's 10 o'clock at night, you're like, you'd have to go to the gym. Well, you can't. You watch some stupid show on Netflix, you find some other way to be able to go about doing that. So I don't want to get into what brought you back into I'm going to say consulting industry, because I hate the word the fitness. And to me, the fitness industry and the strength industry are two and completely, they're different worlds. Like the fitness industry, I don't like it. And I'm trying to be as polite as I can possibly be. I think 90% of that's just trying to rip people off. All right. Then now when you're dealing with the strength industry and strength sport industry, so with that, I'm going to say, bodybuilding, all forms of bodybuilding, all forms of powerlifting. I guess CrossFit kind of fits in there if it's confetti. It's now you're dealing with, there's still people out there that are trying to rip people off, but it's not 90%. It's like 60%. It's 70%. I mean, most of the people out there are generally really want to try to help other people. The ones that are, to be completely transparent, the ones that I think people need to be most afraid of are the competitors that are doing the prepping, online prepping, online coaching, because the only reason they're doing it is to be able to buy their drugs and pay for their sport. That's it. They're not doing it to help anybody. They're doing it just for that. Because if it wasn't for that, if they weren't competing, they wouldn't be training people. It's that simple, because you see it happen as soon as they get hurt or they stop competing. Well, now they're no longer, the prep guy. So actually the worst people are the ones that don't know anything. But I think I think a lot of us don't give people credit enough to be able to vet out the complete morons.
Well, that's the thing. I think that's the big difference between like the sports, the competitive portion of the industry, and the fitness industry. The fitness industry, you're able to prey on people who know nothing. When you're dealing with people prepping for a bodybuilding contest or powerlifting meet or something like that, you're dealing with people who are at least deep enough in the sport that they're looking to be competitive against other people who are in the sport. So they're probably not clueless. I mean, it's like if you say when I picture fitness industry, I picture middle-aged woman sitting on the couch watching one of those infomercials for some weird banded thing that you can buy, or that thigh thing that Suzanne Summers uses, something that they're looking for a quick fix and they know nothing about anything, and it's simply, it's nothing more than a way to take their money really quickly and get out.
Health club sales.
Yeah. Well, the best health, the highest performing health club is going to be the one that doesn't have any members that actually go to the gym.
Yes, exactly. So what brought you back into the consulting? Was it a certain person asked you and you're like, fuck, I don't know.
Kind of was, actually, to be honest. Because I was out for a while, and at this point I had finished school, and I knew I didn't want to do physics. It was towards the end I knew I didn't want to. I just got out, with the degree and left. And it was actually someone named Emmett Brown, who was just a local young kid, maybe 22, I don't remember. He lives in California now, but he was somehow knew me from my previous time, and I thought I'd been out for 5 years. I thought no one remembered who I was, and I actually felt like, wow, that was probably one of the cooler moments of my life to realize that someone actually, what I did 5 years ago, still like stuck around. And he's like, oh, you got to coach again. I said, how am I going to? I said, no one's, I was on the forums. That's what people. No, I'm not on social media. I said, no one's going to know who I am. And he's like, everyone remembers who you are. And I thought, I can't believe that. And so he's like, well, let me make a post on Instagram or Facebook. I don't remember which one. And you'll see if people will seem like they'd be excited, then maybe you should go do it. And I said, yeah, sure. And he did make a post, and people posted like, oh yeah, that's really cool. And it started like kind of traveling around, and I saw it shared a bunch of times. I thought, wow, that's, that was probably one of the like cooler moments of my life, because I was really kind of, I don't want to say depressed, but it was like I took this sidetrack thinking my lifting career was over, and I thought I was trying to take another path that would be fulfilling, and I was at a point in that path where I was, done with the degree, and I realized it wasn't fulfilling, and it wasn't what I wanted to do, and I felt like, great, now what do I do? Now I find some corporate job that I'm going to hate, and to realize that previous path that I was missing, there was still some, affection there, was really cool. And so I was like, well, let me, I went online, found the cheapest free website software you could, and started up the website, and it grew really quickly, and it's still growing, and it's bigger than it's ever been, actually. I mean,
it's a bigger market.
Yeah. Oh, it's a huge market. Well, that's when like people say there's no money in. I hear all the time, there's no money in bodybuilding. Right? They have more money than there's ever been. I mean, it's you got to work for it now. Joe Weider's not handing out $100,000 contracts, but if you're motivated and willing to work, there's more money than there ever was.
Well, there's more divisions.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So you got more divisions. You got more people that need prepped.
Yeah. Yeah.
As a coach, you need to know how to work with each division.
Yeah, and you can specialize and so that's. I mean, I don't specialize, but yeah, there's so much more, and there's the good thing, I don't want to say I know what I'm doing. I believe I do, but that's up for other people to decide, I guess. But the good thing is, if you know what you're doing, there's a lot of people in the new divisions who were preyed upon by coaches who didn't know what they're doing, who will really appreciate when they find someone who does know what they're doing. I'm talking about classic bodybuilding, things like that. A lot of the guys worked with some meathead bodybuilding coach who didn't know how to prep them differently, had no understanding of what it's like to prep when you're making a weight, rather than prep just to, when you actually have a weight based on your height, not like making weight for a weight class in bodybuilding where it's however much muscle you have. Don't know how to handle any of that, and they've been just kind of burned badly. And so when you end up working with someone like that, they're really appreciative that you understand the difference. So the new divisions have been really good for me, I guess.
With the divisions the way that they are, a lot of it's going to be genetic based, obviously based upon that. And bodybuilding is always going to probably be one of the harder ones, because you got to take people to harder, different levels. But I guess the different what I'm getting at is the people who are prepping the other divisions are going to be dealing with people who they're probably taking their caloric intake far too low.
Yeah, oh yeah. That's almost always what it is. I would say, especially with good competitors, it's my job is far less telling them to work harder, it's far more keeping them from sabotaging themselves from starving or overdoing things. Yeah,
where with bodybuilding, from what I've seen, that was usually never the case. It's like they made sure in the off season to be able to push the calories with micro dieting and things that we'll talk about. To be able to get their caloric set point 6,000, 6,500.
Oh yeah.
So then when they have to diet, they can start at 4,000.
Yeah. And you see a lot of especially the ones who are on social media and trying to be in too good of shape year round. You'll see guys with a decent amount of muscle eating like 1,900 or 2,100 calories a day in the off season. And it's
how can you work with that?
Well, you can't, and you can do it mathematically. There's 3,500 calories roughly in a pound of fat. So, seven times 500 is, that's a pound of fat. So to lose a pound of fat, you got to be 500 calorie deficit a day. To lose 2 pounds of fat a week, you have to be 1,000 calorie deficit a day. If you're eating 1,900 calories, to lose 2 pounds of fat a week, which most people are going to need to lose in a 12 or 16 week contest prep to get truly shredded, they're eating 900 calories a day. I mean, you can breathe in 900 calories if you walk past a cornfield.
Exactly.
I mean, that's straight starvation. And so that's the problem, is they can't get in shape. They stay in good shape year round, but they can't get in shredded condition because the metabolism just isn't there,
and they haven't taken the time to bring it back up. That's one of the things I was going to ask, is how often do you see that when somebody comes and they hire you, and you can tell just based upon height and weight and how just one image, one picture.
A good chunk of my clients are probably raising their hand right now, because outside of bodybuilding, the majority of the time it's that.
Yeah,
is really bad, especially with social media. Anyone who's got a social media account, it's terrible. Yeah, the majority of them. So a big portion of my job now is, and I'm actually working on a lecture course on how to build a metabolism. A big portion of my job now is taking female and the new divisions for men competitors and getting a metabolism back without gaining fat. Because some of them come and it's amazing. I shouldn't say it's amazing. I mean, there's countries all over the world. I mean, you can go to Ethiopia or Sudan or any place like that, and you can see people who aren't dead who also are not eating. It's amazing how low the human metabolism can go and sustain life and not waste away. And so some of the metabolisms I see are just unbelievably destroyed.
It's an interesting conversation, because when we were working together for my fake bodybuilding leanness photo shoot thing, when it ended, my caloric intake was 3,800. So it's, and you thought it was too low. It was too low, but I was 242, and I was still, I probably could have gone. You wanted me to compete.
You were ready. You say like 4 weeks out, but you were
2 weeks.
You were ready.
Maybe the water. You
were ready. You didn't need to lose any more fat.
But I remember after that, it was, you were working on what you're talking about right now, 15 years ago, because you're like, I'm like, well, what do I do now? And you just eat whatever the fuck you want for a month. You didn't expect me to go to Myrtle Beach and come back weighing 285, but which neither did anybody.
Well, we got you to 312 not too long ago.
Yeah, I mean, it came way up, and the whole point of that thing was, it's you have, oh God, what do you call it? It was so it's almost like super compensation. Yeah. It's like your body just pulls muscle and it pulls water and it holds everything. You look great for 4 weeks. Yeah. And then that shit spills, and then you're a fat blob of shit, and then you might eat a mini diet.
That's my whole off-season approach, and any of my clients will tell you now is that 4 week post show. Because you can get really to your previous off-season size in that 4 weeks. So whatever your peak size was, a month after the contest, you'll be there, if not more. And then it's getting to that point, and then the next phase is transitioning to the off season without getting fat. And so really the off season doesn't start until 4 weeks after the contest.
Yes. And you were very adamant. It's like, here's that, whatever it is, then we're going to do a mini diet just to kind of get the water and all the other crap off. And then we have to get your calories. It was 7,000. Like, we need to get you up to 6,800 to 7,000 before we even consider trying to come back down again. And I think we got it up to 6,000.
Yeah, you were eating quite a bit, I remember.
And it was up there, and I just decided never to come back down again. But that, I always took that with me, even with powerlifters that have to cut, to be able to make a class. It's like, if you got to cut and you're currently right now 16 weeks out and you're eating 1,400 calories and you got to cut 15 pounds, you're not going to have enough nutrients to be able to recover from your training in the last 4 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, you can just do the math right there. That's a pound of fat a week minimum at 1,400 calories. Minus 500, you're 900 calories a day. I mean, you can burn 900 calories in a workout. So what do you do the rest of the 24 hours?
Yeah, so for the amateur powerlifters, I come back and say, okay, let's find a meet that's 8 weeks later. Let's take this 1,400 and start working it up to 2,300, 2,400, whatever the hell we can. I always said, and I'll let you elaborate on it more specifically, get to a place to where you can basically eat whatever you want but not gain weight.
Yeah.
You know, so you know what it's like when you got to force the food to gain weight.
Yeah.
You know, get to that point and do it, you know, moderately. I mean, you don't do it in 2 days because you're going to keep gaining weight.
Yeah.
And then once they get there, that should be their point.
Yeah.
You know, and but that's very amateurish, and just that's how I would explain it too.
Well, my approach for off season for bodybuilders is not trying to build muscle. I mean, building muscle happens. I mean, you're working out, you know, you're supplementing and you're eating properly. Our goal in the off season is to turn you into a food processing machine. And basically, the more good, clean, you know, bodybuilding food you can digest and assimilate, the more, one, potential for muscle growth you have, and two, the better metabolism you have, which is going to improve your contest prep and preserve more muscle in the contest prep. So my entire goal, I'm not worried about adding muscle in the off season. I know that's going to be a byproduct of what we do, but my whole approach in the off season is teaching your body to learn to just digest and assimilate a massive amount of clean food. And when I say clean food, it's really simple. I've even gone on record saying 90% of being a bodybuilder is meat and rice. Whoever, if you want to be 90 or 95% of the bodybuilder you could be, you can not read another thing, pick any workout you like to do, train moderately hard, train reasonably hard, and I can go into depth why I think training is really the least important aspect. And you can take a logical conclusion to that, but train hard enough to stimulate growth, and which is probably quite a bit less hard than most people think it is. And then just make sure you eat meat and rice until you're full every 3 hours, and do that for 10 years, and you'll be 95% of what the bodybuilder you could be with the most detailed training program, most detailed diet, most detailed everything. Now that 5% was the difference between being a gym bodybuilder and being and winning competition. So that 5% isn't trivial. Yeah. But I mean, most guys, you know, just paralyze themselves with overanalysis, when really it's find some meat, find some potatoes, find some meat, find some rice, and shove it in your mouth every 3 hours for the next 10 years, and then and keep trying to shove more of it in, and then eventually when you're shoving when you're at work and someone says, "Oh, what do you eat? 6 small meals a day?" and they look at one of your meals and they go, "Whoa, that's a huge meal." And you say, "Yeah, I eat 6 huge meals a day." When you get to that point, then you're ready for any prep. You're in a perfect position for bodybuilding.
Yeah, and it's what I worked with other coaches after you to be able to get leaner, just for different methodologies, and they were very, very good coaches. I'm not gonna say anything bad. I mean, with Shelby and John, you know, so you're talking
top of the top.
Top of the top. Just different philosophies. John was a sneaky fuck because he was the last one, because he already seen what I did with you and what I did with Shelby, and the good and the bad. You know, the bad being, oh, that's great, you got lean, you were supposed to go back up to about 250, and here you are at 300. All right, and I remember him saying, "I'll guarantee not one of these guys had the goal or intention for you to be 312." And I'm like, well, that's probably true, but that was my type of thing. So what he did is kind of got me to the place to where you were, and then he started sneaking in 2 more weeks. You know, he used these little, he'd say, "Man, there's you see that vein in your shoulder? 2 more weeks, man, that thing's it's gonna pop." And you know, you're in this different mindset.
Oh yeah, you get in that zone.
You're like, fuck yeah, I'll do this 2 more weeks. Then I remember the last one was, you know, he kept doing this 2-week shit for about 6 weeks. Then he's like, "Look at your abs," you know, and obviously he's got the filter on the camera and he's taking the picture. It's like, "There's a vein in there. You know, 2 more weeks, you're gonna fucking have veins in your ab." I'm like, fuck yeah, let's do this. And then I remember at that point in time, my calories were probably 2,000.
Yeah.
I mean, it was I weighed 220. And I got on the scale that Saturday, and it was like 218. And I'm like, "Oh, motherfucker, I haven't been 218 since like junior high." And I came in the gym on Saturday, and I told John, "Fuck you. I don't care. There is no 2 more weeks. This shit is done." And then John looked at me, and he said, "Now, how much weight did you typically rebound out of every guy you've ever worked with?" I said, "John, 30 pounds. And he says, "What's that put you at?"
Right where you're, yeah.
250. Well, you little motherfucker. And it worked until I had to have my hip replaced and threw everything way out of balance. But that's what I can say from that standpoint is there's a big fucking difference between 2,000 calories and 3,600 calories. when you're dieting. Just base what it looks like on the plate. I mean, either way, you're going after the last grain of rice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
If it falls on the floor, you're going
That's
after
where you're
it.
scraping the protein out of the corn.
But when it's 2,000, it's bad.
Well, that's what people, I always hear 2,000 calories, and that's the way you can tell when people are like, oh, yeah, my last diet I got down. The difference between people who say they got down to their last 2,000 calories and people who really did was the way you just dragged out that,
fuck. I mean,
6 ounces of chicken is like 300 calories.
it's still 6 meals.
Yeah, so
It's
needing nothing but a chicken breast 6 times a day is 1,800 calories.
it's like half a chicken breast and a spoonful of rice.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
you fucking kidding me. And a lot of water.
Yeah.
A lot of Diet Coke.
Yeah.
And shit like that. Okay, so he brings you back in, and so is that all you're doing now? Is the prep coaching?
No, I'm an engineer. I'm lead test and controls engineer at Eaton Corporation. I'm in charge of end-of-line testers for our NAFTA. Basically a new 18-speed heavy-duty truck transmission. When they go through the assembly line, we have to simulate a truck to test the transmission to make sure it's it passes all the acceptable criteria. I'm in charge of that tester for this new transmission, and then all the kind of the NAFTA ones that have already been built. Then I do the troponin nutrition, coaching people. I also sell ebooks now, which like kick myself for not doing it earlier, because I wrote Comprehensive Performance Nutrition in like 2008. And I kind of had a second one written for almost a decade, and I just kept saying, I'm going to make this into an ebook. I'll sell it at some point, make it into an ebook, and I just never did. And finally, I put it together, because I'm always writing. I already got like six other different things in various levels of completion, and so I had over 1,000 pages of stuff written, and I finally put that thing. Actually, I don't even think I finished that one first. I think I put out. I don't remember which one I put out first. I can't remember. Put some on an ebook, thinking, I'll put it on my website, market it, and see if anyone buys it. And it sold better a million times better than I ever predicted. And I was so then, like an idiot, as a poor businessman, which I am, rather than stage the release of all of them, I dumped them all out immediately, and saturated my own market pretty quick. But I've really enjoyed the ebooks, and I just released the Comprehensive Performance Nutrition Volume 2. You can buy it at Troponin Nutrition. It's on Amazon. It's a Kindle book also. But shouldn't say that's all I do. We have the real estate stuff also, but engineering is my main job, and then the coaching, the ebooks, and the real estate.
So the coaching would explain, because I was told that you have a waiting list of people now
that
are waiting to work with you.
Yeah. I mean, I'm always pretty close. It's hard to say, like, when people say, one spot open, or I never have a hard, because some clients are like, this is actually an easy time of the year, because USA's is over, Masters Nationals is over. Nationals is coming up, but that's the last big national show, and that's not until November. So those guys are like 11 weeks out right now, 12 weeks out. And so, and all the spring shows are over. So I don't have, contest season for bodybuilding isn't until September, October, November again. So I got an entire month. So like a time like this, I can handle more clients. But Janae Krozaleski just posted that she's going to compete in the next year, and so that flooded my market. So I'm pretty much at my limit. I hate to hesitate, say a waiting list, because if the right client comes along, you'll always take them. There's certain clients that you've wanted to work with, but yeah, I'm always pretty booked. I mean, yeah, like I said, I was really, really appreciative. I couldn't believe that people remember me after years away, but so I've been really appreciative. And the second time around, I'm trying to really appreciate the full client list rather than treat it as a full client list. I'm so busy. But yeah,
well, you don't. I mean, it's one of the things that I've kind of put out there is some of the best coaches are the ones that aren't working in the industry.
Yeah.
Because you can restrict
yeah
who you want to work with,
and that's
that's
partly that's the other thing. People are like, why do you keep the day job? And I think partly what part of me leaving the first time was just being a total burnout of doing nothing but coaching. And when you do nothing but coaching, you feed your family, and my wife was still in grad school, so you feed your family on coaching, so you don't get, I guess you could refuse clients, but that means you're refusing your kid, a new pair of shoes or something. And so it was a lot of working with people I might not necessarily wanted to work with, a lot of putting up with stuff I didn't necessarily want to put up with. Where when I keep my regular job, I have I get to pick. So every client I work with right now is someone I enjoy working with. And it doesn't mean, it's not necessarily that they're competitors. Some of my best clients right now, I have a guy right now, I don't know if I should say his name, named Adam. I want to say he was, and he's natural, I want to say he was to go back to metabolism thing, 140 pounds maybe. Skinny fat, I don't know how tall he is, but not short. 140 pounds, natural, guy who couldn't add size. And had terrible metabolism. I mean, terrible. I want to say we were around 19 or 2,100 calories. He's now eating, I'm guessing, over 7,000 calories. He's about 185, maybe 188, I'm sorry, 180, somewhere around 188. This has been a little over a year, but he's added 45 pounds of almost 47 pounds of size, completely clean, little body fat gain, and he went from looking like, what you can imagine your 6 foot, 140 pound guy looks like, to a 6 foot, 187 pound guy. I mean, now he goes, and now he can wear, he wears the right shirt, it's tight on his arms and his bicep vein sticks out.
Yeah.
And so like a guy like that who's no interest in competing, doesn't take anything, and that's been one of my fun, and I want to write a book on that and the process of building his metabolism, because that's been an absolute riot. And, that's something like I get to pick and choose a guy like that, because I don't, and it's a lot of work. That's because you pick that, like people love to have high profile clients, and you work with a pro or top national guy. Those guys aren't work. They're genetic freaks. You tell them to do anything, it's going to work. Basically, all you do is, they say, hey, I really wanted pizza. I know I'm 6 weeks out. You think, no, you shouldn't have pizza. That's basically all you do with those guys. You take a guy like this who doesn't use any supplements, got a day job, got a family, he's 140 pounds, never been able to gain weight his whole life, got terrible metabolism. That's a lot of work, because you got to teach him what protein is. You got to teach him how to mix meals together. You got, and so that's you have the luxury of picking guys like that, which I guess I'm really happy in the position I'm at, because I'm not chasing the high profile clients. I always have, guys that are turning pro, but I'm not banking my whole income on that.
Yeah. With going back to Croc, because I saw the post on that. She has got to be how old?
46.
So 46, okay, and beat the fuck. All right, so at least I know muscle tendon wise, beat the fuck. I don't know joint, because I haven't spoke to, Janae nor Matt with
I think
whatever.
she's got pretty.
I think the joints are okay,
surprisingly,
but I'm not sure. But the post was to turn pro, and there's the estrogen, all the, what's it been, 2, 3 years? How many years since she really, we've known for forever, but how many years since everybody's?
Probably 2015?
Has it been that long?
I think so.
So 4 years, it's like, to the people listening, it's confusing to us, because I've known for 15 years, 20 years, forever. So it's a little different in our minds, but the estrogen and the hormones and all this shit that she's was using for that part was kind of off and on. Actually, as soon as she stopped competing, so it was off and on, probably a year or two before.
Before, I think. I don't want to speak for her, but I think because I think in like around 2015 she was going to try to make a comeback, and was outed.
Yeah.
And I think before that had already started estrogen and then stopped maybe. But it's been a while.
I guess the question that I want to get to is, how fucked up is her hormone profile? Has that been tested?
Define fucked up, because I don't think any of ours is.
Well, know what I mean.
I don't believe she has any breast tissue growth. Well, you can see the picture she posted. She looks.
No, she looks good. I'm talking if you're looking at the blood work, because we're talking.
The thing is, as far as
two different spectrums.
And I don't want to speak as an expert on this. I'm not a physician. But as far as the blood work, being on estrogen is going to basically improve everything that the androgens have worsened. So HDL is going to be better. Red blood cell count is going to be within a normal range. Kidney function is going to be better. BUN might be elevated, because that's kind of a sign of anabolism. When you're anabolic, your BUN's lowered, but that's not a direct thing because your BUN's going to be elevated because of the high nitrogen in the diet from a high protein diet. But in general, their BUN will be better. Creatinine is going to be much, much better. So kidney function will be better. Liver function will be better. So if anything, it could almost be like a reset where it's like starting.
That's what I was wondering.
Yes, almost. I don't want to. I mean, you might almost be able to push the envelope.
I mean, to me, it would be, and I'm obviously no expert
Mm-hmm.
on hormone profiles, but I've had now that we can get blood work done, over the internet for
awesome,
$150. I get my blood work looked at. I see Serrano 3 or 4 times a year, so quarterly. It's being analyzed quarterly, and little simple changes make big difference. And the funny thing about that, I actually did laugh to myself, is going back years and years and years ago, there used to be some people I may have known that would take a compound called Referrals, which were cattle implants, and it was propionate with estrogen.
I remember that.
And
and there was an argument that people wondered whether it would improve growth because of the estrogen, and I'll let you finish.
Oh yeah. There are 2 ways to basically use it. You could filter it, and if you filtered it
from animal kits,
it would take the estrogen out and just leave the propionate. Or fuck it, you just crush it, cook it, and shoot it. And the people who made the best progress were the ones that just said fuck it, cook it, and shoot it. Yeah,
and that was really confusing because it used to be everyone just thought for a while it was get estrogen as low as you can, and then that just threw in the face of everything because not only were they not keeping estrogen low, but they were taking estrogen.
Yeah,
I
may or may not have seen somebody actually squeeze their nipple.
I may or may not have also seen that.
But that's what I was wondering is the joint issues, because the work ethic is never a problem. It's actually, it may be, because it may be too high. Because I want to go back to something that you said earlier and really going deep on this.
Good.
Training doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well,
okay. So I mean, it does matter. Yeah. I get that, but it's the least important of all variables for bodybuilding. So let's go into that and let's speak. Let's just use Croc as an example because that's a high intensity, basically bust ass, not high volume, moderate volume, because she, depends on who. Who you're talking to at the time.
Yeah, I think she's 100%. She's changed her name to Janae.
So it's
I think, but she's fortunately, because I'm an idiot and I knew her as Matt for longer than I've known her as Janae, she's forgiving if you say.
I'm sure of that. And so with that standpoint, it was balls to the wall training. And when I say not high volume, I'm comparing that to something like a Meadows, where you got 50 sets per body part. Janae was never anywhere around that, but at 30, So,
with warm-ups, I mean, you don't get to 4 digits on squats without a lot of warm-ups.
So now you got 46 years old, right? And actually coming off of a break, really. That could actually be a good thing there. How's the training not matter?
I'll say, as a general rule, training's for performance, and you can say that because you can find some of the greatest powerlifters of all time who don't look that impressive physically. I mean, they're huge people, but they won't walk on the beach and look like a physical specimen. So training is performance, and same thing for any sport. Look at Daniel Cormier, in MMA. And nutrition is for physique, and I'll lay it out logically really quick, and I think see if I can get everyone to agree with this. I think anyone who's training with a moderately high workload is producing more growth than the diet can cover. So they're creating more stimulus for muscle growth than any diet or any supplementation can cover. And you can disagree with this, but I'll lay it out as this. If that wasn't the case, then take any given person who's doing whatever their workout is and increase the workload. You should see a linear increase in muscle growth. And you don't see that. You can't take someone who's working out, whatever their normal workout is, have them add 5 sets and grow that proportion better. So if they were doing 20 sets and you've added 5 sets, they're not going to grow whatever that is, 2.5% better. Or add 10 sets. You can't see that linear relation. You will find at some point where a very, very low workload stops them growing. So there's some low level. So you have, their workload is here. You don't increase it and see an increase in muscle growth. You see their workout here, they drop their workload to here, there's no muscle loss, muscle loss. Then all of a sudden they're really low, they start not progressing anymore. So that means that threshold for growth is far lower than most people are probably training. And I don't like to agree with that because I want the hard, because I feel like I'm willing to train hard and I want that to benefit me. But I don't believe that's the case. And you can find anecdotal evidence, look at look at many top bodybuilders who train like pussies, who are massive, huge, and round. Paul Dillette's a perfect example. I'm not saying he didn't train hard, but he was known for not training hard. But ask anyone, and this used to get posted around all the time on the old forums, what people say, why was Paul Dillette so big? I heard he didn't train hard. And people who knew him would say, well, no, he didn't train hard. I don't know why. I just never see the need to. But one thing I can say is he never missed a meal. No matter what, he didn't even think otherwise. He might have been not a hardcore bodybuilder as far as obsessed with it. Everything came easy to him. But if it was time to eat, he walked over the firehouse or whatever, and he got his double beef patties and rice. And he ate like a bodybuilder. And so I think if you look at all the evidence, you could find that there's all kinds of different workouts. And there's very minimal, look at the way Meadows trains versus the way like a Jordan Peters trains versus the way anyone different trains. Any high-profile training coach, and you won't find a drastic difference in their progress of their clients. There's benefits to each one. Like something like Meadows, I would say is much more beneficial for longevity. And I think so. If you can train that way and get the same growth as someone like a Jordan Peters who's going to absolute failure, heavy weights, that you could argue that that's better because you can extend the lifespan of your growth. But you take any of those, take a Meadows program and have a guy do 5 extra sets. You're not going to guarantee a linear increase in growth. You can take Meadows program, drop the sets in half, and they probably aren't going to see a decrease in growth or any change in growth. Drop it in a tenth, and at some point you're going to see them stop growing, which tells me that the level where you create stimulus, where a stimulus that it becomes greater than the nutrition can cover, is far lower than most people train at. Mm-hmm. And so that's why I say training doesn't matter, because as long as you go to the gym, and I hate to say this because I love training, and I really, really want, if I were to compete again, I really, really want to be able to say, well, I can dictate whether or not I win by making sure I train harder than everyone else. And from a body fat standpoint, that comes into play, calories burned. But other than that, if you are training moderately intense, which most people are, you're creating more stimulus than any nutrition and supplementation can cover. And so you're limited by how good your nutrition is and how good your supplementation is. But wherever those are at is somewhere far below your probable workload in the gym.
So we're speaking solely from a hypertrophy standpoint, because we're not speaking from a strength standpoint.
That's why I say, So,
okay.
So training's for performance. Well, I'm talking for muscle growth.
I got you. Okay. That I agree with. Mm-hmm. Where I would not know the correct answer to is when you start talking about training economy, mm-hmm. because it's, to me, even with strength sports and powerlifting or whatever it is, mm-hmm. you want to do the least you possibly can do to get the greatest mm-hmm. result. Mm-hmm. Anything more than that is just a stimulus that you have to recover from that takes more recovery away mm-hmm. to be able, it hurts you more than it actually helps. Mm-hmm. So when and I obviously have a more biased view because I have 2 prosthetics and joints that are fucked to hell. So when I look at something that is very, very high volume, very high repetition, so say like the Meadows mm-hmm. compared to Dante, mm-hmm. right? So vast difference. Let's say, probably 80% difference in total number of repetitions, mm-hmm. right? Mm-hmm. So wear and tear of a joint is based upon repetition. Yep. Okay, load is a factor, right, mm-hmm. of that joint, but is it more of a factor? You know what I'm saying? Is mm-hmm. one heavy rep done in a warmed up state mm-hmm. more of a factor to the joint than 150 repetitions to a joint that's degenerated mm-hmm. with bone spurs? Yeah. And
I think that's kind of a multivariate problem, because I think if you look at like a pitching, like certain things like the elbow joint or certain movements, or tennis elbow, there's going to be like the repetition is going to play a bigger role. But I think that's mostly because like an internal rotation of a throwing motion, you just can't really use heavy weight. So I mean, I think I don't. See, the problem is that's why I don't really like to get into training that much, because it's so many variables involved that it's, because my personal belief is that progressive overload with heavy weights is the best way.
Yeah.
But I can also say that there are people who train entirely different, who grow very well, and in many cases faster than someone trains that way. So yeah, I mean, I think there's just so many. I don't really know which one's harsher. I would think the heavy weights would be worse, because I know so many powerlifters who are beat up, but I also know so many powerlifters who train way beyond points where most people would say, okay, something's not right, I should back off here.
Well, the other factor there too is when you're speaking, the powerlifters, you're speaking of very large number of repetitions on the same movement plane.
Oh yeah.
Where bodybuilders,
not only that, where the entire goal is to perfect that movement and get it as precise and repetitive as possible.
Where a bodybuilder is training multiple every plane, you know, because that's the only way you're going to be able to hit every body part. So you got, you know, the power lifter that's squat, you know, so, and then you got the bodybuilder that's leg extension, leg curl, leg press, you know.
So the power lifter might be doing less repetitions, but all the repetitions are in the exact same
plane. Yeah. Or say it's a bench press, it's a board press, it's a floor press.
It's exact same wear path.
You know, kind of the same. Even the slightest change can make a difference in the joint mechanics, but, you know, it's one of those things that I've had conversations with multiple people about. There's never really a definitive answer. Yeah. There's only what you know for yourself.
And it's tough to do any studies on it, because how do you make the control group? You know, we're gonna bust the fuck out of you until you need a replacement. Yeah. You know, it's just crazy. It's crazy. But going back to what you were saying, I used to do seminars, I guess is what you would call it, but it's not really. It was Melsif and he would speak one day, I would speak one day. His was on the Olympic lifts and I was on the power lifts. And he had little camps in his house, and we were, that part was, you know, just instructional. It was fun, teaching, coaching, just normal stuff. But after everybody was asleep, it was just me and him talking. That was, you know, the restoration stuff, the recovery, all that stuff was just great conversations. And I asked him about muscle hypertrophy. I said, you know, what if, you know, because we talked a lot about conjugate training, obviously, but I spent a lot of time talking to him about more block oriented training and muscle hypertrophy. And I remember him saying, bodybuilding is not that complicated of a sport. All you have to do is to train the muscle, create enough damage in the muscle that it needs to have recovery, and then feed it the nutrients it needs to recover and repeat. And that's it. It is. And just do it. Well, and that's why. Fuck, you know? So, well, it's funny is, and I am a bodybuilder, so I'm not, you know, knocking down bodybuilders when I say this, but bodybuilders have a reputation for being dumb, and it's probably because, in my experience, the people who aren't dumb ruin their bodybuilding by overanalysis. So, you know, like what would make the perfect bodybuilder? Someone who's got great genetics, someone who doesn't overanalyze. And I don't want to say this in any negative way, because I love Ronnie Coleman and he's like my idol in the sport. But, you know, he got a training program from whoever, you know, 25 years before he retired, and he did that same workout for 25 years. You know, he went in, his row back day was deadlifts, bent over rows, T-bar rows. His pull down day was, you know, and then he had his chest day with his barbells and his chest days with dumbbells. And, you know, he had his squat, leg press, leg curl day, and then he had his hack squat, front squat, stiff leg deadlift, you know. And so, you know, you take a guy and just, so rather than overthink it, these are the work movements that stimulate the muscle the most. I'm just going to do them for 25 years straight. And then he met Chad Nichols, and Chad Nichols said, eat all this protein, good old chicken, you know, and then a bunch of potatoes. And he said, okay, I'll eat a bunch of chicken and potatoes. And he did that for 15 years.
Yeah.
Without batting an eye, without thinking, and just simple, you know, and that's really true. And that's why, I didn't emphasize this enough. You cleared me when you said for hypertrophy. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. That's why training for hypertrophy is simple and basic. That's why I view training as performance. Training is for performance, because when it comes as far as hypertrophy, as long as you go in and do anything with a moderate workload, after that it's all diet.
No, I mean, if you want to be a bodybuilder and all you're going to do is go in and train, and you're not going to take care of your nutritional needs, you're fucked.
Yeah.
You know,
that's another thing. That's another kind of argument for why training for bodybuilding. Because go to any gym, everyone's doing the same. Every bodybuilder's doing the same workout. The bro split. You know, chest one day, back day, legs, then arms and shoulders. 2 days off a week. You know, 5 days a week train. Everyone does the same workout. Everyone does the same exercises. There's only so many. There's only 100 exercises. Period. You know, everyone does the same exercise for chest. So why do some guys look like bodybuilders and some don't? It's not because people aren't trained hard, because everyone's trained to failure. Everyone's doing bench presses beyond failure, you know, so their buddy's lifting the bar off their chest because they want to get stronger and bench. The difference is the nutrition. Some of them are going home and eating meat and rice every 3 hours. Some of them aren't.
With throughout your training history, what style of training was the most productive for your growth?
Heavy training, and I say the reason, and this is why it's more in depth than just the most for muscle growth. The best training, I believe, is whatever gets you most excited to train, because that's when you're going to make sure you at least stimulate that minimum workload every single time. And for me, it was like a DC type training, not, you know, modified to some extent, but it was basically go in and on my core movement, try to get stronger, and then the way I would modify it would do. So there's an argument. There's different types of muscle growth, and I don't mean to get sidetracked here, but there's your basic like myofibril growth, where you have the actual tissue, you know, and the myosin and actin, you know, they cross, and so basically myosin and actin's like this, and so myosin goes on, grabs onto the actin onto the myosin, and contracts it like that, and that's a contraction, and so you damage that tissue under the training, and the proteins come and repair it bigger and stronger. And so that's where muscle growth comes from. The only problem is, what is that actual contractile tissue? Well, you take a pound of steak. Look at what that pound of steak looks like. Now dehydrate it down to beef jerky. It's a fraction of the steak. That beef jerky is the myofibril portion. That's the actual contractile tissue. That's 30% or less of the steak. So most of your muscle is not muscle. Most of your muscle is things other than muscle. You know, the blood from the blood vessels, the capillary density, the arteries, the glycogen storage, the fluid, you know, the water that comes, you know, every gram of glycogen holds 3.5 grams of water. So the water that comes with the glycogen, the sodium that comes with the glycogen, all that stuff. So the majority of your muscle is things other than muscle tissue. And the argument is that there's also sarcoplasmic growth. And that's where like the blood volume, the higher rep stuff, and that's arguably why bodybuilders have a different look to their muscles, a rounder look than powerlifters do. And that's why you've ever heard people say, oh, he's got a powerful look. It's a different type of look. And I think that's because heavyweight strength training, where pumps aren't the primary focus, triggers almost all of that myofibril growth. And it creates kind of almost a denser look to the muscle because it's not puffed out as much. And so my type of training was, if I couldn't go to the gym, if I didn't have a goal to try and get stronger, if I didn't have a weight I wanted to hit, or you know, everyone like my goal set for the day, I couldn't get excited to train. It was just going in to pump weight. You know, and I'm not a guy who goes in to look good in the mirror. I'm usually all covered up. You know, I'm a guy who goes in because I want to set a new PR on a movement. So that was my main goal. But then after that, I figured there's other avenues of growth, and that other avenue of growth is increasing that sarcoplasmic tissue, the non-contractile tissue, which I would figure would come from getting blood into the tissue. So after that, I would do whatever to get a good pump. That was my basic go in, like my back or my chest day, I guess, would be setting my PR on bench or incline, or maybe on bench and incline. Then after that, it'd just be however many sets it took to get a really good pump.
Well, part of, and it's weird to talk about DC training because, you know, Dante says everybody explains it incorrectly. So it's just this, and if you read his stuff, you can kind of see why he says that, because a lot of people do. Were you utilizing on the main heavy movement, the rest pause?
Yeah. Not always. When we filmed Project Super Heavyweight, we were doing pretty strict DC. And at that time, which was 4 days a week, which is another thing I struggle with, because I've always made my best gains training only 4 days a week, which was hard because I don't want to be out of the gym 3 of the days of the week. But it was much of the time we would do that, and then not the things from the DC training that I pretty much always incorporated when I was really training was progressive overload, which probably at least 25% of the time would come in the form of a rest pause set. on the heavy things like squats, you're not going to do rest pause. And then the other thing would be the Widowmakers, a set for like around 20 reps, and which for me those best movements were squat, because I always wanted to get 500 for 20. That, and I don't necessarily think they were the best for my leg growth, but I got so excited about those days trying to set a new 20 rep record. And then for back, the seated low rope rows, which I always try to explain and have a hard time explaining it. It took my back from like my worst body part to my best body part, I think, because it was the only thing that completely isolated my lats. And so those, and I mean, I probably use them for all the movements, some type of Widowmaker, but basically the idea of a focused either rest pause or some type of PR movement to as the main portion of the movement, and then some type of Widowmaker set. Those are the two things I pretty much always did from DC. Did you incorporate the loaded stretching when the camera was around? I mean, and not they're just, I don't people realize how incredibly painful that is, and I regret not doing it more, because I think that I think studies more now are showing the benefits of that even more than it. I don't think I believed in it as much as I wish I would have at the time when I did those, and especially when a camera was around. But when we weren't filming or something, holding a 90-second stretch with like dumbbells on a fly is, I mean, it gets so painful where you're like, screw it, I don't even care if I'm big. This is not worth it. I'm done. And so if I did it, it would be shortchanged. The other thing that looking back really frustrates me is because the one area where I really, really emphasized stretching was my back, also my lats. And same thing, the period I was doing DC and the period I was doing direct DC was when my back made the biggest improvements by far. And so looking back, I really wish I would have stretched more on my chest and body parts that didn't grow easily. One thing that I found just over the past 10 years of being fucked up is because I've had to find ways to train a body that shouldn't be training. That shouldn't be training, for many, many reasons, is modified loaded stretching at the end of the session. But for me, it won't be dumbbell flies. I'll use a pec deck. Or not, I'll use the pec deck. And this is where I think it's important for people to study exercise science and study basic strength training, because some of the things that I'm going to say here are going to make total sense. You're going to be like, oh my God, I never thought of that. Is, let's say I do a couple pump sets to get blood in there, and my shoulder's a wreck, right? I don't want to increase the range of motion of my shoulder at all. It needs replaced. I'm cool with where it is. If there's a risk-benefit ratio, an extra 5% isn't worth being the tipping point of never being able to train again. But I can go, just with the one and do very, very slow negatives at 40%. All right, just for the muscle control, because what happens when you get back in there to a bad joint, it's stopping for a few reasons. The joint's all knotted up. There's bone spurs. There's also a lot of muscle inhibition. There's a lot of muscle saying, fuck you, I'm not doing this. All right, so if I go 40%, just right to threshold, not into threshold, very slow, I get those muscles to say, okay, you're not going to kill me. This is okay. This is okay. And then if I do do the 4 reps or whatever, so I do a set of 4 reps of the negatives just to kind of get the muscle to say, okay, cool, this is good. And it also helps me establish where is threshold. Well, that's easy. You go to where it hurts. Oh shit, come right out of where, there you go. You go where it doesn't hurt. Now, I'll do my loaded stretch right out of where it doesn't hurt. So say 5 degrees out of where pain is. Isometrics work within 10 to 15 degrees. So if I'm doing a loaded stretch, I'm still getting 10 degrees into the area I don't have the range of motion in, right? That doesn't mean if I wanted to, I could try to force that new range of motion over a period of time, and then strengthen that range of motion, and then bring it back into the training. There's a process, rehab process. But I think with the loaded stretching, where as we get older, like a dumbbell fly to me would be an unwise choice, because popping, grinding, crepitus, all kinds of stuff. When you can plant yourself
and support it. So the only thing that's stretching
Uh-huh.
is the pec on a pec deck.
Uh-huh.
You know, then you can control
Yeah.
exactly. It's like,
One-dimensional
all right,
motion.
too much shoulder, too much pec. You know, especially if you're experienced, you know exactly where I need this one, I need the, you know, where to go. But that's helped maintain range of motion and joints that should continue to keep losing range of motion. And not just on that, but on things like, you know, leg curls where somebody can help with that, you know, and the leg extensions. My knees are cool. The hips are replaced, so they're cool for that. You know, but, you know, things like that. And fortunately for me, my spine is good. But I do think that if I could go back, I would have added in light modified lotus at the end of the training.
I like that.
Out of threshold, not in threshold, but I know what I would have done. I would have went to where that fucker hurt, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
And like, somebody come push on this, you know, and force it. So it's almost a good thing that I didn't. But when I was working with you, I was training basically modified DC, and a lot of the exercises that you were talking about, like the rope row. Oh my God.
Yeah.
You know, that for building your back.
Yeah. Really taught me to like open my scapula
God.
too.
And it teaches you, I can't believe the number of people that, and I'm talking IFBB pro bodybuilders, named pro bodybuilders that would come out to train with Meadows, that I would watch train their back in total disbelief. Because the cool thing about watching them train is most of them don't get super fat. You know, they're lean, so you can see what's contracting and what's not. John was always paper thin, so I could see what fibers were contracting. And just simple things like a chest supported row, it's like, dude, man, this is all trap for you.
Yeah.
What are you trying to work? Rear delts and traps or your lats?
That's why I think back. That's why I think back is one of the most genetic body parts. People talk about calves or forearms. For me, because same thing. Because I wanted a big back, and I always looked at back as like a sign of being like a hard trainer. And my back sucked, and I trained hard, and I really worked. And then I'd see these guys doing like with freaky backs, and it's like you said, they're doing rowing. All I'm seeing is they're shrugging. It's all trap, and it would always just blow my mind how it would work. But.
Yeah, but we would be able to, you know, depress the scapula, teach them how to pull, and then all of a sudden they're weak as hell at it. Yep. And sore as hell the next day. Yeah, exactly. And the smart ones kept doing it, and then their back. I mean, John's back blew up.
Yeah. Well, John's lats, his last couple shows, especially the way it looked like he changed his lat spread to where he spread his scapula more.
Yes.
I even messaged him and asked him how he did it, because
he stretched it.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah, it was Flex Lewis showed him a stretch to be able to pull the scapula apart. And then a lot of it was, you know, really, really focusing. Because like I said, he was so, I mean, the work ethic wasn't a problem, but he was always so lean that it's like, okay, tell me what you want to target, because I'm right here. You don't have to send me a video of anything. Tell me what you want to target, and I'll tell you if it's flexing or not. I can see it. You know,
when I was in school, in undergrad, in our human dissection class, the professor said he always secretly hoped a bodybuilder would die right before a competition, and so they could dissect it, because then you could actually really, because when you're dissecting, most people are dissecting 80-year-old women, or their muscles are atrophied and they got 35% body fat, and it's like for what you said because you wouldn't even just lay them down and you can see every.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just simple things like John scoot up him just 2 inches, bam, there it is. That's what we want. Now, we could make a debate, does that even matter for muscle growth? I mean, that's a whole separate
Yeah, I mean, I think it has to, but I
think
agree
it
that
has to.
I agree it's a debate, but I at least hope
I saw it.
Yeah.
So let me put it that way.
Yeah.
I saw it, you know, with John, and I saw it with some of these other guys, and I saw some of the other guys that didn't change.
Yeah.
But then they go back and they end up tearing traps and, you know, rotator cuffs. And it's like, well, no shit. You know, what do you think's going to happen? We haven't got to any questions, so what do you got?
All right, first one's
Well, hold on real quick. We're live, so do you need to take a piss
live.
or anything?
Yeah, we are.
I'm good.
You're good? I'm good. Okay.
I'm wearing diapers.
Okay.
Depends.
First question
You're
here.
old.
First question. First question here from Joe Shalero. What are some common mistakes you guys find with people make when carb cycling?
For me, it's people think that it's only carb cycling. It's for me, it's well, actually, the biggest mistake is I see people keeping carbs too low. They think carb cycling means it's like you're doing a no carb diet. So it'll be like, on days I don't train, I eat 0 carbs. On days I do train, I eat 100. But then once a week, I carb up with 300 grams of carbs. It's like, no, that's not carbing up. You're just a low carb diet. I call it carb cycling, but really for me, it's calorie cycling. So typically my off days and most of my training days, the protein will be the same amount and the carbs will vary. But my high carb days, the carbs are very, very, very high and the protein actually drops a lot. But I think the biggest thing is people not eating enough carbs. They think it's carb cycling as a form of a no carb diet, meaning just one day a week they add a little bit of carbs in. My high carb, that Adam guy I was talking about was eating 250 grams of carbs per meal, 1,550 grams of carbs per day on his one high carb day a week. But that one day a week, and so the whole point of carb cycling for me when dieting is that you go into a high carb day in a glycogen deficit. So someone like my size might store 1,000 grams of carbohydrates as glycogen. So if I go into that day 500 grams depleted, and say my basal metabolic rate allows me to eat 500 grams of carbohydrates, that means I can eat 1,000 grams of carbs while dieting, while in contest prep, and not store a gram of them as fat, because I replaced the 500 grams that I'm depleted. I could probably store more through supercompensation, and I burned the 500 with my natural metabolism. So there's no better way to keep your metabolism high, to boost your metabolism while you're dieting, and do it without storing fat, because I'm eating. So the way thermodynamics works is if you eat more calories than you burn, you're going to store those. If I burn 2,000 calories and I eat 2,500 calories, those 500 calories get stored in my body. They can get stored as fat, obviously. They can get stored as muscle, unlikely, and then get stored as glycogen, as carbohydrates. So if I can create a situation where I'm depleted in glycogen and I increase my glycogen intake in the diet, then I can eat more calories than I burn, and rather than store them as fat, I'm storing them in the muscles glycogen, which then I can use to fuel training. I restore my thyroid function, so I don't get any decrease in metabolism, and I can fix my hunger hormones to some extent, so I'm not as hungry on the other days.
I'm going to ring in just not because I know anything about prepping people, but I do have a minor in nutrition, so I guess I should throw that out there just to brag. It was 30 years ago, so it probably carries no weight. But I'm partially responsible for this. We made a video on a 10,000 calorie a day high carb day that when I was working with Justin was one of the things that I was doing towards the end of the training. And what I think has been misunderstood from that is that people didn't understand there was 18 to 20 weeks of dieting before that. I was probably under 5% cal per body fat.
Yeah.
You
were at the point where we were starting to eat muscle tissue, getting so depleted.
I mean, it was a super high carb day, and it was. I mean, I go through 3-4 boxes of cereal in a day, So keep in mind, I wasn't doing a show, so he's not going to sit there and say, look, it has to all be rice. If I can say, look, Rice Krispies has, the same exact amount of carbohydrates.
Half the words are right.
And no fat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It fit the bill. But I think what happened was people saw that, and then it's like, oh, I want a carb cycle. I'm going to do a low carb day. I'm going to do a medium carb day. Then I'm going to eat 10,000 calories of cereal. And didn't understand that the day before that super high carb day, I looked like a 100-meter sprinter.
Yeah.
I mean, it just completely, my weight would change 8 to 10 pounds from the 2 low carb days is usually what hit before.
And that's a good way you could do the math with it, because you can take a gram of glycogen and a total, like a 1 gram of carbohydrate becomes about almost 5 grams when stored in the muscle. So you can convert grams to pounds and see how depleted you were and how much actually got stored as glycogen. And so you can do it mathematically to see whether or not it worked. Because the thing is that if you don't store them as I don't want to say this because this isn't always the case, but I'll say it. You'll actually gain less weight when you're storing them as fat, because the fat isn't bringing the water with the carbohydrate getting converted to fat and then stored directly as fat, not with the water. So you almost want to gain a lot of weight on the high carb day. That isn't always the case, because sometimes there's a point where you're so so dialed in, and you're not storing any extra water outside of the glycogen that you don't gain as much weight. But as a general rule, you actually want to gain a lot of weight on the high carb day. That's how you know you're storing the carbs as glycogen and not as fat.
Yeah, and if you ever get to that point to where you're that depleted, which is going to be very rare, and if you are, you're probably going to be working with somebody. If they do let you choose cereal, do not choose Fruity Pebbles, because it will make the roof of your mouth
Captain
bleed.
Crunch will put you in the ER.
Yeah, I mean, they will tear your mouth apart.
All right, next question here for Justin. What 3 supplements do you recommend for someone dieting down that actually work?
Ephedrine, caffeine, yohimbine. I mean, that's the classic stack. I mean, that's as good as the pharmaceutical stuff, really. I can't remember the exact. I mean, caffeine has shown study after study after study to boost metabolism, boost work output, and increase fatty acid oxidation.
Wasn't it aspirin?
It used to. Well, it's hard to even find the real. Because people used to say the aspirin within the blood, which would be good because you're taking a bunch of stuff that would fight your blood pressure.
Yeah.
But the original stuff, there's actually a synergistic effect, and I don't, because it's the acetylsalicylic acid. That's what aspirin is.
Yes.
And it somehow works with ephedrine to increase potency. And
Yes.
I don't remember the pathway, but I found no real noticeable benefit. That doesn't mean that it might be a 0.5% increase, but if you're getting a 15% metabolic increase from ephedrine caffeine, the another 0.5% really isn't going to make a difference. That might be a 0.5 pound of body fat over a 12-week protocol. So I do ephedrine caffeine with yohimbine. And the reason I don't do aspirin is because I tend to work with a lot of larger male bodybuilders who most of them, by the amount of food volume they're eating, have GI issues, acid reflux and stuff, and the aspirin just exacerbates it.
Yeah.
So I pulled it out.
Yeah, it used to be. That used to be something that we would take before we trained.
Yeah.
Heavy training.
That's where I learned of it.
The midi thins.
Oh yeah. Go to the truck stop.
Get and now you can't.
No.
You can't
get some
get the
trucker
shit
meth. Yeah.
The black beauties were the
Yeah.
powdered ones you could break open and snort
yeah.
them.
Oh yeah.
So you'd snort the aspirin, snort the ephedrine.
They were the mini thins were the straight up. Then there was the mini
thins.
The mini teas were 25-50. They had 50 milligrams of caffeine also.
That was some good shit. Those are good times, man. What happened to that shit like that?
I remember going, find any Road Ranger truck stop.
You buy 10 bottles.
Oh yeah, they didn't care. Some person the person behind the counter was always reading some lady reading like a romance novel. She just took her money. She didn't check. You could be 12 years old.
All right, next question here. What are the most efficient ways of maintaining contact and monitoring progress with your clients? Especially considering you have so many clients.
Well, a lot of them want to do in person. And the thing is, they don't realize that I've been doing it for 20 years over pictures. And so I'm better at pictures at this point. I see a lot of people in person, but I don't see a lot of bodybuilders in person. I look at photographs of bodybuilders in the lighting that I ask them to take the photos in all day long, every day, 7 days a week. For me, it's email. For long questions, email. I type almost 100 words a minute now. And then for short questions, text. I don't like talking on the phone, and the reason is because I have
no bars.
I have 23 texts and 32 emails right now since I left at 9:30. If those 23 texts were 23 phone calls, I wouldn't have been able to get through 23 phone calls. I'd be on number 10 right now, and by the time I got to 23, I'd have 20 more to make. So I know that people, for them, they think, well, I can talk faster, but what happens with a phone call is you do small talk, you get off on tangents. If you leave a text, it's, I have this question, I answer that question, and I can answer the 23 other ones that I have.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Dave, when you were at Westside Barbell, if you guys had someone like Justin Harris looking after your nutrition, do you think it would have improved your performance and recovery and maybe could have broken even more records? And how important is a nutritionist for powerlifting?
I don't like that.
We wouldn't have listened to him.
Thank you.
So it wouldn't have mattered. Here's the thing, and JM, when he was out here, stressed this, is we had very few guys in there that were dropping to a weight class, that are dieting to a weight class. So everybody in there, when I was there, I mean, the whole weight management operation through Westside when I was there was you kept gaining weight until your total stopped going up. And then when you got to that point, you would drop a weight class, maybe 2. It just depended upon where it was. So everybody was kind of in a process of always being in a calorie surplus. So now nobody was, 100% eating, Hostess snack cakes for every meal every day. I mean, they were still conscious that we have to eat food, but it'd be McDonald's for breakfast and maybe Lone Star or whatever. I mean, it's decent food, but I don't think because we were in a calorie surplus, it was going to make any difference whatsoever. What I do think would have made a difference is if we would have had somebody get through our thick heads, because we were being told, and we all knew this, to stay more hydrated, because it was not an air-conditioned gym. It was a very small gym, and there was a lot of people in there. And the chalk on every bar was like cake. It was just gross. So there was no doubt in my mind, because I'd go through 3 or 4 shirts, and I would have no water. You just didn't bring water. You just trained, and it's not like it's not old school, don't drink water. It's just like, fuck it, I don't need it. We're just training. I think a lot of the small tissue injuries could have been avoided because of that. Now, the guys that were cutting down and dropping weight classes, they were getting help by people who were like JM, and then I can't remember the guy's name, but he was a former junior USA. So they were getting help by people who knew what the fuck they were doing. So, and they weren't getting weaker when they dropped their weight class. They were getting stronger. So I don't think it would have had any bearing. Supplements would have had 0 bearing, because nobody in there used any supplements, as far as nutritional supplements, because you're in a surplus. What the fuck you need them for? There's nothing in there. The only supplements that we take would, like we talked about, the caffeine, ephedrine, and stuff like that. And that would be on dynamic day. You never did it on max effort day because it would fuck your focus up too much. I would do it on dynamic effort day because we moved at a very fast pace, and I also would use an inhaler to be able to breathe better. Albuterol. So I could get through those sets and be able to get it done, and and that's kind of that. So I'm not going to tell you nutrition is completely unimportant.
No, I'm glad you answered that way. I was afraid you were going to feel like you had to say yes. I'm glad you didn't say
no.
Well, I think that goes back to what I was saying before with training is performance, nutrition is physique. And so when you're looking at guys who are trying to be super heavyweights or 308 pounds or add size, and when they're looking to add size only for performance benefits, not add size so they look prettier on stage, then the primary goal is to be in a calorie surplus, provide enough protein so that you can build muscle, and that amount is far less than most people think. And so the only time it really would become important would be when dieting down for a weight class. So you diet down properly so you don't lose tissue and are still able to make weight. Yeah. And it sounds like that's what guys were already doing.
Yeah. And one of the problems that we did have, and I was one of those people, and JM's he's the one that kind of broke me out of the mold, is, Louis always wanted, I came in at a 242 pound lifter, and I'm 5'11". It's like, you need to be 308. I'm like, fuck, no, I don't. But anyhow, it's like, okay, I got to do that, and I got stuck. Like 270, and that's what I'm saying, that for a bodybuilder, this would be perfect. Yeah. You're 270, and I'm eating fucking everything.
Yeah. And you want the opposite, powerlifting. You want to slow your metabolism down.
Yeah, and so that's when JM, said just I was eating too clean too frequently, and that's what the conversation we would had with the guys at Westside that couldn't gain weight. It's like, what are you eating? And we're getting chicken breast, rice. I'm like, dude, man, barbecue. So you need to. You got to quit eating this shit. You need to start putting more calories per bite.
Yeah.
And you don't need to eat any more volume of food. It's just you can take the same bites per day.
Yeah.
Just get more calories. And then once they were convinced that that their abs didn't matter. Mm-hmm. Because nobody gives a fuck what your abs look like when you're squatting.
A lot of way in gear, abs they're bad for you.
Yeah,
that's less compression around your spine. I mean, because when you put a belt around squishy something, you can cram a lot of squishy around the spine. When you put a belt around abs, you don't have that benefit.
That's true.
All right, next one, Justin. Who would be your dream client? Whether it's a specific person currently competing, retired or otherwise.
Oh man,
And then Dave, we'll flip it on you for who would you want to coach?
I'd like to work with someone like Brandon Curry, who seems like an absolute genetic freak. But I've had a couple dream clients. I already kind of probably did. Steve Kuklo. I met Steve Kuklo when and I've told the story 100 times, but Steve came into my apartment. He met someone who knew me. I think it was Sean Merjavati, who's still a good friend, met at the Arnold Classic. Steve was about 18, somehow found out Sean was from the same area and said he wanted to try bodybuilding. Sean gave him my name. Steve comes over to my house at 220 pounds with abs as a 17 or 18-year-old kid with a handout he printed off from bodybuilding.com. And he said, I want to do bodybuilding. I think you're supposed to eat a lot of chicken. And I'm looking at this kid, and he could already win the Mr. Michigan. He doesn't even know about chicken. So I already kind of had my dream client working with Steve, and that was right. I've got another guy. I like to work. I like to work with young kids. But I like because I like almost. I have 4 daughters. I don't have any sons, and I kind of almost like that experience of working with someone younger, and getting to kind of relay all the. This is the stuff I don't make the same mistakes I did. And so I'm working with a kid, Dominic Trevlini, right now, who I love working with. And he's a teen national champion, and he's 21 right now and about to do nationals. And I really like, because then you got a kid who doesn't have a lot of preconceived ideas, and he's interested in learning. He wants to learn a sport. And then you get to talk about a lot of things other than just coaching. How do I make money at the sport? Most of them, don't know about investing. They don't know, because kids don't get taught that, period, but they don't know, how do I make money at the sport? How do I stay healthy? What do I do if I start making money? How do I, make my money make money for me? And I like working with kids like that. So I guess I've had already a couple dream clients.
I don't know if this is going to be politically incorrect or correct, but I don't know if I really give a fuck. I can't say a certain person, but what I can say is 100% it needs to be female. And I worked as a personal trainer for 15 years before, Elite FTS. And that's before that as a club manager as well. And then just the people that I've helped through the gym in here, there is more compliance with it, and they work harder. And to me, they're in my experience, in my world, when the people that I've worked with, so I'll make it that clear.
Mine also.
We're talking, I'm not going to say thousands of people, because anybody that says that is a fucking liar. So I'm talking hundreds of people. It's always been the case, percentage-wise. Obviously not 100%, so forth. And I would want to have a 6-meet commitment, which means it's going to be 2.5 years. So I need a female 6-month or a 6-meet commitment, which is going to be 2 or 3 years, because I want to design something close to a quadrennial, because I want to get them to their absolute best that they can possibly be. And that can't happen if I'm only working with somebody for 12 weeks. There's a fucking whole off season that's designed to bring up weak points and all the other stuff, that if you're just peaking somebody for, even in bodybuilding, if all you're doing is prepping them for the show, when in the hell are you supposed to add the mass? They leave you after the show, and then they come back. It's like, well, what have you been doing?
Could you fix what I did?
Fuck, And so that's, from that standpoint, then they have to want to learn what they're doing. They need to know the reason why, because the only way I think somebody in powerlifting, and that's the sport I know best, can get to their very best is to know how to train themselves to get to their at least how to make the changes as they're warming up. So they're warming up in the squats. And it's like, shit, the bar feels a little fucked up. I probably need to go stretch my left hamstring because it's not right. Then they do another set. Okay, this is good. Shit, my upper back's a little off. I need to go do some face pulls. Then they do another set. Cool, let's throw a plate on. Throw the plate on. Okay, this is good. Let's throw 2 plates on. Shit, this don't feel right. I need to do this again. You know, there's all these little, and you do this now in your own training. You don't even know it.
Yeah.
There's all these little audible, I call them audible, you got to be audible ready. Yeah. There's all these micro decisions you're making throughout the course of an entire training session that you're not even aware of, that you can't do with somebody online.
Yeah.
So that's the other, they have to be here in person for me to do that. So if I can teach them that, you know, they're willing to learn, they can teach that, and I can be able to use, when you were training with Steve and you're pushing him, right? Mm-hmm. A lot of the times if you were to lay the hammer down, I mean, just go full fucking out, you might have wanted to do that several times, but you could tell just from his nonverbals, this isn't the time to do this. He's too tired. Mm-hmm. He's mentally not there. So you don't. You know, now what if you were online programming him and it's like, you got to go balls out. This is challenge that day. You just put him into a greater overtraining state, you know? So that's, and I've had that with Ted, you know, which he's not female, but I've had it with Ted. I've kind of had it with Lily, not completely completed at this point in time. But from that standpoint, I think I can get them to a point to where they don't need me at all, and then they could do the same thing for somebody else. But that, to me, that's the perfect scenario. The scenario that drives me nuts is the scenario of somebody just wanting to train for one meet and then disappear. Right. It's like, dude, that's I don't charge them anything, so this is like a waste of my time. You know, it's like you're taking time away from people that really want help, you know.
All right, Justin, what were your thoughts after hearing about what Dave had to eat for that insane cheat meal that we made that Table Talk episode about?
Oh, that was
shit! I better start including a time limit on these cheat meals. That was the last untimed cheat meal. And actually, I've made other things. I've moved the cheat meal to the last meal of the day also, so that to minimize. So my cheat meal, if I give one, it's on the, and I do give quite a bit, but they're only on the last meal of a high day. So by that point, you've already eaten a ton of carbs. You're not very hungry, and you have to get up for work the next morning. So there's only so late in the day, and so
you're full.
Yeah, and so at that point, it minimizes. They're already full, and they even, you know, because you can give them an hour time limit, and it's people might not stick to it. But if I make it the last meal of the day, then even if they try to go over that hour, that means they're not getting enough sleep the next day. So I've made a couple revisions. So that's what I thought is I got to fix my protocol.
Well, keep in mind this only happened once, right? And once it was really explained to me, you know, how many calories I brought it, because it was insane.
16,000, yeah.
I mean, it was insane, and it's like, you know, we can't undo this, and like, you can't go ride the bike for.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, 3,500 calories per pound of fat. He had 16,000.
Yeah, it's like this. I'm like, oh shit, maybe this wasn't the best idea, but
yeah, and I've revised the cheat meal. I guess, geez, I've done a couple things based around that. The first thing I did was immediately put a time limit on it, and then at some point I moved it to the last meal of the day because I started realizing that the time limit's not always adhered to, and then I also kind of refined the rules of the cheat meal to anything you're craving, but it's not an eating contest. You can have anything you want if you're craving it.
Oh yeah, because they can pound.
Yeah, don't go and eat, you know, butter-covered Twinkies just because someone challenged you to eat the grossest thing imaginable.
Yeah.
All right. Any tips for a 280-pound powerlifter with 44% body fat at 20 years old, trying to get the body fat in the 20 percentile or 20%?
I'll answer first and let Justin take over. Forget about your lifts for right now. Get your weight down. You know, 44% body fat at 20 years old is putting yourself in a very compromised health position for the long term. So, you know, and forget about what he say he wanted the body fat percent to be?
20s.
Fuck the 20s. You know, you worry about the 35. You know, set more reasonable goals, and your lifts are going to be what they're going to be. You're probably actually going to get stronger, but I'll let Justin go over
I like what Dave said. He said, worry about 35. That's the most important thing. Don't worry about the end goal. Worry about what you can do to be better tomorrow. And then don't worry about your lifts, because I know you don't want and your lifts won't drop, but I'm sure people are always worried about losing weight because they're worried about their lifts dropping. At 44% body fat at 20 years old, you're not going to have shit for lifts at 30 years old. You're not going to be 55% body fat and setting world record totals. So if your lifts tomorrow, don't worry about your lifts tomorrow. If you want your lifts to be better 5 years and 10 years on the road, you got to get to a body composition that's going to allow you to lift the type of weights you're going to want to lift. But I would say, as far as eating, don't worry about counting calories. Don't worry about following a diet. Pick it, kill it, grow it diet. And I'm actually starting to maybe write a book on this. If you can't pick it, you can't hunt it, and you can't grow it, don't eat it. There's no Pop-Tart trees. There's no McDonald's plants. You don't go out hunting for Rice Krispie treats. And that's not to say there's not time to eat those things.
Trick or treat.
Yeah, yeah. I guess you depending on. But so meats, foods that go to the store, and if you can't imagine yourself picking that food out of the ground, picking it from a tree, growing it in your garden, or hunting it, don't eat it. And then you can eat as much as you want if you stick to those foods, and that's going to get you down in the 20s as quick as anything will.
I forgot something here that's, I think, really important. Don't worry about your body fat percent, because as Justin was speaking, I was trying to figure out how fast my body fat percent dropped. And this is part of the reason why I won't diet now, is I know how long it's going to take. Yeah. It takes me 2 weeks to drop 0.5% of body fat. It didn't matter if it was Justin, if it was John, if it was who it was, or how fast we tried to drop it. With Meadows, we tried to drop an extremely amount of a lot of weight because of some stupid muscle and fitness thing, and tons of cardio. It still didn't drop any fat. That was what my rate was. It's just how it worked. Now I was only willing to do so much supplementation, that could have, expedited that. But I think you're going to get discouraged if you're worrying about a number that's going to drop slower. The body weight's going to drop for him faster than the body fat. So the body weight's going to come down. Then after it initially, he's way up there, he's going to probably drop. I'm thinking Josh McMillan dropped. God, that was crazy. Did you work with Josh?
No.
He dropped like fucking 20 pounds in a week.
Yeah.
Once you get that first drop, it's going to slow down. And you're going to get to a consistent pace, which is maybe for him 4 pounds a week, I bet. Then go on the scale, and don't weigh yourself every day. When you're trying to gain weight, you weigh yourself every day at night before you go to bed.
Well, that's the problem is that you can, especially at that size, you can fluctuate body weight 10 pounds in a day.
Yes.
You can't fluctuate 10 pounds of fat in a day. You can't fluctuate 10 pounds of fat in a week. So the scale can change more in a day than the true body fat can change in a week. So all you can do is track trend lines. Weigh yourself once a week or something, and make sure that on average you're losing weight week to week. But like Dave said, I won't even worry about weight. I would worry about you have today. You know that you're eating terrible. Eat better today, and today is a win. Eat good tomorrow, tomorrow's a win. And then maybe the next day is a loss, but rack up more wins than losses. And then eventually, because time's going to pass, in 5 years, it's going to be 5 years. And 5 years ago feels like yesterday. And in 5 years, today is going to feel like yesterday. And you can either be in the body fat range you want to be, lifting the totals you want to lift in 5 years, or you can be where you're at. And the way to decide that is make sure that as many days as possible are wins and as few days as possible are losses.
Yeah. The something else that reminded me is when I weighed myself, it was because for some reason you always had Monday being a low carb day. I always weighed myself on Tuesday morning. It was always after a low carb day because this is going to be the lightest I was always going to be, and it wasn't on any other day. So but I think your advice is better. Is just go for the wins every day, and if you fuck up half a day, what? So what? Take half a win.
Yeah.
You don't have to just because, and I think people do this a lot, they'll screw up a day and say, you know what, fuck it, I'm ordering pizza tonight. And they just make it worse.
All right, going back to the cheat meals. This guy said, do you find purpose in cheat meals? Guys like Branch Warren claim it's just an excuse to eat shitty food. any real meaning behind them? Obviously, you said there was, but
Yeah, well, it is an excuse to eat shitty food. I mean, I mean, I love Branch Warren, but I'm not. You think Branch Warren's he's been competing since 93, 92, 91? You think
He's hardcore.
But you think he's never had a cheat meal in 30 years? You know, I mean, that's there's nothing magical about cheat meals. What's magical about cheat meals is that when you're starving and you're dying and your family hates you and you have no energy and you want nothing more than just to eat some garbage that you know is going to give you some mouth pleasure, and the idea that you can't for the next 4 months is pretty damn daunting. But knowing that I in 6 days, if I get one cheat meal a week, knowing that no matter how terrible this is, I only got to suffer for this for 6 days, and then I can go ahead and eat what I'm craving. And what that does is, like I said before, with the glycogen storage and placing the hypercaloric days on days when you know you're depleted and you know you can eat more calories than you burn and minimize the fat storage from those calories, having the cheat meal on that day is predictable. We understand what it's doing, and we know we're minimizing the negative effects of it, so that it's part of the diet. Where if we don't do that, and on this low carb day, where this is our main fat burning day, we're low carb, we're killing it, we're doing a double cardio session, and this is our biggest fat burning day of the week, and you spaz out and go order half the menu off McDonald's on that day in an unplanned cheat meal. Now we went from our main fat burning day to a fat gain day, and that ruins a whole week. Where if we plan that cheat meal, and people aren't robots, and and maybe some people can stick to no cheat meals for 16 weeks, but it's 3,500 calories for a pound of fat. If you're a large person and you're normally eating 800 calories in a meal, and we change that meal to a cheat meal and you eat 1,600 calories, which is a more likely cheat meal where you go and eat a bunch of burger and fries and have a beer or two, so you had 800 extra calories. So now, once a month you gain a pound of fat. So that cheat meal means over a 4-month period there's a maximum, and that's if you store none of that cheat meal. You store every gram of that cheat meal above what you normally would have ate as fat, which isn't going to happen. But even if, worst case scenario, 100% of those extra calories are stored only as fat in the body, you gain 4 pounds. It's a 4 pound of fat difference over a 4-month contest prep. 4 pounds, I don't think people realize how little 4 pounds looks. Take Ronnie Coleman on stage and add 4 pounds of fat on him, and he looks like Ronnie Coleman. And that's assuming in the perfect scenario where with no cheat meals. So that's absolute worst case. Every calorie of that cheat meal gets stored as fat. And not only that, when you don't have the cheat meal, you get none of the metabolic, or you don't lose any of the metabolic benefits. So taking absolute worst case scenario, it makes almost no difference of appearance on your stage. Now, if we don't do that and we say no cheat meals, and 3 times during prep that fat burning day turns into a fat storage day where you had the cheat meal that wasn't planned when you were supposed to be in a pure fat burning state all day, maybe you gain 6 pounds of fat. Now that's worse than having that cheat meal every week with just a few, which was one of those a month that was unplanned. So I think, people aren't robots, and there's no, all that matters on stage is that you look the best. There's no moral victory. No one pats you on the back or gives you a thumb up or a kiss on the cheek because you suffered more than someone else.
My experience with the cheat meal type thing is I purposely would not allow myself to have a cheat meal for at least 4 weeks, and I always kind of told myself I had enough glycogen build up to last a month that I didn't deserve it. But that was because I had to get my brain set to be able to do, I don't like fucking dieting. All right. So, and keep in mind, we're talking about dieting here. We're talking about like prep dieting. We're not talking about eating healthy type of stuff. And we probably should, so we'll deviate. The next question we're going to ask the next question ourselves. But you got to be in a certain mental state to be able to do that. Where if I would have started every single time I tried to get lean with a cheat meal every week, it would have been a disaster. Yeah. It would have been horrible.
I guess I should say, I tend to, I really narrow my focus because I'm working with bodybuilders, and so I'm picturing someone who's been eating chicken and rice all off season. They're 12% body fat, looking to get down to 4%.
Yeah, they're coming in at 20%. Yeah. You got a lot of glycogen to go before the replenish. But if we're just going to talk about, eating clean or eating healthier to lose weight, A, you have to be in a calorie deficit. Mm-hmm. B, you should have some type of circulatory exercise in your program. And I'm not saying it has to be cardio, but it has to be enough that's pumping blood through your body to be able to push nutrients through your body. And you got to be compliant, and you got to make sure that the more than 50% is food that is nutrient dense. I think that would be my basic, if I was to talk to my aunt and say, look, how do you lose weight? Well, here, first off, just like you said earlier, just make better choices. Yeah. Don't sit here and tell me you're stupid. You know what I'm saying? People act like they're way dumber about nutrition than they are.
No, people know. People want to convince themselves that they don't know, but
they know.
Yeah, people know. There's. We go to any. What I used to say is, sorry, this might even be off tangent, but off topic. But I used to tell people, go to a restaurant. Everyone has a hard time picking their meal. Most people. There might be 2 or 3 meals that you want to eat, and all 3 of them look like they'll taste equally as good. Start off by picking the one that you know is the healthiest of those 3 options. And the person that asked before, the 44% body fat, just doing that's going to get you moving in the right direction. You know, like, oh, that steak looks good, those ribs look good, and that those, fried fish looks good. Well, fried fish is terrible. The ribs are a ton of fat. The steak's much better. Choose the steak. You're still eating pretty damn good. You're having a nice juicy steak at a restaurant. Well, that's the best of those 3 options. That's a win, which what could have been a loss.
Yeah. I think that's the biggest takeaway from just basic weight loss. And
you don't need to eat health. I mean, you really don't. There's a big difference between health, the way you look, eating healthy food, and weight loss. And actually, if you judge health, you have to decide what your markers for health are. If your marker for health is longevity, then all that really matters is calories. They got mice living with the human equivalent of 200 years, and all they're doing is starving them, getting them as close to dying from starvation as possible, and it just slows down every process in the body that they live a very, very long time. I'm sure my mom's not listening. No family listens to these things after the first minute or two. But for my wedding, I had my mom lose a lot of weight. We did a calorie cycling. I let her eat anything she wanted. She said she wanted to lose weight, but she would not eat healthy. She wanted to eat M&Ms. And so all we did was we gave her a calorie count. There was calorie count A, calorie count B, calorie count C. And they went up like that. And she went A, B, C, and just rotate eating anything she wanted as long as she was within those calories. And she was, I mean, very thin. You would think she was someone, at my wedding, you would think she was, someone who worked out every day and ate super healthy.
It's not like where it becomes the challenge. And I think this is where the general public and powerlifters or people who are just training because they love training are trying to simulate. The challenge is when you're taking somebody who you're prepping them and you actually want to try to add muscle to them while they're in a calorie deficit, all right, which is almost impossible, but I believe it's possible.
Well, I'm glad you said it because it absolutely is, and it's based on hormonal levels, androgen to estrogen levels. So in a case with rising androgens, that is possible because you can have a localized case of protein synthesis. And the reason it's possible is because protein synthesis is very, very low calorie. If you can convert only 10 grams of protein a day, so 40 calories, that's nothing. So 40 calories a day of muscle, that's 10 pounds of muscle a year. So you can be in a pretty strong calorie deficit and have localized cases where, so I can convert 40 calories a day to muscle and still be in a huge calorie deficit. I mean, 40 calories is nothing on top of a 3,500 calorie diet. So.
Yep. And that's, for most though, they're just trying to maintain. It's like, look, I want to drop 30 pounds, but I want to maintain the same lean body mass or, whatever it's going to be. And I think that people that, gym bros, like, that's what I want to do. It's like, listen, man, there's a lot of discipline, that goes into that, and take as much shit as you want. It still isn't gonna happen like that.
All right, this one, my son is 7 and wants to start lifting with me someday. At what age do you think it's okay to introduce weight training to him?
When did Rambo come out? 1985. I was 6. I got a weight bench with the Weider plastic weights the Christmas after that. Got my first lat pull down and squat rack when I was 9. I want to say I wasn't, I don't know of any realistic scientific I don't want to say realistic. I haven't seen any scientific study that showed there's any major negative effects to weight training for youth. I mean, you look at human culture. I mean, there's a same thing with political correctness. Women begin menstruating when they're quite young, and so from a genetic standpoint, that's when they're adults. That's when, and so if you take a 12-year-old boy and you think that you would worry he's not ready to lift weights because of growth happening, a couple thousand years ago, by that age, you were already battle scarred. I mean, so there's I don't think there's any. I mean, if there's problems with him injuring himself from poor form and things, but I don't think there's any risk of heavy weights. And find a national champion wrestler who wasn't already a stud wrestler on probably the national level by the time he was 7 years old. And that's some hard, intense training, hard, intense workouts. Go to like China and find their weightlifters who aren't already doing highly technical movements by 7, 8 years old. I mean, I wouldn't say go in and start trying to have a max out on squats, but I was in my basement, trying to do push-ups, trying to do whatever I thought would make me look like Arnold Schwarzenegger when I was 7 and 8 years old. And look at me, I'm awesome. But I'm 40. I don't have any joint replacements. I'm not short. I don't have any growth fusion or growth plate fusion. I don't have any. Dave might disagree with me on this, but I don't see. I mean, as long as the only risk is you're teaching him terrible form and him injuring himself. But other than that, but he's probably playing peewee football and at far greater risk for injuring himself than just performing a bench press incorrectly.
No, I think they can train. I have 2 kids that grow up. I mean, they came into the gym and carried the handler basket things, So they've grown up in the gym, and one of them trains a couple days a week, and the other one doesn't train at all. I'm not going to force them, because this is going kind of way back to where we started, where you were talking about the gym has been such a big part of your life in so many different ways, that I want that gift for my kids, and I don't want to be the person that fucks that gift up. Yeah, I gotcha. Because I push them into something that could actually be very beneficial and help them. So I wait for them, so they're teenagers, but I'm not going to force them, to come out to train. But if they want to, then they will. But at some point in time, they may say, hey, look, I want to do I want to get serious about training for baseball. I'll be more than happy. Now, if he would have said that when he was 6, same thing. It's just now I would have worked things that are in the developmental process at that time, like visual acuity, balance, coordination, because there's certain physical components that are developed during certain ages of maturity as we grow, as we get better. Like coordination, if you don't, I think the age for that might be 5 to 8. I could be wrong. I'd have to look it up. But when you miss this window, it's not like you can't get better coordinated, but you're not going to be as coordinated as what you could have been. Visual acuity, your ability to take in, things, a linebacker, quarterback, step back, see the whole field. That's developed before the age. I think that's another one that's developed before the age of 10, right? So if you're not doing drills to teach them that visual acuity, and this is one of those things where, if I had more time, I would try to find studies to see what is the visual acuity of the kids that are playing video games on big screen TVs. Because is it better than what it was years later? Because look at what they're processing all at one time. Man. Holy shit. What do you think a quarterback does when he steps back? So is the video games really bad or are they not? I just read something, or I don't think I read it. I saved something that was actually like an article, some research on that. I wish I would have read it. And the other thing that you just said, which sparked something, because I saw a video, the strongman Eddie Hall, right? He was on London Real or something like that, and he was talking about Schwarzenegger was an idol of his, because he saw, growing up, he saw his shows. And then you just mentioned Rambo, and it's like, how many people do I know, Meadows with, Rocky and all this sort of stuff. how many people do we know in bodybuilding and powerlifting and sports in general that were inspired by movies or TV characters? All right. Almost everybody I fucking know.
Either that or like comic book characters. I don't think I can't think of anything else. That's like everyone.
Most media characters, though, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, but why are we now today telling everybody don't watch TV?
Yeah.
Like, okay, now wait a minute. If all these people grew up, you know, and the people that they grew up admiring were fictitious characters. Okay, they were even bodybuilding, right? So you're flipping through the magazines, you're like, oh man, you know, Ronnie Coleman and, you know, Jay Cutler and all, you didn't know who the hell they were. The only thing that you knew about them is what the editors made you think they were. All right, so you're looking up to and aspiring to be like a fictional character that some journalist made up. So it's not even the real person. Right? But you're aspiring to be that. But so it kind of flips this whole social media is fucking up the world thing on its head, because now those people that you would be looking up to, you actually see who they actually really are by how they post. You know, so it's like, oh, this is, you know, this is Dexter Jackson. You know, maybe you want to be like him, maybe you don't. And now you know Dexter's a different Dexter Jackson on social media than he most certainly was in Flex magazine 10 years ago when there was no social media, because the writers determined who he was, what he ate, and how he trained. Now you know. So is it good? Is it bad? I mean, it's a weird conversation.
Well, that's really interesting. Well, I can think of like an analogy as, because, you know, everyone said, yeah, the TV's bad, movies are bad, you know, don't, you know, like, are we showing a bad body image to our kids? So, like, I remember all the articles in the 80s when all the action stars looked like that. But then, like, as an analogy, if you take a forest, you know, and you say, you know, a forest burns down, and that's terrible. All the wildlife, all the little, you know, rabbits die, it burns down, there's a forest fire. What do you do? So let's prevent forest fires, right? That's terrible. But what happens if you completely prevent forest fires? The dead wood never burns off. So then if a fire actually does start, it burns through and destroys the entire forest, even the large trees, because trees have developed over, you know, millions of years to withstand a certain level of fire and not die. They have a certain root depth, and so the fires that would happen naturally that we think are bad because animals are dying and it's burning down the trees, burns off that dead wood and allows the strong trees to survive. And so you can imagine the same thing. We say that must be bad, so let's prevent fires. But then what happens? Something much worse happens when a fire actually does start later on. All that dead wood burns so hot that it destroys the entire forest. That's like, I mean, it's a poor analogy, but it's the same thing. We say the TV stuff and the media is so bad, but then what happens if we're wrong? And the alternative is much worse.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's yin and yang. Maybe there's good and bad to everything. You know, it's interesting though, because it's something that I've taken note of, because the whole TV thing just keeps coming up. I'm seeing both sides. It's like bad, and you know, the social media is what it is. We can go in circles about that, because the thing with the social media is the person can create their own narrative, all right, true or false, where, you know, that can be seen as good, but Flex magazine was creating the narrative of what a pro bodybuilder was, which was kind of good, because you're like, wow, this is cool. If I'm a pro bodybuilder, I'm going to make money. I'm going to be able to support my family. I'm going to drive a Lamborghini. And it's all bullshit. You know, so they were creating false narrative, but still inspired a shit ton of people to be able to do it.
People who inspired a lot of people who now are driving Lamborghinis.
So there's still false narrative, but there's also real people that...
Well, you say it, John Meadows, so by that falsehood, if he looked up to that, well, now he is the one who is making the money that Weeder was pretending the guys were making before. So yeah, maybe.
I mean, it's a crazy conversation that just goes in circles. What else we got? Because this is gonna get really weird really quick.
How did speaking of weird, how did Justin approach the no-calorie barbecue sauce situation with Dave, and explain what that was?
It wasn't that. It was
not worth looking into.
No, I mean, basically what that was is. And it's me even before Justin, but you know, Ronnie Coleman had the DVDs.
Oh yeah,
you know, he's going fucking eating
Chad Nichols has a funny story on that.
You know, the fucking ribs and I'm like, fuck yeah, and I'm gonna eat that every day. You know, so when I was on the road with Wendler one time, it's like, man, we got to go back. I got to have the ribs and the rice and the shit. And I was dieting, and Jim's like, you know, this is not dieting. And he said, we don't have apps to look up calories and stuff. He said, there's no way that this is anywhere close. This is probably your calorie allowance for the whole day or 2 days. I'm like, nah, man, this fucking what Ronnie does, it's fine. You know, I was wrong.
Yeah. Well, Chad Nichols said as soon as that Unbelievable came out, all his other clients were like calling him the day it was released. What the hell? I don't get to eat barbecue sauce. He had to explain that. No, that's Ronnie Coleman. It doesn't count. He's he's not human.
Yeah, exactly.
So before you explain some of the common mistakes that you see with carb cycling, but can you explain what carb cycling is for some beginner that maybe has not heard of it?
Well, it's basically just a way to rotate calories. I mean, there's a certain level, so you need to go eat less calories than you burn to lose weight. The problem is when you eat less calories than you burn, it increases your hunger hormones, it makes you hungrier, and it eventually slows down your metabolism. And so what you do is you can look at it as just from a calorie standpoint as I'm on camera, right? My calories are here. If I eat here, I don't lose any weight. So if I eat calories here, I'll lose a little bit of weight. So now let's say that's your main, most of your days are right here. So you're losing that little bit of weight. Now let's say a couple days a week, we're going to go way down here. You're going to lose a lot of fat those days. The problem is that your basal metabolism is going to start dropping. So what do? Before it can catch up and start dropping, we bring the calories way back up here and it resets it. And you can look at it from an evolutionary standpoint. Your body, so say, if anytime we ate less calories, it's because there was a famine. So your body thinks, oh, I'm not getting enough calories. There must not be any woolly mammoths to kill. We better slow our metabolism down so we don't die. So what the high carb day does is basically say, okay, right as the body's starting to say, hey, we haven't ate very much, so we need to start fixing some things. Are there no animals to kill? Then we put that high carb day in and the body says, oh, okay, there's a bunch of animals to kill. We must have just been lazy. We don't have to slow our metabolism down. So that's kind of the long and short of it.
Okay. How does your training differ between when you started, when you were at your peak, and how you train currently?
When I started, it was all for football. I trained with a guy, Mike Hickey, and we read the magazines. Actually, he won it because he felt like it would hold him back. He didn't want to know. He didn't like knowing that you weren't supposed to do certain things. He just thought if he believed something and he read the opposite, he wouldn't believe it anymore, and he didn't want that. And actually, he progressed faster than me, so I kind of liked his approach. But we didn't know anything about it. I remember we found someone who played at U of M or something, gave us their training program. And I remember it was like cleans, hang cleans, squats, a lot of squats. And then the only thing I remember is the only thing you did once a week, you did 4 sets of lat pull downs. That was the only back workout, no deadlifts or anything. So my training up until about age 21 was, it got more bodybuilding style, but it was all for football. Then after that, it was straight bodybuilding till about 2005, and then it was kind of a hybrid DC type approach to like 2008, and then 2007 to 2008 it was almost powerlifting. It was still trying to look like a bodybuilder, but I really trained as close as I ever did to straight powerlifting. And then today I don't know, try to enjoy myself in the gym.
Okay. Is there any difference in your nutrition coaching for your female clients versus your male clients?
No, they have human bodies still, so it's lower calories, but it's not that much different. And then people might say, well, we need to eat less protein, and I don't think people realize how little the protein you eat actually gets used as protein. We talked about a little bit earlier that even 10 grams of protein a day turning into new muscle is 10 pounds a year. So if you're eating 300 grams of protein, that means only 10 grams of it is actually and it's less than that, because who adds 10 pounds of muscle every year? I've been training since I was 7. I haven't added, 700 pounds of muscle. So I'm using much less than 10 grams a day. So you need a certain amount at each meal, but it's not like there's dramatic difference between, it's all just calories. The proportions are roughly the same. The women and it's unfortunate for women because they have to eat far less calories. And so it's a hard, for me, if I'm eating 6,000 calories a day, I can eat 3,000 calories a day and lose almost a pound of fat a day and still be eating 3,000 calories a day. For a woman with who hasn't built her metabolism, she's got a basal metabolic rate of 1,500 calories a day. To lose a pound of fat a week, she's only eating 1,000 calories a day, which is starving. So they have a much harder time that way.
Okay. Dave, can you elaborate on the bloat game? How did you and other guys do it? When would you start? Was there any progression? And was it really worth doing? And if so, how much did it help? Also, did anyone actually shit themselves when they got under the bar while bloated? Serious question.
I've never seen anybody shit themselves when they were squatting, so I can say that. But keep in mind, I'm coming from the powerlifting background, so we're singles. I'm sure if somebody was doing a heavy set of 10, and they fart or blow ass, it can end up all over the gym, but I've never seen that. Now, the bloating principle, I got to go through different generations here because of the gear as far as what we wore to compete with. When it was single ply gear, the bloating helped a lot because it made the gear tighter, and it helped with more rebound, because especially for me, because I had a really hard time gaining weight, and I was in a 308 class, so I had to stay training. I needed to train at a 292 weight, and if I ever hit 285, that was panic mode. So off-season wise, I could never let myself get under 280, or I knew I would never be able to get at 292. I knew I could be able to push myself to 312. So hit 308 and then hit 312, as long as I stayed in that 292 range with what I knew at the time. I learned some stuff from Justin later, which would have made things a hell of a lot easier. But it made the suit, it made the equipment tighter, which gave more rebound. It also put more fluid around my joints, which gave more protection to the joints. I just had to be very cautious, and this I knew even before coming from Westside, is where was the water going? Was it going in the muscle, or was it going between the muscle and the skin? Because if it was going between the muscle and the skin, with the single ply gear, it was a problem, because it was just gushy. It wasn't doing anything more except squishing my water retention. It was just pushing the water retention. It wasn't getting into the muscle at all. So that's how it impacted it with a single ply. When things got into multi-ply and it got crazy, if you over bloated, you weren't going to make depth in your squat suit. There was just no way in hell, because so you had to know pretty much. I had to be between 308 and 312 with when I was using the canvas. If I was 315, there was no way in hell I was going to get anything past. And even the 312 is, getting a parallel squat past with the hip joint being parallel to the knee. I did not say the crease of the hip joint being parallel to the knee. Bench shirts were a little bit trickier, because you wanted to be, the gushier you were, or the more water you could hold between the muscle and the skin, the better the shirt could work, because it allowed more movement for the shirt. The harder you were, like if somebody was super, like when Justin competed, he probably had a hell of a time getting a lot out of his shirt, because he was lean and hard. So the shirt's a pain in the ass, because it's not compressing into the water to be able to provide, because the shirt comes from the tricep pushing. So this is stabilized to allow the shirt to push through. So that was kind of the compromise there. So the shirt had to be dialed in well. So where I've learned the mistakes, because at one meet I over bloated. I actually weighed in at 275 and ended up at 305, which was a 2-day weigh-in. I couldn't get I couldn't get a squat. I mean, actually no, I did get a squat in, but I couldn't get my bench shirt on, and I had torn my pec 2 weeks prior to that. So, I benched the bar, and then some stupid reason I couldn't pull, because the pec was cramping or whatever it was. But anyhow, that was a worthless meet, because it was a stupid move. So now with this as well, I practiced it. Keep in mind, I'm not at the top of my weight class. So I'm training at 292 as a 308. And that wasn't because I wasn't trying. It just wasn't happening. I would experiment. 6 weeks out with different bloating protocols. And, I'll go on the record and say I used a anti-inflammatory called phenobutyral, which, helps retain water. Now, this is not something you want to take all the time. It's why it's for horses and not for humans. You take it for 4 days, get the fuck off of it, and don't use it again, hopefully for a year. Or my advice is to never use it ever, and just keep it that way, because I'm not a doctor and I'm definitely not a veterinarian. But I would the last 4 squat sessions leading up to the meet, I would run my protocol in about 80% to be able to know where I would end up if I went full tilt. Because when I went full tilt, the other thing I'm leaving out there is I did a small band workout after weigh-ins while I was loading, trying to get bloated, to get the fluid into the muscle. Because if all you do is hit the IVs and then just eat a bunch of sodium and fluids and stuff like that, I'm going to guarantee you're going to press your fingers against your skin and it's going to be white for 2 minutes. You're going to have nothing in your muscle at all. You have to train the muscle to be able to have it in there, and you have to have some degree of sodium. Now, with Justin, just for shits and giggles, because I thought this was going to be funny, and it actually was. It wasn't as funny as I thought it was going to be, but it was funny as fuck to me. I did a seminar for Murph, Total Performance Sports in Boston, and the year I did it was when I went down there. I was lean. I mean, I was about 2 weeks out from us stopping the diet, so I was like 242. I'm doing 2 hours of cardio, and he doesn't have people do a lot of cardio, so this was max cardio for Justin, so it was definitely towards the end. But I'm riding a goddamn bike while the seminar is going on, and I'm carrying my meals with me everywhere I go, and post workout a little pack of Skittles. It's just I'm 100% bodybuilder in a powerlifting environment, so of course they're all making fun of me, especially DeCenzio. Just ripping my ass apart, him and Rhodes. So then the next year, I'm not speaking, but I'm like, I'm going to go up there. And then about a week out, I'm like, you know what? I'm about 280 right now. I'm going to go up there as bloated as fuck. I'm going to go up there more bloated than any of these guys. So I get a hold of Justin and say, look, I want to get super bloated. I mean, and he's like, for what? I'm like, just for looks, man. There's no performance. There's no performance thing here. This is just for looks. I want to walk up there where all the attendants the year prior saw me with like a sucked in face, 240 pounds, tan, and now I'm going to go up there white wearing a Harley Davidson t-shirt, and I wanted to be over 300 pounds. So he lays out, here's the below protocol, the super protocol, which, can I tell people what the super protocol was? Yeah. I mean, at the time it was like, don't tell anybody about this because this is like secret shit, And, but it was 2 packs of ramen noodles, salted, every 2 hours with, we didn't use G2. It was Gatorade watered down, cut in half. So it's basically G2 is supposed to be Gatorade cut in half, but it really isn't. It's easier, and I learned this even before Justin. It's easier to cut your own and don't use the powder, and just slam as much of that as you possibly can.
The reason is because at the full strength, the water will pool in your stomach. If you cut it to half strength, it's got a low enough osmolarity that it won't pool in your stomach, so you don't get bloated from it. It goes just like water, but it's still getting you sugar and electrolytes.
Yeah, so that's basically those were my meals. It was like that every 2 hours. Then in between meals, salt and vinegar potato chips, which I don't know why the fuck salt and vinegar potato chips, but it worked, And so actually, I was late in asking him because it would have worked better had I depleted for 2 days beforehand, then hit it. But I went from whatever the hell I was, 282 to 315. By the time I got there, but I used phenobutyral as well. So
I thought we used vasopressin, desmopressin also.
We used that too. Yeah. So So it's, yeah, I walked in there a cow, there was no doubt about it, and I wouldn't suggest that, it's even for a raw powerlifter today. I think making sure that you're very glycogen full is important. You need to make sure that you are very hydrated and you're hydrated in the right spots. And I think a lot of people, after they weigh in, they'll make a mistake of, I think, and now there's centers where you can bag up. You got to weigh in and you got to go. It depends upon how much you cut. You need to weigh in. You need to get the IVs. You need to get fluid back into your body 100% for sure. And the only way you can do it 100% for sure is to put it directly into the vein. So I've typically gone, one bag, 10 pounds. Mm-hmm. So that's a safe range. And, keep in mind, when I had to do this shit, we didn't have centers you could go to. You got hotel rooms with blood splatter all over the wall because nobody can figure out where to put the needle in the arm. But get that first, and you can sip on the Gatorade mixture while you're doing that, but no food. You get that in there. And I use the finger test. Always press the arm and see what's going on with the color. Of course, there's going to be water that's going to gain between your muscle and your skin, but it should be later in the day.
There's an actual analytical metric you can do. I mean, rather than the finger test, check your blood sugar. If your blood sugar is climbing, you're hyponatremic, meaning you don't have enough sodium to take the sugar up into the muscles, and at that point, the water is going to start going under your skin rather than into the muscle. And so you can fix that by adding more sodium usually. Yeah. So
That's way better, because the sodium that's the other factor, because that's the other thing everybody forgets, because they just assume they're eating pizza and it has sodium. Yes, it does, but without the sodium, Justin kind of said it earlier. You want the glycogen to go into the muscle. All right, you need sodium and you need water to push it into the muscle. Otherwise, you're just going to end up with fluid floating around, between the skin and the muscle, which is going to do you absolutely no good. It's going to fuck your leverages up. It's going to screw everything up. And the final component of all this is, while it's funny and it's a good story to tell and all that, it's not going to be what's going to be the difference between you being first or second. Guaranteed. Nobody's going to go into a meet dehydrated. If you do, your coach sucks and you suck. You should know better than that. If you're cutting weight, make sure you're working with somebody who knows how to put the weight back on. That's vital, especially if you're doing a cut that's more than a hot shower the night before. Make sure and I'm going to stress that critically. You hire somebody that knows what the fuck they're doing.
That can be life. I mean, that can literally be life or death when you're cutting 10% of your body weight or something.
Yes, Janae did some
260 to 220.
Yes, she's lucky she's not dead.
Yeah.
The things that you don't want to do the things that she did. It was stupid as fuck. Where there's so many easier ways, to go about doing it. Especially if you can use injectable Lasix.
Well, that's the thing. She had same with the knee wraps. She had the thing. She was against using diuretics, which makes it so much easier and safer.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And if it is a diuretic route, obviously your doctor should know what you're doing. I got to put that out there.
And then and people are rolling their eyes, but find a doctor that lets you know what they're doing and accepts it. And I think that's an important thing that doesn't get talked about enough. Not all most doctors are jerks about it and don't understand it, but there are doctors who will try to understand. And if your doctor doesn't, find a new doctor and keep finding doctors until you find one that you can talk to about it. And he'll tell you you're an idiot and he'll tell you you're going to die, but he'll help you find ways to make sure that risk is minimized rather than just tell you and shove you on your way.
Yes. And even before, hell, even with Serrano, I had to, I don't want to say prove myself, but you can't be a fucking meathead when you're going in to see a doctor. And I can't stress this, enough, because as you get older, you're going to be seeing doctors more frequently. Sorry, it just kind of comes with age. And if you've had any history of anabolic abuse, any issue that you have is going to be because of that. So you have to have, and I'm not saying that's true, I'm saying that's what they're going to tell you.
Mm-hmm.
So if you build a relationship with your general practitioner over a period of time, like get a regular physical, for Christ's sake. I mean, that's one way to, and then they know what you're doing, and you can have conversations with them about, hey, look, I'm going to cut for this meat. I'm going to use a diuretic. You know, it's what, I know you're not going to agree with it, but I'm pretty sure, you know, an injectable diuretic is going to be far better than an oral diuretic. But, you know, what are your thoughts? He's going to tell you you're stupid, you know, and like Justin said, you need to know the guy first, you know, a couple year rapport.
Yeah, and then he can say, you're stupid, but let's make sure you're not going hypokalemic from the Lasix. You know, then he can check those things.
Yes.
So.
And if you built the relationship over 3 years or whatever it's going to be, he may ask you to come in to give you the injection.
Yeah.
He's going to make sure there's potassium, and and you may have to come back. I mean, he's going to make sure you're not going to die. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to tell you you're going to go into a doctor and say, I'm going to cut weight for this meat. They're not going to do it. Same thing with testosterone or anything else. They're just not going to do it. But somebody medically should know, you know, if you're taking a diuretic for anything, you know, because you can die. You know, it's kind of like diuretics and insulin. If you're going to deal with any of those two things and you don't have somebody medically that knows what you're doing, then you're slowly risking. It's like a bullet in the chamber, man. It's just
Russian roulette.
Yeah, Russian roulette.
All right, I got a good one to end on here. Thoughts on gaining strength, not muscle, while dieting down?
Well,
maybe more so maintaining, but if they worded it gaining.
Well, I mean, if done properly, you shouldn't lose. And you don't need to lose muscle when you're dieting. We've already talked about how if everything's perfect, you can potentially gain muscle while dieting, and so the tissue is still there. The problem is what's your measure of strength, because you're losing leverages, you're losing biomechanical advantages. Your form is changing, your groove is changing, you have less fluid around the joints, and so your gym strength might decline in some proportion with the way your weight drops, but as a real obvious short-term example, you can take like Janae at 260 has a certain level of strength. Janae at 220 does not have that level of strength, but rebounding back up to 260 means that strength in 36 hours comes back. And so when it's the same thing in a longer term when you're dieting. If you're dieting down to make a weight class and you're in a calorie deficit and you're carb depleted and you're glycogen depleted and you're dehydrated because you're not eating any carbohydrates, then you might have a decrease in gym strength. That doesn't mean your potential for strength is there. It doesn't mean the contractile tissue has lost strength. It means that your leverages are different. Your joint's not as tight. You don't have the fluid around the joint. And so that means that your strength can be the same or even higher, you know, within a day or two of replacing those carbohydrates. And so, yeah, I mean, I would focus. I think if you're trying to gain strength while trying to diet, you're trying to, you know, kill two birds with one stone. I would focus on getting stronger, and then if you want to make weight for meat or want to diet down to look good, I would worry about dieting down. And if you do it properly, you won't lose the muscle tissue won't get smaller, which means the muscle tissue won't get weaker. You may be weaker while you're depleted of glycogen and low in carbohydrates, but that'll come back as soon as you replenish those.
I would answer, because this is kind of the age-old question, is how do I lose weight and get stronger? You know, it's the same question. It's along the same lines of, I do everything but can't gain weight. Yeah. You know, it's like the same type of question. Is the answer that I would have to that is prioritize your objectives. All right, so you want to lose weight and you want to get stronger. So which one's more important? Getting stronger or losing weight? If you can't answer me, then you're not committed to either one of them. All right, so commit to which one it is first. If you want to get stronger, okay, focus on getting stronger without gaining weight. And just do that. Try to hold the weight while you're there. All right, if it is you want to lose weight, then lose weight and don't worry about your fucking strength. Get down to either your weight class. If you're a beginner, I think you should get down to your weight class so you don't have to cut. If you're more advanced and you know how to cut and you can do it without inhibiting your performance, get down to where you need to be in striking range to be able to cut. And then focus more. You're still going to train either way. It's just where's your main focus and priority going to be. When you start trying to split focus and priority in any strength sport, you're minimizing your potential of success on whatever you're doing. That's why certain protocols like block periodization exist. That's why even with basic linear periodization, which is progressive overload, that's why that exists through a strength phase, a power phase, a peak phase, and a hypertrophy phase. All right, that's why sports have preseason, off-season, time off, so you can prioritize on specific things at specific times. Conjugate, yes, that's when you're trying to do a lot of things at the same time. Okay, and I'm a conjugate fan. I think that's great. It's a great form of training. But now you want to have a conjugate diet. You want to throw that in there, and it's too much. So focus on the priority and hit that first, and it's weird because most people are going to tell you cut the weight slow, bring it down so you can maintain muscle. But I also want to throw out, go listen to the conversation I had with J.M. Blakely, who was notorious for dropping 100 pounds on competing in 4 weight classes and then going back up in the same year. His answer floored me when I asked him, how much did you try to lose at any given time? And he said as much as he possibly could. His record was 28 pounds in 3 weeks. He said he wanted to get it down, get it off, and then start training, and then worry about it then. So I don't know if I agree with that philosophy, but it's putting I guess I do, because it's putting that objective is first, and then the strength is being the second.
You can I was trying to think of an analogy to do it, but it's like kind of like saying, how do I run 10 miles and bike 10 miles? Well, you could try to, you could try to carry the bike on your back for 20 miles and say, hey, I ran 20 miles with the bike. That's 10 and 10. Or it's going to be much slower because you're not doing either one efficiently. Or you could run 10 miles, then get on a bike and bike 10 miles. At the end of the day, you both went 20 miles. Now, you could say while you were running, you weren't biking, so how am I making any progress? Well, the problem is because the progress is much quicker when you break them up into 2 separate things. So you can diet down and then work on your strength, and you think, well, while I'm dieting down, I'm not working on my strength. But if you're looking at the end result, dieting down first, getting the weight off, and then working on your strength means at the end of the day, at the end of the time period, your strength is going to be better than if you're trying to keep your strength while trying to diet off, and you're not doing either one efficiently.
That's good. All right, well, I want to thank Justin, and see ya.
Today's episode is brought to you by elitefts.com. Founded in 1998 with the primary aim to live, learn, and pass on. Please help Elite FTS support this mission by smashing the like button, leaving a comment, sharing with a friend, and thinking of us for your training needs. If you can put it in a gym bag or load weights on it, Elite FTS has it.
What's going on? I'm Dave Tate. We are broadcasting from the middle of the Elite FTS weight room, where the underground still thrives and you're part of the crew. It's time to sit down, keep it real, and cut the bullshit. Welcome to Table Talk. Marek Health is a premium telehealth platform specializing in hormone optimization and preventative medicine. Are you looking to optimize your health in and out of the gym, improve recovery, sex drive, and quality of life? Have you tried speaking to your health professional about this and have gotten the cold shoulder, stereotyped, or just told it's part of getting older? You just go to marekhealth.com/tabletalk, and you can create your own lab, or you can take labs that we've had set up for them, which are based upon the same labs that I've been doing over the last 15 years. Or you can use their guided optimization. With this, they'll put you in touch with a patient care coordinator, which is actually pretty cool because you get to sit down and speak to somebody that can understand what you're looking for from hormone optimization and the preventative medicine standpoint. After that conversation, they'll determine which labs that you should and which tests you should have done, and then from there, get the labs done. They'll review those labs with you and put you in touch with one of their hormone optimization specialists that can determine which supplementation that you should use over the counter or prescription. marekhealth.com/tabletalk. The discount code is tabletalk. Today's episode is brought to you by Power Rack Strength CBD. Power Rack Strength was founded by Brian Carroll, a good friend of mine. I've been thrown many products over the years, literally thrown many products over the years, which was all junk. So of course I was going to bust Brian a little bit when he first came out with this until he explained to me how much research and who his partners were that were associated with his company. Then after he sent me some of the samples to test, I was absolutely blown away by the drops. As with most people, I have a hard time falling asleep. I'm cool when I'm asleep, but I have a hard time falling asleep. These were the only thing that actually helped me out of all the different things that I've tried in the past. It definitely makes a difference in my training. So check out PowerRackStrengthCBD.com. Use the code TableTalk2023 and you'll receive 35% off your first order. If I'm pushing anything, I'm pushing the drops first, then I will push the roller second. The balm is good, but I'm just not a balm guy. What's going on, guys? We are back with another episode of Table Talk. Today, my guests are Joe Miller and Justin Harris. We're going to talk a little bit about their supplement line that was just launched and a bunch of other stuff as Justin and I normally talk about. And Joe and I were talking earlier as well, because we're kind of from the same area, same stomping grounds in a way, you know, and like I said, Toledo's kind of like Michigan, but not really, kind of like the ugly stepchild of Ohio, but yeah, you know, pulled into there. So as we start, why don't you, either one of you, just tell me how the company founded?
Well, I'll start. It was founded originally with a veteran named Jeff. It was, you know, I didn't want to do a supplement company. Supplement companies are tough, you know. Like, you need, basically there's two versions of supplement companies. There's the version that finds someone with dumb money who will fund it, and you can write yourself a fat CEO check while you lose money for 5 years before he gives up on it. And if you've seen quite a few companies come through like that with some big name bodybuilders, or you put together a true quality product that your user base is actually going to use. And in that case, you got to run a lean company and be, you know, cost effective, and so we're 100% self-funded. And so that's where we started at. Jeff had some health issues, and so we wanted to keep things going. And I've known Joe here for almost 20 years. And actually, the old Steve Kuklo YouTube videos with him and I training, Joe was the third training partner there. Oh, no shit. Yeah. Yep. He just left to start working at Lifetime, like right as we were really doing the videos, so he kind of missed out on the videos. Missed out on some of it, all the pain of the training, but didn't get all the fun glory that you guys got.
Well, when we were talking about it, God, I can't remember when you were down here last time. Whenever you were down here last time, you know, it was because you had Troponin Nutrition for a while, which I don't even, I don't want to say, it's not insulting, that it wasn't a real supplement company, because it was just shit that you were getting for your clients to make sure that it was what they wanted. Because at one point I was one of those. And so when you're saying, here, take this stuff, it's kind of like why Serrano has fish oils and stuff like that, because you need to make sure it's accurately what it is. And then with this one, and you've been associated with other brands off and on. And then with this one, I think the exact conversation was, it's one of these fucking times, right? This is actually going to work, because when I was talking about your brand on the last episode, I made the point of there's not very many brands I will represent because of what you just said. And there's also, it's a shitty industry. So it's a shitty industry as well. So the only reason why I would support the brand is because you're in it, and the integrity goes a long way. And anybody that's known you for a period of time knows that. And not only integrity, like this is a buzzword in the industry, right? Where in 2 years you have good integrity. No, this has been like fucking 20 years, right? It's been a long time. You were actually, I believe, one of the first online coaches
it was
to ever exist.
Before I was Polaroids the first
God,
first couple clients, because it was, I think I formed troponinnutrition.com, I want to say in 2003, so 20 years exactly, the website. But before that, it was people at the gym, and if you couldn't meet them to see them at the gym, they'd mail you a Polaroid. And a friend of his was one of my first clients, actually, when probably 2001 or 2.
That's right. We were talking before too about like the supplements. I was saying how, back then, because again, over 20 years ago, I was at home with mom, and Justin would always get me in trouble, almost kicked out of the house, because I would have 5 or 6 different bags of different stuff to mix it, because of the quality of the ingredients he wanted to make sure his friends and clients had. And fast forward, then now it's my wife, and so she's definitely very happy that all the products is in one scoop now, so a little more convenient for me.
I can't even think of how long it's been since we did my first, whatever we want to call it, the cut up. It's been that long. All I remember a lot of things about it, but from the supplement standpoint, the waxy maze would fucking be everywhere in my kitchen, no matter what you tried to do.
We were talking about that too.
It ends up under the
crevices
everywhere, man. It's like in the sink, and then you gotta like take a spatula,
to like. In the second it gets wet, it's like clay. Well, we might have talked about this before, but there's a funny story about the waxy maize. That was through Dante Trudell at True Nutrition, or it was True Protein at the time, and there were about 14 versions of that amylopectin that we tried, and we would try them and we'd sample it and like kind of report back, and there was this one in particular that seemed like magic. You drink it and it was like your veins stood out. It's like you could feel like it sucked all the water like in your muscles, and like Joe, Steve Kukla, and I were all like, but it was
horrific,
unbearable. Like so much so that you developed like an aversion that you couldn't like make the next drink. Like you drank the first one, you couldn't do that. So Dante calls the company back, and he says we really love sample 14. I mean, we absolutely love it, but they said the flavor is atrocious. And the lady goes, the flavor. He said, yeah. He said they can't even drink it. And she like stuttered, and she goes, that's a filler for wood glue.
Oh God.
So who knows? That's probably still stuck to the inside of my small intestine somewhere, but. But so like with the high molecular weight carbohydrates, that's really that, and the waxy maize was the original one, and that's like that's the core of it all. Because I don't want to get too much into it because everyone's heard this a million times, but a high molecular weight carbohydrate just means it's like a glucose structure with all this surface area, and that's what waxy maize was, a really high molecular weight, so it'd have a low osmolarity. It gets into the small intestine very quickly, and because it's got all that surface area, you take like maltodextrin is like this, just a single line of glucose molecules. So you can pluck one off each end, and that's it. You can't go faster than that. eventually get in the small intestine and it'll pluck off really quick, but there's nothing dragging it in there. These clusters, that the opposite happens. It goes into the small intestine very quickly, got all that surface area, so all those glucose molecules can get plucked off, transfer into the bloodstream. But on top of that, it's so large, the molecular weight's so large that it continues to do that for a long time. So you get the really quick influx of glucose into the bloodstream that's also sustained. But there's more interesting things. We use highly balanced cyclodextrins. We use beta cyclodextrins, which is a 7 dextrose ring.
Now this is for yours now.
Yeah, for field rations.
Okay, yeah.
Yep. And so that's actually very important because everyone's heard of Febreze. You know, the reason you can Febreze and forget it is because Febreze uses highly branched cyclodextrins. Because it's a conic structure that's hydrophobic on one side and hydrophilic on the other. So the reason you can Febreze and forget it is you spray it, the stink gets trapped in there, and it stays there until you reverse it by applying, water at some point later on. Reverse that hydrophilic, hydrophobic nature. The stink then goes into the washcloth. That's how it works. Well, the beauty of that is cyclodextrins, for a period of time, were kind of looked at as a delivery method, and they still are for nutrients. And so, if you think about that, we have this high molecular weight, that's what we want, but we also need the amino acids. We need the essential amino acids to build muscle. Those have a low molecular weight. So how do we get those into the small intestine quickly also? Well, here's your chance. You have the potential so these cluster dextrins can kind of, the amino acid has the potential to get locked in there. Then the combined molecular weight is quite high. Now, and you'll notice this if you look at other, most people don't do an all-in-one intra-workout because it's difficult. Because what ends up, you have this high molecular weight, and that's great, and we're pulling all that water in the small intestine, but you can run into this problem called dumping syndrome, and it's aptly named dumping syndrome because all that water eventually gets to the colon, and you don't want that. So what we do is through trying all kinds of different ratios, we've mitigated that by using about 20% of the carbohydrates come from just plain dextrose. And that raises the osmolarity just enough that you get that rush into the small intestine, you get all the benefits of that, but just short of getting dumping syndrome. So the problems with pure cyclodextrin intra-workouts was that there was a real quick limit, a cap in how much you could take. You couldn't take 200 grams of that in a workout because you'd shit your brains out, where that doesn't have that cap.
Now, wouldn't straight sugar be faster though?
No, because once it gets to the bloodstream, it would. Once it gets to the small intestine, it would, but it doesn't because it's got a osmolarity similar to that of blood. Blood is like 297 to 303 nanograms per milliliter, whatever the rate. Yeah. And so when dextrose goes into the small intestine, and everyone's noticed that, if you chug a bunch of Gatorade, what happens? You get bloated. Why? Because it has a reverse osmotic pull, and water pools into the stomach. And so it pools in the stomach. It doesn't enter the bloodstream nutrients don't enter the bloodstream from the stomach. That's just the stopping ground to the small intestine. The small intestine is where it then gets into the body. Yeah. And so you think, great, dextrose, get it right in there. But the problem is it sits in your stomach. Once it eventually finally gets to the small intestine, boom, it shoots across. But that's like, if you look at a graph, you're drinking it here with a high molecular weight carbohydrate, you have already a release of glucose into the bloodstream, and it's sustained. And so you get a quicker peak at minute 15, quicker peak at minute 30, and you still have it 2 and 4 hours later. Where with just straight dextrose, you have nothing, like 35, 40 minutes in, one big spike. But it happens quick. If you could inject it, that would be the way to go, but you can't. Mm-hmm. You have to drink it, and it has to go through that process. And so that's why you don't want to do that. And we actually have a research article that my nutritionist, Thomas Lackey, who's got a master's in nutritional science, put together a real good article showing the benefits of field rations and the high molecular weight carbohydrates and the essential amino acids with the dextrose. We also have sea salt, and I can explain why for that also, in comparison to Gatorade for all endurance activities, and you can really see the benefit. And because Gatorade is from Florida Gators, and it was developed in the 1960s. And when they first did it, all they were trying to do was find they wanted to find, what would keep their athletes hydrated better and energized. And they realized that if they put too much sugar in, that's what would happen. they'd get, and they get that spike, then insulin would spike. And when insulin spikes, insulin's like a central nervous system depressant. That's the last thing you want when you're in the middle of a football game, to be suddenly, sleepy.
Yeah.
And so they found the maximum amount of glucose you could do to kind of avoid that. The problem with that is it's much less than the amount of glucose that's in Gatorade now, because it tastes like crap.
Yeah.
It's all diluted and watered down. So when they mass marketed, they had to change everything. And then, of course, they don't use the dextrose anymore necessarily. They'll use like a high fructose corn syrup, or, and they have different, like the G2 formula's better now and stuff. But you had like all these issues that we're able, like, to completely avoid with that.
That's interesting, because thinking back, because it's been almost 20 freaking years since we were doing that. So any of the pictures you guys see of me actually looking jacked was when I was working with Justin. So you were having me drink Gatorade watered down, right? And then with BCAAs, I believe, thrown in it, because that's all there was at the time. Where over the years with myself, obviously things change, training priorities change. I still train to get strong. That's always going to be. I'm never going to be able to I'm not going to say never. I'm going to stop saying that. But I don't see myself training just for health. I just don't see that. So there's always some bigger objective. But one of the things I quit doing over the years was I pulled the intro out, just to be transparent to those people that are listening, because anytime I ever used it before, I was using insulin to help shuttle it anyhow. So I never really saw the need to put it back in, because I don't want to take insulin anymore. So I don't want to say, how do I want to say this? You were educating me. Like, you weren't guiding me, because you're not a doctor. Right. So you were educating me at that time, where, it's interesting now, because as we were talking before we started the podcast, you were telling me there's still a need, not a need, but there's a benefit, that I could achieve from it. And I said, just stop. We'll talk about it during the podcast. So what would that be?
This can be a whole rabbit hole. So the first thing that happens what happens when you get blood work, when you work out really hard, your liver enzymes are elevated always from the training. Well, what keeps your blood sugar level stable? Liver glycogen. And so your liver is actually its job as far as glucose management is to release liver glycogen, keep your blood sugar steady. And so one of the first things you'll see happen when alcoholics stop drinking is they'll go in like diabetic comas, like low blood sugar. They'll crash and they'll pass out, because their livers are so damaged they can't control the blood sugar. And now when they remove all that alcohol and those excess calorie sources, they don't have an energy source and to keep the blood sugar level stable. And so you obviously we have that, and anyone who's got blood work done knows that that's what's going on. So while we're training, if we're training hard, and so like if you're someone who doesn't train hard, but who wants? That's not our target audience. If you're someone who trains hard, your liver is damaged, and you're less effective at controlling blood sugar, especially in intense workouts. And this completely mitigates that. And there's additional things because
how though?
Because, well, first of all, the high molecular weight carbohydrates get right into the bloodstream quickly. But on top of that, also, the problem that other companies have is it's not just the carbohydrates. They need to do something. We need to take it to the muscle. We need glycogen. And that's what gives us the pump. Glycogen is 4 to 4.5 times as much water as it is glucose. So get that in the muscle. That's what we want, right? So most places have. Most intra-workouts have some combination of carbohydrates, and you mix it with water. That's great. That's what we need. But that's not all you need. That'll raise your blood sugar. We don't want elevated blood sugar. We're trying to store glycogen and get a pump. And what you need a carrier for that glycogen, and that's sodium. And so we have additional minerals, especially sea salt. And we toyed with different things. We actually tried sodium bicarbonate, baking soda, which,
I remember taking that when I was in high school and training.
Because the bicarbonate, it's calming on your stomach. Because I wanted to make sure that this was something, because I work with 300-pound guys. I wanted to make sure that this is something that, like anybody can take, like a scoop, But when we get to the level, the really big guys, can they still use us without getting sick and making everything work? And this is why we had we dropped the sodium bicarbonate eventually because it's carbonated, and when you're constantly shaking it during the workout, that doesn't work so much, and so I wanted sodium, which is salt basically. And salt's an interesting thing because chemically salt just means you take something that's a negative ion and a positive ion and combine them, and they form like a salt, like a crystalline structure. So like if you get like Adderall, it's like amphetamine salts. That's all it means. But so it's not just salt. Like we don't want just table salt. We want like sodium, and we want other minerals also. And so that's why we went with the sea salt, and then we toyed with the amount because you can't just dump sodium in a drink. We we can't drink ocean water because of the salt water. Cats can. Their kidneys are able to filter that. We can't. So you have to be careful because if you drink a solution that's more than 0.9% sodium, your kidneys can't process it. And so that's really bad. So these are all things I don't think other supplement companies are considering, so this is all very science backed. And so what you have is, regardless, you don't need, insulin's not going to hurt.
No, I get it. I'm not using it. So I'm done with that.
Yeah. But, but, especially as you're older and your liver's been beat up from training for decades, you're towards the end of a workout, you are almost absolutely guaranteed to run into cases where your blood sugar dips and you have less available easily glycolysis energy than you should, and who knows how much that's affecting your training, but it's obviously not helping it. And this prevents that for anyone running, someone running a marathon. And this would even be better for someone running a marathon, because what they do with for races is they do those gel packs, which are even worse because there's no water even. Yeah. So it's just like a gel of pure glucose, which sits there in the stomach. Well, that water's got to come from somewhere. So it goes all from everywhere in your body into your stomach. The worst case scenario while you're running and you got this water sloshing around, and it's not even water you drank because it's from the gel pack. So this is, what we were doing with this research article is I'd like to get this looked at for collegiate, specifically football, but collegiate long events where you need to be able to perform at a high level for 3 hours, 4 hours, like a football game, where currently they'll use Gatorade, but you can't chug Gatorade. You'll get distended, your stomach will be bloated. You can't chug Gatorade as it is, and at the amount of carbohydrates you would burn through during a football game and not feel sick. This you can.
Well, that was one of the other reasons too, kind of why I pulled it out, because when I was using the Intra with the insulin and all the other stuff, the training was more bodybuilding, which was higher density training. For those listening, the density is less rest periods between getting the workout done a little bit faster. When I moved back into more strength work, I am talking about it could be a 3-hour time period, but it's lower density because the rest periods are a lot more. And mentally, I wasn't able, and I didn't ask or get a hold of you or anybody else. I just didn't give a fuck enough to really do so, of how to keep it in. Because the one thing I do know that it did help, and I don't know if it was the insulin, I don't know, what it was, is I didn't give a fuck about the pump. The recovery, though, was a big thing, where it was very, very, very noticeable. And I don't think placebo, because it was freaking noticeable.
Well, because what happens? You train, you damage the tissue. You got these protein structures, myosin and actin, and they interact like that. They cross, but they're just structures of protein.
Well, I'm laughing because you train, you damage the tissues, then you rest. Recover.
It's
really
simple.
It sounds pretty simple, right?
It's all pretty simple.
But so we know that's happening. And then even more so, we used to think delayed onset muscle soreness was directly correlated to muscle growth, and now we're learning it's not.
Yeah.
So now that it's potentially a hindrance, because if you're sore and it negatively affects your tomorrow's workout, that's bad. So what prevents that? What is the minimum nutrients required to repair damaged muscle protein structures? And those are the essential amino acids.
Yes.
And so that's what we have. And we have them in a ratio where leucine is high enough to trigger mTOR, because leucine is the specific trigger for mTOR. But we're not just BCAAs, because you need all the EAAs. But you don't need any. When we say we try to be our overarching kind of focus, or I don't know what you would say for the company, is nothing's wasted. We want only what works and exactly what works. So we don't just the essential amino acids. Why? Because if we're so So let's imagine there's a cell and protein synthesis wants to happen. You've damaged this tissue. There's a signal for muscle protein synthesis. The body wants to build proteins on that, build it bigger so it doesn't tear under the same damage next time. It needs all 20 amino acids at that site for it to happen. If only 19 are there, can't happen. All 20 have to be there. But the only ones that actually needs are the essential amino acids. It can convert the essential amino acids into the non-essential amino acids to make that happen. So really, it's the essential amino acids, and you'll get that from whole protein sources. Most people are going to eat a whole protein, like a whole, a meat-based protein or something before they train at some point.
Yeah.
But you don't know what the rate-limiting enzyme is, or rate-limiting amino acid is for that protein. And that rate-limiting amino acid is the essential amino acid at the lowest level. And that's basically the limit of how much protein synthesis you can have from that chunk of protein. And in some cases, it's pretty low, so you limiting, you think you're doing everything right, and you are essentially, but you just happen to have the rate limiting amino acid is isoleucine in this case, and if it's not in the body, that's the amount of muscle you can build. So by supplying the essential amino acids, we completely remove that as a worry. Basically.
All right, I think you kind of answered a question that was going through my head, because I'm going way back to my nutritional biochem course, where any food, any protein that you eat, is going to be digested. It goes through the intestines, it goes into the bloodstream, and then it's I'm going way back to be wrong, right? Back then, I think it was called the amino acid pool.
Yeah.
So it's just floating in the bloodstream, but I was never able to figure out, nor was the professor at the time, to tell me, well, how long is it sitting in there? Thus, if you had whole wheat and then an hour later you had peanut butter, those contain complementary amino acids, which I don't want to say it's a whole protein then.
Probably
but
would.
It kind of could be.
Yeah.
But how long does it sit in there, right? Where that matters, right? But if it's limiting, like you just noted, then that makes sense.
Yeah, well, you have two things, because it's how long is it in the bloodstream or how long is it in the stomach? And the reason in most cases I like whole, like meat-based protein, is because it sits in the stomach so long that it trickles the amino acids slowly. And so really the only time you want to absolutely guarantee the essential amino acids are in the bloodstream is around training, which is why this is typically the only time I really recommend a liquid form of it, and but you can kind of first principles it. You eat a piece of chicken and you break the protein. You actually only break the proteins down to di and tripeptide bonds. Remember, my education's 25 years ago.
I know.
This is what I was taught.
Yeah.
Di and tripeptide bonds of amino acids. Well, those are in the bloodstream. Those are like acidic. They can't be there very long. So basically, they're floating around, and either they find a reason to find something to synthesize, build a new protein structure, or they need to be converted to something else because they're not good for the body the way they are, and that goes through gluconeogenesis, and then turn into sugar. And so
that was why I could never really get up. I always understood the super high protein diets, because it just ends up being a very expensive carbohydrate, right?
Yeah.
And that was one of those things I could never really wrap my head around, because we've talked before about how protein is carbohydrate sparing, or vice versa, or however, and that always made sense to me.
Yeah.
Because why?
Well, you can do the numbers, and I keep using Nick Walker, and because he's exploded on the scene, but he's an easy one. Everyone knows. I believe he's gained 120 pounds of contest weight since 2012 or whenever it's for. So 10, 11 years. So he's gained 12 pounds a year. If you break that 12 pounds of muscle down a year, because we know how much, like 500 grams of protein is 500 grams is about a pound. That's essentially when you're eating 500 grams of protein, you're eating a pound of what could turn into muscle. So obviously almost all of it isn't, but how little even is. And it's so much lower than people think. If someone's eating 500 grams of protein a day, they think they need that to convert to muscle. Unless they're gaining a pound of muscle a day, they're not using it.
Right.
Yeah.
So how little are they? If you break it down to 1 gram per hour, that's it, or like roughly 25 grams per day, it's 20 pounds of new muscle growth. And it's actually probably more than that, because I'm saying that muscle protein is only amino acids. There's other things involved, as the whole complex gets formed. But if you say muscle protein is only made of amino acids, there's no other like binding anything. 1 gram of protein synthesis per hour is 20 pounds of muscle per year, or 200 pounds of muscle mass in a decade, which no one has ever grown that fast. So that's like, these are the things people don't think about. So everyone's like, we'll throw high protein. Yeah, like it seems like it would work, but if you really break it down, no, it's not just protein. We need very little. You can imagine there's probably like someone like our size, maybe 75 grams of normal protein turnover. The organs need to get replenished. We walk around, there's damage, we bump something. And so, so really, if you were 100% absolutely as precise as possible without a single wasted gram of protein, you could arguably gain 200 pounds of muscle in 10 years eating 100 grams of protein a day. So that's like the key is don't just throw protein at, it's like throw something at the problem. It's like I need to hit a bullseye at a dartboard. Well, I could either throw 100,000 darts and have no choice to hit everything, or it seems like it'd be better to be precise and get a professional dart player and that's why the focused essential amino acids are like around training. There's very specific times where, because if you can double the rate of growth during that time, it's if you can increase the rate of muscle growth even by 1 gram per hour in like that 3-hour window around training, that's doubling your rate of growth.
All right, well, let's say it is a 3-hour training session and it is a strength session, so there's bullshitting and there's all this stuff going on. How should that be used during that time period? Because I can slam it right before, right?
Well, that's what I recommend. Like, it depends on John Evans is a 300-pound 308 guy I have. He's got an insane metabolism. He's a power lifter. And so we have him doing like 3 scoops of this, and then trying to dilute it in like almost a half gallon of water. And I basically try to tell him to just spread it out over the workout. You have some leeway, because if you finish early, it's not like it disappears,
Yeah.
But you don't want to just slam it at the beginning. You just kind of want to sip on it. And then I'm on both sides of the issue, because I always complain that people try to make things too complicated, and then here I am like making things too complicated. But there's a few clear facts we know about hypertrophy, and that's it. We don't know. There's a lot we don't know about strength and hypertrophy. Think how much we've learned. Look at the powerlifting numbers, the raw numbers now, just compared to like 10 years ago.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. So like we know very little still, but what we do know is that muscle growth is rare. We know that for training to be optimized, you need stable blood glucose levels, and we know that to synthesize muscle protein, which is very rare, we need the essential amino acids, and we know to form glycogen, we need with that glucose, we need water and sodium, and that's why when I say no wasted ingredients, we know everything we know that absolutely is the minimum necessary requirements to stimulate muscle, or not even stimulate muscle growth, to allow muscle growth, as well as fuel your training, is in the field rations.
One of the, and I guess this can be directed at both you guys, is one of the things that often happens within the industry, and I'm sure you're aware of it, is companies launch, quality control is really, really good. And I don't want to say their quality control drops because their suppliers just start setting shitty or quality. What typically happens is the outsider looking in is they hit the market, they start pushing the product, and then they're keeping the quality control high, but then the margins aren't there to be able to actually compete with everybody else that's in the market. So a certain period comes where it's like, you know what, fuck it, we have to do something, to be able to get the margins. Mm-hmm. So what checks and balances have you built in so that won't happen?
Well, that's the that's the no wasted ingredients for one. Right. But it's funny you mentioned quality control. I don't want to say what the discount code is, because it's there, but we have a quality control discount code, so that at any time we can purchase as though we were, we're not at our warehouse, and test it, and we do that. I actually just made an order the other day, to test everything. So we do that, And there's simple things that, like as far as from our end, to make sure that we're getting the proper ingredients, as you know what color ingredients are, you know. But we, like we said early on, we have to be efficient.
Yeah. But that's one side. I mean, that is one side that you have to be efficient on, and on the other side. The other side is your human side, you know, which it doesn't really matter if a company has all those quality controls. At some point, you're like, look, man, we got to find a way to make this a higher margin item, and you can't increase the price because it's a very price dependent market. Yeah.
And so we are basically, how am I going to say this, taking the risk that our consumer is an educated consumer, you know. I mean, it sucks because that's a dumb business move. The smart business move is to pump out vitamin D that doesn't contain vitamin D, get it into, you know, Walmart, you know, and then sell it cheaper than everyone else because you know, that's what, you know. But we trust that if we get this information out, and we trust that our consumer is intelligent, that well, I guess the long and short of it is we're not getting rich from it.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's a couple pieces too to where we're, you know, the way I view it, and with Justin and I know he shares this, is looking at almost right now like a supplement company as well as an educational company. So we focus on a lot of free content and then pumping out different materials for that, because we think that's going to help with brand awareness. And we hope they buy our product from that. If they don't, at least they're a more educated consumer, because we know if our products are better, that's going to help a lot more. And then, you know, on the financial side, like it's not as maybe attractive early on for an investor, right? So that's why we're self-funded for that very reason. So we don't have someone just looking at that stance as we grow. So it's just more of a focus on, you know, it was built around, you know, primarily obviously the name Justin has, and it's built for his own clientele, so which has been his bread and butter for 20 years. So there's really not any room for, you know, cutting and any kind of those type of nonsense things. And so we got a really strong team that we put together that's kind of committed to that vision, because that's really important to us when we're partnering with someone like, you know, obviously your podcast here, you know, and how you are and with your integrity and your relationship with Justin. So any partnerships we do or anyone we bring into our company, we're just very transparent about, you know, this is where we are now. This is our core values. Like this is, you know, this isn't a, you know, like a short term kind of.
Well, I think you just noted something I didn't realize when I was looking at your site, because you're selling the ebooks on the site, which are very, very high margin. I mean, anybody that's not an idiot's going to know that, right? Where the high margin items give you a little bit more security,
right?
You know, if they're moving, because the supplements aren't going to be the same margin as a freaking ebook, right? So if you have what's the multiple streams of income, which has been like the catchphrase, you know, that kind of helps with security with that as well. How did you get associated with this? Because he said he kind of pulled you in when Jeff wasn't able to continue.
Yeah.
And why? That's the other question. Like, why?
Yeah. So I think I
can say I actually we had someone else that wanted to buy us both out, Jeff and I both out. And why did we even talk that day? Somehow we got it on the phone, and we've gone like.
Well, we've been talking about doing something together for about 20 years. Like when Troponin Nutrition first started, and this is the type of guy Justin is. So when it first started, I was a coach in his site, and he would always bitch at me, like, start your own thing. Like, you're giving me a cut by using my site. And that's the type of friend he was. It's just like, he was making money off me servicing people on, you know, his business. But every time was like, would you stop being a moron? Like, I'll even set it up for you. You know, of course I didn't listen. Right. So over the years, you know, kind of grew my career through corporate America and did a lot of consulting and with business and stuff. And so we were always talking like, we need to do something together, but what is that? And there was a company we were trying to buy in more of the medical space, and that didn't pan out at that moment. And so we were still talking. It was like a month or two later. We were looking at some different things, and you know, we wanted it to be impactful as it does. And all of a sudden, we're talking, and he says, "Oh, wait a minute." He's telling me about the situation with his, you know, the other buyer, and what he's thinking about doing. He goes, "Do you want to do this?" I'm like, "Hold on, let me check." I'm like, I said to my wife, like, "Amber, do we want to do this?" I was like, "Yeah." So it's like just like that 20 seconds, like, I'm all in. Let's do this, you know. And it turns out it's one of
that 20 seconds comes into like 5 years of fuck.
Yeah. Now then I'm like, now every time I'm scratching my head, like, damn it, no.
He learned quick. Our slogan is all in. And that's the reason is because, see, like, as far as margin and everything, for me, this is a legacy company. I mean, it really is. You know, my wife's a dentist. You know, I've had Troponin Nutrition forever. not, you know, like I don't have expensive tastes. We're fine. You know, like we'll be fine. I have this like really, I think everyone probably goes through this at some point in their, you know, in their 40s, right? Like, why was I here? You know, I'm not passing troponin nutrition on to my kids. It's in my brain, you know, like what, you know, like I really want to build something. And so our prices have changed quite a bit actually. And not like to improve margins for us. We even show as we're able to improve our manufacturing process, because you know how it works. You know, it's not like we're mining this stuff. You know, like you know, it's like where it's sourced from, who, you know, and so as we refine our manufacturing process, as we are able to manufacture in larger quantities, we have every single time so far
adjustments down
at 100% to the consumer. So that if we save $1 per bottle, we don't make $1 per bottle more. We lower our price $1 per bottle, and we intend to do that. You know, I mean, I say indefinitely because, you know, at some point you just reach a limit that's only so efficient you can be. But that's just it. I don't want to, like, you know, say anything about, you know, disparaging about any other companies, but like we don't have visions of like partying on a yacht. I really want my whole life is the way it is because of weightlifting. I mean, seriously, like, you know, when I was a kid, and I've said this before, not like I was like a loser. I was worse. No one, I was, you know, like if you took 200 people from my freshman year in high school and asked if they knew who Justin Harris was, 0 would probably, you know, like I was just, you know, and I wasn't great at anything. You know, I wasn't like decent T-ball player. You know, I wasn't good at sports. I didn't start on any sports team. And for whatever reason, I went to the gym. And I like everything about it, like the smell. I liked it, but I worked out, you know, and I didn't know what I was doing. But I went back again the next time, and I was stronger. And it was like just like like I had 2 lives: the life before that point, and the life when I realized I can change. Like if I, you know, I don't have to just be who I am. If I work hard and create something, you know, I can get stronger. And so that's like everything. That's like I ended up being, you know, like I played college football where I never even started on a football team my whole life until my senior year of high school. And it was 100% because of weight training. And my college career, 100% of weight training. Like the people I've met through powerlifting, the home we have, the business I have with, you know, like troponin nutrition, my whole life is. And so, like, I don't want to be poor, you know.
No, I get it.
But this is a legacy thing for me. Like this, I don't think people outside the industry understand what like weightlifting in the community means to a lot of the people in there.
Oh, I agree, and it's because I've known you for a long period of time, and I know you know how you got in because we've talked about that before. I also know that you've tried to get out and it keeps sucking you back in, right? And that's it's part of your, I don't want to say identity, but it's your part of your passion where there's a million other things that you could do. Fuck, you went back to school for your PhD in physics or some shit, right? And change, basically you did change everything that you were doing only to be like, I'm going back.
Yeah, there's just, this is me. It's
and
like,
you didn't have, you didn't have to though. You wanted to.
Yeah, no, yeah. This is, I've learned. There's no other way to say it, but yeah, this is, you know, because, you know, like we talked about earlier, like with insulin. Like there's things I've done that are unhealthy. You know, it's like, you know, like I don't like that part of it. But you know, so you think like I'll get out of it. I'll find something else. But it's not like this is. I don't know why some people get bit by the bug and some people don't. But this is just me, and I like this for me. This is a legacy company. Obviously, we need to make money to stay in business,
of course, right?
You know, but it's like I want to educate people because we grew up on Flex magazine. I remember going to GNC, like Powerlifting USA, when it would sometimes come out 2 months in a row. Then it wouldn't come out for like 6 months. Every time we went to the mall, I'd go and like search for the newest Powerlifting USA or whatever Flex magazine, and they'd tell you a bunch of crap that was just whatever they made up, you know. And like I just think like all the great things in my life that came from this, I want to be able to. Well,
I've done the same thing. I've done the same thing where it's like there's different chapters. Like there's the competitor chapter where you're all in and you're all consumed with it and it's everything. And I don't believe everybody really, I know you get it. I don't believe everybody really gets what we're talking about with that when you're truly willing to die for what you're able to do. But then when that you start to see that it's kind of over, or you can't continue with that. You know, you go through all the stages of grief. You know, denial, bargaining. Fuck, you're doing that while you're still competing, right? And then a lot of us disconnect. Like, fuck it, because I think what happens is when you're competing at the higher levels and you move up through, everything changes. Like the people you surround you with change. Everything changes, right? Now, because you're only speaking to other top competitors. The sport changes. You're not going to the local things. You're not doing all those other things. And then you start to see, I call it like the Wizard of Oz. You start to see behind the curtain, right? And then you're don't like what's behind the curtain. So when it's time for you to move on or, you know, do something else, the last thing you want to do is that thing, because you're like, fuck this sucks. So you step away, maybe get a PhD in physics or something like that, right?
So everybody just that's a normal thing.
It's just
right?
a normal
just
thing.
Stuff.
But then something comes back, and then you realize it wasn't about those last 5 years or 6 years. It's about what it was when you started. Right. And we forget that, you know, as you move through your journey.
You know what, like, I can nail it down precisely what it is when you're in that phase competing, when like you're willing to die for it, every day is so important. You know, it's like, you know, it's like every day is like when you're a kid the night before Christmas. You know, like when it was when I was squatting tomorrow and I had this weight goal, I was, you know, like every day I was so excited. And I've never been able to get that from anywhere else, you know, and I've learned it's not just, it's like progress, and it's hard work, and it's a weird thing. And going to physics, Stephen Hawking actually had a statement where, because he's obviously brilliant, you know, and he got through as far as he got, you know, through undergrad and everything without working. He, you know, he's a genius. He never really tried, never studied hard, and then he got ALS, you know, and he thought for sure he's going to die, and he thought, well, you know, I want to do something in the next 2 years before that happens, and he learned he really enjoyed the hard work, you know, and it's that wording sounds wrong. No one likes to work, you know, but like lifting weights is hard work. There's something about that thing where every day you have a reason, you're doing something, and you have a goal, and if you put a lot of intensive effort into it, you can make an improvement. There's just, for whatever, like, to me, that, like, that's like a drug for me, I think. I don't know, you know, like it's. And so, like with this, it's like it's a way to stay in the industry without drug's a perfect word, because you can get addicted to the, you know, and you start working out. You know how it goes. You start working out. Oh, maybe I'll make one more run at it. You know, and I don't want to do that. Well, this is the thing where it's like, well, I can make another run in the industry. You know,
and I was gonna say too. You're asking earlier about, you know, us working together. It was not only our friendship, but we complement each other well with the differences, things that he's really good at, things that I'm really good at, but then also our passions, to where, you know, I compete in, you know, bodybuilding, powerlifting, not the same level as Justin, but so I have that on my heart a little bit about that athlete, but also I worked a lot more with general population and health, you know, both in medical and like the, you know, big box corporate fitness center world. And I would see some of the stuff that was going on in bodybuilding or in, you know, powerlifting or different things that were out there that would have helped general population. But, you know, I think in general, even just working with physicians, like your general practitioners, like, bless their hearts, they're doing the best they can, but they might have had one nutrition class, right? In their whole
I just found that out yesterday. Right?
So it's so I think, like, I look at that because there are some general population people that I've had conversations with about, well, try this, or you know, whether it's a supplement or just a different way of, you know, approaching nutrition or timing of their nutrition to help them do what they're trying to do. You know?
Well, is it safe to say that your passion for training, let's say his is at like a 100, yours might be like 89, you know, so it's slightly under what his is. Is that safe to say? It's not bad. It's a good thing. I'm going to tell you why in a minute.
Yes, even though he made me compete last year and I didn't watch it.
Okay,
So,
but I get it though. I get it, because there's when you're, I just call it meathead. I just lean into it. Like when you're pure blood fucking meathead.
Yeah.
There's a lot of advantages to that, and there's a lot of disadvantages to that in business. Right. Where you have to have, for me, it's my wife. You have to have somebody that's on the other side of that to say, hey, look,
Right.
You know, we need to look at this. And I'm like, I don't fucking want to look at that. But yeah,
You're describing 2 days ago.
okay. But no, that's important though. It really is, because it's a balance. It's kind of like reeling back, like let's reel back on this because it's cool, but it's really not going to help the business anymore. But the opportunity cost of you doing all those other things, it's too great when it would be better applied over here.
Yeah.
You know, which sucks, by the way. But it
no, and he's really good because because I don't have. He comes from the corporate background, and he started at Lifetime Fitness, worked his way up the corporate ladder there. He was COO of like a HRT. What's that?
No, go sorry. Go
HRT telemedicine. So he's got like C-suite experience, corporate, high up, managing people. You know, where it was me and my business. I didn't so I really need I need the structure. Period. I mean, I remember. I think one of the first seminars we did here. This is at the second compound, maybe
the one that was in the middle of the John Deere, John Deere dealership. Yeah,
I remember realizing because someone did a review of it of all the presenters and even made a joke because like everyone came with all their stuff, and I guess I had a Meyer bag. Like it's like my grocery store, a Meyer bag with like a shirt and like a book or something, and like just I'm not organized and I don't I'll work my ass off. You point me in a direction, I'll work. But like as far as managing people, managing time, scheduling meetings, and he compliments me 100% there.
No, that's good, right? Because I'm the same way. Because I just want to do what I do, and a lot of what I do, and more of what I do. Yeah. But then a lot of the things that I'm not really good at end up biting me in the dick. But what I can say is, with the model that you're talking about, is, I can speak with some degree of arrogance. That's not the word. I've been around for 25 years in this industry. Most people haven't been. Right. And I think the reason why I've been around obviously isn't because we're the biggest, because we're not. Actually, most people completely misunderstand what we even do. All the products is just to be able to put out more education. Right. The profit from that goes into the education. Most people don't connect that. Yeah. Like, oh, you compete with X and X, that's another equipment company or whatever it's going to be. It's not that. We don't. We actually compete with people that sell content, but we give it away for free, but then it's devalued and people think that it sucks because it's free. Yeah. But it's 25 years, right? So it's and I don't want to say it's really legacy because that's something I really don't know how to define.
I'll say it right now. And we were talking about that in the ride up. Like, think of the names that have come out of Elite FTS. Yeah. Mark Bell, Wendler, Donnie Thompson, Spud, Brian Carroll. I mean, just name after name after, like to me that's
motivating for you, right?
Yeah, well, that's the goal. I mean, it really is for me. Like that's building something. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm middle aged now. You think about things like I heard a statement where it was like someone did a graduation speech for a college, and their opening statement was. On your deathbed, every single one of you is going to have the same thought, and it's going to be, I wish I spent more time with my family.
Maybe.
But it was just,
Well, I'll give you my caveat to that.
Okay, but just that kind of thought, like, I don't want to be like a nameless, faceless corporation. Like when I think of Elite FTS, like I feel like I don't even really realize it because this is the first time Joe was here. I feel like I was like coming to hang out with buddies, and to me, I like that kind of legacy is a legacy to me.
That was never the intention. The intention was to always help me, not me personally, but the me that's out there now. So like the 13-year-old me, the 20-year-old me, the 25-year-old me, the 35-year-old me. As I get older, it's always those different phases of me. Because there were people there to do it for me as I was coming up, so the person like me would be a better thing to say. And for me to actually have an impact on those me's, that people like me with the same aspirations, I suppose, is what I had to put the people in front of them that could help them the most, that were the most vetted, which weren't going to fuck them over, which weren't going to rip them off. And of course, we all make mistakes, and that happens. But on the most part, everybody's been really, really good. Whereas, had I gone a different route, could I have be way bigger, like 100 times bigger, 200 times bigger? Maybe, and sometimes I sit and think, fuck, maybe I should have done that, but I've been able to do what I love for 25 years, which is, to me, that was more important than, will I have a yacht? Yeah. Will I have this?
That's exactly.
Will I have, now, don't get me wrong, I still get fucking mad because it'd be nice to have the yacht, but this means more, right? To have my self-respect, I guess.
No, exactly.
Where the caveat to what you were saying isn't what it is because people have always said, hey, when you're on your deathbed, and we all hear this, right? As we come up, because we're all into what we're doing, and it's not always healthy. It's like, man, when you're dying, you're not going to be thinking about that fucking show. When you're dying, you're not going to be thinking about this. And I've been kind of on my deathbed, and those fuckers were wrong, because I did think about some of the biggest lifts, some of the best, hardest workouts I've ever had. Most of the best lifts and training sessions weren't in a meet. They were just hard fucking things that I set out to do. You don't have just one thought when you're in that state. You're thinking a lot of things.
Right. Can I add a caveat to that? Because I think that I'm 100% with you. I think my brain... I'm always, you're thinking things when I say family, like that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, it's you're not thinking about your yacht. You're thinking about all these things, like these,
all the things you love.
Yeah, the great things of the great moments of your life.
Yes.
Yeah.
And of course, yes, I'm thinking about my wife and my kids, and that's all that. But in between that, it's like, man, remember that fucking squat? That was fucking awesome. Stuff like that kind of comes in there, and it's. I think I push this out there because I push this out there because of those guys that are coming up that may be in the shoes that we were in 15, 20 years ago. They're being told this. Like, just tell those people to fuck off and keep doing what you're doing, because you're going to remember what you're doing when that time comes, and you're going to thank God that you actually did it and you didn't quit or walk away.
Yeah,
and all this other stuff.
Like Teddy Roosevelt, he used to call it like the vigorous life or something. Like, God, I don't have. There's a saying, and it would have been good right then, but I don't have it.
It was interesting too, because did you have Pete Rubish on recently? Or?
Hey, I'm going to have him on. Soon.
Yeah, we had him on our YouTube, and he was right at I think maybe a couple years after the transition of what he was doing before with competing, and so it was interesting to kind of hear him, that fresh in that state, that mental state, talking about how he had his son, and just kind of the evolution of his thinking and just widening it. But then, Justin was even talking about like team lift happy versus lift angry. He's like, I'm actually pretty happy all the time. He's like, so it's like a different feeling because I have to try
but every now and again that set comes where you're pissed and you're like, fuck, this is awesome, right? But it's not all the time.
No, there's that I can picture, dozens of them where the music is right. And for me, it's not even like heavy music. It's like just the right for whatever at that moment, and like everything. And it's like that total absolute rush of adrenaline where you don't get that anywhere else, and like you're just all in on that. So I'm picturing one actually in my basement during COVID. I think the best bent over row set I ever did. I think it was every weight I had. It was like 475 or something, and Disturbed Sound of Silence was playing the Conan O'Brien like live version, and it's blaring, and it's not a pump up song.
No, it's still badass.
Yeah, and it's and then like and people bow and pray, and then I'm starting to row, and I was like just like in the zone. I think I got like 8 reps or something with 475. I might have even been more than that. It was like just like. No one will ever know what happened, but it was. I'll remember that forever because it was like, I love that. That's why I love the sport. You don't get that anywhere else.
Right.
Yeah, and you don't want it anywhere else, right? Because you're going to end up beating the fuck out of somebody for whatever, So it has
a lot of trouble, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's what training just in itself has a benefit far outside of just the training. Like keeping you fucking sane and all the other things like that. Where I don't even know where to go with all that, because that becomes that whole other conversation where, you know, people don't get that unless they've had that. And it's fucked up, because as I've got older, I've realized I don't want to say the importance of words, but the definition of words. Like if somebody says hard work, you know, like what does that mean to them?
Right.
And it can only mean one thing, and that's the hardest they've ever worked.
Yeah.
Where compared to somebody else, it may not even be on the same scale.
Yeah.
But the scale changes based upon the person.
Yeah.
You know, which is a weird ass. You know what I'm saying? It becomes a weird in all degrees. And where that first started to hit me was just a very simple word, volume in training. Because bodybuilders, you know, I will look at it as sets times reps. That's it. That's volume. Sets times reps times load, or, you know, weight. That's workload. So if somebody's talking to me about volume, this went on for years before I really understood we were talking about two entirely fucking different things. You know, then you have to define, what exactly do you mean by that? You know what I'm saying? Self-esteem, all these words, you know, are need anchored if you're to have a conversation with people about them. I didn't realize that until I got older, but then it's like, fuck, everything needs anchored anymore.
Oh man, well I didn't. You know, I realized when you start doing podcasts and you start putting things on the internet, and it's astounding how, you know, like you say something and you meant this, and then you see that like how different people interpret it. It's really incredible. It's like, geez, I can't wait. When is Elon Musk's Neuralink going to work so we can just know each other's thoughts? Because it's like
fucked up there too. But
because it's like, that's really weird to me. That since, you know, I've been on the internet for a long time now, but when you first start seeing that, and you're like, holy crap, that was like, I have this vision of what, you know. Because you're saying, you know, 100 words, but those 100 words have all these pictures and all these things attached in your brain. And then when you see the comments, and it's like, they did. How could I worded it differently? Because they weren't seeing what I was saying.
It's interesting, because we were talking about this earlier too, because you work with athletes, right? So you still have troponins, so you still have clients and athletes, and you'll be sponsoring athletes. I think you have some now, and you both of you have been around this industry since forums, right?
Yep.
So you know, we're a little calloused, if that's the right word, you know, to a lot of this stuff. Like we were talking earlier, like, it's awesome. It's engagement, man.
Right.
Where a lot of people, you got to think back to, like, how were we 20 years ago? That's where they are now. You know, it's, how do you communicate with the people that you're around that the comments really, really bother them?
And like I said earlier, I think I was just the right age. The internet, for me, it was just never real, because I lived a whole life, and I didn't, you know, like, I was in college when I got my first email address, and that wasn't even like a real email. It was like one of those like MS-DOS type things, you know. And so I like, the internet was never real life for me. For my kids, it's different. So like, when the internet for me was always like, I would even go on and like, well, Janae Krozaleski, I used to make fake accounts just to troll her YouTube videos, you know, which she would know, because I would tell, you know, because she would do the same for me, you know, because we thought it's hilarious, because that's like what you do, because that's what friends do. Like we were saying, like, that's how you know who your buddies are, because you can make fun of them for having a small dick, you know.
Yeah.
So like, the internet is still like, it's like, just, it's not real to me. But and so like, I can, like, the comments crack me up, and that doesn't mean anything, but like, it is different. Like my kids, the internet, half their friends they only know through the internet.
Well, that's one of the funny things I enjoy a lot with, like, the content we're creating, is I may or may not bait Justin, because I know people are going to respond. So I might just like throw it out there, let them go on, like, oh, that's going to be fun when that gets posted.
I was telling somebody, hell, it might have just been 2 days ago, that when you go way back to the forums and all that, I always would have people, like, because there would be bad, you know, there'd be bad stuff that would come out, either about me, the company, or whatever it's going to be, or somebody I knew really well. And then you always had that one person that you could be like, hey man, can you go, not really speak good about you, but can you go there and just wreck me as hard as you possibly can, because it flips the conversation, right? You could be like, oh, Justin, he's only just as big because he just takes shit, this, and all that. And then somebody goes out there and says, you know what, he's a piece of shit, you know, fuck him. And I mean, it's just like way over the top. And then everybody's like, no, man, come on, man. He's a good guy. You know, and that was the art of trolling, right?
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah. That's yeah, well, you remember Get Big?
Yeah.
I have a troll account on there that I did that exact same thing several times. That's
But that was the art of trolling. Now it's all lost. Even your names had to be unique.
Oh,
like, I used to use Eyes Swole Shut. You know, just stupid. You would tell nobody except like 2 people would know. And you're like, dude, don't fucking tell anybody.
Well, that screwed me. That's how I have troponin nutrition. Because on all the boards, I went by troponin or tropomyosin early on because they're part of the same thing. And then when I was like working with people, and my wife's like, you start a website, and so like Intense Muscle and Muscle Mayhem, I went by troponin on there, and I was like, I'll call it troponin nutrition, heart attack nutrition, why not? So now, like 20,
well, at the time you were in that field, though.
Yeah, but no, I was just for me it was troponin because calcium goes into a muscle cell, binds to troponin, muscle contraction. I was just basically like just picking cool sounding words that were linked to a muscular contraction. If I would have stuck with tropomyosin nutrition, no heart attack link. But now everyone's like, why is your nutrition business the marker for a heart attack?
That's actually, that's just flipped in the last 5 years, right? Where everybody would think it was more what you were talking about before. And now it's all the heart attack type of thing.
Yeah, well, or people would think it was like a growth hormone thing, but But now, because now it's good that people are paying attention to health, and it's partly also probably the age group of people who are involved with me. But now they all know, and it's like, why would you name your business heart attack?
Exactly.
That's a long story.
Have you found as you've gotten older in the industry that, I call it being the guy on the other side of the table. Like when we were in our 20s, there was always the guy there trying to give us advice, and we're like, man, fuck you. Like, shut up, old man. You don't know. You and now you're on the other side of the table, right? Yeah. And that's a given, right? And I think that when you can still understand what it's like to be all in, like we were talking about, it makes the conversations a little bit easier. But have you gotten to a point where you feel like you need a buffer between you and the younger demographic because they may not? Do you feel like they may not listen to you?
Yeah. I think. Well, I never cared much. I should have been better for my business cultivating an online personality. I just never did. I'm myself.
Actually, you did
early on. I think. Yeah. But like the social media, TikTok. But it's funny because you can see like the. I remember being in that phase where, like that video we were talking about with bodybuilding simple. And you can see all the the exact. Or another example where I was talking about the rate of muscle growth, like that 1 gram per hour, 25 grams, and there'll be a whole slew of young kids absolutely confidently, disagreeing with me, and I would do the same thing. Like, I'll gain more than 10 pounds a year. I gain way more than that, and it's like, well, but you've been around long enough, you see, like, because I would do the same thing, all the things. It's funny that, well, what's true is what's true. And when you're young, you want to believe you could somehow beat that or, not make it true. And then eventually you get old and you realize what's true is true. And then the young people are trying to tell you that it's not. And,
Well, I think one thing, though, that you've always done, gosh, even when we're in our early 20s, was like always tried to mentor his athletes on some life stuff. Like we were talking to Steve Kuklo recently, and he was sharing that, and I think that meant a lot to you because I don't think you even realized how much you helped him as far as financially, like how to live below your means, how to do this, how to save, how to stuff like that. So I always hear, even to this day, I don't know how many of them listen to him, but just still him explaining that even to his clients or people in his network about, hey, you're having a success now, your career is growing. Like here's some things to think about that I did or didn't think about, just trying to help
investing
and making a living out of this sport.
That's really cool to see Steve because we had him on the podcast and he remembers stuff that I didn't even remember, like because like telling him I must have given him some ratio of, you get, you know, when you get this, take this percentage, pretend it never happened, and put it in this, you know, and invest, you know. And then I got him set up with a financial advisor. And then, you know, at some point you should learn to handle your own finances and stuff. But yeah, it's cool to see, you know, like just it's cool to see that, because he's doing very well. And it's so many people in the industry don't, you know, and it's it doesn't have to be that way, you know, like there's.
Well, I think the reason is, and I've been really vocal about this, is, and you've been predominantly just online, right? But for a long time, it was, you were phone calling with, you know, all your consults, and that was when people used phones, you know? So it was a different type of thing. When you're all online, 90% of what you typically see is going to be negative.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's your DMs, you know, message, it's all negative. That's probably it's probably more like 95, 99%. It's only 1%. Now, if you're training somebody as you were in person in a club, it's 95% positive and 1% negative. So when you're all online, you have to constantly remind yourself that the 1% matters the most. Which is very fucking hard to do. And sometimes you need to put yourself around other people to remind you of that, because I think that's what the newer people coming up that may be online coaches and everything that they're doing online, they're going to have a really hard time trying to manage that. You know, so they need mentors for that in a big way.
And it's really screws it up, because everything, I mean, go on Facebook, go on Twitter, everything is negative. Everyone's opinion is absolute and negative and strong. I mean, no one has like no matter what the opinion, you know, like, you know, how cold should drinking water be? You know, 68 degrees. You know, I will murder anyone who says, you know, and but they're not all of it is just negative to be negative. I mean, there's some things are valid. You know, like they might overstate it. You know, like this guy's an idiot. I'm trying to think of an example, like for bodybuilding. You know, like if you pose a picture and then someone would make fun of your arms being like his triceps or something. Like there is some value in it, and I think that when everything's all negative, people lose the ability to pull out like, okay, he was a dick the way he said it, but there's value in that.
No, that's a good point, because I don't even look at it. I mean,
I crack up. I do. I've been lucky enough to know, hasn't really ever, none of them's ever bothered me. I like, actually, if anyone listening, give me your best. I want to see how, because, well, maybe not, because I want to know. I think I know how goofy and how bad, but we'll see. But yeah, that stuff cracks me up, because there's always a bit of truth to it. You know, they'll be like, this guy, why's he got to say 300 words to say protein? You know, a muscle gets bigger. From
myself personally, the biggest negative that I found from the comments and the negative comments wasn't the comments. It was that for me to go look at them, I got pulled down these other rabbit holes. So what could have only taken me 3 minutes to look at, an hour went by, because now I'm looking at the rings in the sky that are on Instagram that look like a UFO could have been there. Then like, fuck, you know, I had other shit to do, and I got sucked down these other rabbit holes because of that, where it's compound that with the people that are going to get, you know, caught up in the comments as well. Where I think that when I was talking to the person the other day, I said a better strategy, because they're trying to build, you know, an online presence from the beginning, you know, so basically unknown. Use your time to comment on other people's stuff that follow you. Just say, hey man, good job. You know, and just put that out there, because then when you go under fire next time, if you do that for like a year, you got a whole troop of people.
And they will fight for you way better than you ever could.
And it's so little effort to give a thumbs up or something like. Now I don't like. I keep saying this because it's a reminder to myself, you know, to be able to do it. But it would be a great strategy, you know, for those that are coming through.
No, that is that's what always was really helped me with like troponin on the boards, you know, because like if anyone ever because it was harder back then. I mean, it was easier, but it was different, because unless you were on every board, you didn't know if someone was bashing you or telling, you know. But someone could, and then like if that's someone that was a fan of you or a client would support you and do it 10 times better than you ever could.
Yeah.
I mean, now like social media, you just know everyone's bashing you all the time, no matter what. So it's a little bit easier.
Well, the pushback I have on that one to people is, somebody's also right. Actually, no, it is, because this is live, right? There's somebody right now that might be watching this with a friend of theirs that's just talking shit about all of us, right? We don't know. We're not there. So we absolutely give zero fucks about that whole thing. So if that whole conversation just ended up being an alias that has 0 followers and some bullshit number name and then like a Bible quote is their description, actually post and makes a post, that should have less weight than the people we already don't give two shits about because we don't know it's actually going on. Because that's real life. Like, so actually in real life, there are people that are saying shit that probably aren't good and we don't care. But in the fake life, we care.
Right.
Yeah, it's weird. That's really
With we were talking a little bit earlier because we had a video years back talking about pre-workouts, right? And so you have a pre-workout. So how's that work? Like, why do you decide to do that? I get why you decided to do it. It's the most popular item, right?
I mean, this isn't just a passion project. We need to make money, and kids buy high stim pre-workouts. Ours is actually really good. It's we have a mix of stim, like caffeine and teacrine and L-tyrosine, but we also have some anxiolytics and stuff in there and adaptogens, which kind of like it's high stim, but it's not like you don't feel cracked out. You feel it's actually I'm actually really proud of it for what it is, but that doesn't change my stance that it should probably only be used when it shouldn't be used as a crutch for all workouts, because we've talked about the fact that when you're stimulating the fight or flight response, see that there's always, you have to consider there's things are deeper than just surface level. What am I doing at the gym? Am I trying to squat a weight today because I need to hit this number as some progress level towards the meet I have coming up? Then maybe I don't care if I'm using the fight or flight response because I just want to hit that number. Am I doing bench press today because I'm trying to build muscle tissue and I'm well rested and I'm not short on sleep? Then maybe I don't want to. There's a time and place for everything. Like before a powerlifting meet, you don't care if you're running on adrenaline. You want to get the numbers. Yeah. And so there are times where the workout, and this is something people I think don't get a lot. There are times where the goal is the workout, and there are times when the goal is the results from the workout. Yes. And that's when the goal is the workout. A high stim pre-workout is what you want. That's what's going to give you the workout. When the goal is the results of the workout, it's different. And like, and as an example, because people don't get that, because they'll be like, well, if I lifted more weight, isn't that going to, if I have a better workout, doesn't that improve results? And you think it is more complicated than that. And kind of a weird analogy is if I were to run a marathon, or if I was running a race and I wanted to run as fast as I could in that marathon, I would drink, like field rations, but or whatever gel pack. I would do things to make sure I had constant energy, so I could run as fast as I could for that duration. But if I was running that race to burn body fat, I don't want, So like in the one case, the goal is to be as fast as possible in the race, and in that case, there's a different nutritional, need. In the other one, the goal is to burn as much body fat while I run. So if the goal is your workout, and then a high stim pre-workout will give you an improved workout. If the goal is only the progress you get from the workout, then you need to decide. It's a weight thing. If you didn't get any sleep and it's either terrible workout or take this, then maybe. But if you're well rested, your goal is to add muscle. You don't use the pre-workouts as a crutch. Save them for what they're for.
Yeah. The interesting thing is we have a Discord server just for the Table Talk, which is to kind of help support the Table Talk. So it's if you go to the link in the description and click join the crew, you can join the whatever. But actually, I probably do a better job of promoting it. Like you go and hit join the crew, then you can join the Discord. It's in the description. But anyhow, I'm in the process of, because I locked myself out of the one that we had before and I lost because of the 2-factor authorization, then I didn't have them, right? So I'm still in admin. Anyhow, I need a new owner. So I'm building a new one right now. And as I'm building that new one, it's going to be way more jacked up over the one that we have currently. And part of what I'm doing is filtering a lot of the content that we've had over the years. So I'm going through like the archive YouTube, which I can't post on anymore for legal reasons, but that's an older one. And I'm putting, unlisted videos in there, to categorize them. And then I just now started going through our current YouTube. And I'm actually just 11 months away from getting all the way through that. So it's almost all done. But I'm finding videos, right? And I'm putting them in there. So there's like a little category that says Justin Harris, and then it's got the best videos that are in there. And I just literally just yesterday watched the pre-workout video that we're talking about. And so I'm watching that. And as I'm watching it, I'm like, I kind of felt like a fucking hypocrite too, because I failed to mention that there was a time I would take ephedrine, caffeine, and aspirin together before any squat day, especially a heavy one. And there was a time I took things way worse than that weren't even legal, to be able to do that. And that's a fact, so there's still going to be people that are going to do that because as you said, that training, it's the outcome of that actual session. This weight needs to lift and I want to fucking smoke it. And if the best way for me to smoke it is methamphetamine and Percocet, which don't do that, by the way.
But you will get the lift.
Then so it started with a gateway. It started with ephedrine, aspirin, and then caffeine. And then all that shit changed when I went to Westside anyhow, because Louis had a big issue with it, obviously. But then it migrated into, I think even at Westside it was Sudafed, right?
Yeah.
Like 10. Yeah. I mean, it was like stupid.
Because you could load up on that.
Which is ephedrine.
Yeah, well, pseudoephedrine.
Yeah.
Which is now it's not. It's Sudafed now is all synephrine. I think they still produce Sudafed with the pseudoephedrine, but it's like always behind the counter, and you got to bring a card up and go in. It's like harder to get the ephedrine even.
Well, back then, I mean, you could buy the ephedrine. Fuck, you could buy Clen too back then. It used to be legal at some point in time.
To squeeze the horse stuff. Or you could get, I probably shouldn't say this, but you could get Benzodrex inhalers had propylhexadrine, which is chlorohydromethamphetamine. Yeah. And if you poured lemon juice on the cotton, it would extract that out, and then after it dried, it would crystallize it into an amphetamine salt, which would be a chlorohydromethamphetamine salt.
See, I needed to know you back then, right? Because I'm just hitting the inhaler, taking all this other kind of shit. I wonder why years later after doing that, I have heart issues. I can't fucking figure out why that could have possibly have been. And that does remind me, though, is because you had troponin back then, and I think it was a fat burner that you had a stockpile in the freezer of whatever the component was. I just wanted it, and I couldn't get it because you only had so much, right?
It was, I found this, I can't remember the guy's name, from LSU, a biology graduate student. His thesis was on...
See where this is going? I love this shit.
We talk about this in between like sets of squats at 5 a.m. You start talking about this. I breeze through all my phys courses from our workouts.
But it was because I was looking into acetyl-CoA carboxylase 2, which is correlated with fat loss, and I find this research this guy's PhD thesis, and there was some chlorobiotin version that would basically completely like close off that pathway, and like it would just be pure fat burning. And so I reached out to the LSU biology department. I think I made like a fake email.
You did. Theoretically,
it wasn't you.
Yeah. Theoretically.
Once upon a time.
Dr. Jason Gilmore theoretically emailed LSU department curious about this. Yeah, and so they sent it to me, and but then I didn't have a research lab, so I couldn't do anything with it. But that's hilarious. I forgot all about that.
No, I remember that because there's other stupid shit that I was doing. I'm like, well, if I'm doing the stupid shit, I may as well just keep doing it. Do all of it. Well, it was I think the first question I brought to you was because it's going from the powerlifting, I needed some other goal, right? But the one thing that always intrigued me to no end was how, because you see these football players and they'll go from the college to pro and they get a little better, but nobody gets like super a lot better within like the first year. But in pro bodybuilding, people were turning pro and then putting on like 30 pounds of lean body mass in a year. And the conversation was like, dude, like, how the fuck is this happening? And he's like, well, I can just show you if you want. I'm like, yeah, let's do that. And then people are like, well, what did you do? I'm like, you don't want to know. But anyhow, I guess the important component of that whole thing is it's more available for everybody to do those things now, and probably more unnecessary for them to push those things because there's better things.
Oh, it's a different. This would be hard to get stuff. It wasn't like going to 7-Eleven. It kind of is now. But the nutritional support still wasn't there either. I mean, I'm drinking fucking watered down Gatorade with BCAAs. You had to make everything your own. It was hard to get, because back then, supplements were a terrible industry, because you originally had the weeder supplements, which were like liver tabs or just stuff that didn't work, and it was just a way to make extra money out of the magazines. And then you went through like a phase where people kind of realized, like, what was it, HMB? People realized that you could lie or extend the case use of what a research study may say, like Bill Phillips basically with EAS, and they lucked out, and that creatine actually worked. Creatine was a good product, and it still is, solid product. And so then there was that like kind of golden age where everyone's looking for the next creatine, and you could lie, and all there was the magazines. There wasn't the internet, so it was hard to like really decipher. And then it went, then like supplements went total sleazeball kind of, because that's when it went to the pro hormones, the pro steroids, and it was like basically, and I don't want to say even sleazeball, because like that's awesome stuff. Like, people are figuring these chemicals out that, like I used to go on E-molecules and just draw, because because the steroid starts out as a 6-6-6-5 carbon chain, and then you just add a hydroxyl group, and then it'll tell you if that's an actual compound or if it's been produced. It's like, that's what Patrick Arnold was doing, and he's like, oh, this has never been produced, so they're not testing for it, but it should have anabolic action. Let's let M1T, or wasn't Superdrol legal at one point? And you went through that phase, and so then, like this, I don't even know where I'm really going with all this, but the supplements went through like this whole weird transition to to where now it is what I think it always should have been. It's things that actually do supplement what you're doing. You go, you train, and then you need food, and you need to recover, and these things supplement that whole process.
What is the fat burner that you have?
I've
always seen those as just pre-workout shit.
And it kind of is. So I thought, like, well, what used to work? Ephedrine, caffeine, but you can't do ephedrine anymore. You can't. So, but you can do close to everything, and then maybe the people can find ephedrine if they were so inclined. But our fat burner is, I wanted, we know caffeine burns fat. And caffeine burns fat by blocking adenosine receptors. Adenosine is like what makes you feel sleepy. So caffeine doesn't actually give you energy. It just blocks the signals that you're tired. And so we have that, but there's another adenosine actor, and that's teocrine. Or theocrine, which is, it doesn't necessarily like block the adenosine receptors. It reduces the amount of adenosine in the body. So it works similarly. And so those work synergistically. So we have those, and there's, not even debatable that increases the rate of fatty acid oxidation. Caffeine and lowering adenosine does that. It just does. And every research study, so we know that burns fat. So I wanted both of those in there. So we do 150 milligrams of caffeine and 50 milligrams of teocrine for 200 milligrams total, because kind of the old, it used to be 25 milligrams of ephedrine, 200 milligrams of caffeine. Well, I want the combo of that, but I also want people, because people are caffeine junkies. I mean, this has 300 now, So I want people to be able to take a double dose without hurting themselves, So a single dose works. That's like 200 milligrams of total, like adenosine acting compound. And then there's yohimbine. But the problem is, like, 30 or 40% of people feel like shit on 5 milligrams of yohimbine. So we have 2.5 milligrams per serving. So it's that it's not going to be 100%, but it's a dramatic drop off, because I used to try to get people to use yohimbine because it's an alpha antagonist. It does work. It does, but a lot of people feel terrible on it. So I tried to find what's the upper bound or lower bound where people, the maximum use case of people who are able to take it without feeling nauseous, is, and so that's about 2.5 milligrams. But that also allows the people who are not yohimbine sensitive to take a double dose, get to that 5 milligrams of yohimbine, still be in a comfortable caffeine range. And then on top of that, what's like one other ingredient that we absolutely know, study after study has shown, can increase fatty acid oxidation, and it's EGCG, which is found in green tea. So we actually extract the EGCG from the green tea. And so that's what we have. We have caffeine, teacrine, EGCG, and yohimbine. And everything's dosed in not just put together, everything's really, for a reason. So if you're yohimbine sensitive, you take one pill, you get basically, you get the maximal fat burning, or the EGCG, you get 200 milligrams of adenosine acting agents, and then you get the 2.5 milligrams of yohimbine that should keep you from feeling sick. If you're someone who tolerates yohimbine, great, you can double up, take a double serving. And it's a lot. It's 400 milligrams basically of caffeine or caffeine kind of derivative, but 5 milligrams of yohimbine and then the EGCG. I mean, it's frustrating because someone who doesn't know anything will go to a supplement store and they'll see a product with gogolsterones and all these weird words and that don't do anything, that just do not work, and they'll have less of these, because what sucks is the ingredients that work are always the expensive ones,
Yeah.
Yeah. So they'll have all this list of stuff, and then they'll have this proprietary blend of, L-tyrosine, teacrine, and caffeine, and it'll say 1 gram, which means 999 milligrams of it was the L-tyrosine, because that's cheap, and the expensive stuff is, So that's hard, but that's what we hope we can educate people. So our fat burner is just that pure fat burner, and with everything has full research, studies backing that, evidence-backed studies.
What was the logic in? I'm going to guess because it's 9 SKUs. I don't know how many. Most people are going to launch. They're going to have 3 SKUs. They're going to have a amino acid product. They're going to have an intra-workout and maybe a fat burn. Where you might even have more than 9 SKUs.
We have 14.
Right? So there's 14 SKUs. So what was the thought process there?
An incorrect thought process.
Okay. All right.
So we have our products our performance products, field rations, clear evidence that improves recovery. It'll improve your endurance and endurance events, builds muscle. WTF or pre-workout, aptly named. What the fuck, because it's a high stem pre-workout. Our Go pills are our fat burners. But then also, I don't want people dying. And what do people die from in this sport? Kidney, liver, and then blood sugar issues. So we have this PMCS series, which is our health line, and we just extended that too long. We're going to narrow it down. But those products are actually really good. Our QRF, we can't keep it in stock.
What one is that?
The liver.
Okay.
Yeah, and because it's got TUDCA and NAC, and it's difficult to get the amounts. It was difficult to get that formulated in the amounts.
Well, and speaking about online, our organic growth, we had someone on Reddit that posted their before and after blood work, and that's why we ran out of. That's why we ran out of stock, because our forecast was very conservative, and so now we've obviously changed that. It's whoops, there you go. Someone who was reputable, posted something about it. Was talking about
and this wasn't us. This is just because it works.
No one else affiliated with us.
Well, I have a question for you on that. Where you would be the person I would go to ask this question, even if you didn't have a supplement company. I've never had an issue to where that was, the issue for me. But I've always wondered with that though is it just working by a mechanism that is going to change the numbers that are going to be on the blood work, because the liver's still being blasted with whatever else they're doing, right? So you see what I'm saying?
No,
so the liver could,
very good question.
Yeah.
So the liver is very robust. It's you got to be a long time serious alcoholic before you die of cirrhosis. The liver will regenerate. So yes, what you're doing with this is you're giving it things that allows it to process what you're currently doing better. And so, and then yes, when you stop, you're still blasting your liver. But the problem is that the effects can build up. If you're getting an ALT and AST of like a 48 and a 42, and it's always in that range, and it's like, okay, well, I worked out 2 days before, that's why, then that's fine. Like technically your liver enzymes are elevated, and like over 100-year life, you probably don't want that. But if they're stable, that's different. But what we're talking about is someone like that, and then eventually then they're 15, 60, then 70, and then now you're seeing triple digits. And we see that all the time, especially in people using PEDs. I'll see an ALT or AST in the triple digits.
I don't think it's just the PEDs though, because if the average American is currently on 5 different prescriptions, which are not PEDs, well then they add the PEDs. Now they're on 10 different prescriptions.
Right.
Yeah. So so in that case, you're getting to the point where now the liver, even though it's robust and it is constantly regenerating, it's not keeping up, and those values are getting worse. And this will fix that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it does. I mean, we got blood work. That wasn't an ad or anything. I mean, we sold out like overnight because we couldn't figure out what it was at first. Whereas we're like, we're not running an ad. Where is this? And it was someone just happened to buy our supplement. Had really bad liver values, took this for however long, got blood work again, and their liver values were dramatically improved. And so then what I'm most excited about is our suppressor, is our insulin management product, because everyone loves GDAs, and so people use metformin, and metformin works, and it's a great product. The problem is metformin works through cyclic AMP, which is like an anti-inflammatory process. It's anti-hypertrophy. It is.
Yeah.
Now it's like, like if you take a deck chair off the Titanic, it weighs less, So, but like if you're on PEDs, it's probably not but it is anti-hypertrophy. So if you can avoid that, why, let's avoid that. Well, we have berberine. I mean, we have berberine, cinnamon, black pepper extract, RALA, and fenugreek. But berberine works through a cascade reaction with IGF-1. So it does the same thing, and I've been tracking this very closely with clients. It's not like I have like a 10,000 data point, but very closely with every single client that I recommend berberine or that was on metformin since about 2014. And as far as I can tell, as long as it's combined with like cinnamon or black pepper or something that improves the bioavailability, 1,500 milligrams of berberine per day seems to improve blood sugar levels about equal to 1,000 milligrams of metformin. So if you can get the same results in metformin and work through IGF-1, it's like that's a no-brainer. And I have a client right now, actually, type 2 diabetic, was on metformin, was on what's the not the semaglutide, but there's another
Ozempic. Ozempic, maybe, or
maybe I thought it started with an A. I can never remember that one. And and his blood sugar was still as fast as his A1C was still in the 7s. His fasted glucose was still around 150, 160. So he signs up with me, and and I send him this carb cycling diet with a high carb day, and I recommend suppressor. And so right away he almost like wants a refund, And I'm like trying to explain it, like I don't say just trust me. I explain it all. I said this is how this is going to work. This is we're going to take the suppressor every day. This is why it's going to not be so bad on the high carb day. This is why it allows us to take carbs lower on the other days. And now his A1C I believe is under 6 now. And he's not even dieting anymore. Now he's even in the off season growing, so his calories are high. His fasted glucose is climbing back over 100 now, but it's it's never really more than 110, and it was in the 90s. Where this is someone who was at 150 on two diabetic medications.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think the one thing too that it doesn't have to be this or this too, because what's in suppressor does work in a different pathway than metformin. So even if someone still was using it, like I have some general population, just family members, like Christmas, that's what they got. Like, you know, some of that as well as some other, my wife's like, we gotta do better now. You gotta put something else in there, of course. You can't just put the suppressor. But I was like, yeah, stay on your meds. Like, you know, your doctor's managing that. I'm not trying to overstep there, but you can take this with it. It's another pathway and it's just going to improve it even more, you know? So it's just something kind of think worth noting, especially for people wherever they are with their journey. These are people that don't work out and aren't as serious, just some general health stuff, you know?
Well, you coming from the mitigation industry, right? That's kind of how one way to kind of look at it.
Sure. Where
one of the things that I've often wondered and haven't been able to get a good pulse on, because the deaths, right? I don't know if they've subsided or not subsided when you're dealing with, you know, bodybuilders and people that are just pounding tons of shit. Where what I've often wondered with that is when the access to be able to mitigate the side effects becomes easier to do. In other words, when I was doing things at very, very high levels, I would have to stop, right? Because I'm so fucking purple, you know, and lower back pumps and all this other stuff. Now, if you could have told me, hey, you can just take a blood pressure medication, it will mitigate a lot of those side effects. I'm going to tell you straight up right now, 1,000%, I would not have taken the same. Right. I would have taken more. Yeah. I most definitely would not have taken less, right? Yeah. Where I wonder if that is what's actually creating more of the problems.
It's very likely. But it's you say blood pressure, and this is a personal frustration outside of the supplement company, outside of everything. You can be pretty dumb with PEDs, essentially, as long as you keep your blood pressure under control. Because what happens is, and I've explained this before, but you know, you take stuff, your blood volume increases, and so you have the same garden hose, and now you have twice as much blood and water to pump through that garden hose. The pressure is going to be higher. And so the pressure, you know, pressure is actually force over area. So your heart is force. F equals MA.
Another rant we went on.
We'll keep going on it, because I think this is important. Because see, I was one of those guys that people would say, is it high? I'm like, yeah, it's high, but it's not that high. You know, it's like borderline. And that was still justifiable in my brain, but long term, it's not.
Because, you know, it's pushing against the pressure. And so pressure is force over area. So that's more force. That means your heart is pumping with a higher force. Well, it's a muscle like any other muscle, so it's going to grow. The only thing is, you know, your bicep, when it grows out. Your heart, the muscle grows into the cavity, so the cavity gets smaller. Then your heart rate goes up, and it's beating faster, and it's beating faster. And all that pressure, think what the circulatory system does. You excrete that stuff, right? You pee it out through the kidneys. So that heart's pumping that blood at that really high pressure, and you can think of your kidneys as a coffee filter. Now, you put your coffee filter under, like, you know, a sink that's, you know, drizzling water nice and slow. You can sit there for 100 years, it'll be fine. You put a coffee filter in front of a fire hose, you know, it's going to tear it up. Well, that's what you're doing with this high pressure blood. You're tearing apart, you know, the kidney, basically. The kidney is not robust. The kidney is not good at repairing. And so
neither's the heart.
Yeah, exactly, which is what I was going to get to. So what ends up happening, so the kidney is getting worse at what it's doing. Your glomerular filtration rate's decreasing. You start holding more water, more fluid in the body, pressure builds up more. All that's going back to the heart. The heart's last-ditch effort is to try to enlarge, you know, and it's dilated, because it's got to do something to increase the cavity size. And that's when you get dilated cardiomyopathy and you get congestive heart failure. And that seems like a weird word, because you hear heart failure, it seems like, well, does that mean the heart stopped beating? No, it just means it fails to keep up with your circulatory rates. You can be in mild levels of heart failure. Like if you get on a long flight and you get off a flight and your ankles are swollen, that's because your heart wasn't, you know, like that blood wasn't able to circulate through. Or you eat a real salty meal, you're in a mild level of heart failure until it can catch back up. But when you're doing this all the time with high blood pressure, that doesn't happen. And eventually what happens, you get that dilated cardiomyopathy, so now you're not pumping as well, your kidneys are not working well, the fluid volume builds up, and what does every bodybuilder, what is the story at some point, a week, a month, a couple weeks before they die? Oh yeah, he said he's been dealing with pneumonia, or he got some chest cold, but he says he thinks he's getting over it, or yeah, no, he's just dealing with walking pneumonia, he doesn't know why. It's because that's pulmonary edema. That fluid builds back up into the lungs, and that's the end stage. And it all stems from blood pressure and kidneys. And so, like, we have the renal reset with the Astragalus to improve, to help, glomerular filtration rate. But that's it. You do that, you take care of your kidneys, and you take care of your blood pressure, you can be a dumbass, really, for a pretty long period of time and come out, I don't want to say unscathed, but you can come out on the other side and be okay, be healthy. And that's really it.
Well, I think the difference too with blood pressure from now compared to 20 years ago is the meds back then made you feel like shit.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, I don't want to take that because then I can't train.
They give you beta blockers, which is anti-ephedrine. And
Yes.
you can't get your heart rate up. Or they work like, I'd see always give carvedilol, which is a beta blocker that also is, because, like the reason ephedrine is a medication is to breathe, There's beta 1 receptors in the heart, beta 2 receptors in the lung. Well, they give you a beta blocker. It's meant to block beta 2. I would see this with carvedilol with my older clients a lot, and they couldn't breathe for shit either. So you can't get your heart rate up. You got no training endurance, and you can't breathe. It's like, but now, now with ACE inhibitors and ARBs, it's much, much better. And so that's what I always recommend. I don't care which you use. I used, for a long time, I recommended lisinopril, which is kind of a little tricky because ACE inhibitors can do some weird things. They can kind of artificially raise creatinine levels, which will already be artificially raised. That's another thing, to go on a tangent, as a bodybuilder, your kidney readings are not correct. They're like, if you see your GFR or eGFR, it'll say AA GFR and non-AA GFR, and that AA is for a certain subset of the population that tends to have more muscle mass, because the GFR is just an estimation, it's a calculation that takes some consideration into muscle mass. And so your creatinine levels are related to your muscle mass also. So if you're a heavily muscled guy, you're going to have higher creatinine levels, and you're going to get an incorrect GFR reading that's going to measure it too low. And so you can go to you can ask for a 24-hour clearance test and get your true glomerular filtration rate. But that, like, I don't even remember why I started with all that. But
well, it's important. So I guess I can just push Marek Health because they're one of our sponsors, right? So MarekHealth.com, go link in the description. I'm pretty good at that.
And pretty soon you'll be able to link them from Troponin Nutrition.
Yeah, so there as well, because there's doctors now, and they have whatever the in-between person's called. I just call it like a connoisseur, whatever, the side guy, right?
Broker.
The broker that's in between to be able to help with all that. That they're not assholes. Like, look at the resistance that we had to deal with just going in because we had a cold, or going in because we had some infection and just needed an antibiotic, not a cold, but like a real bacterial infection. And everything I ever went to the doctor for didn't matter what it was. I was there because of anabolics in their mind. It's like, God, so it's no wonder why these TRT clinics, legit ones, are booming right now, because doctors, not all, fall behind the curve. And they just assume that the person sitting across from them is just going to quit. Yeah. And they're not.
No, and that's a really weird thing, because they would, they would lecture an obese person about eating healthy, but they won't refuse to give them medication. They won't refuse to treat their blood pressure. They won't, or for an alcoholic will come in, they'll tell them you need to stop drinking, but they're still going to care for the issues they're having with it. They're going to develop type 2 diabetes. They're going to give them medication for it. But it was a really, for a long time, it was like, as soon as they even assumed it, it was like, no, you're fine. If you stop that, that'll go away.
Oh, I got a ridiculous story I can tell you about all this kind of bullshit. But I had a medical condition at one point in time to where it was, I forget what it was, a CT or whatever it was of my lungs, and there's a little spot that was on the lungs. And I had to be retested. That's all that really said is, okay, there's something that looks a little different here. You need to be retested. 6 months, a year later, whenever they're retested, it was a shadow. It was no big deal. But this physician that was caring for me at the time was convinced it was because of anabolics. Okay, and so I'm engaged in this conversation, and my wife's there at the time, and I said, what do you mean? Like, how? And so then it was because the anabolics was black market. I'm like, well, I haven't used black market stuff forever. for a long time.
And I never put it in my lungs.
Yeah, like yeah, exactly. I mean, it's all. I didn't even get that far. It's all prescription. He's like, well, what were you taking, before? I'm like, are you talking like 1999, like 2004? Yeah, that's what I mean. Now, granted, this was 4 or 5 years ago. Mm-hmm. I'm like, fucking testosterone and where'd you get that? Mexico. That's it. There was probably a contaminant in there. And I'm like, you're sitting here telling me right now that's something I took 20 years ago, is this, and well, yes. And then I said, well, how did I was I in the lab when they were making it and I inhaled?
Well, that's it. What could it possibly be? Because if it's some kind of mass, it would be growing.
Yeah.
Or, if it was like an embolism, it wouldn't come across as like a shadow, and you would have clearly known. I mean, you would have been coughing up along.
I mean, I was more concerned, well, what the fuck is it? Yeah, what do you mean retest in a year? Why don't we get a real scan instead of what was done at a local hospital here that isn't for shit? Can we just get a real one done and go from there? But, it's just odd, right? Yeah. Odd. Let's take a bathroom break real quick, then we'll come back and talk about some of the other stuff.
Sweet.
Marek Health is a premium telehealth platform specializing in hormone optimization and preventative medicine. Are you looking to optimize your health in and out of the gym, improve recovery, sex drive, and quality of life? Have you tried speaking to your health professional about this and have gotten the cold shoulder, stereotyped, or just told it's part of getting older? You just go to marekhealth.com/tabletalk, and you can create your own lab, or you can take labs that we've had set up for them, which are based upon the same labs that I've been doing over the last 15 years. Or you can use their guided optimization. With this, they'll put you in touch with a patient care coordinator, which is actually pretty cool because you get to sit down and speak to somebody that can understand what you're looking for from hormone optimization and the preventative medicine standpoint. After that conversation, they'll determine which labs that you should and which tests you should have done, and then from there, get the labs done. They'll review those labs with you and put you in touch with one of their hormone optimization specialists that can determine which supplementation that you should use over the counter or prescription. marekhealth.com/tabletalk. The discount code is TABLETALK.
Today's episode is brought to you by Power Rack Strength CBD. Power Rack Strength was founded by Brian Carroll, a good friend of mine. I've been thrown many products over the years, literally thrown many products over the years, which was all junk. So of course I was going to bust Brian a little bit when he first came out with this until he explained to me how much research and who his partners were that were associated with his company. Then after he sent me some of the samples to test, I was absolutely blown away by the drops. As with most people, I have a hard time falling asleep. I'm cool when I'm asleep, but I have a hard time falling asleep. These were the only thing that actually helped me out of all the different things that I've tried in the past. It definitely makes a difference in my training. So check out PowerRackStrengthCBD.com. Use the code TableTalk2023 and you'll receive 35% off your first order. If I'm pushing anything, I'm pushing the drops first, then I will push the roller second. The balm is good, but I'm just not a balm guy. Today's episode is brought to you by First Detachment. Are you looking for a supplement brand that truly understands hardworking athletes? Look no further than First Detachment. 1D's real world experience is what I would consider, and they consider, battle tested. I have known Justin Harris for pretty close to 2 decades. And if there's anybody that I trust with nutritional and supplement needs, it's Justin Harris. If you guys have followed me and have followed the podcast, you pretty much already know how I feel about the supplement industry. For me to get behind any brand, I have to trust the brand and I have to trust the person both. And I'm pretty sure you guys all know why. When it comes to creating formulas and putting products on the market, and there's nobody that I trust more than Justin Harris. While I love all of their products, I'd suggest that you check out the Field Rations and WTH first. Go to www.first, firstdetachment.com and use the code TABLETALK10 to save 10% off each order. The link is in the description. Today's episode is brought to you by Power Rack Strength CBD. Power Rack Strength was founded by Brian Carroll, a good friend of mine. I've been thrown many products over the years, literally thrown many products over the years, which was all junk. So of course I was going to bust Brian a little bit when he first came out with this until he explained to me how much research and who his partners were that were associated with his company. Then after he sent me some of the samples to test, I was absolutely blown away by the drops. As with most people, I have a hard time falling asleep. I'm cool when I'm asleep, but I have a hard time falling asleep. These were the only thing that actually helped me out of all the different things that I've tried in the past. It definitely makes a difference in my training. So check out PowerRackStrengthCBD.com. Use the code TableTalk2023 and you'll receive 35% off your first order. If I'm pushing anything, I'm pushing the drops first, then I will push the roller second. The balm is good, but I'm just not a balm guy. All right, we're back. You're still training with him off and on, right? Is that what you guys were saying earlier?
Yeah, about what was it, last year? Coaching wise, like kind of helping overlook things that we're.
All right, because you said something earlier about like 5 a.m. in the morning.
Oh, yeah, no, that was back in early 20s. Yeah.
No, he said, well, because when we were training, he hadn't gone to college yet. And
okay.
So
I was, yeah. So actually, I was able to ace physics, graduate level exercise phys classes literally because of our workout sessions. So we went through the Krebs cycle, actually one squat session where he's explaining every single pathway and the processes in between sets at like what 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
and so that was it was a breeze, and people were like, man, what the heck? I'm like, well, you go to class, you read, and then like I'm spending 2 hours in the gym a day with him. So
when you went through, did you have to learn that for every freaking class that you took, the Krebs cycle?
Quite a few.
Because that got to a point where, like, after the third class, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, enough.
Like, here we go again. Like, obviously, this is important, but you can't, like, just sum it up.
it would always be so, because even back then I would be thinking, like, how can I utilize this? And so, like, you learn like NADH, and you're like, well, let's put that in a product. And then it's like, but it's more involved. It's like, why? How does none of these things seem to work the way they're supposed to? If this is how fat gets burned, or if this is how this does this, why can't I just put that in a bottle? And it's like,
we did recently, actually. It was kind of funny. We did we call it like a 1D rant where I have freshman level physics in college. He has a master's in anatomical physics. So it was like, I'm trying to like stump him and get under his skin and argue and stuff. And I think we might have pissed off quite a few hundred people. We were going through like lifting angles and explaining like what formula it actually is. And,
everyone, and the whole comments, this guy doesn't know anything about physics. Well, I just have a pet peeve. People always say, people will write these whole rants about training, and they'll use F equals MA. And they'll talk about like, you got to move the bar fast. That's the A in F equals MA. And it's not. Acceleration is like the first derivative of velocity. Speed is not acceleration. When like if you're doing a bench press, so the F is MA, where A is gravity essentially. That's where and when those are equal, nothing's happening. I'm holding the bar here. When I'm less than like if I have 250 pounds on the bar, when I'm less than 250 pounds, I bring it down. but it's not generally accelerating the whole time. It goes from a stop, it accelerates for a short period of time, and there's that change in force where I'm going to let whatever, if it was 225, now I'm holding 222 pounds. And so it's traveling down at what 3 pounds would cause, and that at some speed, and that force then times that speed, that is the power. And it's the same thing. It hits my chest, and when it goes from moving this way to stop to that way, that's the change in acceleration. And as soon as that gets more than the 225, now I'm moving it forward, but now I'm at a velocity, and that F times V is power, and how fast I do that is power, and the distance that force travels is work, and that's really what you're doing, the workload.
Yes.
But like the F equals MA is always really just the weight, because there's a brief period of time where you're lifting slightly more. If it's 500, there's a brief period of time where it's slightly more than 500, and I'm accelerating it up, but then it's just traveling at a velocity, and that's my power. And that's 500 pounds. And that same thing on the way down. There's a brief period of time where it's less than 500 because I'm letting it travel down. But people just use it incorrectly all the time. And so
I was messing with him about, but when my feet are on the ground and I'm gripped the deadlift bar, I'm driving a force into the ground, and so like for that tiny split second, it is F equals MA, and he's like, fine, whatever. But damn it,
it's just funny because it doesn't really matter.
Well, what if it's an isometric?
Yeah, then that is actually identical, equal. But it's just like that's just because people always will talk about it, and they like say F equals MA, and they talk about speed, and it's like no, acceleration is not speed, and there's there's just a very different thing, and it's. But
no, it's defining what you're speaking about again.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So that's what I was saying earlier.
And then of course, like when I explain that, then all the comments were this guy doesn't know anything about physics. It's like
interesting, right? Yeah. Where with what you were saying is when I was in college, it was interesting because I got to put together the curriculum that I wanted to be a strength coach because it didn't exist at the time, and this is after almost getting a sociology degree and starting over again. And nutrition was part of it. I'm like, well, I need to know nutrition, and I need to know psychology. I need to know speaking, all this other stuff. So I took my first sport nutrition class, and this 20 years ago. It was a joke, right? It's like, this is like supercuts, man. It's, it's like, this is not, this is stupid. This is not hard. I'm like, I want to take nutritional biochem. So it's like a 400 level class. And they're like, no, you don't want to do that. Never had chemistry. You never had this other stuff. You don't want to do this. And I freaking loved it, right? Yep. Because it's tracking what's a gram of protein do when it goes into your mouth all the way through your system. And I'm like, this is fucking awesome. Because when I go in the gym and people start talking shit, I can ask them, like, how does this go from this food source into an amino acid and then into the muscle cell, and kind of go through that pathway? Everything in between, I would have failed. Because it had no interest, because I couldn't use it.
Well, that's a personal frustration with mine, because like the flat Earth stuff. Most people don't know what it means to really know something, because they think, like, they'll say, well, you think the Earth's round because that's what you were told. It's like, no, there's experiments you can do. But that's the thing. That's why, like what you just said with the biochem, understanding the process. That's what matters, because when you understand it, you don't need to learn everything else, because you can decipher it from first principles, and that's understanding something. And that's a big, I think, in American education, probably global education, but we are never taught to understand. We are told something and then we repeat it, which is very different than understanding something. And when you understand something, it's a much more broad thing, like you said, because you can track the protein going. I ate it. Then how long does it sit in the stomach? It turns into diene tripeptide bonds. What happens when that's in the bloodstream? It can't stay in amine that long because it's acidic. So then it goes through gluconeogenesis, and now
Well, fat chains are different. Carb chains are different. So I learned all this. And even at that basic level of understanding, which is it's one class level of understanding, it allowed me to formulate better questions if I'm talking to somebody that knows it better than me. And it also provided a giant bullshit detector, especially in the nutrition field, because you're like, dude, no. If like wheat and peanut butter is a complete protein, beans and tortilla. Culturally, a lot of these things have formed, to complement the amino acid profile. Oddly enough, that it just kind of works that way.
It's not oddly, because there were probably lots of cultures that didn't do it, and they just didn't survive.
yeah, but it still is oddly enough, because how did they know to actually change?
Well, I think that stuff's really interesting, because you can picture like beans grow here, rice grows here. These people are eating beans, they hunt some meat, but the majority of their diet is just the beans, which is not a complete protein. And then, there's higher rates of illness, lower birth rates. They're not going to thrive. This group does the same with rice. Every once in a while they kill an animal and they get some meat, but most of their diet is rice. They're eating incomplete proteins. They don't thrive. Their birth rates are low. Those populations just fall off. The ones who live kind of in the middle, they don't think anything. They just happen to combine them more often. And when they do combine them, it forms a complete protein, and they do thrive. And so it's just like dumb happenstance.
I'm sitting here thinking, oh shit, there's another example where the answer is always somewhere in the middle, right? Because the people that it's always in the middle, but not in the world we live in now. It's either here or here. It's just how it kind of works, which is fucking crazy when you think about it.
There's that. I don't get into politics, but
it's not just politics; it's everything, right?
There's only two kinds of people. You're allowed to be this person or that person.
Yeah,
everything's split. It's so far. It's like I'm more than just all these things you think.
Well, it's the same way in nutrition, right? You got dead set vegans and you got dead set carnivores, and there's nothing in between. It's always somewhere.
Well, that's what we do just as humans in general. It's like, I was here and things were bad, so I moved this way and things got better. So let me just go all the way that, like, it's not just, like the best part might be in the middle probably. But it's like when I started going towards this direction with things got better. So I think last time I was here, I think we talked about that with high intensity training, because people do that because, like obviously like in the 60s, they were just training too much or not. More than they needed, and so like someone like Arthur Jones comes along and says like, you dial it down, and you still make the same progress, but then people just always take it too far, and it's like, well, this was overtraining. I did this much, and I grew just as well or maybe better. So if I go all the way down here.
I was just talking about that the other day with somebody, because I keep waiting for it to leave the high volume and go back into, a high intensity, low volume. But we've taken a pit stop. Like a few years ago, it went into really heavily physical therapy based. And now it's moving into very heavily biomechanically based. So it's becoming more, there's different pit stops where before those weren't in there. And I think because people have the ability to have access to, I don't want to say better, different education, it allows them different areas to try to position themselves.
I was just thinking about what you were saying earlier about, the words we use or what people's understanding is. So I was just reminded when you guys were talking about, this is years ago in the early 2005, 2008, something like that. I had a client, really nice girl, one of those, her goal was simple. Like, I want to go on a date, she's mid-20s, like 70 pounds of the weight. I started working with her, and it wasn't nutrition at the time. It was just like, training. And then we started getting nutrition, and she's running marathons and all this stuff. And I'm like, I look over on the treadmill and see her chugging a Gatorade. And it was kind of going back to our conversation earlier about how it helps endurance athletes, but it's like, well, no, that's fueling your workout. So like the fat you're trying to burn, I mean, again, we're talking in a vacuum. There's other things and factors that we had to change, but looking at, she thought like, well, that's what athletes do. And I want to, the thinner, healthier girls do. And it was just like, I just felt bad for her. So it was like, man, like here's the girl, like just busting her butt and wasn't really getting those results until we kind of broke down and really defined, what is your goal? Like, is it to improve your marathon time, or is it to, drop this weight, as an example. So trying to really look at like like we said, what do you mean by those, by the words you're using, or what do you mean by your goals? And that really made a dramatic difference, like between that and some other tweaks. But it just was, it's just interesting to see like how long, if, I didn't intervene or someone that didn't intervene, like how long would she have went with that?
Our industry is so bad with that. So bad. It's like, you weren't eating enough to lose weight. It's like, no, that's not how it works. There's some metabolic slowdown over time, but no, it's not like, because if you weren't eating enough to lose weight, then, people in sub-Saharan Africa would all be obese, and they're not, because they don't eat, they're just, and so many things like that. And that goes back to the like repeating something, whether you know something or you're repeating something that someone else said. And so much of what people go through life is just they never really take the time to understand it and learn it for themselves and internalize it and convert it to something that's theirs, and they just repeat what other people say. But that's hard as a coach, because they like they like people just prey on females with it, basically. You know, they'll say, brag about women just don't have a high metabolism. So the numbers are what the numbers are. You know, like a super heavyweight male bodybuilder, 260-pound pro bodybuilder can eat 5,000 calories a day and stay lean. So you put him on 4,000 calories a day, he's in a 1,000 calorie daily deficit. That's 2 pounds of body fat per week, no cardio, and he's still eating 4,000 calories a day. You know, like a 48-year-old woman might burn 1,500 calories a day, you know? So for her to be in a 1,000 calorie deficit, you have to only eat 500 calories, which is just straight starvation. And people just like coaches, it's terrible online, will lie about that, about how much, I mean, because you can't skirt thermodynamics, you just can't. And so it's like, which just leads to all these misconceptions, which then leads to people repeating misconceptions, which leads to people who should know better because they're people in positions of being an expert repeating misconceptions. And then you get like what we have, which is absurd if you think about it. In the 1950s or 60s or 70s, there was zero global nutritional knowledge. No one knew anything about nutrition, and everyone was in shape. No, I mean, like, now we know all this stuff about nutrition, which is we don't. We just we do it all wrong, and we repeat all these wrong. And it's insane to me that we've as our knowledge base has increased, we're so bad with utilizing that knowledge that we've like you probably saw that new thing where like this CDC or FDA said that like Fruit Loops are better than, and that's not really what they said.
I clicked through it, and that's not exactly what it was.
And it's like even that. And so then now every trainer takes that and it's like, look how dumb they are. It's like, no, if you really read through what they're saying, it's like, this food is lower calorie than a ribeye,
it's the meme environment that we're in, where I first saw it and I'm like, okay, this is fucked up, like everybody else did. And then what's the source? It's like everything now, and it's like, fuck, do I really want to take the time to go down this rabbit hole to see what this really is?
You have to, though. That's the thing. It's like, did you read the article? Because if you didn't, that meme is never anything related to what the actual article is.
No, it's just somebody that put it together to do exactly what it did. Right? What is the marketing and the attention and so forth. Where with the way that I brought my weight down this time's been 18 months or whatever it was, and it was all behavioral focused and not as I've done before, where I'm worried about saving muscle mass and all this other kind of shit, which there will be a question here at the end. And essentially what I did was when I used what I know how to do. So when I was gaining weight, what do? You get on the scale every day, right? And if it's a little bit lower, it's like, fuck, I need to eat more. And understand water goes up and down, but in your mind, no, I need to eat more, right? And as long as it keeps going up, I don't need to force anything. It's going in the direction. If it drops really hard, it's like, fuck, is it fluid? Is it water? I need to put it all back on. What I did this time through was, I think it started like 280. Like whatever I do, I can't weigh over 280. Right. So, and when I get on the scale, if it's 282, nope, fucked up. I need to pull some shit back, get more steps, whatever it's going to be. And then slowly, like it started hitting 75, 70, okay, now it's 275. And over a period of 18 months, it's now like 245. I don't want to say there's been zero effort put into it, but there really isn't, because now I could go 240, but I'm like, don't want to do it.
But imagine if that's perfect. Because now imagine if you were like, I got 16 weeks, I want to get to 245. It would have been probably felt 10 times harder.
Way harder. Way harder. And I also I'm not concerned with, or I wasn't concerned with maintaining any muscle mass that I had. Now, when I hit the 240, I'm in this weird fucking range. It's like, man, I weighed more than that. High school, and now I'm in a weird place.
That's a really weird thing, because 240 is still like,
I know,
massive.
I know. So I had my body fat checked at the 240. I'm like, okay, where's my lean body mass? Same way I used to do it years ago. So same metric, same measurement, all old school 9-site Perlo measurements. I'm like, oh shit, I lost 20 pounds of lean body mass. Do I give a fuck? Maybe. Do I want to put it back on? Maybe. So now I want to put some of it back on that loss because it should be easy, low hanging fruit, because it just kind of came on. So now I have to become more structured. Like, how's this going to, like, what actually is my protein that I'm bringing in? You know, all these things have to become more structured to go in there without being a complete fucktard and going through there, right?
That's actually like an interesting way of looking at it, because I think probably even myself as a coach, probably so many like general pop people, they're not looking for a dramatic body composition change, you know, where the intricacies and the, you know, the precision matters, you know, and I did that once for my mom for my wedding, actually. I just put her on a calorie cycling diet, ate whatever, you know, if you want to eat M&Ms, that's it. This day you get this many calories, this day this many, this day this many. This day is going to suck, but this day you get a decent amount, and you keep your, you know, it'll get your mind right for the next 2 days, and that's fine. And really, outside of pretty extreme muscle mass levels, that's all you really need to do, which is
No, it works great because let's for an example, if when I was holding 260, I can't weigh over 260. You know, some days it'd be like 61, cut it back. Other days it'd be like 53. Like, I eat whatever the fuck I want, as much as I want, and so it's living kind of through that whole thing. Yeah. Where now it's okay. It's like at the 243-ish range, and I want to put lean body mass back on, but I don't want to gain over that. You know what I'm saying? Because 5 pounds of lean body mass on a 55-year-old it's not a big ask. It's definitely doable, especially with muscle memory.
That's perfect. I hate to keep cutting you off, but that's perfect you say that, because in the comments, every time I mention like that growth rate of 25 grams, people don't realize 5 pounds of real, legit, true muscle, you look like a different person. Yeah,
no, it's a lot, right? So now it's like, okay, I want to put on that 5 pounds of lean body in a year or whatever it's going to be able to take. So not everything, but things need to change, right? Because I don't have the protein to actually build, most likely. I have the protein to, not even to maintain, because I lost it, right? So if I lost it, now when I came down before with you, John, and all those the key thing was, don't let that fucking lean body mass fall. Actually, it went up. You know, this was like, cool, it'll both go down to be able to go down. Which puts me in this weird predicament, right? To where, if I was to contact you, what would be your advice?
For what you're doing right now?
Yeah. Let's say I want to put on the lean body mass, but I don't want to go over, if I'm 242, 250.
What I would say is we would, so first with the scale, like I like what you did with that, and that works. The problem is the scale, like 70% of our body is water and 20% is fat. So like using the scale to gauge body fat is kind of like weighing your car to guess how much gas is in it, you know? So what I would recommend is whatever calories are, whatever your macros are, let's find out what your lean body mass is. And now it's pretty simple after that. You could do it mathematically, like how many grams of protein it would take to be, but then just take that roughly that same calorie range, and now let's change where the carbohydrates are so they're more around training. Let's increase the protein. Let's lower the fats, and so like the ratio of the calories, and really, you would probably actually still lose weight because the ratio of calories that came from protein would be higher. And like we talked about, protein doesn't stay protein; it gets converted, and that takes energy. You know, you can't, if you can't build blocks without energy. You can't change. So 15 to 30% of the calories in protein is actually burned off just in converting that protein to other things. So just by taking that exact same calorie count, shifting your macros to that, the higher protein would now, when you're training, if you would be more likely to have all the amino acids available at that site of protein synthesis if it was stimulated to build the muscle. And because of the calories were the same, but the macros were shifted to where the true calorie count is a little bit lower, you probably lose a little fat.
Yeah. So fairly the same thing, just in reverse, of what it was in a controllable fashion.
Yeah. I think you still do the check-ins along the way too.
Yeah.
See like, all right, like I know you've done it with athletes. I've done it with like football players based on their different positions could have a little more of a surplus than others, right? Like, but okay, are they getting too fat? Like, we added maybe a little bit too much over the last couple of weeks, so you can kind of on the way up keep those checks and balances too.
Well, the reason I'm throwing throwing this out is because I'm sure a lot of my followers are in the same position. They're post whatever competitive career they were, right? And they want to put some of the muscle back on that they used to have, but not all of it, right? And they don't want to do it to the same extremes as what they used to, but they want some of it back without having to resort to all the things that you had to do before. And then some of the things, the supplementation can add some of those calories that you're talking about. You know, field rations alone can add a little bit there. So that's an easy change, right? Because it just throw that in. That's how many calories is that?
That's, what is it, 25? It'd be 100 and about 125 per scoop. So 2 scoops would be 250 calories.
Yeah, so it's about halfway there just with that, you know, of any calorie increase that I would need.
Yeah.
And then the change of the food. What I'm trying to let people know, this isn't as complicated. Is what they're well, bad word, right? right. Bad word, right?
Perfect word,
it's not as complicated as what they think it is, nor does it have to be the extremes that they think.
Right.
You know, because they could be sitting in my position thinking, oh, fuck, here's what I need to do. I need to ram my test up to 2 grams. You know, I need to start, you know, like just pounding the shit out of the protein. And then the next thing you know, they're 265 pounds. Fatter than what I am now.
Right. That's the hard thing with me is, like we were saying on the drive down, is I realized, like, I used to think I was mentally tough, you know, like a piece of bodybuilder because I'm so mentally tough. I realized it's not that at all. It's that I'm an addict. I just got lucky to be addicted to the gym. Really. And so but it's hard in a post addict life to find that balance. I really, really struggle with, because if I'm training to progress and I love it, then I'm all in and I get addicted and I love it. If I'm not doing that, then I'm not training, then I'm working out, and it's something I have to do. It's no longer the thing I get to do. And it's and then it sucks.
It does. Well, the other hard part is we all know we should probably be under 200 pounds.
Yeah. That's
the big fucker right there.
Yeah. No. Oh, I think I said something to my wife one time. I was like, you know, like, because I'm trying to lose weight, and I'm down, you know, a lot from my peak, you know. And I was like, well, I just don't want to be like a feeble old man. And she's like, it's like you're 270 pounds. And my dad's, you know, really big. She's like, look at your dad. It's like you're not going to be 89 pounds, you know, walking around. You don't have to worry about it. But it's
like the opposite of the person that doesn't want to get bulky from lifting weights.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and then you go out of your way to find the outliers that are a little bit older than that you are, that have way more muscle mass.
Right.
Like, well, they can, you know, they did it. They can do it, and kind of go, you know, that direction.
I just stay in your chair up.
No, that's not a big deal. With the company, getting back to that again, are you looking to, and I know this is bad business, to get into the protein powders at all?
Yeah, I mean, we have to. They're just terrible margins, you know, and we're a small company, and so we have to be crisp. I don't want to, it is bad to discuss because who knows what's going to happen, but I think our general goal is going to be a non-stim pre-workout, probably possibly an offshoot of a fat burner that's not yohimbine based, and then protein. Yeah, I have some ideas for nootropics too. The problems with anything that's good for nootropics, like if you could make a nootropic with phenylpiracetam, which the paracetams used to be like everywhere. You add a phenyl group to it, it's like now you got a stimulatory paracetam. It's like like alpha brain, all that stuff you see. That would, but you can't make it anymore. So I'd like to maybe make a nootropic at some point. But yeah, I think we're going to have to get in the protein. I don't want to speak for Joe, but I would like, because I emphasize whole food so much, I would like to make a true meal replacement, but that's in a powder form, you know, like with oat powder, you know, like a combination beef protein, probably whey, some casein, and make one that actually tastes good and is an actual meal replacement. Because like it's hard, because as a coach, I'm not going to lie to people. I'm going to say, like, I believe whole food is best. You know, you eat chicken, you know, like we have on our shirt, steak, rice, repeat, chicken, rice, repeat, you know. So that's like what I believe is the best. But people have jobs, you know. So if we can create, I'd like to create as close to a correlation to that as possible. But again, I mean, I can't talk now. Proteins, like getting protein manufactured is like $12 per 2 pounds, and people try to sell it for $12. You know, like there's no, it's hard. It's a tough gig.
Well, I think,
go ahead.
I was going to say, just going back to like, we're working a lot on, you know, educational, just free content out there. And the hope is, right, like people can make better decisions. Hopefully we're providing those, you know, better decisions they're making. But that's the same thing. Like, I think the hardest thing, even what you're describing, is going to be educating people on the difference, because they just look at, you know, this one's $49, this one's, you know, $27.99 or whatever. Right?
Oh, it's so hard too as a businessman, because you go to GNC, like you know, like
people don't understand
like GNC has they have protein, like they have a 4-pound jug of protein, and then they have a 2-pound jug with a pink ribbon on it for women, and it's the same price. The scoop is half the size, so it has the same number of servings. So, and it's the whey protein isolate or whatever. It's the exact same product, and you go in
same
and
price,
you try to tell, and you know, but the women will say, no, I would just really prefer the one that's for women. It's like, no, it's the same product. They just took out half.
The education is going to be a big hurdle, because as he was talking, you know, as my life's changed over the years, it's harder for me to get. It's not harder. I don't have to force myself to get meals in. I don't, right? So I don't know what time it's like 4 now. I ate like at 9:30, right? And I don't give a. I'm kind of a little hungry, but I don't really care. Not like huge type of hungry.
Yeah.
If there was something like you were talking about, it would be the most optimal situation to do, but it better be a fucking actual a meal,
right?
Because the shake's just gonna fucking make me shit. It's not gonna digest. Well, it's not gonna.
Right.
That's the problem again with, like, I guess, integrity.
Yeah.
Is that it's something I've wanted to do, and I wanted to do all these. You know, like field rations essentially started in 2006. You know, like the idea behind it. So like, you want to do it, but I don't want to just. I mean,
spin it up and throw it out.
Yeah, I mean, we could, like, a bunch of them were doing that in the early 2000s. Maltodextrin and whey concentrate, just a gut bomb. You know, sugar and the worst, like whey concentrate. It was only like 80% protein. You know, and make it a meal replacement. And you could do that, and the majority of any consumer base is an uneducated consumer base.
Not gonna know.
But I just, like I said, like for me, this is a legacy thing. It's the weight training. My whole life is the way it is, largely because almost entirely because of weight training. So I want to make sure that the integrity is there through all of that.
Yeah. Well, either way, you still have to build up the sales volume to be able to look at those products anyhow.
Yeah.
Which is why people should pick up the products that you have now. The description is the link is in the description. And
appreciate that.
You know, there you go, and that's gonna help and build that momentum, because the industry is trash. You know, I mean, it really is, and you got to pick and choose.
Right.
You know, and some of the things that you have are going to, because I take a fuck ton of vitamins, probably more. I mean, there's people are going to tell me, no, you shouldn't take the shit that you do. It's a waste of time, but I disagree, because I've been doing it for long enough that, let's say it's placebo, I tricked myself. It works. Right. So there's fucking NAC, there's D, there's E, there's zinc, there's C, there's wobazine, which that fluctuates based upon how I feel, my inflammation, fucking post surgery for my hip. There was a lot. It was like 2 handfuls of that shit a day, and it's consistently like always there. Right. Whatever your immune one takes 3 of those things,
right?
And knocks them
the
off.
The immune
one
came out of COVID, basically. Yeah. It's basically the COVID protocol.
Well, it is. I mean, there's the D, the zinc, and the C, which is all there. And you find the most expensive company, which is basically what I was doing, for those sources. The D was a tricky one for me. I kind of learned the hard way on that one, because I turned stupid, didn't realize I was stupid. I was taking a ton of it, but my D levels were never going up. I was taking at one point 60,000 IU, and it wasn't budging, and that was Dosequin. So now this isn't a prescription D. which I'm like, it's still fucking D and K. Like, it's like, why does this not make any difference? And then one day, just fucking in the showers, it normally happens, I'm like, fat soluble, you dumb fuck. You know, because I was taking it in the morning and taking it at night, not with meals. I just started taking that shit with a tablespoon of peanut butter. Boom. You know, jumps up to 60.
Well, that's like, I have a whole, obviously I've got product ideas in mind, but that's one I would like to do. I would like to do a vitamin D, like linked with like a gamma-linolenic acid, like a borage oil, or even primrose oil, to combine a fat, a good fat. But the other problem, like with vitamin D, like we were talking about the amount of vitamin D in Flat Jacket, is like you don't know what other people are taking.
Most probably are taking
exactly
it at this point.
And then one of the big problems is if you are absorbing it and your vitamin D count gets too high, your calcium levels will climb and you'll start getting kidney stones.
Yeah.
And so like you know, and again, like I doubt every supplement company is considering or caring about those things, but you know, like we try to consider like all that in making the decisions.
I would say the world that we live in, probably everybody is.
Yeah.
Now the quality of it, I don't know. You know, pharmacists will tell me, oh, it doesn't matter, it's fucking cheap, and I'm like, I don't know if I actually trust this industry to say that doesn't matter.
Vitamin D is vitamin D. I mean, it has a chemical structure, it doesn't. But the industry is, are they putting it in there? That's the thing, you know. And it's because I mean, I think Dante Trudell from True Nutrition was doing third-party assays, and our stuff is all third-party tested. But sometimes you can tell, you get a product and it says it's got cocamine in it and it's white, you know. It's like, well, cocamine's dark, you know, it's cocoa. There's no way this product's white. So, you know, like
white chocolate.
Yeah. It's like, how is it, you know, so, but yeah. And so that's why, I always use something that's third party tested.
What are, coming from the TRT world, right? Are you still in it? The TRT world, as far as?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Nope.
Where do you see that going? Because I can either see it being regulated and shut, like fast, or it actually continuing to still grow.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's still growing. I mean, quite a bit. I mean, I back when, you know, it wasn't too long ago, I was in that industry, and over the last 5 years, I think on 3 different occasions, the prescriptions like nationwide double of testosterone. I think a lot of it is because it's so like more mainstream now, where a lot of people are talking about it on podcasts and channels and shows, and then not to mention, you know,
that it's not being banned either, right? Because you used to not be able to talk about it.
Remember how hard it? You couldn't get.
Yeah.
You 42-year-old woman goes into any doctor's office and they'll say, hey, you should take 25 milligrams of testosterone a week. Any man walks in and your test level's a 120. He's like, well,
you're fine.
Yeah, you're older. You don't need them.
Well, what's interesting is like even the ranges have changed, because what they do when they set those ranges, and it's not the company's fault, but they take the average of a populace and say, you know, this is the high end of the range, this is the low end. And I want to say it was the late 80s, early 90s or something. So not too long ago, where they dropped it, you know, by something like 150 or 200 nanograms per deciliter. So it's like, well, who's making this up?
When I did the podcast with Ken Kanakin and Eric Serrano, he talked about that. And the reason why he said that happened is where they pull those ranges from are patients. Healthy people don't see a doctor. Right. So now if everybody that's seeing them already have a reduced, then that's going to change that.
Yep.
And it's like, well,
that's a serious problem though in America. It is. Like, well, there's a couple, I don't want to get sidetracked, but a couple serious problems. There's the lowering male testosterone level, which is going to decrease the production rate. And that is a serious, people always, I'm going to speak way outside my area of expertise, but why not? But, you know, people worry about like population overgrowth. We're really, the opposite is probably what's going to happen. And I think if you look at like China with their one-child policy, because you can think, you know, like me and my wife, that's 2 people. If we have 2 kids, we're linear. You know, if we have 3 kids, we've grown the population. Well, you have a one-child policy, that population declines very quickly. And it doesn't take very many things. I mean, we saw like what COVID could have been. Can you imagine if COVID was extremely deadly?
Yeah.
Or you look at like China, they've based their education system has been based on not like in America, it's innovation. Like we love innovation and people who design and develop things. In China, it's copying that. It's learning how to repeat those things, and so they have this aging population that's probably decreasing pretty rapidly, and it's a massive population. They might have peaked like 1.3 billion people. They might, who knows how low it's going to get, because it's definitely decreasing, and it's aging, and you're aging a population where we're in a world that's required to be subsidized by a workforce that can only really be highly productive to a certain age, and we're living way past that age now. And so like a weird jaunt on that. But we have like what we're doing in America, whatever's causing these lowered testosterone levels is really, it's already like an epidemic in like Japan. They have a name for it, for like the men who don't even care or try to get find women or anything. And I mean, what like a high test level does, what that drive does. If we lose that, and we have an entire population of 22-year-old men with test levels of 150 globally. Like no, you don't even need like a pandemic or anything. Just the way the population rates would plummet at that point is, I don't think in 100 years you'd have functioning society anymore. Say all that as someone who's a complete non-expert on any of that, but if you...
No, I get it, but I mean, there's also implications of having too low of testosterone, which I know that, because at one point I went off for a very long period of time, and it never came back. And when I say very long period of time, I'm not talking 3 months. I mean, we're talking a year, well over a year, and it doesn't come back. So it's, mine's managed, and I immediately know, because I mean, it used to be fun, when I was really young, to take stuff. Now it's like, I feel like ass. And then it's like, well, no shit. It's been 3 weeks since I've taken anything. Yeah. And it just worse and worse. So I take that, then I extrapolate it, which you shouldn't do, but we're just talking here, right? To other people, like, what if they are living with very, very low testosterone rates? I fucking don't want to do anything. I'm lazy. I'm fucking depressed. Yeah. I'm thinking stupid shit I shouldn't be thinking, and catching myself like, why am I thinking this stupid shit? Right. And then that's my reminder, like, oh, wait, check. Fuck. Yeah.
No, I think we need, like, there's again, outside my area of expertise, but like you talk about toxic masculinity and stuff, and I think that's a real disservice just to the population in general, because that drive, and that drive that comes from wanting to, create offspring is the only reason there are animals, period, and it is, I mean, if you don't reproduce, you don't reproduce, and you start losing that. But I won't get on a sidetrack. I was going to give some statistics about like single parent homes or fatherless homes or motherless homes or whatever, but like that drive is why we have everything. Like the male and females, when their hormones are raging, most of everything that has like been developed or invented or created or is from people in that age group. Like every great physicist has made like Einstein. He did special relativity as they call it Latin for miracle year was 1905, and then I think like 1915 was general relativity. Well, he was still a physicist till 1955. No new discoveries, and it's like that in every industry. And so like some part of that age period is obviously linked to hormone levels, and if we have like plummeting male hormone levels in the age period where like as society needs to move things forward, I think if you really like kind of want to be like conspiracy theory about it, it's not a conspiracy, but like things could get scary if you have generation after generation. It doesn't take more than, because we're not, we're like 3 generations from the like 100 years, we're three full lifespans from the Declaration of Independence. It doesn't take very long. You get 2 generations of extremely low test males who have much less drive to reproduce, and then females seem to tend to have higher incidences of difficulty getting pregnancy or PCOS or issues with that.
Is that because they're waiting longer though?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not an expert, and there's who knows plastics in the food, who knows why testosterone's lower. Is it's likely or possibly linked to aggressive type things, where we don't, like we talk about elephants, like deer, like all things work the way they work because they need to work that way. Like hunting season's in the fall because that's when deer have antlers, and the reason they have antlers because that's when they have testosterone. The reason they have that is because the women produce, they're in estrus, and the reason they're in estrus at that time is so they can be pregnant in the winter, so there's no babies during the winter. The babies are born in the spring, and the best chance to survive. There's all these things, and if we lose that critical period, like of men and women, where like that drive to create or produce or reproduce, you get 2 generations of that, and you can get a population collapse and I think a lot of like experts in the field are more worried about a population collapse than they are about overpopulation. And the comments are probably just blowing up because I am not an expert.
Well, I mean, either way, right? I mean, we're just talking, right? So to me, it just justifies why everybody should train, right? Because training does, increase. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't believe I'm speaking out of turn to be able to say training increases testosterone and hormone production. Correct?
Yeah, weird. There's some interesting. Chaos and Pain did a 2-part series on there's weird like manly things raise testosterone. They were doing on large bolus doses of alcohol. So like some Eastern Bloc country, I don't know, 60s, 70s, whatever. They were testing after this is Olympic weightlifting. After their workouts, they would have them like chug booze, and it was like not like drinking 2 shots, like half a liter of vodka for their super heavyweight, because it seems like the like aggressive things training, which makes sense, like testosterone is needed for aggression, so it makes sense that they would be backlinked in some extent, but we completely lose that as society. There's no physical labor's gone, and there's a societal push to be anti-aggressive, which is good. Like being a dick is not good, and being aggressive is not good. But being like being strong,
assertive is good though.
Yeah, and being motivated is good. Yeah, and being driven is good. And though if we lose that, if you look at the numbers, it doesn't take more than. Because 2 generations doesn't seem like very much, but like I said, we're 3 lifespans from the Declaration of Independence. You get, my kid's generation and the next kid generation that's like that, we could have a world that with like rapid population decline.
Yeah. Well, I think just in general, outside of you're talking about people, you have kids, I have kids. My kids are 19 and 20. I mean, I think people have we forget how fast things move.
Yeah.
Right. And when you have kids, you're very well reminded of that. My youngest just moved to another state for a job, and it's like, fuck, like shit, and then I'm reminding like, man, did I do what I was supposed to do? And then I start really getting deep. Like, well, where were the most formidable years? It's, is it 1 to 5 because all they do is like eat shit and they don't really do a lot, then there's like 5 to 10 where that's probably pretty formidable. Then they're teenagers. They don't listen to a fucking thing that you say, and then they're gone. And then it's like, fuck.
And it's fast. Yeah. No, it's
like real fast.
Yeah. It's so fast. Well, I was just thinking like, cause my one daughter's in 8th grade, and she's like, cause I got a senior, I got one, actually, she just graduated. She's done.
There. So yeah,
early. Yeah. But, and then like 8th grade, and I'm thinking like, I remember, 8th grade formal, and I can remember like that was like the cross colored time, like 93, and I was like, I think I wore like a purple belt, but I could like picture what I wore, and I was like, well, but then I realized that's 30 years ago. It's like I might be dead in 30 years, and that feels like I can remember everything about those days, and it's like when you start thinking about stuff like that, it's like, wow, yeah, time flies.
Yes, and I think when you start digging down into the more personal, just like yourself and people who are listening, just themselves, because it moves so fast. And, things like obesity can get out of control really fast. Right. Like you don't give a fuck, and then a year goes by, and then you're fucked. And then 5 years go by, and you're like, man, why didn't I pay attention?
And then it's like too late, and it's not a minor task at that point.
Yeah, it's like it's so conveniently easy to just, okay, I'll take care of that, after this. But then fucking 10 years goes by and it doesn't seem like 10 years and you're in a whole different life. You know,
the further it goes, the harder it is. Our bodies are like just cruel by nature, because then you have, as your body fat gets higher, you have metabolic syndrome and all the hormone stuff's at reverse.
It's very linked, yeah.
It's just like you know, that's what people don't think. Like the longer you put it off, the harder it's going to be to get back. And not because you're starting from a higher weight, but just because your body is like chemistry is working against that. You know, it's even something I would tell a lot of guys, like, you know, I'm not affiliated with any testing services or HRT clinics or whatever the case is, but I will say like testing is a huge thing for general health, because like I would tell a lot of guys, if they're starting with a higher body fat percentage and their testosterone's low, and then they started like say TRT or whatever and started exercising and dropping their body fat, maybe they don't need as much, you know, because their aromatase, you know, enzymes were higher, their body composition was higher, wasn't as efficient at using the raw materials they have. Maybe it was low because of that. You know, I know we've talked about that
does
before.
Lower, higher body fat.
You could be a year later and have actually be too high for what their goals are, because it's just like a general health person that like, I just want to be like in the normal range, you know, or whatever the case is. So it's like, you know, I've seen that in men and women, to where the longer they put it off, like the more their chemistry is just so screwed up, to where like insulin sensitivity, we were talking about this in the Ride Up, like you feel so bad for people, because it's like, you got to just start. I know it's hard and hang in there, because it's going to take time to like turn the Titanic back around as far as all the pathways your bodies are meant to take. They haven't been taking them for 10 years, 15 years, whatever. And in order to shift that, it just takes time. Like, it's not that you're a failure or you're not doing the right thing. Like you just need to understand like this whole thing's got to, you know.
Well, that's a weird thing, that like momentum, because I know when I was in shape, it was almost harder to eat an off-plan meal than it was, because I knew how much work went into it. I didn't want to lose all that. Yeah. Where I'm at now, it's like, I'd like to look better, but that's a lot of on-plan meals. It's way, you know, and so it's like you keep going in whatever direction you go. And
I think the testing, like you said, is huge. Marek Health aside, I was talking about this long fucking before Marek Health came around, because I was fortunate that when I came to Westside, my doctor just insisted on it when I was blasting things. You know, my life was all for powerlifting, and I was more than willing, and I don't regret it, to take the risk that I took. But it was every 4 months, 6 months back then, but you know, quarterly or biannually, here's the markers, you know, to be able to go that, and it just became a habit. But as I got older, and then things started to get a little out of whack, thank God. Right. Because now I know where my baseline is. I know where all these different things are. Yeah. And it's so more readily available now. Where back then I was fortunate as fuck. 20 years ago, you're not finding the person to do that. No. You couldn't even go online and just order independent labs. Right. You know, but now, you know, I think it's fucking vital, not just for people who are competing and all this other stuff, for everybody. Just to know where the hell their markers are, even if it's just D. Yeah. Right? I mean, come on, man.
That you shouldn't even have to put more than 2 seconds of thought in that. So vitamin D, we produce in relation to the sun, you know? Okay, so for the bulk of human existence, we were naked in the sun 24 hours a day. You know, maybe, like that's, or however many hours the sun was out. Our whole body, you know? I mean, because you think like, the bulk of human existence, that's a long time, 100,000 years, 200, who knows, like I think they say like 250,000 was when Homo sapiens first, whatever, you know, but, you know, like 500 years ago was like medieval times. That's just a tiny little bit. So a long period of time, that's where our evolution still is at. We're still evolved to be naked in the sun all waking hours. And that's where vitamin D should be.
I try to tell my wife that all the time, but she just won't let me do it.
Yeah,
that would work, right?
Where the neighbors don't mind. This is how we were made.
This is our nature. But we don't have that anymore. So we are never in the sun, and even when we are, we're fully clothed. You know, so everyone should be on vitamin D, and that fixes so many issues,
especially in the Midwest.
And this is, I mean, I was being pushed on that way before, like a decade before COVID even hit. That was a marker. Yeah. You know, another one for my doctor from was a huge one was DHEA. Yeah. You know, and so I mean, those are like basic. You know, for me now, I don't know the DHEA. I'll let you speak.
As you get older, it's definitely important. Yeah, that's probably very tightly linked to the decreasing testosterone levels. Yeah, but like I hate to like harp on the health, and because not everyone cares about health or fitness, but COVID should have just.
You know what, they do care when it's bad.
Yeah, but COVID should have opened everyone's mind, because COVID sucked, but it sucked if you were old and overweight and out of shape. I mean, really, that's it. If you were in shape, take vitamin D and zinc, COVID most likely didn't suck.
And that was the thing that, like, I try to talk to like friends, family, people I care about, because like it's like, if you're gonna do your thing and I don't know you, like, fine, right? But everyone was going crazy, and maybe rightfully so, about the CDC guidelines when all that was going on, you know. And then I'm like, well, but wait a minute, but what about the CDC guidelines about activity? 5 times a week, 30 minutes, like do some kind of physical activity. That's from the CDC.
Yeah.
Why? Like I bring that up, and it's kind of like pisses off certain family members.
That's a good point.
Because I'm like, we cared, and again, I'm not knocking masks, right? Like I'm not touching that with 10-foot pole.
No, I get that.
But like, we cared so much. Like, I was in a field where it was like, this person doesn't have it on, and the next person comes in like, I can't believe I have to wear this. Like, anyways, but like everyone so passionately cared about that. I'm like,
yeah, that's
like
a good
5 days, 3 days a week, and then there's, you know, what is it? What is the other guideline? I think is
I thought it was like
3
an
days a week
hour of
under
activity
20.
a day.
No, so it's just I believe it's 150 altogether. So 30 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, just activity. So it's not like sprinting.
But
We're talking general population. Just move.
Walking.
Yes.
You know, if people just, you know, thankfully people talk more about steps.
Yeah.
You know, now than they ever have before. But that's a huge. You know what? It is kind of fucked up though too, that we have to talk about steps. Like you all should get minimum steps.
Right.
Like.
Especially because the steps are the reason we exist.
I know.
We were early on, because we're not stronger than lions. We're not stronger than other animals, you know, and like we're smarter, but we weren't always brilliant with tools and we have bows and arrows. But what we can do is, once we became bipedal, so like a dog, you know, they pant. They don't really sweat. They release heat through their tongue. And most animals pant. Some animals sweat a little bit. Two things we do very well are bipedal motion is less energy intensive than quadrupedal motion, so we can walk with less energy than other animals. We have a large surface area to body volume. We're lanky, so you know, like we radiate heat like length cubed, where we absorb heat by length squared. So we radiate heat really well, and then we sweat very well over our entire bodies. So the early humans, the way we existed, is we would literally chase animals till they died of heat exhaustion and eat them. So we exist as humans because of walking to the point of other animals dying from walking. And now we don't walk.
Well, no, not at all. You know, when you bring it up, you know, sometimes, because gut health is a big thing, you know, with a lot of people. And my first question is, well, how many steps a day do you get? Because, you know, every surgery I've ever had, you know, well, actually it's changed, but before you couldn't leave the hospital until you shit. Yeah. Right. Well, the only way you're going to be able to shit is to get up and walk and move. Right. Yep. So, okay. So this aids in digestion. I learned that a long time ago, just from that, before it became a topic of conversation, where now so many people have issues with digestion. Then you find out if they actually track it, they're getting less than 500 steps a day.
Yeah.
Like
and Stan Efferding, just with his 10-minute walks, I'm like, I mean, I wish I would have been the one to say that, but it's like, it's amazing. Like, how it's like a catch-all. Like someone's like, oh, my digestion's terrible. Well, why don't you try taking short walks after each meal? Hey, I'm doing much better now.
Crazy, right? It's unbelievable how that works out. Are there, with that in mind, because you're both you have your clients are at a different level. What other things are simple shit like that are people missing the boat on? Because that's easy to change.
We eat, we don't know. We're so stupid with what's healthy food. And the reason we weren't fat in the 50s, 60s, and 70s is we knew it. And I think like the Brady Bunch in the 90s, like they made that movie, you know, and it was like, I think they were still like the same Brady Bunch, only like existing in the 90s.
Yeah.
And like, I remember the mom going to the meat market and she's like, I need 8 pounds of ground beef. And the doctor's, or the worker was like, red meat? She's like, yeah, I got seven growing kids I need to feed, you know? And like, cause we thought, you know, like, no, that's silly. Eat these grains. But really, and I have trademarked it. I haven't, but I wish I would have. But I want to write a book called Pick It, Kill It, Grow It. Because that's it. If you can't pick it from a tree, grow it in a garden, or hunt it for meat, we shouldn't be eating it, because that's what 200 years of evolution of our bodies were designed to process. And if you do that, I guarantee a lot of your problems are going to go away. And I mean, it's like it seems like it's stupid you should have to say that. Like, don't eat Pop-Tarts, eat fruit, you know?
No, you make a good point though, because it's for years we would just tell people and just made the assumption, you know, just make better food choices and move more.
Right.
Well, then you find out the more people you speak to that are just Gen Pop, just family members and stuff like that, they don't know the difference. They don't know what a good food choice is.
Right.
And it kind of blows my fucking mind, but when you grow, if that's our bubble.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So we grow up in that. So we're like trying to process, you know, lean, you know, grass-fed beef and this other beef, and you know, we're putting all this effort into there, where people they don't know the difference between fucking a Pop-Tart and beef, or
and it's really pretty almost self-limiting, just because the food's harder to eat. There's so much more, because we have so many teeth and mouth and jaw issues because we don't eat raw food, or we don't chew meat as much. So as our bones are developing, and my wife's a dentist, so she'd be better at this. But like, you know, like wisdom teeth used to not be a bad. We needed them, and if you go to like primitive societies, they all have like big, wide. They have great teeth. Their teeth, they're not like all distorted. They don't need braces, because chewing hard food, like as the jaw is developed, it will develop wider, larger to fit all the teeth, and so our whole facial structure will be different. Our nasal cavity will be better. We'll be better nose breathers, and now we're like, the big thing now is nasal breathing, and we're learning like how important it is to breathe through the nose. You get better, you know, like that's where nitric oxide production. Well, it used to not be an issue. People didn't mouth breathe because of the way we ate. We ate nuts and grains and fruits and meats and foods that you had to really chew. We never ate mush. And so our jaws developed this differently. The way, and you can see like primitive culture still, you know, like in Brazil and stuff, they have these wider jaws, perfect teeth, and their nasal cavities are much more open. They breathe through their nose better. It's like we just do. It's like, if the food's not real, don't eat it. I mean, that's really it. You know, like you know, like a Snickers bar is not real. That doesn't exist anywhere. A bunch of machines have to come together to create that. You know, venison is real. You know, just another buck with a penis is all that was needed, and a womb was all that was needed to create that. I
didn't know that with the nasal breathing. I mean, I've always been a nasal breather in the first place. So when I see these people taping their mouth, I'm like, what kind of fucking stupid bullshit is this? You know, but as you just explained that, you know, if we have to, that's fucked up.
Yeah, and it's that's another thing that's getting worse, and so now everyone needs braces, and because we eat mushy food, and now everyone has sleep apnea, and like this is again like going back to, you know, like we're 3 full lifespans from the Declaration of Independence. It doesn't take very long before this could really start. You know, you get a couple generations in of people with, you know, because it changes your whole facial structure when you breathe through your mouth too. Your jaw is less pronounced. I wish I could. I have no idea what the name of the study was because I was just Googling stuff. The craziest thing and a difference in someone who had like broken nose and could do almost no nasal breathing, and there was all mouth breathing, and they had real weak jaw, real narrow, like a male, but it looked like a feminine. Like female usually have like more of an A jaw, you know, and it like real, like kind of like loose, and their face looked really weak and soft. And then they had nasal surgery, and they showed the same picture a year later, and it was like you wouldn't believe it was the same person. It was like now it's like a square jaw, you know, like totally different facial structure. You know, like mouth wasn't drooping. It was really interesting. Like I said, my wife could speak way on. I'm probably saying things wrong, but it's like we all have sleep problems. We all have sleep apnea. That's why. Yeah. You know.
Wow. One, I think for like food or general food stuff, and this goes for, I think, people, larger people, bodybuilders, people trying to put on weight too, is, you know, sit down, flip over the phone, be calm when you're eating, because, you know, all that hyper response is causing everything to tense up, which causes issues with your digestion. So that's where you're bloated and whatever. And I know Justin's formulated some products that actually help, you know, people trying to put on weight, which is counter, but we've used it with general population people too. And so that's, sometimes people get mixed up, like, oh, well, I do that. Like when I say walk, it's like, no, that's after. Like when you're done, you know, then go do that walk after. There's a difference between like being all amped up while you're trying to eat and what that does to your digestion versus like, I'm gonna sit down, do my deal, you know, have my meal, and then go walk. And then that's where you see all those improvements in whether it's glucose, cholesterol, blood pressure. I mean, just the list goes on and on of all the
So
benefits.
I would even say that, the people who are trying to put on weight need to do some walking and cardiovascular fitness to actually put the weight on.
No, I was saying eating. They're walking.
I know, but
during,
I'm just saying in general, most people think the opposite. Like I need to take that out, but then they wonder why they're not able to.
I have no appetite. I can't eat. Well, you didn't do anything.
Well, and I think sometimes reason why, like, you work in a lot of this minor HIIT training and what you've explained, and correct me if I'm off on this, but basically the cardiovascular system's going to crap out on a 20 reps of squat sooner than before their legs will with a heavy load. So that's why you focused on like building up their cardiovascular system so they can get those extra 2 to 4 to 6 reps, whatever it is, to fuel their growth long term too. Because if your cardiovascular system's crap, you're going to die off earlier in a set.
Well, to anyone listening, you can go through and see. I have quite a few really large rates of growth in clients, like David Lamartine. I got a recent picture on my Instagram. Ben Pollock. I've done it many times, and people won't believe it, but it's the cardio. And I do HIIT cardio in a very specific way. It's not HIIT, like 15-second sprint. My thought is like a 20 rep set of squats, about as intense cardio-wise as you're going to do in the gym. That takes about a minute, okay? So I have you do 1 minute hard, 1 minute light. How hard? Well, it's self-deciding. Hard enough that it's hard for that minute, but you're still able to recover the next minute to just barely get through the next minute. And then when you do that, then your lungs are not the failure point on legs or back. On you're not progressing if your lungs fail on a set of 8 on deadlifts rather than your back. But then on top of that, the appetite stimulation is so enormous that that's what allows people to continue to eat more and more food. And no one wants to believe it because everyone who wants to get big thinks cardio is going to do the opposite. And it's like case after case after case. My clients who actually listen to that and are religious with it just progress rapidly because we're able to just continually add food. And, they're doing this thing that's burning calories and burning fat, which is also helping us keep some of the fat off in that process.
Now, for me, when I was working, that's 100% legit, because people have heard me tell the stories about 10,000 calorie, super high carb days. Yeah. But I'm glad you just said that because the one thing I didn't tell them was that, there was cardio in there that was 1 minute just very easy walking on a treadmill and then pushing the fucking prowler down the gym and back as hard as I could. And yes, it sucks when you first start it. But
it sucks always.
Yeah, I know, but it kind of gets a little bit better, right? And it is easier to do actually because when I worked with Shelby, he was the other end of like super freaking ridiculously long cardio. It was easier to do an hour and a half on a bike than it was to do that. But the rate of growth, or not, the rate of me being able to take in on those, don't do the super high carb day. It took a while for me to be able to get there. There's a lot of factors involved there. But that's a lot of fucking calories. I mean, my top of my mouth would be bleeding from cereal.
Dry cereal? I remember you saying that before.
But that's a part of it. It's actually a big part that I kind of left out in the story because it just was training, man.
That cheat meal, the greatest cheat meal in history. That day's the reason for several reasons. My cheat meals are now the last meal of the day and with a time limit. So everyone who hates that can blame Dave.
I fucking ate it. I went to Lone Star, right? And just killed everything. You eat so much, your stomach's killing. But I had a whole list because it took me a while because I was fat, right? It took me a while to get a cheat meal. Probably 2 months, maybe longer. It was a long time, right? And I understood it. Like I'm not glycogen depleted at fucking 290 pounds, fat power lifter. It was going to take a long, but I had all these foods I was writing down. Like I got to eat this. I got to eat this. So I bought all of it. Then after that meal, I'm like, fuck. So I'd eat like just a raisin.
If you don't stop, the meal doesn't
because
end.
The meal doesn't end because I just kept eating a raisin like every 5-10 minutes. And so he asked me, like, what did you have? And I had this fucking email like this long. He was like, that's impossible. I'm like, no, dude, I ate a raisin, and then after that, it was like an M&M, and then I would kill a box of Pop-Tarts, and then it hurt really bad. Then I'd go back to just eating a peanut, and it went on.
There's a video where you guys track it on YouTube. It's like 16,000 calories. It's just mind.
Man.
It went on for, I think the meal, because it was the last meal of the day, so I pushed it to like 5. I made it earlier. This shit went to like 2 a.m.
Nice.
There was a couple funny things with that. I remember because we did a similar thing. Wasn't you ended the diet at like 240 and it was like 6 weeks before Swiss or something?
Yeah, that was bad. I almost killed myself.
Yeah, I thought you were going to die of pulmonary. You put on like 62 pounds or something.
That was a different, because after that, we were talking about the rebound. I'm like, oh man, I need this rebound. So I went down to like 240. Then I went to Myrtle Beach for a week, and I came back at like 282. And I remember walking in the office, and everybody was just looking at me. They didn't know what to say. And then Wendler saw me, and he's like, dude, what the fuck? And it was weird because I looked jacked as fuck, you know, for like 7 days. And then something happened, and it wasn't the case. But when the other one you're talking about, I did a seminar in Boston where I was really lean. I was maybe 3 weeks out from where we were going to stop. And I told him early on, I don't want to do the last 4 weeks. I don't want to do a show. I don't want to do that shit. But it was still really lean.
Yeah.
I find out later, probably lean enough to do a show.
You could have done.
And so I'm doing the seminar there, and I'm lean as fuck. So the next year I go back to do another one. I'm like, okay, this has to be. And I didn't have much notice. I'm like, look, I got 2 days. I want to just be bloated as fuck. And I'm not going to tell anybody what I did, because they don't need to do it. I put on like 60 fucking pounds. It was fucking ridiculous.
Well, I was sure he was going to die of flash pulmonary.
Yeah. Now that I know, you know, because back then it's like, fuck it, I don't care. But now that I know what the real consequences is, and he told me, I'm like, fuck it, whatever. Not going to happen to me. I could have died. I mean, it was bad.
I mean, as a coach, that was fun.
Is there anything else that you guys want to talk about that I didn't bring up?
I don't think so. I just want to thank you again, you know, for everything. I mean, geez, at least 15 years now of this.
Yeah.
It's been. I mean, there's 3 people that I really truly love in this industry, and you're 2 of them. So
thank you, man. I appreciate that. You've been a great help for us. You know, people love you when you come out for the podcast and come out for content, stuff like that. Yeah. So thank you guys for coming out.
Thanks for having us.
They can find you. I'm going to go to the link in the description, right? Which is first attachment. First attachment. I always want to say deployment for some reason, but first attachment. Yep. And you can find Justin on, you said something about TikTok. Like, what's going on with that? That's not you, right?
Oh, no, that's you. Let's see.
I'm not on TikTok.
Well, we'll see.
Did you post something? Oh, we're on TikTok. All right. Okay. So yeah,
you are.
We have first attachment on TikTok. Troponin
You
Nutrition.
have 858,000 views right now.
I did not know that. That's great. Awesome.
Bodybuilding is not that complicated.
Yeah.
And then you go on to explain it, but everyone loses their
How many
mind.
comments are on there?
Oh, 55,000 or something.
That's awesome. You know what's the greatest about that? I have no fucking idea about it. That's awesome. So Owen's killing it, right? Those guys are killing it. As far as that, Owen, Seth, Miana, whoever's doing it, they're killing it on that thing. So with your link to all your stuff will be in the description. Is there anywhere else you want me to send them to?
You'll be able to buy them soon at troponinnutrition.com. We're trying to just link everything as much as possible.
Yeah, we have our YouTube channel, just youtube.com/@firstattachment.
And where's the podcast you were talking about? Is it on there?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. We're actually in the process of putting audio out right now, but that's all video. We'll have, on average, we'll have, 2 to 3 episodes a week, usually like one guest where we interview. We do vlogs like of clients, and then we always do 1D. We started doing 1D rants not too long, where you get to hear Justin rant about a topic that I'll feed him a few softballs and just have fun with it. So
no, that's cool. I'm gonna have to check those out. I didn't know that.
He's got a really interesting one that he's talking about why bodybuilders have female or have.
Did we talk about hot ball theory?
Female. Why bodybuilders?
Okay, so
why bodybuilders have daughters?
So
you got to tell both theories, both reasons.
Yeah.
So there's hot ball and cold ball?
No. Well, so the men are less robust, genetically, I guess. Mm-hmm. And this is what 25 years ago in college, I learned this. There's about 125 male pregnancies for every 100 female pregnancies, but there's only about 115 male births for 100 female births, because the male whatever zygote is less robust. They more miscarry, and then by reproductive age, they're equal, because boys do stupid things that get themselves killed. But through that, so it works out, and it makes sense, because for evolution to happen, for us to exist at the age we mate, there needs to be about equal, and for that to happen, then more male pregnancies have to happen. but that means that the male sperm is less robust. And so there's a theory, because athletes seem to have more females, daughters, and less men. And there's a hot ball theory that from being an athlete and your balls always being so hot that it kills off more of the male sperm. So, and I like, but my theory, I like to think
his
that
is a little better, more scientific.
I like to think like, okay, you got, if you break it down like real evolution, we there's no society. We're, just in a tribe. If a male is a threat to the leader of the tribe,
Yeah.
And so clearly, if you're that awesome of a male, genetically you're not going to want to have men, because I'd have to kill them off. So so my theory is the more females you have, the more genetically superior of a male you are.
Okay,
that's not true,
but that's called the hot ball theory.
No,
that's
just
Justin Harris.
That's the Justin's dumbass theory.
So you need a name for it, so they can search it.
What did I call it? I called it Girl Dad. I think Girl Dad or something is probably out there.
The girl dad theory.
Way better than that.
Yeah, we'll tweak it.
Yeah,
I think Girl Dad theory.
Yeah, Justin's really awesome theory, I think.
we made sure to tag our wives, because I have two
JAT.
Yeah.
All right, so with the JAT theory.
There you go. All
right.
Yeah. We made sure, because he has 4 girls, I have 2 girls, so we made sure to tag both our wives in that and say, what do you guys think?
So it's the leading scientists. There's 2 conflicting theories: JAT or hot ball.
All right, so it's JAT. All right, so that's a good place to end. We're going to end on the JAT theory. Guys, thanks for watching, listening, or however you are taking in this content. Leave a review, and thank you, and we're done.
Today's episode is brought to you by elitefts.com. Founded in 1998 with the primary aim to live, learn, and pass on. Please help Elite FTS support this mission by smashing the like button, leaving a comment, sharing with a friend, and thinking of us for your training needs. If you can put it in a gym bag or load weights on it, Elite FTS has it.
What's going on? I'm Dave Tate. We are broadcasting from the middle of the Elite FTS weight room, where the underground still thrives and you're part of the crew. It's time to sit down, keep it real, and cut the bullshit. Welcome to Table Talk.
Today's episode is brought to you by First Attachment. Are you looking for a supplement brand that truly understands hardworking athletes? Look no further than First Attachment. 1D's real-world experience is what I would consider, and they consider, battle-tested. I have known Justin Harris for pretty close to 2 decades. And if there's anybody that I trust with nutritional and supplement needs, it's Justin Harris. If you guys have followed me and have followed the podcast, you pretty much already know how I feel about the supplement industry. For me to get behind any brand, I have to trust the brand and I have to trust the person both. And I'm pretty sure you guys all know why. When it comes to creating formulas and putting products on the market, and there's nobody that I trust more than Justin Harris. While I love all of their products, I'd suggest that you check out the Field Rations and WTH first. Go to www.firstdetachment.com and use the code TABLETALK10 to save 10% off each order. The link is in the description. Today's episode is brought to you by LMNT, a tasty electrolyte drink mix with everything that you need and nothing that you don't. In other words, no sugar, no artificial coloring, no artificial ingredients, no gluten, no fillers, and no BS. With LMNT, I love the watermelon. The watermelon tastes freaking awesome. I drank 1 pack every day, no matter what. People that train out here, it's sitting out here for them all the time. The boxes don't last very long. Right now, LMNT is offering Table Talk listeners a free sample pack with any purchase. That's 8 single serving packages free with any LMNT order. Get yours at drinkelement.com/tabletalk. The deal is only available through the link in the description. The other thing is, if you don't like it, you can just give it away to a salty friend and LMNT will give you a 100% refund.
no risk, money back guarantee. Head over to drinkelement.com/tabletalk. Marek Health is a premium telehealth platform specializing in hormone optimization and preventative medicine. Are you looking to optimize your health in and out of the gym, improve recovery, sex drive, and quality of life? Have you tried speaking to your health professional about this and have gotten the cold shoulder, stereotyped, or just told it's part of getting older? You just go to marekhealth.com/tabletalk, and you can create your own lab, or you can take labs that we've had set up for them, which are based upon the same labs that I've been doing over the last 15 years. Or you can use their guided optimization. With this, they'll put you in touch with a patient care coordinator, which is actually pretty cool because you get to sit down and speak to somebody that can understand what you're looking for from hormone optimization and the preventative medicine standpoint. After that conversation, they'll determine which labs that you should and which tests you should have done, and then from there, get the labs done. They'll review those labs with you and put you in touch with one of their hormone optimization specialists that can determine which supplementation that you should use over the counter or prescription. marekhealth.com/tabletalk. The discount code is tabletalk. All right, what's going on, guys? We're back with another episode of Table Talk. Today, my guest is Paul Barnett. Is that right?
Yep, that's right.
Okay, cool. He was referred to me by Justin Harris, and then I started going through your content, and I had to have you come out. The biggest thing I want to talk about is you're a muscle nerd, so I got to put that out there. It was like in the bio, like muscle nerd, and master's level NPC competitor. What's intriguing to me is you trained seriously from like 16 to 32.
Yep.
Then you took a break. I'm guessing here, was it 44 when you started training again?
42, I kind of got back into the gym.
So about a decade.
Yeah.
Okay. So a decade away, then you come back and just, there's a lot to talk about here, but coming back, you do one show, you put 85 pounds on after the show, which is one topic there. And why did you come back? Let's just start off there.
I got divorced.
there's a good one. That works.
I had to get back in the game. So
It's as simple as that.
As simple as that. Actually, I tore my ACL at the same time. I was playing basketball and popped my ACL, and I got back into the gym, started working out, kind of got bit by the bug again.
So during this time off, I assume job, work, life, all that other stuff.
You know how it goes. Kids, work, business, running a business. I had a series of injuries in the gym because I used to train really heavy and do some stupid stuff in the gym. I worked with Dante Trudell when I was younger. Okay. And when Dante was still training people. And I did DC training for years. And I worked with Dante, and I don't know, I just lost the urge for it, had kids, got fat, started a business, and then decided I had enough. It was time to get back. I went to a class reunion, and I saw a girl I hadn't seen in a long time, and she told me, she's like, "Didn't you used to be a bodybuilder?"
Okay, so you were bodybuilding in that before.
Yeah, I was the perpetual perma-bulker.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you would want to call it bodybuilding, but I would say power building.
Not competing,
no. I was more of a power builder, heavy lifting, bodybuilding style of training, I guess. But if you're familiar with Dante's stuff, you know how it goes.
So when you came back, did you come back more into Dante's?
I tried, but I am so beat up, and I had to completely reinvent how I train. I did for a couple of years, and I don't even think I've talked to Dante, but Dante doesn't lift with the same heavy weights now that we used to. So it's all within a rep range. But I switched up and went to a completely different style of training. I know you had Dr. Mike Israetel on recently. And I have kind of gone with his style of programming that I'm using now, more of a periodized volume style training. And my thought process was it allows me to train and progress without beating my joints up so bad. Yeah. So really at this point in my life, staying in the gym is more important to me than pushing heavy weights. The weights are relative. I'm still probably lifting heavy compared to a lot of people, but but not what I used to. It's not the type of thing that I used to. I use volume as a form of progression now.
Okay, so that's what I want to get into. So let's kind of dial back a little bit, because a lot of people listening may not know what dog crap DC training is, and there's a lot of people that get all mad when I say it's kind of like HIIT training, because it is, but it isn't, but yet it still fucking is. So with that as the base beforehand, just run through classic training before you stop training.
Yeah, I mean, it was the typical Dante stuff. I mean, we were doing a push-pull legs routine. Dante, everything is to absolute failure and beyond. It was a lot of rest pause stuff. So, I mean, if you're familiar with Dante's training at all, you would do an all-out set to failure. You take 10 deep breaths. I don't remember what it was. It's like a 30-second break, and then you do a rest pause set. So for example, if I'm doing bench press, I might do 8 reps to absolute failure. Take a 30-second break, do 3 more reps, another 30-second break, do 2 more reps, another 30-second break, maybe another rep, and then do a forced rep or a negative or a static hold. And that was Dante's really kind of, and then you're done.
Yeah, did you do the loaded stretching with that?
Yeah, we did the loaded stretching, the extreme stretching and stuff too. I still do that.
Yeah.
I still do the loaded stretching.
All right, so you had 1 or 2 exercises per body part.
Yeah, and you know, it technically, I mean, he'll say it's 1 set, but it's really multiple sets. You're just taking a 30-second break between the set, but it's one balls out, all out, intense set really at the end of the day.
All right, and when you were doing that, were you controlling the tempo of the set at all, or just going berserk?
Yeah, no, it's a very controlled tempo. That's one of his things, is very controlled tempo. So you have to keep the parameters of the rep the same. So like one of the things he used to always preach is improve, don't get better at cheating. So moving the weight faster and getting more reps that way doesn't count. So it's a good controlled negative. I don't know that I actually timed it on a stopwatch, but it was probably like a 2 to 3 second negative, explosive positive, and then and rinse, wash, repeat that doing that over and over and over again. But you keep the parameters the same so you can actually gauge your progress, and then you're having a war with the logbook every time you go in. So if I did with my total rest pause, let's say if I did my 12 total reps counting the rest pauses, the next time I come in, I'm going to try to get 13 reps, and then when I hit the top of that rep range, then you add a 5-pound plate to the bar. So it is true progressive overload style training.
How many times a week per body part were you using or going?
It's very minimal with him. So it was when I was doing it, it was 4 days a week. So it was push pull leg. So you end up, if I remember correctly, you end up hitting everything 3 times in a 2-week period of time.
Okay, I've trained that way in variations of that way, on and off throughout almost all my life, outside of the pure, West Side powerlifting time. But even some of the accessories are done that way. What I'm intrigued with is what part of that, when you came back, was harder for you to recover from?
It's just my joints just did not want to cooperate with me with the heavy weights. I started the thing with the DC style training is you get really strong, real quick. And I just found that my joints were just killing me training that way. And now talking to Dante, and maybe I should have gone back and done this, was push the rep range up. He's like, well, if your joints bother you, then just go to a higher rep range. Don't have your working set be between 6 to 8 reps. Maybe do 12 to 15. Yeah. Find a rep range or find an exercise that you're comfortable with. Maybe not do barbell bench. Maybe go to do the hammer strength machine and progress through that. So that was sort of his adaptation as you age. It's
all right. I see what's going on. So you were still sticking with the real raw compound movements.
Yeah. I mean, I enjoy doing compound movements. My body just doesn't like doing.
No, I get it. Because when I would default back into something like that, it was usually to give my joints a rest. Yeah. Which is kind of why I'm sitting here like, oh, wait a minute, what's different? Where I wasn't doing those movements. I would do ones that were more joint friendly, and my tempo was probably slower than what yours was as well. And I didn't worry about the log fucking book. I worried more about the effort, because the logbook becomes a tricky thing when you're fucked up. When you're a washed up meathead, the logbook can be a fucking terrible thing.
Yeah, I still sometimes I'll log stuff, but I've kind of thrown it in the trash now because it is a mind fuck. Because I am a very competitive person. Yes, and it kills me to know that I'm not pushing. Than what I was before. You can get obsessed with the logbook, that is for sure.
I think as you maybe
correct me if this is true for yourself, as you get older, it's more about a range of the weight that you need to stay in.
Right.
Not so much trying to break it all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten now, like I don't do a lot of compound movements anymore. It's mostly machines and dumbbells. So I don't do a lot of barbell, I should say barbell movements. I don't do a lot of barbell movements anymore. So I've mostly stuck with machines and dumbbells. But for what I would consider my heavier exercises, I'm in the 10 to 12 rep range. You know? And I kind of live in that rep range for what you would call an accessory exercise or an isolation movement. I'm more like in the 15 to 20 rep range now.
And then that's periodized over a period.
It's periodized over a period. Yeah. So the Israel program, and I don't follow exactly what he did, but I read his book. I don't know if you've read it, The Scientific Principles of Hypertrophy.
Yeah.
It really kind of opened my mind up to a different way of training. Like I never had considered volume as a way of progressing too. So that what I'll do now is I'll take a weight, like let's say I have 100 pounds on exercise X. I'll take that weight over a 6-week block and I'll add more sets to it. So I might start off with 2 sets this week, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6 at the end of my block. And then when I finish that block, I'll take a deload and I'll start all over again with 5 more pounds and push weight that way. So I'm still progressing weight, but I'm progressing volume over that period instead of trying to push more reps or push more weight each week.
I think that also is a way to allow you to stretch the progression over a longer period of time.
Yeah.
Coming from the background I come from, my brain operates in 3-week mesocycles or 3-week waves. And some exercises, if they're super heavy, super hard, I'm going to change them every 3 weeks. But there's other ones, if I'm doing them for hypertrophy.
Yep.
I want to run those for longer than 3 weeks. So I want to run them for 9 or 12 weeks. And I can do what you're talking about, increase the volume over a period of time. Another thing I'll do is I'll manipulate the tempo. So I'll start the first few weeks with it, I don't want to say super slow, like a 4-second eccentric, hold, for 1 or 2, and then 2-second concentric, then flex like a motherfucker for 2 seconds before bringing it back. So it's way longer where I'm pretty much 1 rep shy of failure, about 6, maybe 7 reps, even with light shit, just because the tension, of all the flexing. I get through about 2-3 weeks of that, then I can actually bring it to a more bodybuilding type tempo and get another. So now all of a sudden, instead of something I might have like blew my nut on in 4 or 5 weeks, I just build in like 2-3 weeks before, as almost conditioning type thing. And then I can stretch it all out. And that, for me, that seemed to be, it sounds weird, it seemed to be more joint friendly for me than changing the movements more frequently, which sounds a little fucked up, right? Because normally you would think it'd be the opposite. And I don't know if it's just because of with the tighter tempo, maybe there's less joint. There's definitely less load, right? But when you get into, that was a question I had to answer for the crew cast the other day, is which is worse, heavy weights on your joints or high reps on your joints, and nobody can answer that question for me.
Well, yeah, I don't think anybody really knows. I mean, I've seen some guys that are ripping heavy weights and continue to do so and seem to be just fine.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it is form and technique.
Yes.
That would be, how your form and technique are, it would, just thinking of it from a scientific perspective with physics and placing the load on the joint rather than the muscle, I think is where the wear and tear comes in. And
that's a good topic right there, because that's a motherfucker to try to teach people.
Yeah.
So if you're advising or talking to somebody or working with a client of yours, how do you get them to understand what you just said? To keep the weight on the muscle.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with a lot of young guys they struggle with. It's the the ego lifting.
Yeah.
They want to heave the weights around. But then there are examples of people that ego lift and are huge. I mean, I look at a guy like Branch Warren as a guy who just has terrible form, but the dude looks incredible.
Yeah.
And as far as I know, I don't think he's been that broken up.
No.
I think he's done well. So, I mean, that worked for him. It could be just his unique genetics, how he's put together, that he can handle that, and then whereas I might not be able to.
I would still say that there's a benefit of learning how to train stricter, more in the muscle, because let's say they are both equal, or even I call it muscle fucking. Even if muscle fucking the weight's up, let's say it's better. We can teach anybody to do that, but you can't teach anybody to be able to control the weight and keep it on the muscle. So it's a skill, right? So it's another tool in the toolbox that's worth learning just to have in case it's needed. For example, say you muscle fuck weights up all the time, get big as fuck, but then you strain something. You're still going to train. Normally this is probably how we learn how to do it, right? You fuck something up, then the only way you can train is to keep it more
around it.
Is that the answer? Just go get hurt?
Yeah, my shoulders are my shoulders are completely wrecked, man, and I'm constantly working around my wrecked shoulders. But I think just peeling it back and thinking about it, bodybuilding and powerlifting, or bodybuilding and strength training, are two completely different things. So strength athletes, you're just trying to get the weight from point A to point B in the most efficient way possible. So what's good form for powerlifting might not be good form for bodybuilding.
Yes.
Whereas with bodybuilding, at least in my thought process, I want to evoke an adaptation. Hypertrophy is the adaptation that we're trying to do, and it's placing a load on the muscle and eliciting a adaptive response. So I want to keep to keep myself in the gym, to keep progressing. Bodybuilding's a long game. We were talking about this earlier before you came in, but you're looking at, to get from just an average gym bro to standing on a pro stage, it's probably 10 years of dedicated work. Minimum, I would think 10 years. So if you are tearing yourself apart, if your health goes to shit, your joints are wrecked before you're never going to stand on a pro stage and compete. I've seen so many guys get to the national stage and just never make it further, or get their pro card and never get further because they've blown out their health or wrecked their joints or something along that line. So for me, with bodybuilding, you have to play the long game, and you have to be, I think you have to be intelligent with your training. And placing more load on the joint or increasing leverage is not what we're looking for in bodybuilding. We want to place the load on the muscle. So that, for me, that's the part that I try to impart on bodybuilders. It's wild to me because powerlifters and strength athletes are very detailed in their training. And bodybuilders are usually complete dumbasses when it comes to training. It's like you never, powerlifters, there seems to be very strict form to programming, and a lot of guys follow the similar type, but there's no programming in bodybuilding.
Yeah, well, that's what there was a clip that Justin showed me when he came out where I was talking to him, I think, and I said that training for bodybuilding is relatively easy, and people took it out of context because the programming side of it, as far as the training and the weights and what you do in the gym, doesn't have to be as thought out as what it would be for strength sports. It doesn't mean it's fucking easy. You know how the internet is. It doesn't mean it's fucking easy.
Right.
It's still hard work that has to be done in there. Where one thing I think the strength athletes miss, though, is yes, they have the certain sections of their program, of the training day, say that the first 2 movements, 3 movements, whatever it is, those are dedicated to making that lift stronger. But then with most strength athletes, not all, because some just do just the main lifts and that's it, but with most, they have other exercises they do towards the end for hypertrophy, right? To me, when they're not training those like a bodybuilder, right, and keeping the load on the muscle instead of the joint, then they're taking a stimulus and adding it to their recovery demands, which are already high because of the main stuff they already did, that the exchange isn't equal. Like if you take it off the joints, you learn how to train this like a bodybuilder, and you leave your ego at the door. You use 15 fucking pounds for your side raises, or 20 pounds, but you actually do them right instead of muscle fucking up 80s. Then there's less joint wear and tear, I believe, and probably better progress than they would get hammering all this stuff. And that's where, when I asked earlier, how do you teach the people that you're working with how to keep it on the muscle, because it's one of the things I'll do with the clinics I have out here is, yes, I show all that other stuff, but then when we get into accessory stuff for the joints and shit like that, there's still cable flies, machine flies, stuff like that. You need to do that shit, with intent and muscle contraction and all this. And it's such a strange world for a lot of the strength athletes because they've never done it. People that have a bodybuilding background, it's like, boom, they got it. And it's not the easiest thing in the world to teach if all they know is moving the weight. The other caveat is the programmed number of reps, right? So if it says 4 sets of 10 or 3 sets of 10, they're going to approach that set, I'm fucking doing 10. Right. So if everything's under load, it's on the muscle, right? Your tempo's going well. You might be at 6. And if you keep the tempo the same, 7 might be it. 8 might be it. And if it's a bodybuilder, as long as they're falling in that 8 to 12, a little bit range, fuck it, the set's over.
Yep.
They're not going to get to that 7 and have it start to get close to, actually you start to get close to failure as a bodybuilder. You're like, fuck yeah, it's like you're about ready to come. You're right where you want to be. You're in the progress zone. If you're a strength athlete, you start to get close to failure. You're like, fuck it, I got to do 10. Then you start heaving the shit. And as I explained, you just kick the can down the road. So if you need to get those optimal reps, the last reps that are going to help with the muscle growth, and you just muscle fuck the last 3, you just kick the can down. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
Where that's where I have a hard, because the number fucks them up. Where old school, probably before you stop training, a lot of the programs would say, 3 sets 10 to 12, 3 sets 10 to 15, and then you knew, okay, there's a range. Somewhere in this range, I need to be like a rep shy of failure. Nobody trains to failure. I say you kind of do. Right. If it's DC training, you kind of do. But if you tried another one, you weren't going to do it. And that was in that range. Then it changed maybe like a decade ago and became these straight numbers, like 10 or 12. And I don't think people ask their coaches what that 12 represents. Because you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I give people a rep range.
Yeah.
And I tell people you stop when mechanical... I call it mechanical failure, where your form starts to break down. Yeah. And a lot of times, like, Dr. Mike has his reps and reserve system, but I don't know how you quantify that, to be honest with you. I mean, what some people would consider 2 reps in reserve, or failure for me might be 1 rep in reserve. So I don't know how you quantify that. So I just, I think it's simple for people. I tell them, where you're getting to the point where you feel like your form is being compromised, that's when the set ends. And with young guys, I think sometimes it just takes time in the gym to learn how to connect with a muscle. It's just, you have to train with intention, and it just takes practice. Sometimes it takes a couple of years. Like I see, we were talking about it earlier when I was in here filming with Sheena earlier. But like back is one I see a lot of young bodybuilders struggle with. You go to any local bodybuilding show and you see so many dudes with crappy backs. Yeah. And I see a lot of guys in the gym heaving around heavy weights on rows and stuff, but they're not actually activating their lats or their rhomboids. They're just basically doing super heavy arm curls.
Yes.
So, and I can get why, it's not like you're using your lats in everyday life, really. It's they're there for hanging from trees, when we were monkeys. But it's so that would be an example of a body part that's hard to connect with. Me, I always struggle with my arms. Arms were always a challenge for me. And my arms didn't start to grow until I lightened my weight up and started training with a little more intention.
What helped you know that it wasn't moving in the right way?
When my arms started growing.
Well, I know that, but with intention, you said earlier, like with the RIR, sometimes it's hard to quantify. A lot of these things with training are hard to quantify unless you anchor it. Like what does it mean to that person, or if you're working with an athlete, then how is that anchored? Like you anchor. So with intention, if we're talking about intention, how would you anchor intention if you were working with an athlete or
Well, I think
another
just
lifter?
feeling the muscle, actually having a contraction, actually having a pump in the muscle is, to me, that's probably the first cue I would look at. You know, if you aren't feeling the muscle, if you're not feeling a contraction, if you're not feeling a pump, then you're probably doing something wrong.
Yeah.
Like I'll hear guys like, you know, I get lat pumps when I do back, and I'll hear a lot of young guys. I'll ask them if they feel it in their back, and they'll be no, I don't feel it in my back. Or they'll, you know, sometimes I'll actually, if I'm training somebody in person, it's a little easier. Like I'll give them cues and I'll show them how to spread their scapula and pull their scapula back to actually get their lats to activate, things like that you can't do over you know, an email or whatever. But sometimes I'll have guys film themselves, send their exercises to me. I'll take a look at it and dissect it and send it back to them.
Can you see from there with the lat work?
Yeah, with the lat work, a lot of times I'll see like it's hard. You'll see guys on rows where there's no actual, the shoulder's not actually dropping forward. There's no rotation in the scapula. And for me, that's a dead giveaway on a row that you're not actually activating anything.
Yeah.
It's just an arm curl.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
The pump comment makes me laugh because I 100% believe what you're saying, but it's when I used to train with John, he would say, "Man, you pumped." I'm like, "Don't ever fucking ask me that again." You know, it's just one of those weird bodybuilding things.
I remember John talking about back, and that was a cue that I always remember is pulling with your elbows.
Yeah.
And not with your arm, pulling with your elbows.
Yeah, which is in the powerlifting world, I will tell somebody to pull with their hands because I want them to get used to pulling a bar with their hands.
Yep.
In the bodybuilding, it's what's the intent? Yep. Now, if the intent, you know, if it's to lift fucking heavy weights, it would be that. If the intent is for lats, you know, hypertrophy, it's the elbows, and you can see, unless they're just like Jabba the Hutt, you can kind of see, you know, if the back's moving or if the
you
arms
can 100%
are moving.
see it.
You know,
you can see it
pretty easy.
Yeah, I had a kid in my gym recently where I showed him, and what I did is videoed him doing rows because you can't see yourself doing rows.
Yeah, yeah.
And I wanted to show him, you know, I'm like, let me show you what's going on with your back, and I showed him. Where you could see almost no movement in his back. He was pulling completely with his arms, and then I gave him a couple cues to fix it, and then I showed him the video afterwards, and he's like, "Holy crap! I never really knew that." But I think it's also hard to train and activate a muscle you can't see too. So I think that's why another reason why people have a hard time. I also have guys pose between sets. I know you kind of look like a douchebag posing between sets, but I also think that helps too. I know that's, I think it's Hani Rambod that has people do that, but I think that helps bodybuilders to connect with the muscles. So, you know, if you're doing lats, you know, practice lat spreads between sets.
Yeah. So something that I'll have lifters do with the intent of the lats is to find the stretch in the lats before they start the movement.
Yep.
And then when they start the movement, start it with no momentum, you know, instead of, you know, because that's going to pull here, and then that can also help determine if you're working, you know, the lats or if you're working the traps and upper back. Like, where's the intent? You know, is it, you know, pulling the shoulder blades together, or is it trying to pull the lats down?
Yep.
You know, and with the power lifters, there's different reasons for both. You know, and having them know the difference of where that intent's supposed to be, from what I've seen, works so much better if I can get them like on a chest supported row, something, and they just where do you feel the stretch? My shoulders. Maybe you want to move, pull your chest up, you know, whatever you need to do.
Well, you can see it with guys, with bodybuilders when they pose. The guys that don't know how to activate their lats can't do lat spreads. They can't spread their scapula. You'll see it all the time, you know, and so I think that helps them to learn how to do that. If you get that corrected with the training and with the posing.
When getting back to where we jumped off on this part was when you went back to the gym after this huge break, when did you decide that you wanted to actually step on stage?
It was probably about a year in, and I kind of got bitten by the bug because I had always intended to compete when I was in my 20s, but I was like, one more year.
Okay.
And I had a couple false starts where I dieted down for a show. Skip Hill helped me diet down one time, and I was like, yeah, screw this. I'm going back to being big. But I think that's like young guys that I work with, I tell them, just don't worry about it. Just try to get on the stage. If you want to be a bodybuilder, it's important to get on the stage once a year. Get out there and do it once a year. If not for nothing else, for practice, you get the rebound afterwards. Everybody gets stuck in this mindset of perma-bulking, where I just need to be a little bit bigger, and then you never end up getting on stage. And you never end up progressing too. Some of the, Justin can attest to that. Some of the best progress you ever make in bodybuilding is the rebound after a show.
Yeah. Or at least even if you're not going to compete, just dieting down enough to get the rebound afterwards it's a big thing.
Yeah, my guys that I work with, if hypertrophy is the intent, I'll have if depending on where their body fat is at, but I'll have them do one hard cut per year. And
how far will you have them go down if they're not going to compete?
You don't have to go all the way down to like 5% competition lean, but I would say, somewhere in the 8 to 10% body fat range. And I think that's good enough. But the leaner you get, the better the rebound is, and the more runway you have for putting on weight. So, if you're at 5% body fat and you gain 5% putting on mass, you're still 10% body fat.
Yeah.
Right. So you have more runway to gain size. And as the fatter you get, your testosterone works less efficiently. So the more of it aromatizes, and you have, just the whole P ratio thing, whether you buy into that or not. But the fatter you are, the less of the weight gain that you actually have is actual muscle tissue.
What do you mean by P ratio?
There's this, I forget, there's a study where it's a scale. The fatter you are, the higher the ratio of weight gain is actual adipose versus lean tissue. So whereas like if you're, and I'm just throwing out arbitrary numbers, so whereas if you're like, say, at 5% body fat, 80% maybe of your weight gain might be lean tissue versus fat tissue. Whereas if you're at 20%, it might be flipped the other way around. 20% of your weight gain might be actual contractile tissue, 80% might be body fat.
Why do you think that is?
I think some of it is hormones, So I mean, estrogen definitely plays a role in fat gain. So the fatter you are, the more of your testosterone gets converted into estrogen. Your aromatase is higher, so I think that's part of it. So you can manipulate it somewhat, through how you're handling PEDs and things like that. So that's a way of manipulating it, but I do think that that's part of it. Insulin sensitivity probably goes to crap the fatter you get to.
Shittier you're eating.
Yeah, I think that's part of it too. Yeah. I mean, there's a bunch of factors in there as well.
So you do the first show. When did you hook up with Justin?
God, I'm trying to think. I think I've been with Justin 3.5, 4 years now.
So
3.5 years ago.
So 2 years in?
Yeah, it was a little over a year in with Justin. Okay. I did the first show.
And why? Why did you reach out to him? I've seen Justin from afar for a long time. I remember him back on the message boards way back 20 years ago, and the videos of him squatting with Kukla. Yeah. So I was aware of him, and I really, the reason why I connected with Justin is because I wanted to learn about carb cycling. And I had read a lot on carb cycling, and carb cycling to me made the most sense for dieting for a bodybuilding perspective. And Justin, I feel like, is probably the most knowledgeable person out there when it comes to carb cycling. I mean, it really is sort of his invention, really. Well, it's been his wheelhouse. So for decades.
So, and I like, whether it's in business or whether it's in life, when I work with a consultant or work with a mentor, I want to work with the smartest guy in the room. Yeah. And Justin's incredibly intelligent, and everything that he said resonated with me as far, I liked how he talked about the physics of weight gain and the math of it. My brain, I have a degree in computer science, and my brain operates on math, and scientific background. So that just resonated with me, and I wanted to learn about the carb cycling and his approach to it, and really get into that. So that's what motivated me to reach out to Justin.
How did it go the first year working with him? What was your increase or your gain?
First year for me was rough, man. I'm trying to think. Was it 2020? COVID. We had COVID, and I had dieted down for a show, and my show got canceled 3 weeks out. So I was just sat there, and I was so upset because I dieted down, and I just ate like crap all summer. And then I connected with Justin towards the end of that summer. So I guess it's been 3 years I worked with him. And then we went through an off season together. I put on some weight, and then we dieted down. Justin said that I had one of the craziest metabolisms he's ever seen in a guy my age, and I lost too much weight. I got super skinny on my first prep. I think it was all the way down to like 185, 190 on stage.
From where?
Started off at 270.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
shit.
260.
Yeah.
260, but my metabolism just spun out of control. And so he actually has to, the way we've done the last prep, he actually is pushing my food up towards the end of the prep, going into the show. I was having unlimited high days this last prep, which he said he doesn't do that often.
Yeah.
But
then, so was that the off season where you put on 85? So
yeah,
it's
that
not
was
really 85 if it started. So where did you started at 270, went down. Where did you end up when you came back up?
I got back up to 270 again, but it was a different 270.
A different 270, yeah.
It was a very different 270. So in actual stage weight, I put on 52 pounds of stage weight in 1 year.
No shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I have some pictures up on Instagram somewhere, but
no, I saw those.
Yeah. I went from, I don't know, 187 or 185 on stage up to about 240.
And that was at 45?
47.
47.
Yeah, I had the best year of my best progress of my life at 47. So anybody who thinks that it's too late,
no, this is why I wanted to talk to you. Is this?
Yeah, it was a pretty insane year. I mean, everything just went perfectly, and I think part of it was this is the first time in my life that I actually treated an off season like a prep.
Yes.
So I was super strict with my diet. There was no deviations. I can count the number of missed meals or cheat meals that I had in that year on one hand. So I was 99.9% solid with my diet in that off season. And as a coach, as working with somebody, when you have somebody that's compliant, it's so much easier on the coach to make adjustments.
Yeah.
And it's from a computer perspective, good data in, good data out. If you put crap data in, you get crap out. So, and I just hit everything. I think there was some sort of super compensation effect too after getting extremely depleted. So maybe me getting extremely depleted for the first show was a blessing in disguise.
Yeah.
That I caught that crazy rebound and came back as a super heavy.
How much rebound did you have in the first 3 weeks?
I think in 6 weeks I put on 50 pounds.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, it was nuts. I remember my ankles were like looked like water balloons.
I've been there.
But I was getting insane. I mean, I remember my girlfriend and I going on vacation, and I was getting calf pumps just from walking.
Yeah,
it was nutty.
Was your training lower volume at that time?
No, I was doing the high volume training.
Okay, all right. So the rebound straight through into that, and what during that time period? I guess I need to put the disclaimer out now, right? That we're not physicians, we're not doctors, we're not nurses, we don't work in the medical field in any fucking way whatsoever. Is that a good enough disclaimer? Right. And one of our sponsors is Marek Health, so you should get your blood work done.
This is not advice, medical advice.
Yeah, it's not medical advice. We're just going to talk about.
I'm just a stupid bodybuilder.
Yeah, we're just going to talk about stupid bodybuilding things, and you should get your blood work done, as I'm sure we'll talk about as we go through here, different blood markers and things like that you should watch. Was anything different with your PEDs when you came from that rebound from before?
Insulin.
Okay.
Insulin was in the mix, and that was something that I had done differently. I used a fair amount of insulin. And it was really just basic stuff, just testosterone, primobolan, insulin, and growth hormone is pretty much what I ran. A little bit of nandrolone, a little bit of MPP. It was nothing crazy. I mean, I have it all documented up on my YouTube channel. I went through and kept vlogs that I posted up of everything that I did. But I think I capped out at, and then off season, 750 tests, 700 primobolan, and then I was running 6 units of GH a day, and then I was running insulin every day, Lantus, and then if you know anything about Justin's programs, he pushes the rapid insulin on the high carbohydrate days.
All right, so it was on the high days. It wasn't intra or post workout, or was it also there?
No, you're running it all day. So I mean, the high carbohydrate days are low fat, high carbs. Mm-hmm. So it makes more sense to have the insulin push the whole day versus just, I think a lot of guys are slamming it in around the workout window, but you don't just grow through the workout window. You're growing throughout the whole day. So I would think you would want the anabolic effect of it the whole day. But I think that combination of the insulin use, the high carbohydrate, lower fat diet, and the high volume training all just paired really well together. And it just synergized to just blow me up. I mean,
Yeah.
And I've seen it with my clients. I've had some guys that I've taken and just repeated the same formula, and they just absolutely have blown up running that formula. And I think that, you'll see it on the pro level. Like I speculate that's what Milo Sarchev does with his guys. You hear bits and pieces of what he talks about, but you look at a guy like Samson Dowda that went from, just being, bottom, last call out into winning the Arnold in 1 year of working with Milos. So you tell me what changed.
Oh yeah. Now I've been away from it for a while. So the Lantus, is that the long acting?
Yeah, Lantus is a basal insulin.
So it's like the morning one, right? And then
I take it at night actually,
Okay.
but it's a 24-hour insulin. And really the idea with the Lantus is you're taking pressure off your pancreas. So if you're pounding a bunch of food, this is another thing that I speculate with older guys, that they're just not making enough endogenous insulin to keep up with the food if you're pounding the food. So some insulin is probably necessary just to deal with the high carbohydrate intake if you want to put on size as you get
now
older.
with that, were you using Humalog with the meals on the high days?
Yeah, I was
as well?
using Humalog on the high days as well. So if you think about it like Lantus, if you take, I think I run 24 units of Lantus. It sounds like a lot, but it's, when you average it out over a 24-hour period, it comes out to about a unit per hour, which is really nothing. Your body has a background insulin that's present at all times, and that really is just replacing that background insulin that's present at all times, and it takes pressure off your pancreas for making that insulin. Gives the beta cells a break when you're eating a ton of food, and then you use the rapid insulin to deal with the meals. Essentially, that's how diabetics do it.
Yeah. When we should note that dosing is dependent upon a lot of things. So it's dependent on, because it's not like test. I mean, we're talking insulin here. Like a lot of people, it's how you metabolize it. It's the carbohydrates, the timing of the carbohydrates.
Yeah, and I tell people more insulin's not better.
No, fuck no. Yeah.
There is an appropriate amount, and it's what I'll do is I measure my glucose levels.
Yes.
And then I'll adjust my doses accordingly with the insulin. But I mean, insulin is sort of a taboo subject. I mean, everybody's scared of it. But honestly, you'll see a lot of older bodybuilders that end up being type 2 diabetics. And I think that, this is just my speculation. I think a lot of it has to do with burning out their beta cells in their pancreas from, it's this perfect storm of things. You take growth hormone, which blunts insulin sensitivity, and then your pancreas has to make more insulin to keep up with it. And then years and years of doing this combined with eating a shit ton of food, you end up having beta cell burnout where your pancreas can't keep up with the demand, and you have insulin resistance and your beta cell burnout and pancreatic insufficiency on top of it. So actually, I there is a belief amongst some in the community that running a basal insulin could be prophylactic and actually save your pancreas long term and save you from being a diabetic if you're pounding a ton of food and you're a bodybuilder. Now you want to manage insulin sensitivity as well too with the growth hormone. So you sort of have all these factors that you need to keep in mind and that you need to be aware of as a bodybuilder. So you want to manage insulin sensitivity. You want to make sure that you have enough insulin to keep up with the carbohydrates that you're taking in. But it's sort of a catch-22 because the more insulin you use, the more likely you are to have insulin resistance. So
Yeah.
So, but that's kind of the brilliance of the carb cycling diet.
Yes.
So you're only pushing hard. Typically with Justin, like with what we'll do, we'll push hard 2, maybe 3 days a week, where you're at a very large surplus and a large amount of carbs, and then you'll have your low days where you're probably in a slight deficit, and giving your gut a break, giving your pancreas a break, giving your body a break for as far as resetting insulin sensitivity. And sometimes what I'll do is actually pull my GH on the low day, so I give my body a break, so to keep my insulin sensitivity in check. And then there's things like berberine. Justin has this suppressor product, for maintaining insulin sensitivity. But keeping track of all those things. But circling this all back around, I think that's what a big problem is with like older bodybuilders and why they can't gain weight. I'll see older bodybuilders that are throwing more and more and more anabolics at it, and I don't think that's the issue. I think it's nutrient uptake is the issue. I just don't think your body is utilizing the food that you're putting in efficiently, because there's probably some sort of pancreatic insufficiency or insulin resistance or whatever you have it.
So with the with his suppressor, I believe it's called suppressor.
Yeah, suppressor.
Right? That's one that from in the strength world for, how do I want to make this sound, for the lifters that are eating halfway decent, which I'm trying to keep the glass half full, right? It's something that I put out to them because of what you're talking about, because their insulin's just fucking all over the place, and I don't think they understand that trying to keep some kind of balance regulation with that is important for recovery.
Yep. And it's a vicious cycle, because as insulin resistance rises, your body is making more insulin and putting more stress on the pancreas, and more insulin leads to more insulin resistance. So it's just this declining. You can see it in blood work too. Like I'll see a lot of times, like guys will go into their doctor and they say that the doctor says I'm fine, but then you'll see guys with high triglycerides. That's sort of like the canary in the coal mine. Once again, I'm just speculating, but I think what happens is that your blood sugars are starting to get out of control. Your body's way of managing and dealing with it is to spew out more lipids, just to convert that into triglycerides. So through the liver, if I remember properly. But I think that's what's going on. So that's sort of like a first line of defense I'll look at. So if I see an athlete come to me and they have high triglycerides, generally it's because their insulin sensitivity is probably starting to decline. Then the A1C starts to rise afterwards. Usually the A1C, I don't know if you're familiar with A1C, but it's I think it's a 90-day. Basically, the way they measure it, it's essentially a reflection of your glucose levels over a 90-day period of time. But that doesn't seem to get affected until later on. You may already have insulin resistance, and your A1C could be okay because your body is cranking out enough insulin to deal with it. Mm-hmm. But it's overproducing insulin at that point. But it's just a vicious cycle. And like with strength athletes or bodybuilders, anybody who's pounding a lot of food, and if you're taking a growth hormone on top of it, it's an issue you got to be aware of. And a lot of times guys aren't aware of it until the A1C is too high, and you're already in a screwed up situation then.
Well, I think a lot of guys aren't aware of it because they're not checking it.
Yeah.
So there's just blasting shit without.
Well, you just don't perform well.
Yeah.
Like you'll see a lot of guys get older, and they keep blasting more anabolics, and they're not getting any progress. And it's probably not the anabolics that are the issue. It's to me, it's insulin resistant. And it's the same thing too. Like you'll see, I don't know, everybody talked about the GH guts 15, 20 years ago. I don't think it was actually, to me, it's clear that wasn't organ growth, because, you look at some of these guys now that they're retired, their bellies have gone back down to normal size. So if it were organ growth, they would still have the big gut, but they don't. So my speculation is it's visceral fat accumulation, and that usually happens when you have insulin resistance.
Mm-hmm.
You get that big old bubble gut, your organs are inflamed. So I think that's from insulin resistance, and you'll see it now. Like a lot of guys are doing a better job of managing that. You don't see those big guts so much anymore in bodybuilding. They seem to have, for the most part, gone away.
In the bodybuilding world, you know, it's different from the strength world that I'm from, but I kind of know it a little bit because years ago when I brought Justin on as an athlete that we had at the time, it's one of the conversations that I had with him was bodybuilding has always been intriguing to me for a lot of different reasons, but the one thing that was the most intriguing to me was how somebody could get to the national level, then turn pro, then after they turn pro, put on, not everybody, so this is not a broad statement across the board, but some could put on like 20, 30 pounds of lean body mass within the first 2 years. And that was so fucking confusing to me because it's, in my brain, it was like, it's not the drugs, right? Because they're taking drugs to fucking turn pro.
Right.
Like, what the fuck? They're probably taking less drugs after they like, what the fuck is this? And that was the question that I had to him, you know, because it's no other sport do you really see that happen. Like, you don't turn, you know, fucking pro in the NFL, then all of a sudden you become fucking 20 times better, you know, or tenfold, threefold, whatever it is, over a period of time, but not like, I mean, think about that. You know, it's actually kind of fucking ridiculous if you think about it.
Yeah, the guys that I see blasting the most usually are the guys that are trying to get the pro card.
Yes. So I knew it wasn't that. We all know that, man. I mean, the guys that are blasting the most suck. Everybody knows that. Sometimes it may be because they're blasting too much shit.
Yeah.
And so his answer to me was, in some way and form, the conversation moved into, I can show you. You know, and I'm like, okay, whatever. And as I discovered real quick, you know, with the car, to me, it was so fucking intriguing, right? Because you're trying to balance the training with the carb cycling, then the carb cycling with the recovery of the whole thing, right? Mm-hmm. Because obviously you're not going to do a fucking leg day after 2 fucking low days, right? You got to figure out where the hell those are going to go. So I'm trying to figure that shit out. And then the PEDs vastly changed, you know, from fucking test and primo and, you know, whatever I would take as a power lifter to, you know, growth, insulin, all these other things I'd never used before in my entire fucking life, you know, thyroid, and synergistically how they all were working together was like blowing my fucking mind as you were kind of talking there, you know, the growth hormone, the insulin sensitivity, and it's like, oh my God, it's just this fucking spiral loop. But then you gotta have to time the carbs with all this kind of shit, or the insulin. It was very fucking intriguing to me. Then when I got leaner and got to the super high days, you know, because my metabolism was ripping like crazy, the same sort of thing. It was, I wasn't going to step on stage, so a lot of my carbs were cereal, you know, low fat.
I was
cereal.
eating Captain Crunch 2 days before I got on stage.
My mouth was bleeding. At the top of my mouth was bleeding from so much of that shit. And insulin every high carb, and it was just everybody's almost the same. None of it used outside of just that day. And that day, I wonder what your take is here. I looked forward to it until it started, and then like 4 meals in, it's like I fucking hated it, right? Because now it's like you feel like your eyes are swollen shut, you know, and then you still got 6 more fucking meals, you know, to go. It was like 100 gram carb meals, 10, like every 2 hours. And the fucking 2 hours go by fast, man. It's like you want to have more time.
Well, Justin's brilliant. He puts the cheat meal at the end of the high day.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, I get to the end of the high day, and half the time I don't even want the damn cheat meal.
Exactly.
I'm so full. I'm like, I just don't even want to eat it.
Now, what did your how much swing did you have in your physical appearance from that day or that next morning compared to after 2 low days?
I mean, I fill out. I just soak carbs up for whatever reason. I think that there's some people, like I notice in bodybuilding, there's some people that seem to be more, they have more, I don't know, physiologically what the difference is. There's some guys that have more contractile tissue and other guys that seem to have more sarcoplasmic growth where they just fill up. And I tend to be that guy that just fills up.
That's how I was. It's like I looked fucking amazing for a day.
Yeah.
And then after the 2 low days, I don't even want to look at myself. It's like I'm fucking emancipated. I'm like fucking anorexic.
Well, what do they say in bodybuilding? You got to get flat to lose fat.
Yeah, I know. It's like, fuck, this sucks, And, but when I stopped doing that, I mean, the process was so fucking intriguing. And, his brilliance as well as, kind of manipulating all that process. And thank God you don't need all that shit in the strength world. But, so it's a different
it could
thing.
help.
It could. That's an interesting discussion. So what I've seen is unless they can control the diet, right? What typically happens is they'll use the insulin, just get fat, and end up competing in a weight class heavier at the same strength, which is one issue because I think all they're doing is the insulin post training and with chocolate milk or some stupid shit like that, and then that's it. Where I don't believe it's shuttling the glycogen like they would think it is. It's just making them fatter.
Well, the big mistake that I see guys make with insulin is they're pairing it with a lot of fats.
Yes.
So if you're eating a lot of fats with the insulin, you're just going to get fat. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, if you think about it, insulin just signals the cell to uptake nutrients. It's indiscriminate in how it signals the uptake. So you're going to be soaking up carbohydrates. You're going to be soaking up amino acids. You're going to be soaking up any fats that you eat. So ideally, if you're going to be taking insulin, you would probably want to keep it in a low-fat environment. That's why you run it on the high days, because the high days are as close to zero fats as you possibly can get it. So a lot of dudes, like the dudes that I see that say that insulin made me fat, are the ones that are drinking chocolate milk and drinking cheese or eating cheeseburgers afterwards.
Yeah.
You are just going to get fat if you do that.
Well, the other thing that, and I don't know because those compounds don't come into my world that frequently, is how much benefits there going to be from that if there's not growth with it.
Yeah, I mean, paired with the growth hormone that is very important with it as well. I mean, you're going to increase IGF-1.
Yeah.
Growth hormone does seem to blunt insulin sensitivity in the fat cells, so it seems, at least from a surface level, I could be wrong about this, but at least from what I understand, that growth hormone is going to prevent fat storage as well. So if you're blunting insulin sensitivity in the fat cell, you're pushing those carbohydrates into the muscle, you're going to have a better outcome as far as body composition goes.
Would you say that if, there's obviously the anabolics, if you have the anabolics, the growth hormone, and then the insulin, that those together is going to create more of a synergistic environment than bigger doses of just anabolics or bigger doses?
Yeah, I mean, they're all different growth pathways.
Yes.
Right? And there's this mentality in the bodybuilding and powerlifting world is just to completely bludgeon the androgen receptor, which is what you're doing when you're taking anabolics. And there's other growth pathways, IGF-1, insulin, nutrient uptake. People don't even consider that as far as a growth pathway. Even digestion. If you're not digesting your food properly, it doesn't matter what you eat.
Yeah.
So estrogen is anabolic as well, so there's more than one pathway. So if you want to be, you could make the argument that if you're using growth hormone and insulin, that you could lower the anabolic load and have a better result.
I've seen that, across the board with people.
I use less. I use less the year that I had the big growth than I did the year before.
Yeah, and it's different. Again, it's a different world, but it's the strength athletes aren't looking for the same amount of the same amount of hypertrophy and all that. So the doses are going to be, maybe they're not different. I'm making a lot of assumptions here. The doses could be different, but but when they're all there in some capacity, they don't need the 5 fucking grams of anabolics, that many use, which, you know, that's a lot of fucking shit. I think that's a lot of fucking shit.
Yeah,
you know,
no, I don't. I mean, I got up to, I don't know, 280 running 1.5 grams, you know, so using less and running, you know, and another thing too, like if we talked about it earlier, if your insulin sensitivity is blown out, that's also a problem too. It doesn't matter what you take, you know, so there's other things, you know, there's multiple pathways you can manage, you know, managing insulin sensitivity too through something like berberine or metformin. You know, that's another way too to make sure that you're maximizing your nutrient uptake as well. You're going to get growth that way as well too. So I've seen it in blood work too, where guys actually lower anabolic load and use growth hormone and insulin, and their blood panels are actually better.
No, that's what I've seen. You know, it's very frequently. I mean, it's a, for some people it's hard to grasp, right? Because a lot of the people that I will be speaking with, they're not going to compete in either at this point. You know, they're just fucking washed up meatheads, right? So, but to me, their dose of anabolics being over 1 gram is too fucking. But they can just get it half of that, and then synergistically tie it in with, you know, other compounds. And when they do that, they start making better progress.
Yep.
But in their head, they think they need 1,500 to, you know, 2 grams. They just keep pushing this stuff. And, you know, first thing that goes in my head with shit like that is how much of this is fucking actually what you think it is. You know, how much of it's real to begin with. And then how much toxicity is associated with the shit that's not real. So that's a whole different conversation. But then are the side effects worse at 2 or 3 grams compared to the lower dose with other compounds? I don't know the answer there.
Well, I mean, not all the compounds are created equal too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I like to use the analogy, and this is a ridiculous analogy, but I think it's one that people can understand. It's like drinking. There's a big difference between tequila and a glass of wine.
Yeah.
You know, there's a huge difference between Tren and Primobolan.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so one for one, if you're taking 1 gram of Tren, that's going to be a lot more harsh on your body than taking 1 gram of Primobolan.
Mm-hmm.
And for bodybuilding purposes, if you think in the off season, really our primary objective is hypertrophy. And there's only so much muscle protein synthesis that you can generate in a given period of time. And when you look at the studies, really all anabolics have similar rates of muscle protein synthesis milligram for milligram. But people don't understand that. Now, there are secondary attributes that we could leverage for other things, like for example, in powerlifting, anadrol is going to have an effect on strength because of CNS drive that you're not going to get from other compounds. It's the king of strength. But as far as for muscle protein synthesis, none of them are really that much superior to the other. So why not run the safer stuff?
Yeah.
You know, and really it seems to be the dose is more important than the actual compound choice. So if you ran Primobolan and testosterone, you're probably going to get a better result without the skewed blood work. And as you mentioned before, if you're toxic, if you're sick, you're not going to progress. We've all pushed stuff to the point where we've felt sick.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you 4 weeks of running anadrol, you feel like you're going to die. But if you're healthier, you have a better effect. And it's the same thing with if we're leveraging other pathways, you don't need as much as far as the anabolics go. You can use actually less and get away with less and get a similar result. So if you're managing insulin sensitivity, you know, making sure your insulin sensitivity is high, managing nutrient uptake with something like with insulin, making sure that you have your testosterone base in place and that you have a proper amount of estrogen conversion. Everybody thinks estrogen's the enemy. It's not. And then placing an anabolic on there that's a low side effect anabolic, something like Primobolan or Masteron. And then, you know, growth hormone, on top of it, you're leveraging multiple growth pathways and probably having less of an effect on your health.
What's the difference between primobolan and masteron? Isn't it essentially the same
They're
thing?
essentially the same thing. If you look at, I think there's one carbon molecule difference. Don't slaughter me, internet, if I'm off on this, but from what I recall, I believe there's one carbon molecule difference between primobolan and masteron. Primobolan is a bit more anabolic, but as we talked about before, they all have similar rates of muscle protein synthesis. I have found primobolan to be better for hypertrophy and masteron to be better for strength, just anecdotally.
Interesting.
That's what I have found.
What else have you found in relationship to different testosterone esters?
Testosterone is testosterone is testosterone. Just pick an ester and stick with it. I don't know why people get so obsessed. Now there are times that the ester will matter. So for example, if you want to get in quick and get out quick with something like Trenbolone, if we're running Trenbolone on contest prep, you do not want to run a long ester. Everybody gets obsessed with something like Parabolin, which is Hex, I believe, which is, it's going to take 2 months, a month and a half, whatever, to clear your system. So if you run into side effects, you're screwed. Whereas, acetate's in and out in a few days. So that's something we went in and we went out fast. Nandrolone, I prefer to use MPP. Because sometimes people run into problems with nandrolone causing anxiety or impotence or things like that. So if you want to get in and get out fast, I prefer that over Deca. I think, so you can, titrate and adjust quickly.
Okay.
But testosterone, most people are going to be running testosterone year round.
The base.
Yeah, as a base. So unless there's a compelling reason to come off of it quickly, just run whatever and just pick one and just run it year round.
Yeah. With your own personal blood markers, what are the things that you look for?
Well, I mean, I'll tell you the stuff I see skewed. I look at hundreds of blood panels with clients, and the stuff everybody has off. Everybody has some level of erythrocytosis where their red blood cell count, hemoglobin, hematocrit are all going to be elevated. That tends to be just cost of doing business when taking PEDs. Now, there are things you can do to mitigate it. Telmisartan seems to help to a certain degree. Compound choices, definitely things like Anadrol are going to make it higher. EQ is going to make it higher. Donating blood, can help lower it, but it's only a temporary relief. But
with that, have you seen people super compensate from that? So say the level's here, then they donate blood, then it ends up going
I've
higher.
heard that can be a problem, and I have not seen that in the blood work. I've heard people say that your body actually rebounds.
I think obviously all of this is going to be dependent upon the individual, and all of this should be done through physician or company.
Yeah,
like
I'm not a doctor, but I'm just saying the stuff that I see skewed. That would be one. Everybody has some sort of lipid skewing that runs PEDs that I've seen. Pretty much everyone that runs PEDs has lowered HDL. Now HDL seems to be largely dependent upon how estrogen plays a role in HDL. So if you crush your estrogen, HDL is going to be lower, is what I've seen. And HDL also seems to be strongly affected by oral anabolics. So because how they're processed through the liver, oral anabolics seem to suppress HDL further. So that's an issue. That's why I generally would stay away from orals unless you're on contest prep or peaking for a powerlifting meet or something like that.
All right, if they're elevated, then how are they? A lot of these questions I'm asking to kind of compare to see how like Marek would mitigate it compared to what's being mitigated on the street. So how would people mitigate the lipids?
Well, LDL is largely diet in my opinion. LDL is largely diet. HDL is from the anabolics and usually a function of your estrogen production. So for the LDL, you could use a statin or something like ezetimibe. I see a lot of people running ezetimibe now, which basically is just a way of correcting your shitty diet.
No, that's what I was going to say. I see that more as a prophylactic with a lot of people anymore.
I mean, I run ezetimibe. My doctor has me on the ezetimibe. It works pretty well. It from what I understand, it actually blocks the absorption of LDL through the digestive tract. I'm not entirely sure of the mechanisms, but it doesn't work through the through the liver like a statin does.
Yeah.
Statins seem to cause problems with guys that lift weights. Guys makes them weaker. Guys end up having muscle cramps. I've heard of issues in that area. So
Joint issues.
So statins generally are not a good choice if you're a bodybuilder or strength athlete. Over the counter stuff, there's citrus bergamot. It seems to have an effect. Niacin has an effect. Fish oil seems to help HDL, but it also raises LDL, it seems. I don't know. I mean, the LDL numbers, they keep changing them.
I know.
So it used to be, if I recall correctly, like in the early 2000s, it used to be 150. Now it's below 100.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the best pieces of advice that I was given. If you're not blasting, a lot of shit, so say in your off season, your diet is relatively clean, more clean than not.
Yep.
Then what are your panels then? Like, what is your baseline that's not being skewed by compounds? Now, how far out of that baseline does shit get?
Yeah.
If you're starting to blast things, that way you have that base, and having somebody that knows what the fuck they're looking at helps. Doctor helps, Marek Health. People that know this help, because sometimes I think, not a physician again, that people start trying to mitigate shit that might just genetically already be fucking skewed because of who they are, and is still there when none of that stuff's there.
Yeah, my LDL is always high. It's been high since I was 18, and I'll go in and get a cardiac CT scan done, and I have 0 plaque.
Yeah.
So just because you have high LDL doesn't mean that you're going to have plaque buildup, but it is an increased risk factor.
Most definitely, yes.
So, I mean, it's, there's a whole process that your body has to go through to lay down plaque. I mean, it's usually the biggest thing you can do to mitigate a lot of this stuff is just manage your blood pressure.
Yes.
If you have elevated blood pressure, then, that's going to put stress on the arterial walls, and then you're going to have, cracks and then scarring and then plaque buildup as a result of that. So it's not necessarily the LDL is present. High LDL is present in people that have plaque buildup, but it's not present. It can be. It goes both ways. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have. So it's important to get your. I would say usually I tell my guys to get a cardiac CT scan done every so often. Probably get an echocardiogram done every so often to make sure they don't have any LVH or their ejection fraction is normal. That's a huge problem with a lot of guys. But a lot of this goes back to high blood pressure.
No, that's what I was going to say. I think blood pressure, in my non-medical opinion, is the biggest risk factor, and also the most dangerous risk factor, because during most of the time I was competing, I wore that like as a badge of honor. Yeah. Like, I'm purple, I'm ready. Like, how fucking dumb was that? You know what I'm saying?
What was there when Eddie Hall set the world record on the deadlift? Wasn't he like bleeding from his eyeballs or something?
Nosebleeds and shit like that. Like, this is fucking awesome, man. I'm ready.
I think he was bleeding out his ear or whatever. I don't remember what it was.
It's so fucking stupid when you think back on it. And in fairness, I guess, meds have changed too. So the ability to mitigate it is a little bit better, because blood pressure meds 30 years ago just fucking knocked you out, made you tired and weak as fuck.
Yeah, everybody's going to ARBs now. Telmisartan is popular, because androgens stimulate the renin-angiotensin-aldosterone system, and you have an increased aldosterone production and then more water retention, which leads to hypertension. And telmisartan seems to address that. It also seems to have some renal and cardioprotective qualities too, as well. It seems to, at least in studies, have shown that it prevents cardiac remodeling, so you don't get the LVH, and it also seems to be protective of the nephron and the kidneys as well. So really, when you look at guys that have abused PEDs or have done strength or bodybuilding over a period of time, usually the health issues that get people are cardiovascular events and kidneys. It's heart attacks, strokes, kidney failure. Those are, and really all three of those, for the most part, go back to high blood pressure.
Yes.
There are some compounds that are directly kidney toxic, So for example, I mean, there does seem to be some evidence that equipoise might be renal toxic. I speculate that that trenbolone is. I've seen. I mean, anybody who's ever taken Tren, you know what you get the golden pee from it. That can't be good for your kidneys.
No.
You get the foamy gold pee, and I've seen guys with crappy EGFR after running high doses of Tren. So I don't know if it's a transient or permanent thing, but managing blood pressure is probably the single easiest thing you can do to prevent most of this stuff.
Yeah. What are the other markers that you'll look at? Because we talked about the lipids, the hemoglobin.
Triglycerides are one.
Triglycerides
are one for you know, to me, like I said before, that's the canary in the coal mine for insulin resistance. A1C, I have guys get A1C tests done to make sure that we're not in full blown, you know, headed towards diabetes. That's another one.
AST,
ALT and AST. Those are elevated on everybody that lifts weights, regardless of whether or not they're on PEDs, and it's because when you can go do a heavy leg training day and go in and get your blood work done, and your ALT and AST are going to be elevated the next day. It's not that you have any liver damage; it's just your muscles are releasing the same enzymes when they're under damage. So, you know, GGT is a better indicator of liver health, at least in my opinion, for bodybuilders. Keeping track of your kidney health. But EGFR, the traditional method of calculating EGFR, is probably not the best way to do it, because pretty much everybody that lifts has elevated bond from eating a lot of protein and elevated creatinine from, you know, just muscle damage and from taking freaking creatine.
Yeah.
So a cystatin C test is probably a better indicator of that. And then if you have issues, you can go see a nephrologist and actually have kidney scans done and whatnot. But really, I mean, we want to look at the stuff that's going to, you know, circling back around, we want to keep an eye on our kidneys. We want to keep an eye on our heart. I'm not saying you should ignore your liver, but you can beat the crap out of your liver. And
kidneys are not. So, you know,
once the kidneys are done, once the kidneys done, it's done. Yeah. The liver, you can pretty much, it's pretty, unless you have some sort of sclerotic damage to the liver, it's you know, you can beat the liver up pretty bad and it'll recover.
With the before we started talking, we were talking about some of the products through First Attachment, and we're talking about liver and the kidneys. So there's the QRF, which, aside from what we're talking about here, what I was telling you is what I liked about it is because it's NAC, and I always fuck this up. Tudka. I always want to say Tuka, but Tudka and the milk thistle. It's a benefit to me because it's all in one fucking bottle, and it's like have a full cabinet full of NAC, which is probably a good thing. Anyhow, people should stock up on anything that has NAC.
Yeah, because it might not be around for much longer.
Yeah, so it might not be around. And then what was the Flak Jacket C, zinc, and D. Puts it all into one again.
Yeah, I haven't tried the Flak Jacket. I run the Renal Reset and the I think it's Renal, or is it Renal?
I think it's Renal Reset.
Yeah, Renal Reset, and then the QRF. The QRF, I've had some people. It actually works. I've seen some people that come to me with crazy high liver enzymes, and I'll have them run the QRF for a month, and they come back down to normal. It's pretty wild.
Really?
It's the NAC.
Yeah,
really.
yeah.
It's what it is.
I think so.
If you just wanted to take the NAC, Tucka helps some, but
yeah, the NAC is a big one. It's like I was telling you, I have his stuff, but I have a boatload of that shit, because
I know I bought like a case of it when the FDA was talking about pulling it off the market.
Yeah, well, it was about a year ago, right? Or was it actually a little more than that?
Maybe a little more than that.
But I mean, it was like every now and again there's like, you know, Kratom's going to get taken off the market or whatever, so I'll buy a bunch of that even though I've never taken it, right? So you never know. And then the NAC, I'm like, this is fucked up. Like, why this one? You know, and anything that can potentially become a pharmaceutical agent, they'll pull. You know, Armour thyroid being a kind of an example of that, pig thyroid, or whatever.
I mean, metformin would be one. Metformin's just a plant.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I forget there's a
Yeah,
flower.
you're right. Yeah.
I think metformin came from a flower. I can't remember correctly, but that is, somebody will correct me in the comment section. But yeah, metformin was just from a plant. And NAC, if I recall correctly, we were talking about it before, but I believe it's what they use in ER, pulling people out of acute liver failure. Like people come in, somebody's had a bad night of drinking and took too many Tylenol, and they come in the ER with a liver failure. It's NAC. I believe they use to pull people out of liver failure.
Damn. Let's take a break real quick. Then when we come back, you had a video you just put up on your YouTube that I want to talk about.
Okay.
Got pissed. I want to let you guys know that we just had a limited edition drop on the website last week of new items that sweatshirt, flannel, t-shirts, shorts. Basically, the limited edition items are the items that directly support the Table Talk podcast. So if you go to elitefts.com/limited edition, or actually just the link in the description, you can find the limited edition items that we have now, which there's the one that I like the best is the shit suck good great, which is all emojis. The designs I always like the best, right? They're the ones that don't sell for shit, but they're the ones that I want to wear that I like the best. And there's the cigar one as well. And they're all there on the screen for you guys to be able to see. So if you go to elitefts.com/limited edition, the other thing that directly helps support the podcast that I haven't talked that much about is the Table Talk crew. The Table Talk crew is extra edition episodes that go out once a month. The content of those episodes are AMA related, question related, that come from the Table Talk Discord group, which is also part of being in the crew. When you're in the crew, there's dozens of ebooks that are in there. There's every seminar that we've ever done is put on there. There's courses that are put on there. There's series that have put on there. The original YouTube channel that we had for many years, before we migrated to the newer one, all that old content is on there. There's discussion groups for just general training, fitness, life, nutrition, basically everything that you can think of is on. So just go look at what that is, or better than that, just go to the description, click on join the crew. That helps directly support the podcast, which is how we're able to keep this thing rolling. Today's episode is brought to you by First Detachment. Are you looking for a supplement brand that truly understands hardworking athletes? Look no further than First Detachment. 1D's real world experience is what I would consider, and they consider, battle tested. I have known Justin Harris for pretty close to 2 decades. And if there's anybody that I trust with nutritional and supplement needs, it's Justin Harris. If you guys have followed me and have followed the podcast, you pretty much already know how I feel about the supplement industry. For me to get behind any brand, I have to trust the brand and I have to trust the person both. And I'm pretty sure you guys all know why. When it comes to creating formulas and putting products on the market, and there's nobody that I trust more than Justin Harris. While I love all of their products, I'd suggest that you check out the Field Rations and WTH first. Go to www.firstdetachment.com and use the code TABLETALK10 to save 10% off each order. The link is in the description. Today's episode is brought to you by LMNT, a tasty electrolyte drink mix with everything that you need and nothing that you don't. In other words, no sugar, no artificial coloring, no artificial ingredients, no gluten, no fillers, and no BS. With the LMNT, I love the watermelon. The watermelon tastes freaking awesome. I drink 1 pack every day, no matter what. People that train out here, it's sitting out here for them all the time. The boxes don't last very long. Right now, LMNT is offering Table Talk listeners a free sample pack with any purchase. That's 8 single serving packages free with any LMNT order. Get yours at drinkelement.com/tabletalk. The deal is only available through the link in the description. The other thing is, if you don't like it, You can just give it away to a salty friend, and LMNT will give you a 100% refund. No risk, money back guarantee. Head over to drinkelement.com/. Marek Health is a premium telehealth platform specializing in hormone optimization and preventative medicine. Are you looking to optimize your health in and out of the gym, improve recovery, sex drive, and quality of life? Have you tried speaking to your health professional about this and have gotten the cold shoulder, stereotyped, or just told it's part of getting older? You just go to marekhealth.com/tabletalk, and you can create your own lab, or you can take labs that we've had set up for them, which are based upon the same labs that I've been doing over the last 15 years. Or you can use their guided optimization. With this, they'll put you in touch with a patient care coordinator, which is actually pretty cool because you get to sit down and speak to somebody that can understand what you're looking for from hormone optimization and the preventative medicine standpoint. After that conversation, they'll determine which labs that you should and which tests you should have done, and then from there, get the labs done. They'll review those labs with you and put you in touch with one of their hormone optimization specialists that can determine which supplementation that you should use over the counter or prescription. marekhealth.com/tabletalk. The discount code is tabletalk. Okay, we're back. So, whap. The video I want to talk about is you just made a video comparing the bodybuilders to powerlifters in regards to dropping over dead.
Yep.
So it was kind of frank, straight up there. It's on your YouTube, which is what was first?
Anabolic bodybuilding.
Anabolic bodybuilding on YouTube. Just search that. Boom, it comes up. Or actually, better than that, the link's in the bio, right?
There we go.
So there we go. That makes it easier. So you'll be able to see it there. So just recap what you talked about, and then we'll kind of go from there.
Yeah, I mean, so you think about it, you would think that powerlifters would have poor health outcomes, but so let's be honest, powerlifters aren't the best with their diets.
No.
And really, I mean, or they probably don't do cardio. Not many of them. Maybe some are. It seems like the modern powerlifters seem to be more conscious of the diet and cardio and stuff like that. I see, like, you had Dan up a few
it's
weeks.
better.
He's a lean guy. He's strong. But thinking about it, they run the same gear for the most part, and they're eating crappy diets, and they don't do cardio. So you would think they would have poorer health outcomes, but they don't. You don't hear of powerlifters falling over dead like bodybuilders are. And I really think it's the rigors of contest prep and the extreme crap that happens at the end of contest prep that is what's getting bodybuilders. And it may not be at that time, it may be down the road that it gets them, but if you think about it, you get to the end of contest. Anybody that's done contest prep knows how miserable it is getting on stage. But you get to the end of contest prep. We already established that most people that take PEDs are going to have thicker blood. Their hematocrit's going to be higher, red blood cells. Hemoglobin, probably increased clotting factors in a lot of these guys. And there's other things that cause increased clotting. And then you throw in dehydration on top of it, and diuretics, which are going to further dehydrate people, electrolyte imbalances at the end of contest prep, and the extreme stuff that you do to get on stage. And that is a recipe for me for damaging kidneys, for having heart attack or stroke. I mean, you look at the guys, what was it? It was George Peterson passed away. Was it 2 years ago? I think it was. And you look at his autopsy, he really didn't have much of anything in his system. I think it was just, if I remember right, it was just EQ and some maybe some Winstrol. I could be wrong about that, but in his health markers were otherwise okay. When you looked at his autopsy, it wasn't. So they put down the cause of death. It was an acute hypertensive event from what I recall. So basically, he had a situation where my guess is he probably was dehydrated, probably the blood was thick, and then you just throw an arrhythmia or have a clot or have a heart attack and die. And it may not, some of the stuff may not be evident at the time of the contest. So for example, if you damage your kidneys, you may not know that for 10, 15, 20 years down the road from being dehydrated. A lot of kidneys I get guys that come to me and they don't even know that their kidneys are failing. They'll be in kidney failure and have no idea that they're in kidney failure, and you'll see it on the blood work. You know, so it's one of those things that I just, I think it's the rigors of contest prep that get people, and powerlifters are not putting themselves through that. I mean, some guys are cutting weight to make a weight class or whatever, but it's not the same level. Same level of stuff.
Well, and maybe with some it is because it's extreme.
Yeah.
You know, if they're cutting 25 pounds or something like that, and they're doing it fast.
Yeah.
One day, I don't know, because maybe that fast is relatively safer but it's still stripping down.
Yeah, and they're also not at like a super lean body fat where they're already in a compromised state. You know, you're essentially in a starved state.
Yes.
At that point, I mean, even fighters, you'll see fighters cut weight and stuff all the time, and they're not falling over dead.
Well, the reason why that was an interesting video is because it's an interesting topic to look at, but a lot of times the way that it's looked at is in snapshots of time, right? So if we're looking at the competitive powerlifter, competitive bodybuilder in this 10-year window that they're competitive, right? So what's the risk? What's the damage? What's the comparison of that decade of time? And then 10 years after, so we start moving further away. The issue is there's no studies on this, right? So that's the first thing.
Yeah.
But we start to move further away, then they also become invisible, not relative.
Yeah.
You don't know who they are, what they're doing. I mean, the only way you would really know what health issues they were having is if they were like a good friend of yours or somebody that trained at the same gym. So on the surface level, I could kind of agree with what you're saying on the surface level for sure. But if we were to look at how many of them in their 60s to 70s, or from 65 to 75, what percentage drop dead compared to the bodybuilding population, then I can look and say most bodybuilders downsize, afterwards and kind of keep a relatively healthy lifestyle, where I don't know if that's the same.
Yeah, that's a fair
on the
point.
flip, right?
Yeah,
So then
that's a fair point.
In the 65 to 70, we don't know.
Yeah.
I would love to know. Like if there was a way to know, that would be really cool, because then you could say, here's we can always say, here's the potential long-term, damage of all that. But in a way, it could look like from the surface level, this way's safer than this way, but this way may actually kill you 15 years sooner than this way if you happen to survive the decade.
I mean, we're all doing stupid stuff, so we
I know.
we know that there is some consequence to some of the stuff. I mean, you could mitigate some of it. We talked about it earlier, how you mitigate some of it, but you just acutely, you don't see powerlifters falling over young like you do bodybuilders.
No, not to the same degree. I mean, we can flip it and say you don't see bodybuilders with a joint muscle damage that you see.
No,
the powerlifters as well. But I mean, that's still better than dead.
Yeah, no, I mean, I take that over being dead. But I mean, anybody who's an athlete. I mean, NFL players aren't, are limping around. I live literally right next to where the former Washington Redskins, Washington Commanders, their practice facility is. So a lot of the players actually retired players work out at my gym. So it's neat to see these guys, some of it's sad, you see guys that are in their 50s and barely walk. So there's definitely, all sports take their toll on you. But the older bodybuilders do seem to hold up pretty well. You look at a guy, Dorian's in his 60s. And I don't think Dorian was shy with what he was doing.
No.
And I mean, he seems to be in relatively good health. Arnold's got to be, mid-late 70s, right? I know he's had some open heart surgery, but I think that was just a genetic thing. I believe that his father had the same thing, from what I recall.
I think it was a long time ago. He had the first one done.
Yeah, he had it redone recently. His heart valve, I think what it was. But overall, he seems to be in good health. So, Frank Zane, a lot of these guys, Lou Ferrigno, all these guys seem to be in relatively good health. I think if you make it past, of course, those guys weren't doing this crazy stuff. Though, they were probably stepping on stage at 8-9% body fat. They weren't using diuretics. they weren't doing all the crazy peaking protocols that bodybuilders are doing now.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
I had a fucking question. I just lost it. Bam, went away. It was somewhere along the lines of the bodybuilders, the powerlifters, and going through their fuck.
I mean, it's interesting to look at. I mean, I don't. With the cardiovascular thing, I mean, men cardiovascular events are probably the number one thing that kill men anyway. This is something I've often wondered about is the PED use that goes on in bodybuilding and powerlifting worse for you than drinking beer and smoking cigarettes? Probably not.
We're going to have a biased opinion, right? But I'm going to agree and say probably not, right? And for several reasons too, because you're not driving impaired.
Yeah.
Right. So forget the actual toxicity of the compound that you're using. A lot of people are dying of, drunk driving, shit like that. So,
well, the WHO just they had a thing came out recently that alcohol is the number one killer of men under 50 worldwide. Really? Alcohol-related deaths, side effects and stuff now. So it's that people don't consider that.
Yeah.
But, and I sound like I'm justifying what we do, but
of course we are. But anyhow,
I mean, if I'm going to waste my health on something, I'd rather waste it.
Well, the alcoholics are going to justify it as well. They're going to say, well, what I'm doing is definitely better than fucking taking Tren all the time, right? The question I was going to ask was with mitigation, and I think when Skip was out and, other people in the bodybuilding field that I've had out, I throw this one out there, is now that there's two factors to this. Now that the medications that are out there make it easier to mitigate the side effects. Do you see doses going up because of that? Because I would have pulled back.
Guys are going to push harder.
Okay, because that's where I was going. Is I always would pull back because I just felt horrible. And if you take so much that you feel horrible, then you're not going to recover. You're not going to make progress. So I'd pull back. Now, if I had something that made me not feel horrible, like blood pressure wise, I know what I would have done.
Oh yeah, guys are going to push harder.
So can that lead to some of the issues that you're talking about?
I mean, it's the what is the axiom in toxicology? The dose is. The toxicity is in the dose, so the more you take, the higher the toxicity is going to be. But I mean, when you look at it, if you pull back and look at it, there is a curve. I go back to alcohol again as an analogy. It's like guys getting this mentality that they think more is better. There is an optimal dosing, and then when you get beyond that, you just get sicker. I mean, it's a curve. It's you think about it like with drinking. Once you're drunk, you're drunk. If you keep drinking more, if 8 beers get you drunk and you drink 20, you're not any drunker off of 20 than you are at 8. You're just getting sicker.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing, I know it's a ridiculous analogy, but it's the same thing with PEDs. If you I hear guys taking crazy doses. Like I get guys coming, like, dude, you're smaller than me. What are you doing? So clearly it's not working. And we know once again, there is a limiting rate of how much a person can grow in a year. There's only so much muscle protein synthesis you can generate in a year, no matter how much you take.
Yeah. I think another factor plays into that, just being around this shit as long as I have, is there's always been younger people going on stuff. So I'm not going to say that teenagers weren't going on 40 years ago. I'm not going to say that, but they're going on. There's definitely more now than there was then. So where I'm going here is when you first started training 16 in that first range, there's probably a big chunk of time in there, I'm assuming, that you weren't taking anything.
No, I didn't take it.
Okay, so you're not taking anything. But while you're not taking anything, you're also learning the importance of how much to eat. Maybe not the right shit, but eating more makes a difference. The importance of recovery, the importance of sleep, the importance of training hard, the importance of training too hard. All these things you're kind of figuring out. For a strength athlete, they'd see their bench goes really, newbie gains, then it stops. Then they got to figure out, okay, fuck, I got to get it stronger. So they work their technique, or they find different ways, assistant exercises, or what programs, whatever, to be able to come through there. When the first answer to that first sticking point
is test, then they're reducing all the other options in the future. So then the only option that they know
is more
shit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where I think is a community as a whole, a strength community, we have to do a better job of trying to, it's great that we have all this education that's out there talking about cycles and all that stuff, but we need to do a better job to try to tell these fucking kids exactly what I just said. You're limiting your end potential substantially.
Yeah, I see these phases of rapid growth, and you know, and I think you have to master certain things before you get to that point. So like you said, the first phase of rapid growth or rapid progress is the newbie gains. You can literally go in the gym and do anything.
Oh, yeah.
And you're going to grow and get stronger. And then you hit a wall where that stops working. And then the next part where I see where people make another bit of rapid progress is when they figure out how to eat. Mm-hmm. That's something I enjoy when I work with young guys, is teaching them how to eat, and then it's like the light switch clicks on, and they see this additional burst of rapid progress from learning how to eat. The first time you take a cycle, you're going to have another burst of rapid progress, and then the other one, the last one, this is the fourth one that I see, is after you do a show and you catch that first rebound, is where I see guys have rapid bit of progress. But then after that, it's just the grind. But so I feel like very first thing, you got to learn how to lift.
Yeah.
You got to master the exercises, learn how to lift, and then you have to figure out how to eat first. And I don't think if you have those two buttoned up, you're not really going to get much out of the ladder, really.
Yeah. Well, they will, obviously. I mean, they'll get that first kick that you talked about.
But you'll see the guys that don't figure out how to eat and figure out how to train, they don't progress anymore. They get that first bit of gains from taking their first cycle, and they never make progress after that, ever. They're just stuck there. They gain that 10, 15 pounds or whatever it is that they gain from that first cycle, and that's it. That's where they're at for the rest of their life.
That's true.
Doesn't matter how much they take.
Yeah,
I see it over and over again. I literally will see it over and over again with guys that come to me. I'm stuck. I can't figure out why I'm not making progress. And then I clean up their diet and I get them training right, and then boom, they start making progress again.
Yeah, I can totally see that, especially with the access, the way everything is, and they're all jumping on trend anyhow. So it's fucked up what they're doing in the first place, and that from there, and as we're talking about that, see that group, it gets foggy in my head, right? Because there's beginners, and then there's a training age.
Yep.
So that a lot of these things.
On the engine.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this shit gets really hard to talk about because you can get somebody that's 25 or 30 that has never really done anything.
Yeah.
Not really trained that much. And that's different than the person that would be 16 or 17, even with what we're talking about here.
Yep.
At the higher age, they may have testosterone issues.
Yep.
Serious testosterone issues that would have to be addressed, which they're kind of a beginner, but they're an old beginner.
Yep.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's time in the gym, really.
Yeah.
It's to me, it's miles on the motor. So if you can be a newbie at 40 if you've never lifted before.
Yeah.
So but I think the same rule. If that guy has a deficiency in testosterone, then I would want to bring him back up to baseline where he's like at a TRT dose, and then work on the other stuff. But I don't really consider that. Doing a cycle. That's just getting yourself back to where you were when you're, where you should be at.
How often would you suggest somebody get their blood work done, their labs done?
I tell my clients to get it done every 90 days.
Okay, so frequent.
Yeah, that's my requirement with my guys. I make them get their blood work done every 90 days.
Now, is that full panel or is it?
I don't worry with hormones that much, because if you're on hormones, why
Yeah.
It is pointless. I'll have them check estradiol just to see where their estrogen's at. I'll have them check their thyroid, make sure their thyroid's functioning. But it's just all the other stuff that we talked about, kidneys, liver, lipids, the metabolic panel, making sure that your hematocrit and hemoglobin aren't out of control, kidneys, things like that.
So do you have them take a more broad panel annually?
The broad panel, well, see, a lot of guys just don't have the money to burn on it.
Yeah.
That's the issue that you run into. But I usually suggest that they go in. Usually you'll have one physical covered per year under your insurance. Most insurance will give you one physical per year. So I just tell them to go into the doctor and get a physical done.
Okay.
At the year mark. Yeah.
Is that how most people are doing it, or are they using, companies like Marek and stuff like that?
Most people are using companies like Marek because they don't want to get a lecture from their doctor.
Yeah, well, I know that's kind of why it's there, because the panels that we have set up, there's one that's like a full big broad panel, and then there's like a follow-up panel, which it's cheaper, right?
Yeah, the Marek panels are nice. I have one of my clients send me one where it has all the what if you're out of line, it'll have a suggestion of what you should do, what supplements you should take. 40
some pages worth.
Yeah, it's really cool.
And when I used to use another company, and I still use the same doctor I've always used, right? But the issues that I was running into was, and it's nothing against my doctor, but I would go in to see him, and then he would take the labs and then call me, 2 weeks later, and either yell at me or tell me it's good. But I'm not seeing it.
Yeah.
Where I started getting independent labs done that I would just privately pay for, and then I'd take it here and give it to him, and now we can talk about it, right? Because some things, and I found this because I compare my doctor Serrano, so I would compare what he'll say to what Marek says, right? So that's kind of my check and balance with the company that's supporting the podcast to make sure they're actually doing good work.
Well, Serrano seems to be aware and understand what's going on in our community.
Yes, and there's been things that, and I can't give specific examples, but there's been some things that, like, this is off, but that's not the problem. It's because that thing.
Yeah.
And I would have thought that this is the problem. And most kind of would, unless they really know their way around that. Marek was able to pick up on those things too, but unless there's, now I trust him to be able to call me and say this is fucked up or not fucked up, but it's also really, really fucking cool to have it, to be able to say, here you go, and have that in front of for that whole time, to where when Marek provides what you're talking about, the report or whatever it is.
That report is pretty badass. I've never seen anything like that from anywhere else.
Well, it fucks some people up too, because they'll look at it and think, oh my God, this is going to cost like $3,000 a month. And it's not prioritized in the report, but at least it shows here's some potential things lifestyle wise, because everybody thinks it's going to be a medication or something like that. But a lot of it's lifestyle, controlling, we already talked about blood pressure. Controlling blood pressure is huge. And I can go on a rant about this one. You can go buy a blood pressure cuff at fucking Walmart. It's not that hard.
I have when my clients do their check-ins, I make them send their blood pressure readings in. I have them track their blood pressure, and I have them track their glucose levels, so I can keep an eye on both of them.
Really?
Yeah.
When do you have the glucose done?
Fasted. Okay. I have them check it fasted and then keep track of it. And if I start seeing fasted glucose levels rising, then, it's not necessarily that there's insulin resistance, but it's, it's another situation where it's a canary in the coal mine. It's a time to go get an A1C test done and make sure that we're okay. Mm-hmm. Make sure that insulin resistance isn't on the rise. But we can, if we get out ahead of it, we can, insulin resistance is pretty easy to fix a lot of times.
Where are you seeing the problems with the way people are cycling stuff now?
The issue
in the bodybuilding community.
In the bodybuilding community, well, you already cited tren. Everybody's in love with tren. I don't know why people want to blast huge amounts of tren.
Yeah,
I just don't understand it.
Well, it's strength. I don't understand.
There's a difference between bodybuilders and gym bros. Like I talk to a lot of pro bodybuilders. Mm-hmm. And what gym bros think pro bodybuilders take is not what pro bodybuilders take. So there's these ridiculous notions that what pro bodybuilders are doing and they're not actually doing. And then like the gym bro community is just in love with tren. I don't know why gym bros think that more side effects equals better.
Yeah.
And I'm not just saying that tren doesn't have some value or some merit. It certainly does. It does some unique things very well that we can't do with other compounds. But it's really, for me, what it does unique. If I'm going to, let me back up. So if I'm going to roll the dice and take something that's more toxic, it better damn well have some unique benefit that I can't get from something else. And Tren does have that. So it seems to be a thermic uncoupler of some sorts, where it increases metabolism. I think through sort of like DMP, making mitochondrial function less efficient. This is just my speculation, but everybody that's run Tren knows how you get hot when you run Tren. So that would be my speculation, what's going on there. It does seem to, it strongly suppresses glucocorticoids. So if you're in a state where you're stressed, contest prep would be a good example of that. It is protective. I mean, if you look how it's used in cattle, they use it in feedlots, where that's a very stressful, where they're taking the cattle off to slaughter. They give it to the cattle in the last, I think it's 60 days before slaughter, because they're in a stressful situation where they might not be getting as much food. And it preserves muscle. It lowers cortisol, and
Yeah.
So that sounds like contest prep to me. So if I'm going to use it, I'm going to use it as a tool on contest prep. When off season, you leverage something safer. But it seems to be this obsession with Tren. I don't know what the deal is. Tren and orals. Guys, like, they're probably the two worst things for your health.
Oh yeah. I mean, the orals they've been around fucking forever, but that was always, in my world, what you used closer to the meat.
Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, running A-bombs 4 weeks before a powerlifting meet is way different than running them 365 days a year.
Yeah. The little statement I used to tell myself is that other people as well, is you lower the jabs and you up the tabs, right? If it's just based upon half-life, right? I mean, if it's got a longer half-life, what's it really going to do a week before, 2 weeks before?
But Anadrol would be an example. It does something uniquely well that you can't do with anything else, and that is a CNS drive for strength promotion. I mean, nothing makes you stronger than Anadrol. There isn't, maybe halotestin, I don't know. But Anadrol is the king of that world, so there is a compelling reason to roll the dice and use that going into a meet.
Now, because that's fast acting, would it be better used just on the heavier days?
Potentially. I mean, you could lower the stress on your system just using it as a pre-workout. That is something that I have, done myself in the past, is used orals as a pre-workout, for a lagging body part or something that I need to do on a heavy day, or, and you are taking stress off the liver and your organs and whatnot doing that.
Would you be able to run them longer because of that?
Probably.
I mean, that would be what I would think.
Yeah, probably. So, like, for example, if you were coming in to do a heavy deadlift day and you wanted to run it on that day, to get a little extra out of it, that could be a strategy.
Have you noticed anything with your biological age getting older as far as how you tolerate the PEDs?
I mean, everything's different, man.
I know.
I can't handle orals anymore. I just, they make me sick. They make me feel awful. When I was younger, I could just, pop D-balls all day long and it didn't bother me. But yeah, I can't. I pretty much only at the very end of contest prep, I would use it. So I mean that would make sense, because your liver probably, it's the same reason why you can't drink a ton when you're older. Your liver probably isn't as efficient as it was when it was 21. It's got some miles on it. So I save it for contest prep.
Yeah.
So I would say that's the big difference that I notice. Insulin sensitivity, once again, going back to that, that's not what it was when I was younger. Food would be the thing that you have to be more careful with as you get older.
How so?
Because of insulin resistance seems to pile up quicker. Like I notice, like, older guys, like when I have them measure their glucose levels, there's only so long you can push the diet before they start rising insulin resistance, and you got to pull back. That doesn't seem to happen in younger guys.
Other things that you've noticed?
As I've gotten older, with
what about just recovery in general?
I train 6 days a week still. I have noticed, like, big, heavy compound movements. Like, I can't squat, deadlift, bench press like I used to. if I go in and do a heavy set of deadlifts, I'm buried for days afterwards. I used to deadlift a ton when I was younger, but I really, like, to me, like, I start weighing out the cost versus benefit, like, of blowing myself out of doing a heavy set of deadlifts. To me, I just don't even do them anymore.
I was going to say, is it even necessary?
I don't think it is for bodybuilding. I know it's a controversial. I don't even do barbell squats anymore. I really just, for the most part, like, there is a fatigue cost to those big, heavy compound movements. You know, like, you just think about it. Like, if you do a heavy set of deadlifts and then you try to train the rest of your back afterwards, you're toast.
Yeah. No, I get it. I completely understand it.
I mean, you know. So,
oh, yeah.
So I'd rather keep some gas in the tank and be able to do more with my barbell rows or my dumbbell rows. I feel like for me as a bodybuilder, I'm probably getting more out of that than I am blowing myself out on a single heavy set of deadlifts.
Oh, I believe so. 100%. Yeah, I believe so.
So, I mean, that's another thing, too, is fatigue management and energy management. You know, right in the moment, I'm using up all my gas on that one exercise.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the, to me, that's the biggest similarity when I look at bodybuilding training and strength training, is that it's all still fatigue management.
Yep.
Like, you have to do what you need to do in the gym to create the stimulus and the progress that you need. But if you can't recover from what you're doing, or what you do is so extreme that it inhibits your ability to recover before you can come back to do it again, it's what does that cost, right? And then with what you do, you got a mirror, a scale, body fat. You have ways to see.
Yeah.
Like, if you pull squats out and your legs don't fucking shrink, and they actually get bigger, the answer is pretty fucking obvious.
most bodybuilders now, most of the modern bodybuilders you talk to don't squat anymore.
Yeah.
It's hack squats, lunges, leg extensions. I mean, that's pretty much how you train quads now. It seems like maybe stiff-legged deadlifts, maybe for hamstrings.
I've seen the same thing, and I wonder if it's because of what you're talking about. Is there's still systemic fatigue that plays into all this as well?
Well, anytime you're placing heavy load, I mean, you had Dr. Michael, and I'm sure he talked about it, but axial fatigue. But anytime you're placing heavy load on the spine, there is a CNS cost to that.
Yes, exactly. And it's not. I would look at the squat, the deadlift, and things like that. It's not a quad movement.
Yep.
You know, it's kind of like a global movement.
Yep.
Like, you squat hard enough, you know, it's hard to do fucking arms after that sometimes. Sometimes that's all you're going to do.
I always felt, too, I mean, I used to be a pretty strong squatter. That was one of my better lifts. But when I was doing squats, I always felt it more in my back and in my ass than anywhere. I never really felt it in my quads that much.
What other things are you seeing that are misconceptions with the PEDs, with people coming through now?
Misconceptions, like some of the.
Do they still think growth is a magic formula?
I mean, growth, it is kind of the magic.
Yeah, I know, but not what people think it is.
Well,
I mean, let me dial that back. Why? Why would you say that?
I mean, there's a reason why every pro is running high doses growth hormone.
Well, let's stop for. What is high doses? Because some people are gonna. I know what some people would say. 20 to 30, IU, and that's what most are not doing.
I just talked to a guy last week that kind of cracked my skull open, but it was gotta be careful what I say. There is a group of bodybuilders, top Olympians, that are running 18 units of Serostim, which is a whole Serostim per day.
How?
And they're running at 12. I mean, the cost alone, I'm like, how the guys, like, I did the math on it. It's like,
well, that's what I'm saying. The cost, and like, how do they tie their shoes? Like, how do they function in life?
We were looking at, on my podcast, was it 2 weeks ago? If you want to check it out, I had my friend Dr. Tate on, but we were looking at the Serostim insert, the package insert that they the instructions for HIV patients on how to use it, it was 18 units a day is what they're at.
Yeah, it's high. Yeah.
Yeah, and it looked like a 12-week run of it. So what I've heard from some pros is that they're running 12 weeks on, 12 weeks off of 18 units. And that's what
I'm still going to go back to like a common side effect is your hands are gone. Like you can't feel.
Well,
is there a mitigation?
No,
means?
I mean it's water retention, I think.
Yeah.
But I tried. I don't even know if I should admit this, but I've already talked about it on my YouTube channel. Last week I tried 15 units a day for 4 days just to see what happens, and I was so tired. I couldn't keep my eyes open sitting at my desk. I've never been so tired in my life, and I've run higher. I think I've gone up to 10 over a sustained period of time before, and I could not feel my hands. I couldn't type. So for me, like I found that 6 to 8 seems to be the sweet spot.
Where would you say most people fall? I mean, I'm assuming that those are outliers that you're talking about.
I mean, the rule of thumb I've heard from the guys that are pros, and Justin will probably tell you this too, is take as much as you can afford and tolerate. I think that's what the guys at the pro level are doing. I mean, the kids, I'm not encouraging you to do that, but that's what I've heard.
Now that has to then be balanced out because of the blood sugar and all the things that we were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, there are costs to that. I mean, you're going to have insulin sensitivity issues. You're going to have carpal tunnel. I know just from, I didn't start running growth hormone until, I've been running for about 4 years now. And I went to put on a watch I hadn't worn in several years, and I could not fit my watch band over my hand.
Yeah. What about your shoes?
I already wear size 15s.
All right, it's okay, all right.
I don't know how much bigger, but I have noticed that my nose has gotten bigger. I've noticed in some pictures, there's definitely some things that have grown. But the hand thing blew me away. I'm like, oh, damn. All you have to do is look at pictures of bodybuilders. Take a look at Flex Lewis pictures sometimes. The dude's got he's like 5'3", and he's got hands like like half Thor.
Oh, yeah, I mean, when I used it, my fucking hands, man. I mean, so at one point, the first time, because I didn't use it till after I quit powerlifting, but it got so bad that I'm like fucking seeing a doctor about this shit, and they're like, "Oh, we need your thoracic spine's all fucked up," and and I'm like, it took me a while to be able to figure out, what this was, and man, I couldn't type. I couldn't hold a fucking dumbbell, and it might have been 8 units. I mean, it was more than 4, and
well, so the guys are telling me that I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around this, that there's something about the Serostem where you don't get those side effects, but
I had Serostem.
But I'm just like, it's either 191 amino acids or it's not. Like, it's like there's, I mean, just thinking this through from a scientific perspective, it either is or it isn't. There's no varying degrees of, now the potency may be different, but it either is real growth hormone or it's not. So there's no varying degrees of it, unless it's a 192, which is possible. I don't know, but I don't know. I know some guys, I forget which one it is. One of the pharmaceutical grade growth hormones has a low dose diuretic in it to help with some of that stuff. It's not Serostem. Maybe it's genotropin. I don't remember.
It is definitely one, because I've heard that. Obviously, one I didn't have fucking access to, by the way. But it wasn't. I would have used that one if it was the one that I had access to.
But I couldn't believe that the prescribed dose for HIV patients.
No, I've heard that, because it's
what it says in the manual.
Yeah, I mean, it's the hookup I had years ago kind of was from that. So it was so many kits every month that you kind of had to buy because somebody was selling it because they were prescribed to it, and they wanted the money more than they wanted the growth hormone because what they're. So you're kind of locked in, for what you're going to have to be able to get there, and it was I believe it was 4, like it was a kit a week. Yeah. And I'm like, and I'm trying to like, how in the fuck is that prescribed that? And then it started to make sense when, I looked at kind of the same thing that we asked. What is your, I'm like, how in the fuck are you being prescribed this at this dose? And that's what it is. And so then it's like, well, how come your hands aren't fucking like what's the difference?
Well, I mean, we're also taking a bunch of other growth agents. We're eating a ton of food.
Yeah.
You're in a caloric surplus. You're taking anabolics. You're taking insulin. I mean,
That don't matter though. There's
a bunch of other crap going on. I don't know. At the end of the day, like, I think this is the part that I try to impart on young guys and they don't get. The secret is that there really is no secret.
Yeah.
It's just hard work and a grind. It just takes a long time to put on that size. I talked about it earlier before you were in here, but you look at a guy, Justin talks about this sometimes too, but you look at a guy like Nick Walker, had one of the most impressive runs of putting on size, 100 pounds of stage weight in 9-10 years, something like that. But you do the math on it, it averages out to 10 pounds a year. Mm-hmm. But it's not linear either. So I mean, he probably put on first year, 20, and then 15, then 12, then 8, then 5. But this is just say, for simple math, let's just say 12 pounds per year was a good year for him. That's 1 pound a month. That's a quarter pound per week. That is imperceivable in the mirror. You can't go to the mirror and see a quarter pound of weight gain in the mirror. Mm-hmm. And I think like young bodybuilders just get impatient and they're like, I'm not seeing progress. I'm not seeing progress. You just have to commit yourself to the grind. And really there's these tenets to bodybuilding. It's having your diet buttoned up, training hard. You use the anabolics as a tool. You rest, you recover, you repeat. It's really a boring, monotonous sport. And the guys that do really well at it tend to be, at least from what I've seen, are introverts that thrive on this routine where they just get up and do the same thing over and over and over again every day. And that's really what it is. And nobody wants to hear that.
No, and for me, when I was going through that, and the respect that I had after doing it for whatever it was.
I mean, I'm sure it's the same way with strength. It takes a long time to grind your way up.
It is, but it isn't, right? So it's that that grind is way fucking harder than people think.
Yep.
And this isn't being negative towards the strength. It's a different type of fucking grind. I mean,
yep.
For me, the repetition of that fucking shit, day in and day out, and it was brutal.
Eating chicken and rice 6 times a day,
yeah,
day after day, month after month, year after year is not fun.
No, and all the other things on top of that. So the carb cycling was kind of a war on me.
Yep.
Right, because it's like fuck. It was easier if it was just 5 meals a day, the same goddamn thing all the time, than having to actually wave this thing. Each day, which created some kind of variety, but it was just enough variety to be able to piss me off even more, right? It's just make the grind harder, and it's I think everybody should do it. I really do. I think they should go through it to be able to have respect for the people who do it, to be able to know that this grind it's different and it's really fucking hard. So I can sit here and say the training programming part is easy. Sure. That's fucking not the grind. That's the grind is, oh my God.
The grind's the food.
All the time.
Yep.
And it just doesn't fucking stop. It's just repetitive over and over and over.
Well, everybody wants the PEDs to be the answer. It's the food, really. That's what separates bodybuilders from everybody else. It's the food. And that part is really hard. I remember watching the videos of you getting in shape with Justin.
Yeah.
That was, you look like a bodybuilder.
I like I said, I like the discipline.
You should have gotten on stage.
That's what Justin said, but I don't want. I'm not fucking doing it. I got holes everywhere, holes in my pecs, holes on. But I will say this, because I did have this conversation with Justin. I didn't know because I competed when I was in college, so we're going way the fuck back, like fucking early 90s or some shit like that, and never even went to a show after the last one I did. Like, not even as a participant, like watching YouTube would be like the extent of it, pros and shit like that. And so he's like, man, you should do a show. Because the first thing I told him is I want to do this, but I don't want to do the last 4 weeks. Because I was smart enough to know, even from powerlifting, the last 4 weeks are brutal no matter what you do. That's where the greatest risk is. You know, if it's diuretics or in powerlifting, it's, you know, when you're going to lift the heaviest weights to peak and, you know, that kind of stuff. And he kept kind of pushing it. Like, I ain't fucking going to do that because I'm going to look like fucking shit. I got tears all. Then I went to a show a few years later, just a regular local show. And I was like, what the fuck? I mean, there's definitely people there that should be there.
Yeah, and there's some people that shouldn't be.
Yeah, I'm trying to be very nice and selective in my words, because I don't know, you know, some people that are up there that look like they shouldn't be up there, I don't know what their path was to get up there, right? So I don't want to, you know, but there's some people that I'm like, oh my God, I wouldn't have lost. I wouldn't have been last. So I see where he was coming from.
I think there's some dudes that wake up on Wednesday and decide they're going to do a show on Saturday.
Yeah.
I've seen that before.
Yeah. And I did like the grind, the discipline and all that, and it did it for a long enough time, but at a certain point, and this could just be, I like to lift heavy for singles. So I have a problem there. I have an addiction there. So there's that thing where I couldn't really do that, you know, with all the other stuff that was going on there. But my entire life was dictated by this. You know, and when you're, for me, because I wasn't used to, you're more used to it than I was. When I'm to a point where you're hungry, right? Because this is just part of it. You're fucking hungry. Then you eat a meal and you're not hungry. And then 5 minutes after the meal, you're fucking hungry. Then you're just staring at a wall for like an hour and a half, just waiting for the next. My brain got to a point. Now, I will say each time I came back down to get leaner, it was at a lower body fat. Mm-hmm. Like the first time down at like 10%, my brain was like, fucked. Like I'm worthless. Next time it was like 8. And then it gets easier. It probably gets easier. You probably get used to it.
Yeah, it gets easier each time.
And, but I was happy to not do it anymore. Let's put it that way. But there's a lot of things I kept from it. You know, this is why I think everybody should go through it at least once, because you get reacquainted to better food choices, better food habits, not choices, better food habits. Where it's easy to fall out of that. Well, you did for 10 years.
Yeah.
You know, it's easy to fall out of that habit, right? You keep it for a little while, then you kind of half keep it. And then when it's all fucking gone, it's all gone.
Yeah, it's all gone.
Yeah, then to get it. Yeah, then to get it back, you either have to be super disciplined, and some people are, but it's still it's more of a grind, you know, to get it back. But once you get it back, it's easier to not let it all the way go. Let it go all the way. Let it go all the way. Then have you not? That's why I see a lot of powerlifters when they do, because they go through this, everybody goes through this, not everybody, but most go through this phase. Like they retire and then they have an identity crisis. I'll just be honest. They have an identity crisis. They don't know what the fuck to do. So they're going to try bodybuilding and get super lean. Then they'll get super lean, and then some will hold it, you know, some will come and rebound all the way back out, but most of them will maintain half of that, which is a good thing, right? Where if they don't do anything, they just stop, have the identity crisis, then they're fucking drinking beer, eating pizza, and just fucking slap. And then they end up being those people we were talking about earlier that maybe they do get 65 years old and they're fucking croaking of a heart attack because they're in terrible fucking shape.
Yeah. When
at one point in time, they were actually in pretty decent shape for a big dude, you know, whatever it was, and just gone, crashed. So it's that ability, or I should say, that journey is worth doing.
It is a mental challenge, that is for sure. I remember Justin telling me about the Dave Tate rule for cheat meals.
Yeah, I made him change the rule. Well, it's just keep in mind I wasn't doing a show, right? So I had had I been doing a show, I probably wouldn't have done that. But I had no consequence to anything I was going to do.
Justin was telling me if you technically don't stop eating, it's one meal.
That's what it was. So it was the last meal, and it was before. It was also before the super high days. The super high days made the cheat meal, like you said, not even worth really doing.
Yeah.
Like, give me a fucking ice cream scoop, and that's fucking cool. Before that, you know, you're just on the regular rotation. The other funny thing too was I kept asking him for a cheat meal. because I worked with other people before, and the cheat meals were pretty, they came pretty soon. He's like, what did he say? It was something so fucking funny. He's like, you have enough glycogen built up in your system, you don't need a cheat meal for another fucking 3 months. Some stupid shit like that. And I'm like, okay, fuck, I guess there's not one coming. And, but it was one of the first ones, and went to Lone Star. I ate so much that you feel that heartbeat in your stomach. And then it was either raisins or I had like peanuts, raisins, M&Ms. I forget what it was, but as long as I kept eating something, to me, the meal continued, right? Because back home, I still had, because I'm writing everything down that I want to eat that I can't eat, right? Fucking stupid shit like chocolate Pop-Tarts. You crave things that you normally would never eat anyhow.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking Ho-Hos. Haven't had them since you were like 8, but now you're craving the shit out of them. So I have all this shit. I'm like, I have to eat all this, but I'm a fucking heartbeat. So I just kept eating like peanut M&Ms or raisins. Like every 5 minutes a raisin, and it just was not good. It started like at 4 and ended at about 12:30.
I'm sure your stomach was awful the next day.
It was fucking crushed. And when he asked me, and I told him, then that it changed, the rule changed. It became like a time limit or something.
Yeah, he has 90 minutes or 1,500 calories, something like
that.
Yeah,
it was brutal. It was bad, but it's fucked up, man. Because my head. It's like an eating disorder thing, So like you feel horrible, but I'm still fucking eating the shit.
I build a cheat meal into my diets for people. I just, for nothing else, psychological. I feel like if I can get people to last until 6 days and then they can have a cheat meal, it keeps them on track better. They're less. But I do limit it. I tell them to try to keep it cleanish, go have a steak and a potato, or go have a burger and fries or something like that. Don't go full in on a pizza or donuts or something like that.
The things I struggled with, I shouldn't say struggled with, the things that fucked my life up the most that probably shouldn't have were because the meals I scheduled the meals at times, right? And that time's going to happen no matter what. So a lot of times I'm not leaving where I'm at, because I don't have enough time to get where I want to go and to come back. Like obsessive shit like that, which I don't think is necessary, but maybe it is mentally, because you're just dialing. I see both sides of that argument of why it's not necessary, but at the same time, every time you let that lapse a little bit, at least in my head, if I let it lapse a half hour, then it means the next time it's going to be 35 minutes. Then the next time 40 minutes. Then maybe I start skipping. So it was that mental fuck that I wouldn't want to let myself go down, discipline wise, that may not necessarily have to be there.
I mean, when I'm on contest prep, I get locked in like that. I think that's the only way you can go. The off season, I'm not as OCD about it. But I think that is a good attitude to have if you want to win. I mean, the people that succeed in life have that level of discipline and attention to detail.
When you're in the off season, how do you just, I don't want to say track the macros, but are you just going off of what let's just say macros are for that day, or are you trying to stay within the, say, 5 meals or whatever it is?
Here lately, I haven't been, because I've been traveling a lot. It's harder, but that year when I had that really crazy rebound, I was perfect with everything. I literally treated it like the contest prep. Everything was weighed and measured. Every single meal was down to the button. I knew exactly what I was, and that's probably why I had the results I had. But I'll be honest, this year I haven't been as disciplined. I would say I'm like 90% compliant now. I bring my food with me, or if I do eat out, I try to eat clean. But you can't measure when you go to the Texas Roadhouse or whatever.
No, but you still have an idea.
I'll have a steak and a plain potato or something.
Yeah,
I'll look at the menu and say, I probably shouldn't eat that. That's okay.
Okay. With from the nutritionist side, when you start working with clients, where's the biggest problem there? Not eating enough or eating too much?
I mean, you have two brands of people, man. You have the perma bulkers and the perma cutters. I see both of them. You have the guy that's like terrified of getting fat, you have that dude. I work with those guys. I see those guys that come to me. I can't gain anything, and then you get them 4 weeks into an off-season phase, and they're like, "Man, I'm getting fat. I think it's time to cut." And I'm like, "No, dude, you got to keep pushing. You got to keep pushing." And then you got the perma bulkers. They're like, I need 10 more pounds. 10 more pounds. They get so. I think both of them get hyper focused on the scale.
Okay.
Both get hyper focused on the scale, but more often than not, it's the perma bulker, I would say, and people severely underestimate what their body fat is at. The guy comes to me and is like, "Yeah, I think my body fat's 10%," and I'm like, maybe 20. I don't know about 10, but Justin talks about it, but there really should be. What I've seen with people when it comes to nutrition is they try to do both at the same time. One of the things I absolutely despise is I hear people talk about recomping. And I'm like, I mean, it can be done to a certain degree, but I feel like you either should be cutting or you should be in a mass phase. And when you try to do both at the same time, you end up doing both of them not very well.
Yeah.
Is what ends up happening, and you end up with a half-ass result. The people that I see that get the best results are the ones that commit to an off-season and then commit to a cut after the off-season and then repeat that process.
Well, wouldn't the only way you could actually do both would mean that you would have to have lost lean body mass that you originally had in the first place?
I mean, you'd have to be in a deficit to burn fat. So you have to be in a deficit, but just in a slight deficit. I mean, Trenbolone would probably help you violate that because technically Trenbolone, you can grow muscle in a deficit. So that is possible. You could trade fat for muscle. I think that's why a lot of guys get obsessed with Tren. But there's only so much muscle.
How much though? Like
Not
half
much.
a pound, if that?
Not much.
Quarter pound?
Not much. I mean, that's why they gave it. Once again, that's why they gave it to the cattle because a lot of times they're not getting the food that they need in the feedlot, or being transported on a truck going to slaughter, and it helps them maintain that mass.
Have you seen an increase in injuries with people who are using Tren?
No, I don't know that it makes any difference in injuries. Usually, where I see injuries happen is towards the end of contest prep. You think about the guys that have gotten hurt, like the bodybuilders just look at Dorian Yates. When he's gotten hurt is when he was at the end of contest prep.
Okay.
I think, I believe when he tore his bicep and tore his tricep, it was all at the end of contest prep when you're dry. Not a lot of body fat. I mean, that seems to be when guys are tearing muscles, at least what I've seen.
Yeah. Well, the reason I ask is because in the strength world, that seems to correlate, but also so does Tren with just about everybody.
Yeah, I mean, I could see where if you had...
I don't know if it's a spurious correlation, though. You know what I'm saying? Just because one is there at the same time as the other one.
I could see where if you had a bunch of CNS drive and didn't actually have connective tissue that could handle...
Okay.
That where you could rip something. I mean, I remember my very first time using Anadrol. I probably shouldn't admit this. I think it was like 18, 19. I remember like wanting to bench press 225, and I could not get to 225. And like within a week, I was banging out reps with 225. Now my connective tissue didn't change, but I got stronger. I didn't within a week grow a bunch of new muscle. That takes longer than that. So it was simply just neural drive at that point. So I think in a situation like that, possibly you could get into tears.
Okay.
But I would imagine like where I see it is with guys when they're depleted, when they're dehydrated, things like that is where I see tears happen.
So we've kind of gone through the PEDs, the nutrition. So the misconceptions of bodybuilders that will come to you with their training, what's fucked up there?
I go back to it again. It's like, I don't know what it is with bodybuilders, but they are so stupid with their training. Like guys can't make up their mind if they're a bodybuilder, if they're a powerlifter, if they're a CrossFitter, if they're an Olympic lifter. And I'm like, why are you doing clean and jerks? You're not an Olympic lifter. It's not doing anything for you for bodybuilding.
Yeah.
Why are you doing 1 rep maxes when you're a bodybuilder? It's not doing anything for you. If you want to be a powerlifter, go be a powerlifter. I think that's the biggest mistake I see is that guys are not dialed in and focused in on their training.
That's interesting to me, because if they're hiring a coach, you would think they would want to be focused in on the training part, because it's...
Well, everybody gets so everybody gets hyper focused on the PEDs. Mm-hmm. That's what I've seen. If I could pick one thing to fix, it'd be the diet. That's going to have the most impact.
Well, that's assuming they're doing the others, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if they're not training, they can diet all they want, and they're not going to create...
Right. I mean, you can train half-ass.
No, I get it, yeah.
And if you have a good diet, you can get results. Mm-hmm. Is, you know, from what I've seen. But that's the biggest mistake I see with training. It's just
so. When you say from what you're seeing, the overemphasis is all on PEDs, not on the diet, not on the.
Oh yeah, especially with young guys, they mystify the PEDs, and they get over focused on the PEDs.
Wow.
They just think that it's that the reason why they're not a pro is because that pro is taking 5 grams and 20 units of GH, and that's why they're not a pro.
Interesting.
I'm like, you can go take 5 grams. You're not going to turn into Phil Heath in 2 weeks. It's not going to happen.
How if they stay with you for a longer period of time, how long does it take them to realize that's not the key?
I think as soon as people like, if I can get somebody through a 16-week, like usually I'll budget out a 16 to 20-week phase for cutting or for bulking. And if I can get somebody through a 16 to 20-week phase where they actually see results with a focused diet and focused training, the light switch seems to flip on after that. And they're like, holy crap, I look completely different. I'll send them that. I keep the before picture and the after.
Yeah.
And I'll send them, and I'm like, look how different you look already. And guys are like, holy crap, I can't believe I've progressed that much in 20 weeks. And then it seems to click. If I can keep them consistent. That's always the part. I get a lot of people that get impatient and give up after, 3-4 weeks. They want to see progress.
Wow. That's interesting, man, because my first reaction to that was, this is really fucking it. My first reaction was, wow, that's actually kind of cool. It's only 20 weeks. Like, I'm surprised that it's only taken 20 weeks, but then you hit me with this. Most people after the 3 weeks can't handle it.
Well, that's why I like a lot of times I start people off with a cut.
Yeah.
Because that's something where you can see immediate results in 16 to 20 weeks. Mm-hmm. And, unless you're super lean already. But a lot of times, like most people that come to you know how it is, man. They're pudgy and out of shape.
Yeah.
If I can get them through a 16 to 20 week cut, get them to see in the mirror how much different they look, and then you have insulin sensitivity's improved. They're in a good spot to rebound, and then actually put on some lean mass at that point. I think that is something where you can see some immediate gratification. Big part of coaching is psychological too. It's just as much psychological as it is the tweaking the diet and the training. So it's getting people excited where they can see results. So I feel like a lot of times I'll start people off with a cut and get them leaned up first. And I hear a lot of other coaches talking about that too, what they do now, and then they can see some immediate results, and then we can use that as a springboard into further success.
Is there an over... What I want to say, the fucking SARMs and shit like that. Is there?
Oh my god, the SARM stuff is just nuts.
Well, I know. Is it as nuts as what I perceive it could be? I don't follow that shit that much, right? Because to me, it's just fake steroids that don't work. If you're gonna do it, just take the fucking real shit. But are the younger people just driving to those things like?
Yeah, and it's there.
Like fucking androstenedione or whatever the fuck it was when I was younger.
Yeah, which was just a steroid.
Yeah, exactly.
It was just a shitty one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everybody gets obsessed with the SARMs. What people don't realize is that steroids are SARMs too. Mm-hmm. they're ones that actually work. They're selective androgen receptor modulators. There's a reason why the pharmaceutical companies toss those. They're experimental drugs that were tossed in the trash because they didn't work, or they had side effects that they weren't planning on. In theory, the theory behind SARMs was good. It's pharmaceutical companies researching a way to promote to selectively bind to the androgen receptor without all the side effects. I mean, we want that, right? But they didn't work, and a lot of times what I see is the SARMs end up having worse side effects and worse suppression than the actual, using real PEDs did, and guys end up just completely screwed up from them, and then you have to fix them to get them out of it. So yeah, I don't know. It seems like the FDA is going to start putting their eye on SARMs now. Is what I've heard.
When you say screwed up from them, as in how?
Like HTPA is suppressed, just like they ran a cycle of test. Guys, I see guys have weird estrogenic side effects where they get gyno and stuff like that from SARMs. I've seen all kinds of weird crap.
So they're getting the side effects without the fucking
benefits.
benefits.
They're getting all the side effects without the benefits.
Wow, that's
I mean,
great.
some of them work to a certain degree. Some of the peptides are okay. But I mean, there's the tried and true stuff that actually works. And you talk to any pro bodybuilder and you ask them about SARMs and they're like, what? I don't even know what half of them are.
Yeah, well, I don't. That's my point. Is with that. What about the peptides?
I mean, some of the peptides are pretty neat. Some of the healing peptides I run, like BPC 157 and TB 500 and stuff for healing injuries. Some of them are interesting. I do use those sometimes, like if I have a muscle tear or something. Maybe it's a placebo. I don't know.
I was going to say, do you really think it makes a difference or not?
I mean, it seems like it heals faster, but part of me is like, it's not hurting anything.
Yeah.
BPC 157 is it's producing digestive enzymes. It's the reason why your gut and your mouth heal faster, and so in theory, it speeds up soft tissue injury healing. In theory, if you have a muscle tear or whatnot, it should heal the muscle tear up faster. I have seen some protocols where I've had guys work with clinics that prescribe them those and have HGH coming off of injuries and get themselves back really quick.
Now there's the HGH though too.
Yeah, HGH.
So,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Is it that, or is it the?
It's probably the HGH. It's probably the HGH. I mean, if you throw enough shit against the wall, something's going to stick.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's probably HGH.
What about, is there the over obsession with supplements still?
Yeah, I mean, the supplement industry's come a long way. There's actually stuff that works now.
Yeah.
I mean, 20 years ago, it was just a bunch of trash that didn't work. I mean, berberine certainly works. NAC certainly works. I've seen it in the blood results. I do think that people get, one thing I get a little aggravated with is I get guys that get over reliant on protein powders, and they don't even get a good quality protein powder. I get guys that come to me have all sort of gut issues, and they're just getting the cheap, whatever cheap protein powder they get it the way concentrate that they get at Walmart or whatever, and then they come to me and they're like, my stomach's upset, I'm gassy, I'm bloated. I'm like, well, it's all the lactose that's in the protein powder you're eating, or you have an intolerance to whey. Let's pull that out and see what happens. That can be an issue. I do think people can get overly obsessed with supplements.
Yeah.
But you need vitamins and minerals and certain things. I know they looked at I don't remember what the study was I saw, but where they had a group that took multivitamins and one that didn't, and there was really no different health outcomes between the two. I've certainly seen fish oil have an impact.
Yeah.
On blood work. I mean, you can look at blood work and see impact of certain.
Yes.
Vitamin D is certainly something that has an impact. Vitamin C certainly has an impact. Glutathione has an impact. I mean, there's stuff that does work.
Yeah. Well, I think the key thing there is the blood work as well, because as I told you earlier, I take a lot of different shit that Serrano will recommend, or other people will recommend, but I have the blood work to be able to show, did this actually make. First off, why am I taking it? Let's be the first question. Like, why is it being used? If you're just taking it to take it, then that's probably stupid, right? Why is it being used? And then is there a marker to be able to show if this is actually making a difference or not?
I mean, you can see, like I said, like with NAC, you can look, I've seen it in blood panels where I've seen ALT and AST and GGT come down after running NAC. I mean, that's pretty apparent.
Yeah, well, D's pretty fucking obvious too, because most people are fucking pathetic with where their D is.
Yeah, most people are deficient in vitamin D. There are others. I've seen people run astragalus for kidney, and I've seen creatinine and EGFR numbers come down from running astragalus. So it seems to work as well.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I mean, there are supplements that work.
What about for the hemoglobin?
I mean, there's just not a lot that brings it down. I mean, there's some evidence that telmisartan, which is not a supplement, but does lower hematocrit and hemoglobin a bit. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's sort of cost of doing business of PEDs.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of how high it gets and staying away from the stuff that elevates it super high.
Mm-hmm. What would be super high? The reason I'm asking some of these questions is I've heard people justify some numbers that are kind of.
I mean, when it gets over 55, I think that's getting sketchy.
Yeah.
Your hematocrit. I mean, 53 seems to be pretty normal. That's where pretty much everybody that's run, even TRT. The weird thing is, like I've seen with hematocrit and hemoglobin, it doesn't seem to be any different from running 200 milligrams of test to running a gram of test. It's exactly the same, at least what I've seen.
Wow, interesting.
I'd be curious to see what somebody like Dr. Eric is seeing, but it doesn't. It seems like it elevates and then it just sort of hangs out at a certain level. I mean, I have a home hemoglobin meter, and I've noticed hydration plays a role in it too. So like my hemoglobin will read higher in the morning than it does in the evening. So it definitely hydration plays a role in it as well too. So it's not that your hemoglobin has gone down. It's just that your blood is a little more, you're just dehydrated in the morning. So that reading is going to be higher. Same thing with blood sugar.
That's a good point too, that if you're going to get your blood work done, you should be hydrated.
Yep.
You know, because once I fucked up and I wasn't. And it's like, oh my God. And then
yeah, a lot of people think fasting blood work means don't drink.
Yes.
That's not true. You want to be hydrated. You're going to throw all those numbers off. Your hemoglobin, hematocrit are all going to be high. Your blood sugars are going to be high if you're dehydrated.
All right. Different direction topic here with your YouTube and the podcast episodes. How do you guys determine what the fuck to talk about?
Half the time I just pull it out of my ass. The podcast, the stuff that I actually take the time to make, like I wish I had more time. I like doing the deep dive videos where I actually go through and research things. And I was doing more like lecture style presentations in my older ones where I would actually go through and like do research and present, the pharmacology of certain substances.
Yeah, I watched a bunch of those.
People don't seem to like those. But
really?
Those are the ones I like doing. It's funny. They don't get a lot of views out of the gate, but they get steady views. People come back and watch those. They're still, like, I'll see those videos still performing even though they've been up for a year and a half or whatever.
So the ones where you guys are just talking about random shit get better views from this jump?
It just depends. The ones that get the biggest views are worth steroid videos.
Yeah.
Those are always the one. But the podcast, like I'll just jot down a few notes of things that I want to talk about, and then they just kind of take a life of their own. We just recently started doing the podcast, I don't know, a couple months ago, and I keep adding people to the podcast. I'm going to have like 8 people in here soon before it goes, but I think Roman Fritz, IFBB Pro, is going to be on with me this weekend.
Okay.
And then I'm doing a live one with Justin on Sunday where we're going to do a live Q&A for nutrition. So
no, see, to me those are easier ones to kind of like strategize and plan out. The other ones where it's just like 4 random topics of shit that's going on right now.
Yeah.
Like those are the ones that are intriguing to me because it's probably because I don't follow that shit. So if I had to do it, I have to spend the time to go look it all up to even be halfway equated with it.
Yeah, I'll go look. I try to stay away from the YouTube drama. There seems to be a lot of bodybuilding drama right now. In the negativity, I figure there's enough negativity out there. I love bodybuilding. I love talking about the sport, but
that's a tough one, right? Because
I don't want to say never, like I never want to do that.
Yeah.
But it does, like the reaction to the reaction to the reaction to somebody's reaction of their reaction videos are fucking get old really fast.
Yeah, I get tired of that stuff, and I try not to be critical of other people.
Yeah.
Too. I just, we all.
That seems to be where the views go, though, which is I don't understand.
Well, I mean, my background's in computer science. If you got to think about it from when they write these algorithms, they use an AI a lot of times to decide which videos get put up. And you got to remember, like YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, all this, their job is to maximize profit.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to put the stuff up that's going to get the most views and get the most ad clicks. And what gets the most views every freaking time? All you have to do is watch the news.
Mm-hmm.
Controversial stuff that's going to get people stirred up. So I think the algorithm just picks up on that. I don't think there's actually somebody back there pushing the button. It's literally they're just feeding stuff that's getting the most views. And so they've determined that they'll see trends on how a video's trending, and then they'll start feeding it into their suggested videos more often because they want to sell more ads.
Yeah. No, I get that, and it's frustrating in a way as a content, whatever you call it, creator.
Yeah.
Is it's like low-hanging fruit, but then it's also, I tend to think that from the business perspective, actually paying bills, not like the hits don't always pay bills, like traffic doesn't always pay bills, that the original videos that you were doing, they're always going to get views.
Yep.
So say over a 10-year period of time, they will have more views than a reaction video about a Liver King. Or whatever it's going to be. In the short term, the reaction video, see, this is the game. Like the short term, the reaction video may be able to drive the subscriber count, but I still live in this old-fashioned world where I think that people who like your content will actually engage with it, share it, and tell other people about it.
Yep.
And sometimes I think they forget that. At least I know they do with us.
Yep.
Because that matters. They don't think it matters. Like, I think we all forget. I do. Like, I can't blame everybody else when I do the same fucking thing.
Right.
We forget how much that really matters, because in that long term, that's going to have more power.
Yep, I agree.
Than the short term. It's like a one-night stand to a fucking marriage, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I look at social media as a marketing tool.
Mm-hmm.
And if the Liver King reaction video is not going to get me bodybuilding coaching clients, it's not going to get me consultation calls. Educating people, sharing a bit of information with somebody that they may not have heard before, that will get me stuff. I do try to do some things that are fun and entertaining, just because.
Well, it's still, either way, it's still, and this is the game, right? It still casts a wider net.
Yep.
If it's entertaining, it's a wider net. So maybe it's not a customer or client now, but it could be later down the road.
Yeah, I've noticed with people when they come to my channel, I'll catch them with one video, and then I notice that they'll go back through and watch all the old stuff.
Oh, I can see that. I did it.
Yeah.
I can totally see that.
Yeah, I noticed that. So that has some value as well.
What is other content from the education side that you're looking to put out?
I would like to go back in and actually do some research stuff on supplements and actually, talk about that, talk more about nutrition, talk more about training. I just invested in some camera equipment. I want to get in the gym and start doing more training videos. I get a lot of questions about training, although I'm looking at other channels. I don't think training videos perform that well.
They don't, but everything. Well, you've been around long enough, even with being out of it. There's a cycle, to all of it. Like the training stuff will be real popular for a while, then nobody will give a fuck. And it's like, even like the methods, right? Like high volume will be super popular for a while, then boom, it drops, and then all of a sudden the next low volume, high intensity model becomes the next big thing, and it just kind of rotates.
I don't think people would, there's a million people posting videos of themselves working out on social media. I don't really care. I don't think anybody wants to see me lift weights.
No.
But what I do think that people might be interested in is like going in explaining like how the proper form is on we were talking about doing barbell rows earlier, or how to program out a bodybuilding program. You know, if you wanted to do dog crap training or DC training, if I wanted to go through and show you how to do that in a video and how to program that out and what a workout would look like, or how a high volume workout looks like and how it's programmed, and then talk people through that while I'm working out, I think that would probably carry more weight.
Oh, 100%. If they can see how a set, how you would like to see a set done, that carries more weight.
I know me personally, I would find that more interesting.
Well, yeah, I would. I mean, you can only watch so many fucking videos of people slamming shit around.
I mean, the only videos I'm interested in watching people lift are the guys that are like crazy, crazy strong.
Yeah.
You know, like a Larry Wheels or something like that that's doing some ridiculous stuff.
Yes. Well, if they're explaining something like this, now I'm a nerd with this shit too. If they're explaining something in a way that I may not have heard before.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So say it's like a low row, right? Where I think at the end of the day, most people that know what they're doing, we're all looking for the same end result. But we're going to tell people how to do it a little bit different. But sometimes the way that we tell somebody doesn't always work. So sometimes you'll pick up how somebody else would cue things and teach things, and you're like, fuck, wow, I never thought about that. That stuff really intrigues me.
I think I went back through and watched Dr. Mike Israetel's training stuff like 2-3 times.
Yeah.
I mean, he's gone more to like general content now, like entertainment stuff. But I really that's what got me roped in on him. Is I went in and just like how he explained things, it went into detail and his logic behind everything. That really resonated with me. And I read his book, and then I went back and watched the videos again. And it was almost like a college course on how to lift weights.
Yes, and I do think that kind of content, through different messengers and different ways, always has value.
Yeah.
Right? Because maybe you connect with him because he's got that scientific type brain that he puts out there, where somebody else may not connect with that. Be like, oh, what the fuck, this PhD guy. But they will connect with somebody else.
I'll be honest, I get tired of making PED videos.
Yeah. Well, after a while, you're going to run out of compounds.
I mean, there's only so much to talk. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like I tell guys, like they want to hear about it. I'm like, there's only like, I mean, when you talk to a pro bodybuilder, there's only like 5 or 6 things they use.
There's a question there. What would be, with all the people that you've talked to, what would be the most consistent compounds across the board?
I mean, testosterone. Everybody's saying testosterone, growth hormone. Testosterone, growth hormone at the base of every cycle. Insulin. Pretty much every pro bodybuilder is taking insulin, and then they just pick an anabolic or 2 that they like.
And which of the 2 would be the most popular?
Usually the primary anabolic that I see pros using is either equipoise or primobolan. And then some guys use DECA or MPP, whatever. But it seems like test. Like if I had to just like tell you the typical pro bodybuilder cycle, it's test, equipoise, GH, and insulin. That's it. That's pretty boring.
That's so fucking funny because it hasn't changed in forever.
I mean, that's what they run, and maybe they'll throw in some Anadrol here and there. They'll sprinkle that or some Anavar in here and there.
Same shit has been for
because it fucking works.
Decades, time over time. But yeah, new compounds, new blends will be made.
It works
all the time. So it's capitalism, right? Marketing. So somebody makes a new blend, and then they can try to make it look like it's better than with just the standard shit that's been working.
Just the boring stuff works.
Crazy, right?
I did
diet-wise, training-wise.
I did when I wasn't lifting weights, I got into jiu-jitsu. That was the thing I got into, and I'm a very mediocre jiu-jitsu practitioner, but like that was the thing I always admired about like the really high-level black belts in jiu-jitsu. They just do simple stuff. It was always the guys that were low-level belts that got obsessed with the complex stuff, like trying to find the secret sauce. The guys that were the high-level practitioners just did basic shit. It was nothing complex.
It's intriguing, right? Because that's everything.
Yep.
Right? It's every profession. It's every sport. It's all that. The people who can do the basics, the shit, consistently, right? Time over time.
I mean, basketball was my sport, and really, outside of being tall and athletic, but really, if you want to play in the NBA, all you have to do is dribble the ball well and shoot. If you can shoot and you can dribble, I mean, Steph Curry is not the most, or Seth, he's not the most athletic guy in the world, but the guy can shoot. So, I mean, it's just basic stuff.
Were there any topics you thought I was going to bring up or questions you thought I was going to ask that I didn't ask?
No, I don't think so.
What if it's I don't want to say a master's lifter, but let's say same person, the same journey that you took, trained when they were younger, had a decade break, then want to start back up again. What would be the 3 most important things that you would tell them they need to do or expect?
Things are not going to move as fast as they did when you were young.
Okay.
I mean, that's first and foremost. I mean, when I was in my 20s, I could eat one less donut and get ripped. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. So you got to be patient. The very first thing goes back to is you got to get lean first. I think when you're older, we go back to it. I go back to insulin sensitivity again. You got to get lean. You got to get the body fat off. You got to get your insulin sensitivity in a good spot and set yourself up in a place for growth. And I think it took me a good 2 years to get all the fat off, and I had to diet it off in phases. Like I would do like these 12 to 16 week runs, take a diet break, and then do another 12 to 16 run and take a diet break. It was a good 2 years for me I think I was almost 300 pounds. And then I dieted down to, I don't know, like 220. And then I'm 280 right now, and I built myself back up to that. But it took a period of several years. You just got to be patient. You got to stay in there. You can't train like you could when you're in your 20s. We talked about that before. And you really have to pay way more attention to the diet. Get your hormones optimized. I see a lot of guys, I would say you have to blast PEDs, but I would definitely make sure that your hormones are in a good spot. And that maybe, even just getting on TRT for a guy whose hormones are buried, if you're in a compromised spot hormonally, it's going to be like trying to fight with one arm tied behind your back. You're not going to get in shape, or it's going to be really difficult to get in shape. So usually the first thing I would do, like with an older guy, is just have them go get some blood work done and make sure, if they're not doing anything, make sure that their hormones are okay. And then we get them optimized there, get the fat off of them, and then start working on building them back up. Train intelligently, diet, make sure that your health is in order, and be patient. Those are the big things for an older guy that's getting back into the gym. And fat loss just takes time. I mean, there's only so much fat. This is another thing. Like if you get yourself in a really obese spot, like I had to drop probably 80 pounds. You're not going to do that in one 16-week run of it. You're just not. I mean, it's just math at the end of the day. If you want to lose 2 pounds of body fat a week, that's 7,000 calories. That's 1,000 calories a day of a deficit you're going to have to create through diet or exercise. And that's probably on the top side. So I would say 2 pounds a week of fat loss is probably 1 to 2 pounds a week of fat loss is the most you can realistically expect if you're getting back in the gym. So it's going to take some time to get it off. You have to be patient.
What would be the easiest way for people to get a hold of you?
Go to anabolicbodybuilding.com. I have all my contact information on there. You can get a hold of me there. I'm on Instagram at Paul K. Barnett.
Do you check your DMs on Instagram, or is it better for them to go through?
So many damn DMs, man. It's like fifth. No,
so they'd be better off to go to your website and email you.
Yeah, email me. You can email me at bigp3rd@gmail.com as well. My contact information's on Instagram and on my website as well.
Okay.
But yeah, don't DM me on Instagram. I get so many DMs.
Yeah, I've made a mental note when I have coaches that help people on to be able to ask this question, because some do check DMs, some don't. Some are just polluted. With that,
I probably get 40, 50 DMs a day.
Yeah.
It's unreal.
Yeah, so somebody who's inquiring about your services could get lost, right? So it's easier to go to the website through the email.
Yeah, I feel bad not responding, but there's just I can't respond to everybody that DMs me.
Yes, and then I've already talked about your content. Your YouTube content is great, so that's worth checking out.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
So all those links are in the bio, guys. Any parting thoughts?
No, I appreciate you having me on, man. This I was nervous as hell coming up here, man. I'm like, this is like the Valhalla of powerlifting. I've watched you for years, and it's really surreal being here, and I really appreciate you having me on, man. It means a lot.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And guys, we're done.